It was a clear day. In the rays of the welcoming sun, there were majestic buildings of the open world, velvet meadows, and endless open spaces. In the moonlight of the blue night, characters from the fantasy world sat around the fire. Whimsical heroes shared their adventures, pure romance. At this time, the mysterious wanderer was traveling between the spheres of magical worlds. He was surrounded by overgrown arches of stone ruins, high cliffs, and gray thick fog. Anyone can live as the character they've always dreamed of becoming, in a world imbued with magic and real emotions in the best fantasy game, Chrono Life. The vile knight showed the middle finger to the weak newcomer. He had yet to trim all his rough edges and turn into a real masterpiece of the fantasy world. An experienced warrior with a sword looked contemptuously in the direction of the noob. A sweet girl in an emerald dress routinely said through clenched teeth that they do not accept amateurs. A vile little boy with a lollipop in his hand, picking his nose, called the newcomer's gear defective and advised him to sell a kidney in order to increase the level to at least 11. Here it is, the friendly and amazing world of Chrono Life, giving every player the opportunity to become a hero and get absolutely everything. In the middle of the towering castle square stood our main player. What an idiotic outfit. What a stupid game. We should have walked right past it. Hysterical screams, clumsy sword swings in the air. The appearance of a humiliated boy began to attract the attention of passing onlookers. One of the magicians suggested that he was simply not accepted into the team. Hearing a discussion of his grief among passers-by in the crowd, the young man burst into another outburst of resentment. These monkeys do not understand anything. He invested so much gold in weapons. The attention of the poor fellow was attracted by the fabulous beauty of the heroine. She had long coral hair, large wide eyes. Her whole appearance was stunning. A blush appeared on the guy's cheeks. He was unusual in communicating with a girl of such impeccable appearance. He did not know how to communicate with ladies in principle, and then such a fairy invited him to her team. The newcomer beamed. He envied himself. Being on the same team with such a girl, Chrono Life is definitely the best game. So 2 characters walked through the thick of the wild forest. The guy pompously chewed a blade of grass, talking about his exploits. The coral fairy supported his narcissism. The boy boasted that yesterday his parents gave him some pocket money, and the young man sank into gold. The girl gasped. Our guy bought all the beginner's sets for 55,001, which was enough for him. His sword was just from such a set. The young girl said that the player looks like a knight with this sword. It gives him valor and honor, and also heroism. Our main character was pierced by lightning. A great love story between a captivator of hearts and a gorgeous knight was already being built in his head. The most beautiful couple walked for hours in the fantasy world. The beautiful girl of the infinite complimented her knight, and the young man joyfully accepted them. The guy imagined that they fell in love with each other. From the very first minute of their acquaintance, the 2 halves immediately got married to the envy of everyone around. And after the most beautiful wedding, the beautiful fairy gave birth to a little girl with apricot hair. Our main character was already thinking about what they would name their daughter. The young man's magnificent dreams were interrupted by reality. His companion stopped in the middle of a deserted part of the forest. Why did his wife bring him here? Perhaps to retire. While the boy was looking around, the coral beauty pierced his torso with her magic staff. The guy didn't even have time to understand anything. Cold, sticky sweat flowed down his forehead. There was horror and fear in his eyes. Streams of blood gushed from the young man's mouth. The lady of his dreams had just killed the player along with his dreams. The newcomer collapsed on the cold ground. The grass was stained with scarlet blood. The lady watched the life drain from the player. The knight whispered why. The knight thought that the girl needed his weapon, but the dream advised him to keep this garbage for himself. No one needs such a poor and pathetic loser on the team. If a slug scrapes the bottom in the game, it means he's a loser in life. Next time, let him buy an advanced set with his pocket money. This worm was bragging about a set for a beginner, which means his parents are beggars. Then the amateur couldn't stand it and called this rubbish an arrogant trash cat. The coral lady did not wait for the youth to finish his stream of rudeness and cut his body in half. She enjoyed every moment. Blood splashes appeared on her face. The girl maniacally loved the feeling of killing, her power over the minds of fools and their miserable lives, their surprised look at the end. The most beautiful killer fulfilled all the conditions. She began to change before our eyes. A transformation took place. Her coral hair darkened at lightning speed. The image of a cute girl began to glow with blue pixels, and a white dress embroidered with gold threads and precious stones appeared. The girl's staff became white with a scarlet crystal at the end. Wings appeared behind her back, and a transformation took place. The beautiful girl moved to the hidden class. Now she became the goddess of life. After taking thousands of lives of other players, now only the main quest remained. The scattered parts of the young man's body lay like unnecessary trash on the ground. The goddess of life kicked her lower torso. then tiredly stretched her back and walked towards the sunset. That day, our foolish boy learned the terrible and cruel truth about the world of chrono life. The bloodthirsty law of the jungle rules here. The most cruel will become the greatest. After this thought, the guy died. After death, the guy was revived. As he had lost a significant part of his experience, the blue pixels transferred the restored body of the newcomer to a safe alley in the city. Before the boy's eyes stood his offenders, Coral Rubbish, who called him a pathetic rogue. Other Chrono Life players mixed him with dirt and plunged him into harsh reality, even in the virtual world. Our guy couldn't hold back the rush of resentment and pain. He burst into tears, took out a craftsman's hammer and began to destroy his beginner's kits, blaming them for everything. Having broken all his equipment, the young man was left in only his shorts, but with a satisfied smile on his face. The young man sat with a stony face, believing that in fact he was cool. It was just that this game was the bottom. From somewhere above, a new equipment, a wooden club, fell to his bare feet. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a strange boy appeared in front of the newcomer. He seemed to be one of the emojis, probably another amateur. He apparently took pity on the crybaby in shorts and gave him a wooden baton. The strange benefactor from the emoji disappeared with lightning speed from the guy's field of vision. The main character began to hit the club with a hammer to improve it. He beat and beat, and so the whole day passed. The main character continued to hit the club with great frenzy, not believing his eyes. This useless bark was increased to the maximum 99th level. The probability of each subsequent improvement decreases by 5%. Unthinkable. The young man twirled the miracle. A stick in his hands, threw it in the air, and eventually dropped it to the ground, not having time to catch it in mid-flight. After the baton lightly touched the ground, an explosion occurred like a nuclear one. Houses, markets, transport, everything was smashed to pieces by the shockwave. The explosion was of such colossal power that it sent a devastating wave across the entire planet. Its flash was visible from space. Our young man froze in silent shock. Wounded players were rushing around him all over the city. They were pulling people out from under the rubble of houses, running in panic in different directions, believing that this was a dragon attack or a gaming event. The continent split in two, the earth burst into flames of hell, there were fires and injured characters everywhere. And on that day, a new world record in VR games was entered into the Guinness Book of Records. However, the world record listed in the Guinness Book has achieved a historical maximum in the number of players killed with one blow. And now it's the guy's turn to teach the freaks a lesson. In life, the guy was a nobody, nondescript in appearance, nothing outstanding in his studies, no achievements in sports. In gaming terminology, this is the bronze 4th level, but not in the game now. A guy in shorts was walking through the city with a proud look, holding a wooden baton in his hand. The guy accidentally touched a man with his shoulder. The bald pervert could not stand such impudence and grabbed the guy by the collar of his robe. The squeaky girl said to leave the wretched man. The stony-faced young man, without much effort, lightly cracked him with his club. The bald degenerate's face stretched out in surprise and anger. A second, a bright flash, an explosion. The bald bully was torn to shreds. His lady immediately screamed from the array she saw. Now in Chrono Life, there's a new main character. He is a young, simple guy in a robe and shorts with a wooden club. Nothing compares to his power. A notification came that the durability of his weapon had been reduced to 3 out of 5, and his wooden club needed to be repaired. The player was sitting next to the baton. He made only 2 blows with it, and it was already worn out by 3 out of 5, which means there were only 3 blows left. How unfair it was. He had to act and have time to leave his mark on history. Sometime later, an Avenger walked over the skulls of people in the Valley of the Dead, and the 2-headed dragon Urus fatally flew out of the pile of bones. A merciless winged monster. Urus roared that the stupid idiot in his underpants would die in hell and be doomed to eternal suffering. Our guy hit one of the heads of the main monster of the Chrono Life world with his club. Urus's face was torn apart in a second. The hero decided to spend his last blows on the main boss of the game. The second head begged the boy with the stick to cool down. The dragon was just reading his script. He and Urus could solve everything without violence. But our hero came to kill. After which the newcomer had only 1 blow left. He looked at his club with regret. The second face of Urus offered to help the guy with the strength of his stick. Urus offered the young man a pact. He would give his soul to the hero with the help of an ego weapon. The demon would inhabit his weapon and dwell in it. The weapon would have a soul, and it would evolve. This sword will already have infinite strength. It will become the most powerful weapon in Chrono Life. The boy had already changed his mind about taking revenge, but the game gave him new opportunities for this, the young man agreed. Around the main boss of Chrono Life and the guy in shorts, magical purple marks formed under his feet, and Eurus's physical body disappeared. His gloomy soul moved into a club of the 99th level and received an ego. A class with infinite strength, our hero already felt the growing power of his weapon. Sensing the thirst for revenge, the poisonous resentment spreading through every cell of the guy's body, poisoning his heart, the dead army of Eurus awakened. Meanwhile, a knight in shining armor announced a reward on the head of a guy for mass murder. More than 800,000 players died in a day. 1 trillion gold for the freak. Announcements of the reward are distributed in all 12 kingdoms on all 3 continents, and the Royal Eagle Guard, with their brave leader Chiara, has appeared in the city. They were followed by a red detachment of 10 elite knights of the White Crosses under the command of Kiras, whose fame preceded their master. In the center of the street, the mysterious leader of the Holy Land Guild, the strongest magician of the royal family named Sybil, appeared, surrounded by her faceless wizards in pointed hats. A detachment of the Guild of Noble Robbery and Theft appeared on the street. Their leader was the cunning Hong. He also wanted to hit the jackpot for the terrorist's head. The knight's armor thundered. The blue flags of the Guild of Justice from the Arden Palace fluttered along with their King Iron Solo. The 5 most powerful guilds in the world have united in the first alliance of the most powerful guilds in world history to defeat a common enemy. Iron Solo became the commander-in-chief of the alliance. Numerous troops lined up in front of him. The king declared war on the mass murderer of players. Meanwhile, the main character laughed contentedly. Now in his hand was the most powerful weapon with infinite durability in all of Chrono Life. Suddenly, a purple head poked out of his club and scared the young man to death. It was the soul of the dragon Urus, which inhabited his weapon. The appearance of a demon spirit is a common occurrence for ego-level weapons. Only the owner can see and hear Urus. The youth poked his finger on the spirit's cheek, saying that he is even cute now. Our player asked the little purple evil spirit where his second head had gone. The dragon had 2 heads, and the demon soul didn't know either. A leaflet was blown from the wall of the house. It depicted a mass murderer and announced an immodest reward. Leaflets with the image of the maniacal terrorist were literally everywhere. They were pasted on every wall. Every resident knew his face. The spirit of Urus squealed joyfully when he saw how popular his master was. 800,000 people in one blow. Urus could not even dream of such an achievement. A whole trillion of real money. Although the NPCs are not programmed to say such words, since they do not know what money is. In fact, it is artificial intelligence. This one is apparently willful. All players will hunt for the guy day and night so you can take and deal with all of humanity right now. The mass murderer's name was Sid. He was very pleased with the popularity, but he decided to pretend to be harmless in order to get rid of suspicion. No one will think that the loser is a mass murderer, and he will be able to peacefully and serenely enjoy the game. It's so fun to pretend to be someone else. The invisibility effect has its charms. Sid has been well known for years. Here, our main character is pierced by a blue arrow. A thin body in shorts collapsed to the ground. The purple spirit began to circle around the owner, calling him to get up. On the roof stood the leader of the alliance of the strongest guilds. It was the King of Arden who fired the shot and pierced the mass murderer the first time. Countless troops came running from all sides. They surrounded Sid, blocking the routes of retreat. Their bows and arrows were ready. People are weak, but together they pose a danger. The character, after being mortally wounded, stood up, pulled out an arrow from himself and threw it to the ground. He again changed his mind about being peaceful. Iron Solo ordered that no mercy be given to the insignificant terrorist. Sid also decided to choose this format for himself. The guys asked for it themselves. A second, and a boom of crushing explosive power is heard. A fiery dome rose above the planet and destroyed everything and everyone without pity. Just one blow, and the capital of the First Kingdom was littered with corpses. It was a bloody mess of different body parts. The ground was soaked with the blood of the royal soldiers. A pathetic freak in white shorts stepped forward through the rows of corpses towards the king, but Solo never gave up and reached into his pocket for something. In his bloody hand was a blue summon crystal. He summoned as many users to help as needed. Solo crushed the ball. Magic marks began to appear. The king called on all members of the Combined Forces Guild. Solo activated mass teleportation. A few moments later, all the troops of the fantasy world fell on the young man. Enclosing the terrorist in a ring of 3 million players, their king ordered an attack. The first wave of the explosion swept through the ranks of the indestructible army and led to millions of losses. The wars did not have time to do anything. They were simply instantly consumed by hellish flames. The first to die were the Howl Guild, along with the commander-in-chief Chiara. As well as the Order of Noble Thieves, their leader went into the fiery maw with a smile on his face. Ursus, watching the mass destruction, was in silent shock. Even the strongest boss could not defeat all the players at the same time. Next were the elite Red-White Cross Wars led by Kiras. They grouped up and assumed fighting poses. A second shockwave of the explosion followed. The valiant guards were torn apart. They were burned alive in the inexorable fire. Then the strongest of the royal family's mages stepped in. Sybil closed her eyes and focused on her spell, centralizing the energy into her staff. Faceless assistants in pointed hats grouped around her, each of them holding a staff in front of them. When a sufficient amount of magic had been accumulated, the master activated the ancient magic of destruction. A magical field hung over the killer, which a moment later collapsed on him. There was not a shadow of fear on Sid's face. With enviable serenity, he hit the wooden club, which provoked another blast wave that shattered the ancient spell into smithereens. The royal magicians grouped around their master in horror, preparing to form a protective barrier, but the flames of fire were faster. It consumed each of them. 1 against 3 million, a global catastrophe occurred. Mass murders, irreparable damage, which the fantasy world had not known until that moment. The commander-in-chief of the Alliance swayed back and forth with empty eyes. His body shuddered in convulsions. A player in shorts approached him. At first, the character in shorts did not want to kill the king, but then he realized that he shot an arrow at him and hit him with a club. A fiery flash of explosion that could be seen from space as expected. This battle was on everyone's lips that same day, not only in Chrono Life, but also among players of other games. Footsteps were heard behind Sid. The young man in shorts turned towards the sound. His most beautiful killer was walking in the rays of the setting sun. Among the bloody carpet of corpses, heels clicked. The girl greeted the loser, who could have known that their meeting would happen right here. The girl came to kill again. Sid knew this for sure and wanted to crush her skull. Unexpectedly for everyone, he asked why she had dyed her hair. The girl was glad that the loser noticed her changes. She entered the hidden class of the goddess of life, underwent a transformation, and the color of her hair changed on its own. The soulless lady smiled flirtatiously at the player after killing 1,000 innocent players. I wonder why she became the goddess of life and not death. The loser ran up and swung his wooden club. An explosion of crushing force thundered, a direct hit on the fool with bangs. Then a beautiful silhouette appeared. This could not have happened. The girl survived and mocked the young man. Even though he had become stronger, such a thing could not defeat her. The spirit climbed onto Sid's head out of surprise. Why the scarecrow remained alive and not a scratch on her? In addition, she definitely sees Urus. The goddess of life cannot be killed by a mere mortal, but the boy roared and dealt a series of blows with his baton. The planet shook, but everything was in vain. The sarcastic smile did not leave the goddess's face. She did not feel danger in the noob, did not recognize the strength in him. Even with this club in his hands, he was nothing. The girl knew that he was always thinking about revenge, and told him to come to terms with it. No matter what he did, he would never kill her. He would always be a loser. The young man began to stretch his hand. In this case, he would destroy the planet. Then it would either die from the explosion, or end up in outer space. Not bad. A frown appeared on the girl's face. She praised the loser's train of thought, but a mere mortal could not do this. In addition, the newcomer will then die. He is mortal. Only a fool is ready to die for the sake of revenge. Nothing will change in the life of a noob. The loser laughed maniacally. The time had come for a lesson. She would never understand this. It would be better if she did not touch someone who has nothing to lose. Sweat ran down the face of the goddess of life. She tried to stop the psycho with a club, but it was too late. Let there be hellish revenge. Chrono Life shuddered from the power of the explosion, which she could not survive. The fantasy world was bursting at the seams. The flame tore the planet into small pieces from the inside. The world died. The real world? A center with gaming capsules, a VR room. Dozens of players were unhappy. They were thrown out of Chrono Life. A series of curses were thrown at the admin. What kind of nonsense was going on here? The intimidated administrator explained that the problem was not with electricity or himself. Maybe there was a problem on the server. You need to go to their page. The young guy took out his phone and went to watch the news. He received a notification from the company. A minute ago, critical problems were discovered on the server. They are working to fix them. The administration apologizes for the problems and will soon announce the cause. But one of the capsules was active. The player in it was still online. Synchronization with the system was completed. Identification was completed. According to the count of the number of players on the server, there was only one. Our seed stood among the pixels. The young man did not understand where he was. There were calculations and codes everywhere. There was not a single player around, only he alone. A man's voice was heard from behind, calling this place Est 382. The man continued his story. The planet that the young man destroyed was one of the most beautiful planets in the fourth universe. The blonde man good-naturedly added that Est 382 was his mother's favorite planet. The loser asked who he was. The calm face of the long-haired blonde was distorted by a bloodthirsty grimace. His eyes were sunken. In their place there were black holes, his teeth turned into fangs, and in front of the loser was the creator himself. "The creator is the creator." Sid asked if the guy had seen a fool with bangs here. The blonde replied that in general they were alone here, thanks to this trick with a club. The idiot in his shorts waved his stick and killed everyone. No one could survive after such a large-scale explosion. Nothing was left alive. But Sid is playing for this, the long-awaited revenge. Sid called the spirit, knocking on his club, but Urus did not come out. The creator called the young man stupid, since the animal also went to the other world. There is no one here. Why does the Chrono Life server show only one user? The long-haired one is an NPC or a developer, neither of which were true. A hole appeared in the grid of graphics codes between the blonde man in shorts and the loser, and the creator hastily said goodbye to Sid. The guy was kicked out of the game. The real world, an empty building all the players had long since left, the capsule opened and a nondescript young man sat in it. Why did this hippie in shorts even appear? Then Sid froze. A man in a white suit with 2 bodyguards on his sides was sitting opposite him. The man looked at the loser predatorily and smoked a large cigar. Under dark glasses there was a scar on his eye. His appearance and manners said that he was dangerous. The terrifying man came right up to the young man. He called him Sid Gomez, indicated the exact age of the character. He was 21 years old, and did not forget to mention his level 99 baton. Sticky sweat was running down Sid's face. Who was this in front of him? The man with a scar on his eye bared his teeth predatorily. He was the one who would take the wooden club. Sid was a college student and a fan of the game Chrono Life, but at the same time he never rose above the amateur level. But he was lucky, and a strange emoji gave him a stick. But now, with the help of a club, Sid could destroy anyone he didn't like, met the creator, and now sits at the table with some rich man. The man with the scar suggested we start eating, being a beggar. He often came here to eat Gukpub 15 years ago, when his company Chrono Life was still in the development stage. It dawned on Sid that the man is the richest president of the Chrono Life company named Cole Fall. He's not a mafioso at all. The young man almost lost his soul, and the guys behind him are employees of the company, a sound engineer, a developer of hero models, a marketer. Cole recalled that he was wasting his time on this young man in order to take away his baton. Taking away objects with a bug was his job. What the hell is this bug? The boy didn't use anything contrary to the rules of the virtual world. A lie. He upgraded his baton himself. After the 10th time, the probability decreases to 3%, according to this formula. The probability is too doubtful, more like a bug than luck, so the wooden club is confiscated. It was a beautiful day in the area of the city of Front. The silky grass was caressed by the breeze. The weather was just right, dear YouTube viewer. Please subscribe to the channel, leave a comment, and like. Have a nice day. You are a legend. An animal, bloodthirsty roar erupted throughout the entire valley. A huge demon named Gortys stood on the path. He had no flesh, only rotten subcutaneous fibers on his bones. In front of him stood an order of hunters. Among them were 2 girls in beautiful equipment, and 2 warriors with high-ranking weapons. A ponytailed girl in a white schoolgirl uniform swung her staff with a glowing red crystal and unleashed flaming projectiles at the demon. Gortys roared in pain. The leader of the group of guards shouted that they were able to restrain him. They needed to pin down this bastard before he came to his senses and began to attack. A girl's furious cry sounded behind him. The girl in lavender gear took a fighting pose, then sharply rushed towards the giant demon. Cold sweat ran down the face of the leader of the order. She should not have advanced alone. He did not give a command. Gortys picked up the girl on his horns and threw her back. The pink-haired girl fell like a heavy bag straight onto the second guard. Pressing the poor thing into the ground, 2 boys watched her fall. While the guys were trying to raise the female part of the team to their feet, the 2-horned monster continued the attack, and Sid watched this fun. The player watched the others from the shadows, his pet spirit contentedly chewing a chicken leg behind him. Sid carefully grasped his wooden club. Cole Fall continued. He was convinced by the company to eliminate a dangerous bug that accidentally turned a snotty loser into a terrible killer. But the director will not take her away. The director called this outcome unfair because the guy was finally lucky. He will not interfere and will leave the magic stick with Sid. He is the user and has the right to freedom of action. Cole handed the guy a small bowl with orange squares, saying that Sid could even add Kadugi to his Gukpub. It would be his choice, which no one has the right to encroach on. Sid took the plate from him. Then Fall received a notable slap on the wrist from an elderly woman. She called him shameless. He puts Kadugi in the Gukpub. He was completely crazy. Sid fearfully put the bowl of Kadugi to the side. All night she cooked beef bone broth. And this boar tries to ruin everything. But this soup was specially put on the menu for him. The leader of the order was screaming on the field. He was calmed down by a girl with ponytails whose nose was bleeding. There was no need to accept this fool. Fall, for his generosity, asked for only one thing. His fantasy world has no equal. It cannot be destroyed. Let Sid simply enjoy his stay in it. The guy spat in the direction of the Lavender Warrior and sent her. No more raids with her. A high-ranking weapon and the brains of a stupid noob. Open world, freedom, romance, all this is overblown nonsense for Sid. The main rule here is to be the strongest. Then you have the opportunity to survive. Below, the exiled woman screamed, "Chrono life is the real bottom, and these freaks don't understand weapons at all. So much gold has been invested in them. But there's no point." Sid immediately recognized himself in her. No one needed, but a happy accident changed everything. The warrior sent everyone. She didn't need a team. The girl confidently decided that she would now go on raids alone. But her self-confidence dissipated with the first ray of reality. A whole herd of demons from hell stood in front of her. The hellish horned monsters rushed at her with lightning speed. She would not be able to withstand such an onslaught. And then Sid appeared in front of her. He decided to protect her without knowing why. One light blow with a wooden club, and 100 monsters were torn to shreds by a stream of explosion. Sid saved her not out of pity or sympathy. The loser blew up the demons purely out of woeful and epicness. That's all the heroic prologue of the young man. The smoke cleared, and in front of the frightened girl with powdery hair stood a nondescript guy in shorts. Sid stood with a triumphant look and invited the girl to join him in a team, and now his story has truly begun. In the middle of the clearing strewn with the corpses of hellish creatures, our main character stood. The girl sent a vile noob, turned around and left. An incident that attracted the attention of the world community. This event was even given the name Doomsday, or the End of the World. Gamers around the world excitedly discussed the massacre. During the first massacre, 800,000 people died. During the second, 3 million people were destroyed. Who was this psycho? A god of war or a master of murder? In the networks, someone considered Sid to be the strongest in Chrono Life. Someone knew that he was an insignificant loser who got a buggy weapon or cheat. Otherwise, defeating 3 million players is some kind of incredible impossibility. It is impossible to defeat such a superior number on an ordinary, and even pumped-up character. Down with the cheater, the players want justice. Block by IP, let Chrono Life work. All observers were waiting for a response from the administration, and it came. No violations were detected on the part of the player. He is not a cheater, and the character does not contain bugs. A thorough investigation was carried out. The actions of the player with a wooden club did not violate the rules, and that's how the matter was put to rest. The justified amateur happily followed on the heels of the lady in lavender clothes, which infuriated her incredibly. But in the opinion of the main character, they should have already been on the roadstead together. The girl screamed in Sid's face that she had not agreed to join his team, and would never have gone on a raid with such a homeless exhibitionist. Sid sincerely did not understand why the girl was suddenly calling names and behaving like this. He actually saved her life, the dragon told her. The girl closed her eyes and saw nothing. The rescued lady did not even understand how strong Sid was. He asked the Lavender Sensei to teach the stupid beginner the game. The girl beamed with happiness. Sid pretended that he was a pathetic noob. He needed help. In fact, without a wooden club, he was one. So he did not arouse suspicion. The pink-haired girl's name was Love. She was embarrassed and decided to please the young man. Sensei sounds cool. The girl was level 24, and she was a master of hand-to-hand combat. In front of Front City, near the cave, a charming girl in lavender uniform was scattering 4th-level bear hairs. She was beautiful in every movement. Meanwhile, Sid and the evil spirit watched the amazing action. The girl was excellent in hand-to-hand combat. All the other equipment too. Altogether about 100 million won. While the loser was talking about who this rich person was in real life and how he could spend so much money on game gold, Love hovered over him and yelled at the poor fellow to go to work with his club. The incompetent needs to raise the level if he doesn't want to continue scraping the bottom. The team doesn't behave like that. Then a huge bear appeared behind Love. While the sensei wasn't looking, Sid hit him with a baton. There was a small explosion. The rodent was torn into pieces, as if it had never happened at all. The girl asked where the explosion came from in the cave. It was becoming more and more difficult to hide. Then a system window appeared with a notification that in 10 minutes she needed to be in the real world. But she was still in battle. She needed to return immediately. Love needed to log out for a while. She would return later. Sid could practice on groups of opponents for now. A few minutes later, in the real world, in a chic, furnished bedroom, a girl with a powder bun on her head emerged from virtual reality. Unlike her virtual character, Love wore glasses in life. An angry woman burst into her room and said that the fool still hadn't taken off this nasty thing. She apparently wanted to lose her job. Love angrily hissed in response that the woman was blind, and she had already taken them off. They had less than 10 minutes to get ready. Love was almost deaf from her screaming screams. Love put on the VR helmet again. A helmet over her glasses. She said not to do that again. It leaves dents on her nose, but Love might have a panic attack if she takes them off, and the makeup will cover the marks. Exhausted by her own swearing, a woman named Ani ordered the girl to sit down in a chair. They were running out of time. There was always a lot of hassle with Love. If not for the size of the salary, she would have long ago killed the girl, and then herself. Ani laid out beautiful bottles and boxes from her suitcase in numerous rows, took off the girl's glasses, and began the transformation. The audience is thanked for waiting. Today's festival is closed by the winner of the first place in the top charts, popular solo idol, Sarah Fury. The crowd roared with delight. On a high stage, in the rays of bright spotlights, a brilliant girl with pink hair appeared with a guitar on her shoulder. She was Love in the real world. She is 17 years old, is a famous idol, composer, and singer. None of the fans had any idea about her virtual hobby. The girl loved video games, where she was absolutely free. Meanwhile, Sid decided to practice fighting while his sensei was chilling somewhere. Strange bears were already attacking. Sid had to get used to striking without killing. A series of explosions passed across the planet. Among the shining constellations, among the bright galaxies, the creator, an entertaining guy, hovered. Then he smiled at his mother. Real world, 17 years old, second year of high school. Sarah came into the music industry as a baby. From the very beginning, it was unbearably difficult. Sarah sat in front of 100 spectators with the host of the show. He congratulated her on such a record. For 14 weeks, her hits had been in first place. The presenter liked the lyrics of the song about the story of the Little Mermaid. The young man and the audience were interested in how Sarah manages to write such touching lines that give goosebumps. The embarrassed diva replied that she likes to be at home alone and read collections of poetry and fairy tales. The manager forbade her to talk about it. She was very embarrassed because it was such a childhood hobby. The presenter was confused. He supported the charming and sweet singer of the main hits. She was simply lovely. Meanwhile, Uni was drinking coffee, because this cunning rubbish was deceiving the whole country. Poetry and fairy tales were complete nonsense. Gaming was her hobby. In addition to her success in music, Sarah Fury has become a successful actress, and recently had an interesting role in the drama High School Girl. A foul-mouthed girl. Sarah Fury smiled and called this role the most difficult in her entire acting career. She had to swear a lot, and she had never done that in her life. Also in Chrono Life, Boss Love shows his middle finger to Sid and calls him a complete bastard and idiot is always asking for a beating. No one appointed her as the boss, but the warrior did not accept any objections. Either she would be the boss and beat the noob, or he would train himself. Sarah coped with stress with the help of video games. Here she took out all her anger, fear, and uncertainty in the art of hand-to-hand combat. The spirit asked the owner what he was doing. He just needed to blow up this fool. But Sid decided to hide his strength and poked Love, straightening his back, calling her the boss. Love announced to the panties that practice awaits him very soon. She can't wait for the bear to kick the ass of the sissy panties. Sid was used to bruises, but still made titanic efforts not to blow her head off. He had a long way ahead of him. The small spirit called the tactics of patience the bottom. The girl realized that she always called Sid Panties without ever asking him for his nickname, although she would still call him Panties. While the two characters went deep into the forest, the Order was watching them in the cave. Their leader evoked fear on an animal level. This is what danger looked like. A bear appeared in a forest clearing. "It's time to set your Great Dane on him," the girl shouted for the monster to tear her panties to pieces. Sid rushed at the monster with a warlike roar, then slowed down and lightly poked a stray strand of fur with a wooden club. The creature fell like a heavy weight to the ground. The top of its head was missing. Love ran up and praised the panties, putting them down with one blow. Then a healthy silver sword flew towards Love. The warrior grabbed the noob by the collar and bent him to the ground. Then with her right foot, she parried the blow and sent it towards his owner. The weapon boomeranged back to its owner. Leaving a cut on his cheek, the man grabbed his sword with his hand in time to avoid taking more damage. He smiled predatorily and called Love amazing, or her equipment. Why did these freaks attack them? The boss was still holding Sid tightly by the collar. The poor noob was already suffocating in her death grip. A squad lined up in front of the girl. Love apparently forgot the voice of pain. Standing in front of her was the leader of the Halasan Volcano Guild, Mr. Dare. Also standing were Mr. Heo, Mr. Lee, Mr. Kang, Mr. O, and Mr. Choi. They had not seen the girl for a long time. They managed to miss Love. Leader Dar ordered to go on the attack. The members of Halasan rushed into battle. Each of them had their own techniques and strategies. The action began. Love barked menacingly to hide her panties behind her back. These adventures are not for his bare bottom, she will call him. Let him do some push-ups, or shake his abs or something. The warrior saw everyone. Love's graceful leg crushes his jaw and breaks his nose. Pushing off from the enemy's head, she performs a somersault in the air. These disgraces were clearly no match for her. Love concentrated and directed her combat power into the kick of a diving dragon. The guys scattered to the side like bowling pins. Meanwhile, Sid and Urus were watching the militant. The noob suggested that these guys from Halasan decided to take revenge for previous losses. While Love was finishing off a group of 20 level 1s, an elf came out of the shadows. Dare said that it was time to act. The elf smiled. With one jerk, the elf found herself opposite the warrior. Love was confused. The elf put her claws in front of her and, with an animal grin, activated the stealing skill. Love's luxurious brass knuckles were held in the steel claws of an elf. Their price was as much as 70,000 gold. Apparently, the darling was born with a golden spoon in her mouth. Sid appreciated the elf's skill. The spirit called him stealing the thief class. The noob sighed relaxedly. It's good that he has nothing to steal from him. Sid leaned back on the stone ledge. He only had his boxers on. Then it dawned on the guy. Damn it, he had the strongest weapon in Chrono Life. The boy in shorts rushed from his seat, grabbing his priceless wand. All the warriors at once turned to the screaming exhibitionist. The elf threw the precious brass knuckles to the old man. Stealing from a beggar is much more fun. The elf overtook Sid in an instant. He was afraid for his only ticket to life and hit the ground with all his might. But there was no sound. His hands were empty. Now the impudent eared one had the strongest weapon of the 99th level with infinite durability. She added that the next one would be Sid's cloak. But then the club began to glow. The enraged spirit awoke from the pickpocket's ignorance. How she dared to touch, not knowing who he was. The club hit the big-eared one and fell at the owner's feet. Sid is the owner of the weapon again. The little spirit snorted. The big-eared fool dared to touch him. The Urus has only one owner. Sid scratched the spirit behind the ears. The angry Dare yelled at the elf not to forget about her work. The pointy-eared mercenary perked up. She was a professional. Then the warrior's leg flew over the mercenary's head. The elf managed to dodge, but Love attacked the wrong one. Dare had her brass knuckles. The boss saw her brass knuckles of silence in the clutches of an annoying old man. Return the weapon at any cost. The warrior will beat the crap out of him. Love rushed at the thief. She would take her gloves back, and everything would be as before, and he would tear out his Adam's apple. But then she was hit on the head from behind by a wooden club. Her body went limp and collapsed to the ground, which caused a wave of bewilderment. Syl had just removed his own, but the noob was tired of the rudeness of the guests. He decided to use his power and will do it secretly. Here the sound of a wooden club hitting the ground is heard. A crushing explosion occurs, and the flames, without feelings and regret, devour the Halasan Volcano Guild. The thief turns to her employers. Their bodies were torn apart and scattered throughout the local surroundings. She still felt the unbearable heat of the flame with her back, but could not believe it. Sid hit her on the head. She sprawled on the ground. He was really scared today because of this long-eared thief, so it will hurt her. It's a clear day. The warrior suddenly explodes and takes a fighting position, ready to attack. Sid sits in the shade of a tree and eats a chicken leg. Loser was glad that the boss finally woke up. The guys had long left. She had brass knuckles with her. Sid asked what kind of guild Halasan was, who they were. The boss patted the panties on the cheek, reminding him not to think about putting on a mask of toughness and running into her rage, but she would tell. What does a newbie know about P2W? The evil dragon soul explained that it means pay to win. The spirit is just an NPC and should not know, but he read in the rules. These people bring the main income to the game and are the richest players. They spend about 30 billion won a month. In short, these are the people who spend billions on games. A few months ago, by pure chance, Love bought these brass knuckles at an auction. Then this guild began to pursue her in order to take away the weapon. But fortunately, they are just old men with weak skills, so Love comes out the winner every time and they have fractures. Why did they leave the brass knuckles? Sid hesitated. The old men just left them and ran away. That's how it was. Love looked at him with a stony expression on her face, since she still had the brass knuckles of silence. But these bastards will return. The obsession with these brass knuckles has gone beyond all limits. The noob thought it was strange, but they cost 10 million won. Old people who spend billions on a game are chasing 10 million brass knuckles. The reason clearly must be something else. It's obvious. Halasan Shelter, Dark Night. The surviving leader was met by a man in golden armor calling Dar useless. He handed over the mission to the 3 divine kings. Begging for a chance, Dare and his leader turned around at the sound. A malicious voice was heard. How nice it was to still keep the worthless Dare at your feet. 3 completely different men stood in the doorway in expensive suits and with high-ranking weapons, all of them pumped to the teeth. The second king continued. Dare can't be in the same league as them with his pitiful hundreds of millions of gold. The second king's net worth is 1.7 billion. The third king supported him. They have long wanted to kick out Dare. He is too soft, and he has nothing but problems. The capital of the third is 1.4 billion. The first king with fox ears and the most expensive clothes arrogantly and calmly watched what was happening. Folding his hands in rings in front of him, his capital is 2.1 billion. The second one sat down. Stupid Dare thought of hiring a mercenary, that's why he failed. Halasan has no more time to wait for him to grow into a professional, he must act. Then the first king stepped forward, straightening his velvety red hair. He said that he would do this and get the brass knuckles in half a day. There was laughter throughout the room. The man in golden armor was called Mr. King. His net worth was 12 billion. While the guild of the richest players reveled in their own power, behind them an unknown tramp in shorts was diligently picking his nose. Everyone looked at each other. The vile noob wiped his finger on the spirit. It will be difficult for him to hide his strength if these turkeys continue to bother Love. It is becoming increasingly difficult for Sid to pretend to be weak. Mr. King roared to the divine kings to finish off the young lord, and immediately rushed at him. Rub has already learned to control his power so as not to cause total harm to the fantasy world. Horror froze on the faces of the three most powerful kings. In the moonlight, the clicking of familiar heels was heard. A dazzling girl approached Halasan's lair. A dream. A girl. A killer. Mr. King called on everyone to attack the boy in shorts. The best warriors threw themselves at the noob to kill him, but this was insignificant. King growled angrily. Except for Mr. Kim and his employees, all members of the guild are donors and spend at least 10 million. Even the 5 best orders cannot look at them from above. Mr. King, who became the leader of the richest guild, started playing in the 2nd grade. The games were much simpler than now, but leveling up was more difficult without quests and raids, but even so he had a lot of fun. His parents scolded him for spending all night playing video games. He fondly remembers killing monsters at night to level up his heroes. King had a lot of responsibilities, but he came to his senses when he turned 40. He was sitting in his office, and a subordinate with a strange hairstyle came to see him. For his hard work, Mr. King wanted to please himself with something special. His subordinate brought him that same old computer from his childhood. The gift was memories and atmosphere. King was happy. His heart began to beat, as if he had returned to that time, as if he had met his first love. But he was not the only one who had changed under the yoke of time. Before him stood the strongest hero of the era, a worthless noob in shorts and with a club. Sid had already finished destroying their guild. Only 2 remained, Mr. King and Dare. The end of the P2W players was so pathetic. Why did rich idiots need to steal other people's equipment? Their time has come. Efforts were no longer needed to win the game. A couple of clicks were enough to become the strongest with the help of money. People who didn't invest a penny spread rot to win by investing money. It's simple. All the games studied turned out to be the same. The final one was the critically acclaimed Chrono Life. No matter what, King wanted to find something forgotten, something left in the past. Syl interrupted Mr. King's thoughts in golden armor and hit him with a wooden club. The fight and don't-kill tactics were already well practiced. The golden leader collapsed to the floor. The guild was finished. Sid finally said that it was tiresome with them. Let them not pester Love anymore, it's annoying. Mr. King furiously rose to his feet and called Sid the mass murderer. He wanted to know how much the noob spent. It takes a lot of money for such power. But the young man will also soon realize that he spent a lot of effort on something that does not exist. Syl did not understand what King was talking about, but he also naturally spent a whole lot of money. Mr. King wondered how much such power cost. Hundreds of billions. Sid proudly replied that he spent 55,001 on the initial equipment of a warrior, and left. The leader laughed hysterically, and asked how many games they had played since Line H. Dare with the strange hair counted 8. Mr. King called Chrono Life the most fun of all. A girl's voice was heard behind him. The girl had not been here for a long time. The lair was completely destroyed. Mr. King said that he was leaving and breaking the contract. The girl didn't think long and cut the leader in half. She had to ask the reason, but she was in a bad mood. The girl finished off the servant Dare, after which she again transformed into the goddess of life. Sid walked along the path. According to the calculation of combat experience, he reached the maximum level of level 999. He and Eurus were surprised. Chronolife is the best in terms of total number of users, active players, sales, and reviews. But it is impossible to reach the maximum level according to ProGamer Listat. Players spend days and nights in it, investing a lot of money, but none of them managed to reach the maximum level, the master level. I can't even believe that a noob in shorts was the first to reach the master level. In the square he had the 7th with a club. 800 players were first destroyed, in addition to an endless number of monsters in the dungeons, plus the hellish army of Urus, the murder of 3 million players, plus the destruction of the planet, so the world's first player with a master level was born. Now Cid will be sent into transcendental space. Our character's body will glow with yellow rays and dissolve with a bright flash in the wilderness. There, a bored love lay in the clearing and looked at the stars, cursing her panties, who said that he would only be gone for half an hour. A transcendent space in open cold space, a floating world dotted with majestic structures. Lately Cid is always being dragged somewhere without his will. The evil spirit flatteringly called the owner popular. The young man asked him to shut up. A voice was heard greeting the child, and not thinking that they would meet so quickly. Cid was truly outstanding. The guide of the best and the god of excellence appeared in front of him. From beginner to master, the necessary conditions were met. The transition to the hidden class began. The whole body in his shorts was illuminated with a warm light. His transformation began. He floated in the air. The soul of the sword penetrated his body. The soul of the bow. The soul of the shield. The soul of wands. The soul of brass knuckles, spears, daggers, clubs. The souls of all weapons penetrated his body. The change of profession was completed. The hidden class has been activated. Profession privileges have been granted. All characteristics have been reset. Unallocated points will be tripled, which will go down in the history of the gaming community. An employee entered the office of the president of Chrono Life, who was eating beef soup. The boss needed to see the problem that had arisen. We are talking about that very player. A boy in shorts and a wooden club reaches the maximum level, but that's not the problem. The shorts, he distributed all his points into one characteristic, which makes him a third-rate piece of trash with no possibility of growth. When Cid realizes this, in a fit of anger, he will again destroy their fantasy. The world with his cudgel, the director laughed and said that the forces have fun to the fullest. They do not interfere in the choice of players. This rule is inviolable. The god of excellence called to the aspiring master. He had the last step in the leadership, one chance to choose one of the superior weapons of the god. Well, the weapon was free, so Cid did not refuse. Which weapon should he choose? They both look excellent. Let the mentor give him all his weapons. God could not satisfy his request. But Cid did not let up. He should take the divine weapon himself after he had to give it to God, or he would give it back in good faith. God is angry. Cid's relationship with God deteriorated to hostility. He stuck his axe in the place where Cid was. God did not think that he would ever have to kill the chosen one. In an explosion, the giant blue god of supremacy loses half of his face. A couple of minutes ago, a crazy noob put all his points into his stamina stat, thereby guaranteeing healing after any damage, which is how he managed to survive a divine blow with an axe. The angry god sent a stream of blue light at the newcomer, which went through the boy and formed a through-hole in his body. Cid collapsed like a heavy sack to the ground. The evil spirit was afraid for him. But the body of the novice master with one characteristic began to rapidly heal. Now he is invincible even for God. The enraged god of superiority began to strike, cut the novice master in half, and each time he recovered and grew back together. This is what invulnerability and a good choice look like. Let the blue one give up his weapon and fail. Greed will one day consume him. The loser struck a vertical blow. The god has fallen. The transcendental space is destroyed. The loser returns to the main world. The excellent weapon of God lies at his feet. The inventory moves into subspace. It will always come to the call of a noob. Proud Cid returned to the clearing to love, and received a brass knuckle between the eyes. Gad asked to wait for him for half an hour. It was already the dead of night. How dare panties make love wait? He apparently wants to die. Making a huge effort on herself, she muttered through her teeth that tomorrow at 7:30 she would be here, so don't be late. Otherwise she would tear him apart. In the real world it was already past midnight. Cid said goodbye to his evil purple dragon spirit and left the virtual space. An unprepossessing young man walked through the night streets of the city. How much an excellent weapon could be sold for. Cid remembered about Gukbap, but there was no money in his wallet and he sadly stomped on. He had to take another shift at his part-time job. Then it dawned on him. In-game items can be exchanged for real money. Cid jumped happily. Chrono Life is definitely the best game in the world. The first players called the Dead Valley a forbidden place on the border of life and death, a hunting ground of the highest level, which so far no one has been able to clear. The abode of the strongest boss, a small evil spirit with a red bow tie and mustache, invites you into his home. Cid needs to work hard now, he called upon the Urus army. This day will be the beginning of the end of his poor life. He decided to collect more money. He destroyed one demon after another. Turbid of Despair, Lapis of the Abyss, Trisian of the Dawn. The 3 strongest demons of the Urus army were destroyed. Complete destruction in just 2 hits, all the monsters were killed, and valuable items fell from the sky like rain. But special creatures like Urus do not resurrect. The evil spirit silently advised his guys to just run away. The greed of the loser kicked in. He decided to farm in reserve. Once at Harvard University, they gave an interesting lecture about Bill Gates, the richest man in the world and founder of Microsoft. Even going to work and seeing that he had dollars, he did not take them. Then he would have suffered losses. It would take 2 or 3 seconds to sit down and pick up the bill, but in a second he would earn at least $150 and would lose at least $200. Meanwhile, in hell, it took about an hour, and in the end, the value of all the collected items was about 15 billion gold, or 15 billion won. Based on the lecture, Bill Gates earns about 500 million won per hour, and a simple South Korean half-time worker in a store earned more in an hour than the richest person in the world. Sid emerged from an expensive Gucci boutique. He spent a lot of money on a suit, glasses, and flip-flops from this brand. In these things, he felt like an important person. The employees of the shopping arcade put numerous packages into the brand new Lamborghini. The whole set of a tough person was now there. Sid stepped on the gas, deciding that it was time to flex his brand new luxurious Lamborghini, drove into a concrete pillar at full speed. The director of Chrono Life tiredly listened to a huge number of reports about why their company is now at the bottom because of a loser. The cost of new items is 15 billion, content is consumed 2 years in advance, and estimating the value of assets has become difficult due to rapid changes in the game. Due to recent events, people are beginning to doubt the reliability of Chrono Life, and shares are rapidly falling in price. There is no way to block transactions of this scumbag, since this function was added recently. Sid called the director of Chrono Life from a brand new blue Lamborghini and said that he was going to go spend some money. In response, a choice swear word thundered through the phone. He leaned back in his seat. The life that the loser deserved smelled like clothes, a car, watches, shoes. The last phone was bought, but something was still missing. Moreover, a key point was missing. Then it dawned on Sid, he forgot about buying an expensive apartment with panoramic windows and no furniture. Sid remembered that after moving, he needed to treat his neighbors to rice cake. He rang the doorbell and introduced himself as new. Charming Love stood at the door only in the real world in glasses. And now the real key moment happened. He met the girl and froze in silent amazement. Valley of the Dead, a squad of higher demons, a mysterious man approached them and greedily began to destroy them. He called them idiots who didn't even recognize their master. Instead of arms and legs, there were demonic claws and a purple glowing horn on their head. 3 purple tentacles emerged from his back, tearing his flesh, and pierced the 3 strongest demons of Urus with lightning speed. Then these vile tentacles began to suck out of the demons their characteristics, hidden and unique skills. The demons screamed in pain. Streams flowed along the tentacles into the host's body. It was the lost head of Ursus, and it was born to exterminate all people. His name was Huracan. His skin was covered with scales. His eyes sparkled with hunger and bloodlust. In front of the loser stood the first idol in the music industry, the dazzling Sarah Fury in real life, the author and performer of her own songs. In Chrono Life, her name was Love. She was a warrior in lavender gear with a bad temper, a heavy hand, and an uncontrollable flow of foul language. But then our guy didn't recognize her. She was too radiant and sweet. The idol happily accepted the cake and was very polite. How could Love be recognized here? The door to the idol's apartment slammed shut. She had already seen her new neighbor somewhere. She immediately remembered the panties, but no, they didn't look alike at all. So the two did not recognize each other due to the fact that their characters were different from the real ones. Uni ordered to take off her school uniform. She already had to go to the shoot. Satisfied, Uni said that they could reschedule the shooting, and so she would finish at 7:30. The girl turned around and went to get dressed. She smiled mysteriously at her ward. Miss met someone special in her game. What a delight. Who is he, meanwhile? There is not a single mob left in the Valley of the Dead. They all escaped or something. But their area of movement is limited by the program. Urus felt a familiar and at the same time menacing aura, but I just can't understand what's going on. Meanwhile, the most dangerous snow snake, Elaros, a summonable boss of level 190, crawled in. Huracan dug into her with his tentacles. Purple veins bulged. Drool ran down the killer's face. But this was not enough for him. Huracan has a long way to go. A killer girl flew up to the monster from the heights of heaven. She enjoyed the gluttony of her beloved child. Huracan stuck his tentacles into the goddess of life. She looked delicious. The girl turned into a withered old woman. The winged goddess fell into the snow, but the absorption failed. She regenerated. Mommy doesn't like such surprises. Huracan is having a bad day or puberty has begun. Huracan was sure that he had absorbed it. Apparently it was hallucination magic. It was probably inedible, and it smelled like Huracan himself. The lady pointed towards the nearest city, surrounded by mountains, peaks, and wild nature. There is plenty of food for her baby. Let her eat as much as she wants. From these words, thick drool flowed from the toothy mouth. The eyes lit up with a predatory gleam. The scaly, powerful tail wagged. There was a feast. The monster's body soared into the sky. Now he has become the main problem of fantasy. The world of chronolife. He was born to exterminate people. Huracan fell upon the city, unsuspecting people. Its tentacles did not leave a single resident of the city unattended. Their eyes were filled with fear. A bloody mess, heart-rending death cries, hundreds of dried corpses dotted the main square of the once safe and pleasant town. In all this madness, Huracan, born to exterminate people, ruled. All the players became food for the insatiable lizard, in a place where both experienced high-ranking warriors and newcomers fought side by side. The frontline village did not want to die without a fight. Many newcomers lived there, but no one could defeat the hungry beast. An employee burst into the director's office again, on YouTube in all communities. The support service was paralyzed. Characters were deleted if they were killed by Huracan. The mass murderer is actually a hacker. Chronolife has disgraced itself and can't cope. The company's office is full of idiots. With such lags, no one needs it. The director of the company asked if Huracan had come out of hibernation. The employee confirmed this information. Then the boss ordered to do something for two characters, Huracan and the winged lady. The goddess was touched by the unbridled hunger of her child. She killed the whole village at once. What a clever girl. She told him where to find a delicious delicacy. An enraged Love was screaming in the clearing. Her panties were late again, although she said that she would release her guts where she carried this brat. In front of her stood a scaly lizard with dead eyes, predatory eyes, rotten fangs. He smelled of hellish hunger. In front of her was a boss of level 999. Meanwhile, in the palace square, the broken-spirited commander-in-chief of the alliance of the 5 largest guilds, the King of Arden, was staggering back and forth. His appearances on single broadcasts, live broadcasts, and YouTube were always accompanied by unique charisma. He had no equal in chronolife, but after the end of the world, the alliance was disbanded. After taking all the responsibility upon himself, Solo fell to the very bottom, constantly repeating that all the guilds of the world were at his royal feet. He was the supreme commander, damn it. Iron Solo will not fall like this. Here in the center of the square, explosions were heard, and a shock wave spread. A monster appeared, although the village was considered a safe zone. On this day, the king witnessed a scene after which most of the players were removed. Unimaginable chaos reigned in the frontline village. 2 people flew over the city, a purple scaly lizard with an uncontrollable hunger, and a goddess it is unknown whose desire to kill was greater. Meanwhile, the insatiable lizard-like child had already found her delicacy. So carefully selected by her mother, Love immediately realized that this was clearly not a player in front of her. The goddess of life was glad to meet the boss. Only panties call her that, so they know each other. Love exhaled and asked why the lizard had such a frightening appearance. She almost punched him. She started playing with panties recently. He was creepy and stuck, but he asked her so. The goddess of life said that she was terribly annoying. Then Love was pierced by a purple tentacle. The fool needed to die. Huracan finished her to the end. He liked her. The goddess of life said that it was not surprising that it was delicious for him, because the girl was a piece of God. Only a lavender ribbon remained from Love. They needed to take a walk, that the baby tasted even more delicacies. Then the main character appeared behind them, who, as always, was late, and missed the execution of his friend. Noticing the already familiar bangs and a healthy lizard in drool, asked where these bastards were going. The goddess immediately chirped praises for Mr. Loser. Sid told her to shut the door and remove her hoof from Love's bandage. The sword girl removed her foot, saying that she stepped on it by accident. Then he called out to the lizard with tentacles. He will start by beating him. The sound of a wooden club and crushing. Sid gives the last chance to the mischief to crawl away from here. The goddess of life, as always, mocked the loser. Are there really such beautiful mischief makers? Besides, his enemy was standing right in front of him. And in general, stop pretending to be cool. Everyone is on their own here. Then the fury of a hungry predator fell from the clouds of a rising bullet. The girl called him her son. Huracan managed to survive the strongest blow of a wooden club. Who was he? Huracan left a mark of his claws on Sid's thin body, but he quickly healed the wounds. The enemy hovering in the sky responded by simply dodging the blow. Then it dawned on Sid. His blows were normal. He focused and called on his power, activating a special sword spirit skill. The master called out to the younger lizard. He will use the skill for the first time. If the lizard gets caught, he will be wounded. Let him try to dodge, activating an uncontrollable fiery tornado. Longing for his boss burst out of our character's chest. He was already attached to her in her blows. his deadly whirlwind destroyed everything in its path. This skill is called continuous cut, with the help of which the owner cuts the enemy for a long time, is the basic skill of a swordsman. Meanwhile, the surviving Solo was walking through the flowering meadow, and broadcasting live there were already 250 spectators. They ordered the toilets in the shopping center to be guarded. The king turned on the broadcast mode. This is a built-in function for in-game broadcasts. Any Chrono Life player can use it, but he made a mistake. During the Doomsday Massacre, the broadcast mode was not turned off to successfully carry out the raid operation. So to this day, the mass psychopathic killer has not been identified. Iron Solo was calming down, returning to the day of his collapse, one person against 3 million. The company claims that this is not a hacker or a bug, but how can you believe it? And now a monster that deletes characters. The gaming company treats players like pigs for slaughter. Those who were removed by the scaly monster are asked to join the broadcast. Right now, Solo is tracking down this lizard. Today there will be a full disclosure. The king will tell the revealing truth about the monster that is removing other players from the game live. Subscribe to the channel and like. The king is with you. The purple lizard was not seriously injured and dodged all of Cid's blows. Urus said that he was born to kill. He is the main boss of Chrono Life and the first lost head of Urus. Urus always felt this. He knew that he did not seem to be in the Dead Valley then. The spirit told the owner that it was this guy who was behind the disappearance of monsters in his domain. The lizard, tired from a long fuss, rushed at Cid. The loser hit the approaching lizard on the head with a wooden club, but did not deal a fatal blow. Cid dealt a series of non-lethal blows, using a version of a continuous gap. A long-eared reporter ran up to the fight of the century and froze. Because of this guy, the end of the world happened. Then Iron lost absolutely everything, pulled the string of his bow and took aim. But then the dragon's horn fell off, and messages began to appear on the air that the characters were being resurrected. The stolen souls were returned to the players. Hurakan's level was reduced to rank 723 from rank 999. Cid asked what was the matter. He dodged attacks so well, why suddenly he slowed down. The energy he absorbed returned to its previous owners. The administration of the game watched all the action. The employee realized that the player's data had been moved to the lizard's horn. The director said that it was a shame for the team lead not to know this, but the guy was actually a designer. It dawned on Cid that if you finish off the lizard, Boss Love will also return. He activated a continuous cut, a non-lethal version. Live comments flowed like a river. There were already intercessors whose characters returned, thanks to the killer. No one remained indifferent. Sarah Fury rooted for the panties with all her heart, replaying their memories together in her head. The guy was the strongest all this time. All the energy had left the scaly bastard's body. He was at level 180. His deflated body spoke for itself. It was time to call it a day. Cid raised his baton, pleased with his results. But then the predatory tentacle of Hurakan passed through the loser with lightning speed. The lizard sucked out his energy and changed before his eyes. He is a creature that will destroy humanity. The target's level, stats, and skills were absorbed. The panty's body was drained of every last drop of his life. The 99th level wooden club fell onto the green grass, deprived of its owner. The boss's horn has been restored. This is the first time he has eaten such a delicious dish. Hurakan's level is 999 again. But this is not enough. He will never be able to satisfy his hunger. The hidden healing factor was activated. The damaged parts of the body were restored. The lizard's stomach was swollen. Its skin was stretched and was about to burst. A head broke through his sticky skin. Hurakan roared in pain. His head turned towards the lizard and began to laugh hysterically. The boss screamed heart-rendingly. Healing factor, enhanced recovery. Immediate healing is guaranteed after any damage. Complete immunity to status effects such as poison, paralysis, disease. Everyone in the world watched this disgusting picture. No one understood what kind of nonsense was going on. It was Mr. Loser, Cid, the panties, the pathetic noob. He laughed because he felt like a worm. He mocked the exhausted lizard. Then the skin pulsated and Cid returned to his previous appearance. After the damage, guaranteed healing occurred. When the healing factor was activated, the absorbed cells returned to the original owner. However, most of them merged with Urkin's cells, because of which the strongest lizard himself was absorbed under the influence of the healing factor. The main character in shorts let out a loud purple burp. Along with the cells of the scaly monster, the hidden skill of its gluttony was acquired, which absorbs all the characteristics, skills, points, and levels of the target when it is eaten. The goddess of life, even as a mother, is not very good. She could not give birth to him. She is only 21. Like the loser, he was a named son. The goddess of life made a cut in the material. A monster crawled out. The evil one placed itself in his hand and said that they would see each other soon. The cigar of the director of Chrono Life fell. He ordered to publish a note and organize consoling events and continued to monitor the objects. Huracan dropped out. The goddess of life named Luna remained. There was a celebration. Trumpets sounded. Villagers and arriving travelers welcomed the new hero, the mass murderer Sid. The power of the loser was revealed. About 200,000 people watched the broadcast and witnessed his stunning superiority. One onlooker left the crowd. People forgot that in front of them was a mass murderer, because of whom the end of the world came. Then Solo came out of the crowd and joyfully patted Sid on the shoulder. He benefited more than anyone from this stream, and is now the most popular streamer. Iron invited the loser to join his guild. Other proposals were heard. Everyone wanted to get Sid to join them. The loser rushed out of the crowd, tearing him apart, and with all his might, slammed into a huge golden statue of himself in branded equipment, panties. And when he turned around, he saw a whole crowd in panties. King was in the lead in white shorts and bragged that this outfit was definitely worth a ton of money spent. He liked the action, just like he thought Sid was the man. It was King who built him a golden, healthy monument in his underpants. The Hallison Guild sold all its uniforms to erect this statue. It cost more than 20 million. The idol lamented the fact that she didn't immediately guess who was behind the white panties. The enemies that disappeared in an instant. The bare hairs, her brass knuckles. Why he deceived her. The idol of millions had a panic attack. She was choking, feeling like a defenseless baby in her bedroom again. Finally, the crowd calmed down. Then love appeared in front of him. He realized what he missed so much and joyfully approached her, putting her ribbon around her neck, which he kept. The loser began to tell another lie. The warrior's eyes flashed. She knows that he is a pathetic liar, and he brought her a rice cake. Sid realized that love was the idol of gray fury. The girl admitted, in front of the entire crowd, that she had been hiding the secret for so long. Unnie screamed at the entire residential complex. Sarah exposed herself to the whole country and became the most discussed news on the internet. Journalists spent the night at the door. Unfounded rumors are spreading everywhere, and even customize the character to suit your appearance, even if you change your hairstyle. Sarah had no intention of hiding her passion for gaming. Games are a sin or something. Why hide it? Then the image will not be destroyed. But it was Unnie who made her lie from the very beginning, and Sarah generally hates lying to her fans. She doesn't want to wear this mask. Sarah plopped down on her bed and turned on the virtual glasses, device activation, retinal scanning, user authorization completed. Connection to the fantasy world of Chrono Life. Little Fury was plunged into memories by surging emotions. She is still just a baby in a cute green dress. She is 5 years old, and she performs in front of a group of children with a song about a bunny, having discovered her talent for singing. A little genius in the music industry, who made her debut at the age of 5 on a huge stage with a crowd of spectators, the singer from Paradise was reborn. A brilliant start to her career. However, the tragedy seemed to be waiting for the right time. The bud of a beautiful flower was trampled by vile adults, those who were supposed to protect her, her parents. Money was to blame. Some may say that this happens all the time in the entertainment industry, but for the little girl it became a tragedy. It was as if she had turned into the hero of a snotty drama. She was overloaded with work. Various music programs, talk shows, programs of all kinds, many advertising shoots. She coped with a schedule that was unbearable even for an adult because of her parents. The baby became a commodity. The adults did not let her breathe, knocking all possible and impossible resources out of her, always demanding more and better because they still love her. But we must try harder. Her small body quickly exhausted itself. A special broadcast at the end of the year, the highest rating of all time. An impressive final performance, and under enormous pressure, the charming little girl vomited right on stage under the spotlight. Her parents, the entire film crew, and the set became witnesses to her shame. Her small body could no longer stand it and rejected any pressure. The baby needed rest. Bawling little, with snot pouring out of her nose, with vomit on her lips, and in complete horror, Sarah turned to her parents, but they only disdainfully covered their faces with their hands. She received a deep scar on her heart. Now she was sitting alone in the Chrono Life clearing. She was interrupted by a loser. He was worried about her, but love sent him. Sid didn't understand what was wrong with her. His spirit called Sid a mug. The girl was angry that she was deceived. She needed to apologize. Sid did just that, but that wasn't enough for love. Then, out of nowhere, a huge griffin appeared and grabbed the warrior with its clawed paw. The loser didn't even have time to understand what had happened. Then from behind the back of the mighty and magnificent griffin, his rider with a long ashen scythe appeared. Apparently he grabbed the warrior too sharply. She should not have lost consciousness. The rider's entire body was covered in stitches. His body parts were mended. His eyes were the color of ice. He would borrow Sira for a while. Other people wanted to see her. A disgruntled loser was already yelling below, covering him with obscenities. The rider began to gain altitude. The loser activated a vertical kick, but the rider, with a smile on his face, activated the fifth reflection panorama. The blast wave reflected from the horseman's magic mirror and returned like a fiery tornado to Sid. The challenge was visible from space. The loser in his shorts had his hand torn off. The loser's hand has grown back. The handsome guy's name is Habek, and he is the god of water, a creature of the same kind as Urus himself. During the trip, Habek's mirror box cracked. Besides that person, Sid was the only one who was able to break it. It will take time to repair. However, such an ordinary person does not deserve to carry a particle of God within himself. An unconscious warrior was dangling in the claws of a beautiful griffin. Western Forest, Hidden Tower. Sarah Fury regained consciousness and found that she was in an unfamiliar place. In front of her was a giant griffin who was preening its feathers and a most beautiful young man with an ashen scythe. Habek did not want to harm the idol and told him to calm down. The handsome man stroked his mighty griffin on the back of the neck. God just brought the girl here. They want to see Sarah Fury. The girl did not understand anything. Then her face was distorted by a grimace of a little shock. A couple entered the room. Her own mother and father stood in front of her. They smiled at her, as if nothing had happened. As if nothing had happened. The idol immediately felt like that little girl who was incredibly scared and sought protection from those closest to her, and was so cruelly rejected she decided to end her singing career. But some people could not come to terms with this. Her parents did not allow her to leave. They beat her, psychologically pressured her and scared her. They love her money, or rather their daughter, so much. That's why they do this to her. She doesn't understand anything. For long and painful years, the young star could not end her hated career. When her income completely dried up, her mom and dad finally crossed the line. They sold their daughter to everyone. These people did not deserve to be called parents. They had an only child, and they turned his life into constant pain and fear. Miraculously, the baby managed to escape. So the baby was freed from hell. Guardianship deprived these freaks of parental rights. They wanted to appeal the court ruling, but it didn't work. Sarah got rid of them. However, a broken psyche can no longer be cured. The girl suffered severe trauma due to a vile lie. From that day, she did not leave the room. She escaped from the real world into video games. She sat alone in her room all day. Her vision was rapidly deteriorating, and she was prescribed glasses because of the painful memories of those days. She became anxious to take them off. The legendary day when the little girl, wounded to the very soul, decides to leave her room will be told later, and the heroine Ani will appear here. The poor girl started to shake. These bastards were in the game. They saw an article about their little girl playing Chrono Life. Habek turned up to them just in time. The daughter has grown up so much, they only saw her on TV. They are pleased to watch her even like that. The world is so cruel. How could custody divide parents and their child? Let Sarah forgive them and they will go back to those happy money times. Meanwhile, Habek noticed that the panties are already here. People don't know about this place, but apparently Urus showed the way because Habak and Urus are of the same blood. Sid told him to shut up. It's time to fight. Habek contentedly snapped his fingers, and his feathered griffin rushed upward. Then another griffin appeared from the flying feather. And so on, a whole 100. He activated the fourth panorama photocopy. The loser did not yet realize its power and acted out of habit, beating everyone with a club. But the griffins multiplied after each blow. Urus explained that this was the skill of the fourth mirror. He needed to be careful. The early reflection skill repels all magical and physical attacks, meaning he is invulnerable even to level 99 weapons. The loser was outraged by such a lack of balance in the game. Urus looked at him with a straight face. It's not a loser to talk about balance. He became the strongest here only thanks to a bug that he still uses to this day. Habek is not a player in any case, so there can be no question of balance. The god of water is also a boss. He must be defeated. How interesting. One of the griffins attacked the panties from the back and pierced them with his clawed paw, after which the character was completely enraged. The mysterious object in his hands cracked even more. Habek was shocked, and at this time a wooden club appeared on his face. Sid said that since Habek was so similar to Urus, that means he was also a weakling. The god of war cheerfully replied that the loser himself was abnormal. The smile of the water god reminded Sid of that mischief with bangs. Loser asked why they kidnapped Boss Love, and what kind of particle of god was that? Habek did not answer. The newcomer completely dissipated in anger. Habek looked at his item. It was almost broken, but it can be used one more time. A blue flash, a copy of it stood in front of Sid. The photocopy skill implies a complete copy of the target's skills, his fighting techniques and tactics, manner of communication, gestures, intonation, and way of thinking. The blue copy raised his club and hit the ground with it, activating the tactic of Zerzarian Virapen. He is, after all, a mirror copy, so he pronounces the words according to the mirror image. Sid yelled that his affairs were bad. From such a blow, all the lives of the panties ended. The guy was defeated by his own skill of self-reflection. Habak watched the action with pleasure. If he had known about such an extravaganza of power, he would have immediately copied Mr. Hero in shorts, just a sight for sore eyes. Habak noticed that the strongest boss had become very cute. The dragon looked at him with a stony look and told him to shut up. Seriousness appeared on the face of the water god. He asked if he could squeeze Urus's cheeks. The dragon called him an idiot. A bag of flesh collapsed between them. It was pulsating. Urus realized that he was starting a bodysuit again. Horror. Now it would be disgusting and disgusting. The healing factor was activated. The emerging loser emerged from the bodily fluid. His lives were restored. Habaek barely restrained the urge to vomit. Then a leather dough similar to a plasticine figurine made by a 4-year-old child discovered fake panties. Urus said that now a loser looks more like a fake. Sid showed him the finger. The blue loser activated the non-fatal blow skill, and again, with all his strength, hit the original loser in shorts, who had not even had time to form. But a moment later, the dough returned to the usual appearance of Sid, and he swung his club, a collision of ice and fire of the same crushing power. This has never happened in the history of the world. 2 lasers in shorts delivered a series of identical blows with stunning power. No one retreated. The seeds were absolutely equivalent. Then the healing factor was activated. And then again, an identical battle and so on in a circle. Habek and Urus were already watching the losers in shorts with stone faces. They got it. To distract himself, the god of water said that his goal was only a particle of God. The dragon thought that he was talking about boss love, but Habek only laughed out loud at the proposal. How can any person be something so worthy? The girl is simply the owner of a part of God. Meanwhile, the mother grabbed her daughter's hand and asked where the brass knuckles of silence were. They contained a piece of God, and it wasn't the huge price for them. Items in Chrono Life have been divided into different classes. The first being the most infamous. This is the normal class. The second class is called Rare. It includes gear, equipment, and weapons of a higher level and with a high price tag, which is not available to everyone. The third class is called Unique. Top things. The best equipment, the best armor and armor, awesome combat devices, powerful weapons for a decent price, of course. Well, the last fourth class is called Divine, which includes the brass knuckles of silence of the boss Love. Since they contain a particle of God, the class is especially valued among the gods. There is also a superior class, but it is considered a myth. No one has ever seen anything like this rank. Urus thought to himself that he not only saw it, but also participated in its marketing. The goddess of life and the long-haired hippie had a picnic. They watched the action, chewing mini sandwiches, accusing Habek of being a spoiler, although many already guessed it. The creator added that the moon also collected particles, but did not expect that Hurakan would absorb one of them. That's bad luck. The characteristics and controls of the 2 underpants losers are identical, but there is one major difference, and that is the difference between a real user and a bot. Unlike the human Mr. Loser, his copy does not make mistakes due to fatigue, and this radically changes the situation. Urus jerked towards his master in horror while he was healing again. This time he was in danger. All the enemies died in one hit. It was so annoying he doesn't want to kill the fake. He wants to continue playing with him. The demon pierced him with a stone gaze. There were 2 ways to deal with the enemy. The first method is no longer original. Destroy the planet, the fake will disappear, and love will return. The creator and the killer girl with bangs looked at each other. Cold sweat ran down their faces, and they exhaled in relief. Compared to other bosses and Chrono Life, the God of Water is on a different level. His 8 panoramas are just a cheat skill. You can't defeat him in solo. It took no time for the mother to interrogate poor Sarah where her brass knuckles were. She would not be angry with her. This is a small thing for love, but they will be paid generously. They gave birth to an ungrateful girl. Let him do at least something. Sarah didn't know where they were. She had lost them recently. The father came up to them and slapped the poor girl, choking from tears with all his might. Sarah assured Daddy he continued to hit the unfortunate woman in the face. Ungrateful. Without them, she was nothing. She would not exist. Who fed her, dressed her, changed diapers, put her to bed, and how her daughter repaid her. Love was always the only way to earn money for them. A magic mark lit up under the losers. Sid decided to use Urken's gluttony skill. Tentacles came out of his mouth and attached themselves to the copy. The problem was that photocopies could copy new skills. The fake loser also released a tentacle from his mouth and launched it at Sid. The enemy is his reflection, which means he also has the skill of gluttony, as well as a high-performance battery as a healing factor. The use of the second battery is activated. The second tentacle pierces the body of the water god. The first tentacle was a feint to allow the second attack to reach the main target of the water god himself, his body withering before his eyes, and with it, the fake panties began to shimmer. If the creator is dying, then the photocopy will disappear. Well, Sid really had fun, but things don't wait. The god of water gave him pleasure. He cut off the gray tentacle and called the loser problematic. Habak decided to retreat and said goodbye to the loser. Habak didn't know that Huracan had absorbed a particle of Bogu. A satisfied Luna shook her head, finishing her sandwich. She didn't tell him anything, but Sid did not give anyone the right to a pathetic escape. The lizard runs away, leaving its tail. Habak threw his magic object to Sid. The mirror of the water god. One of the skills of the 8 panoramas is sealed in it. Habak called it a reward and asked to be released for this. But the loser knew that many more sensible objects would fall from the body of the water god. The water god agreed. It was reasonable, but even the devil can cry. If Habak dies, his mirror will stop working, so it will be more profitable for him to leave alive. After which the water god dissolves into blue pixels. The owner of Habak's mirror has changed. Sid accepted this reality. The situation is not bad at all, and Habak was not his main task, but an additional game. He needs boss love. Meanwhile, the face of the beautiful pink-haired girl was showered with heavy and merciless blows. She is to blame for their insignificance and uselessness. They suffer so much without money. Let her obediently listen to her parents. When Sarah Fury fell to the ground exhausted, the bastard mom and dad decided that they no longer needed brass knuckles of silence. Now the best idol would pay them. And the daughter loves her parents. This is a virtual fantasy world and the restrictions of the court do not apply here. Now she cannot even run away from them. Their family will be together forever. Sarah begged to be rescued from this hell. They were interrupted by Sid picking his nose. Love could just stop playing. Another one stuck to their ATM, followed by a blow to the jaw. Non-lethal blow activated. Even a loser is usually rude. He has respect for elders. That old man with the moronic hairstyle was an exception. In neither world, parents beat their child and extort money. Sid could not stand it when reality was repeated in the game. The loser asks the girl why she suddenly meekly endures all the blows of these wretched people. They are nobody. Her level is higher here. Sierra's eyes flashed. But they immediately went out. They are parents. This can't be done. The loser in his shorts picked his nose again. Why play if you still behave insignificantly and endure everything? Here, Sarah Fury burst into tears. Her pain could no longer be contained. But what does the loser know about how she lived all this time? For which she immediately slapped her mother in the face, because she and her father are the victims here, and not this scum. The stone has more hearts than the auntie. Boss Love has a high-strength stat even without brass knuckles. Her bare blows will sting unpleasantly. Sarah delivers a furious blow between the eyes of the mother. After this day, Sarah no longer suppressed her personality. She openly told the whole country that her character was love. All the viewers thought that the idol wouldn't hurt a fly. The game. The idol replied that beating monsters helps cope with stress. The girl overcame her trauma and moved on with her life. Her anxiety went away, and she no longer needed glasses. The cute idol was different from his character, but the girl was no different. It was the fantasy world that revealed her true essence. Everyone froze. The loser watched Sierra's interview in front of the TV. The fans supported her. There were many more of them. The idol overcame her injury. She emerged from the virtual game world of Chrono Life as a real person, and her real life also became happy, which made Mr. Panties incredibly happy. The boy launched Chrono Life. The pixels take the character into the world of adventure and romance. Love yells in his face. He's late again. Sierra should be on air now. The interview was recorded in advance. After her recovery, the idol did not abandon the game and Mr. Panties. Her schedule was cut by a third, unthinkably. The charming Love accepted the Panties' apology, finally chirped that she herself was a beginner, and asked the great sensei to teach her. The best game where there are many guilds, the best of the best are in the top 5. Their reputation matches them well. They have the best resources and qualities. However, one of these guilds took a completely different path. Their comprehensive information network covers the entire continent. All members of the guild belong to the Thief clan, but it was destroyed in one night. But one noble thief remained alive. He cut the body of the attacker into 2 parts. But suddenly his head came to life and spoke. A blue magical star formed in the air, and then the star appeared behind the thief's back, and the enemy pierced him with a sword. The invader took on the mask of a noble thief and replied that he was having a lot of fun. A cart was driving along the road. The reins were held by an elderly farmer, and the transport itself was carried by a giant lavender cat with a horn and a bell around its neck. Sid was chewing a chicken leg. Love was studying a map of the area. They were riding on the popular Meow, Cart, the demon. Cat was transported here and tamed. The founder of this service was an ordinary tamer. The heroes were heading to the Stone Mountain. The highest point is 1,205 meters above sea level. The monsters there are level 30. They come here to increase their level. The loser only heard and read all this. He had never been there himself, since the 7th level was insurmountable for him. The introduction turned out to be long. The main reason for their trip to train Sweet Love, not the request, turned out to be more serious than he thought. To what level to pump her? Maybe straight into the Urus nest and finish it to the maximum. Loser gave excellent brass knuckles to Love. They seemed to him a suitable gift for her. The girl cried with happiness. This was her first gift. The most popular idol owes it to herself to be inundated with gifts from fans. She thanked the panties for everything. She will use them carefully. Then the purple cat suddenly went berserk. The cart stopped abruptly. The chicken leg and excellent brass knuckles flew to the side. The guys landed as awkwardly as possible. The healthy cat kept calming down. He hissed and got angry. The driver tried to calm the idiot down, but then an unknown traveler appeared in front of them, who caused such a reaction in the cat. The traveler asked for help. Only his name is known, and that he is not an ordinary user. He knows how to copy objects, and an exact copy of a Korean mask appeared before the traveler's eyes. Hong is from the Guild of Noble Robbery and Theft. Everyone knows him. He was on the day when the loser killed 3 million players. The trophy guy destroyed his guild. Why would he help him? Hong apologized and decided to introduce himself before asking for help. Hong took off his mask. Under it, there was a girl with an angelic appearance named Dea. Sid would be happy to help her. This is generally his calling. Anything for Miss. Love hissed to herself. Just look at this idiot. Dea thanked her for the help. They won't regret it, and put her mask back on. After all, this also applies to them. The guys will also suffer, although they are not aware of it, especially the panties. So all the players are interconnected. The Chronolife headquarters, server support team, team lead are free, and 2 young guys need to work overtime according to their words. The head of server support, the team lead, will work instead of them. Everyone will go home. The boss was a mustachioed, unpleasant, and deceitful guy named Cook Shane. Young Ganson said that the boss often worked night shifts, apparently had not yet reconciled with his wife. Shane kicked everyone out and left Ganshon, a generation of idiots. They only want to play the fool. Damn millennials and Sumerians. Cook knew how to balance between work and life. He took out virtual reality glasses. It's time to earn some money. Let these freaks stay at the bottom. Activation of the virtual reality glasses device is completed. Retinal recognition is in progress. User authorization is completed. Connection to Chronolife is in progress. Manager rights have been detected. Welcome to the game, Trophy Guy. He summoned the sword of the God of War of the 99th level of a unique class, exists in a single copy, and has destructive power. It's time to work overtime. His level was 999. The vile guy fell off like a freak and chose the next target. A weapon that no player has ever achieved, a weapon of the highest category. The best dream weapon was in the hands of the warrior Love. Excellent brass knuckles are now associated with the boss. The shock force from the activation of the brass knuckles swept across the area. But then the brass knuckles were sealed and began to look different due to their insufficient level. Most of the weapon's capabilities were also sealed. With a low level, a unique item would be much better. Then a hand in brass knuckles falls down onto a cobblestone. An explosion occurs under Love's butt, and she barely touched it. And this is called a sealed weapon, and it's fucking powerful. It even threw a loser in shorts to the side. He himself fell, but kept his leg in his teeth. Urus said that there was nothing special about him. It seems that in the superior class, everything is primitive. The demon dreamed of seeing him so much. It's a shame. Sid joined his chewing spirit with his chicken leg. He needs to help Hong or DEI since this concerns himself, even though he didn't know any trophy guy. Dea explained, this Contig claimed that his goal is fun, but this is a blatant lie. His goal was money. He copies items and sells them. Sid is also a merchant or a dark player. Recently, a loser sold a lot of items from the Dead Valley of Urus. The lots depreciated in value. The quantity fluctuated, but it was legal. The trophy degenerate did not legally exceed his authority. The main idea of what was said reached Sid, how they were devalued, and how much he sold them for then. Dea humbled him with a stony look, because now this is not important at all. Sid is connected with an arrogant asshole. If everything is left as it is, the economy of Chronolife will collapse, Sid suggested, reporting him to the support service, picking his nose. Then the account will be blocked and there will be a happy ending. The loser has become a genius again. Dea laughed. Sid is much dumber than she thought. The service will only receive a template answer. It will not solve this. Only Mr. Loser had the strength to deal with him. Since he killed 3 million players at once, Dea was counting on him. After which she jumped out of the cat carriage. You have to find the trophy bastard and destroy him before he destroys the game. It becomes a harder sell if you leave him alone, so there is no choice, and it's annoying. The heroes cannot wander blindly in search of this asshole. They need ideas, since they cannot report to support. There can only be one reason. This is a conspiracy from higher-ups. Sid called the president to eat Gookpub, otherwise he would crash the server again, after which the loser turned off his phone. The director lamented, "What an idiot." Satisfied with his idea, the loser ran to complain to President Chronodave, since the support was tied up and did not respond. The most popular idol, Sierra Fury, was standing in the open door. She also decided to go. She warned Unnie that she would go for a walk with panties. She didn't care if they were noticed together. The manager was happy for her. The director opened the door. 2 people were sitting at the table. A young girl with pink hair and an arrogant young man in a Gucci suit. The director began to strangle Sid. Thanks to him, he still has a baton. He's nothing without it, and allows Fall to dictate. The director, in a rage, only noticed the girl opposite. Thinking that this was the girl of a loser, Sierra smiled at this assumption. Sid replied that she is the most popular idol, and if rich people talk such crap, then her fans will curse them all. The girl was fed up with these two. She hit the table with her fists and suggested getting down to business. Stop doing nonsense. Everyone should go to Gookpub. Cole Fall was eating his soup. Someone is copying items and selling them. What do these kids take their VR technology for? The government approved in-game transactions for a reason. A brilliant hacker who broke into the national security system, this Hong made a mistake. The probability is less than 1/100%. He must have used a bug, but such a bug does not exist. The charming idol with cotton candy hair suggested that if a break-in was impossible from the outside, it could be done from the inside. Cole replied that even at the manager level, it was impossible. Cole Fall went about his business and let the kids enjoy their date. Sid shouted that he forgot to pay the bill. The word date echoed in Sarah's head. After leaving the establishment, the boss asked to prepare 5 people who know how to keep secrets. They have a lot of work to do today. Love thought, if it's all about money, then why destroy an entire guild of noble robbery and theft? This is strange and illogical. Sid suggested that they have a lot of items. If he can copy anything and sell it, then why did he attack ordinary users, and also the information guild? Sid opened his mouth to answer, but he didn't know. The loser took a bite from the leg, and confirmed that he was not a particularly smart character. Then suddenly there was an explosion right next to the guys. Love fell to the ground. Sid immediately jumped up from his seat and rushed to the epicenter of the events along with his chicken leg. Among the columns of dust, the exhausted god of water sat on his knees. His hand was cut off. His whole body was wounded. In front of him stood a bastard trophy guy with the sword of the god of war. Rumors seriously exaggerated Habek's strength. If the manager is caught, he will be at the bottom in both worlds, both virtual and real. No one likes rats. The trophy guy squeezed the throat of the water god. Unique bosses cannot be restored. If he doesn't want to be smashed into pieces, let him quickly answer the questions posed to him. Behind the drama, a woman's voice was heard. He told the psycho to stop splashing with drool, even reaching the beautiful lady. Did she really appear? The trophy guy was thinking of visiting the girl later, and she herself appeared. What a service. He will deal with the god of water, and then he will deal with the goddess of life. Having logged into the manager's account, he behaves like those preoccupied idiots. Whole shells of choice obscenities flew in her direction. The psycho threw Habek's body away from him, walked right up to Luna and asked where the master was. She might not answer right away. They were in no hurry. The manager will cut off all her limbs and hang her on a tree. Cauterize the wounds with fire so that she doesn't die, and they will talk all night. The goddess of life drew a parallel with Sid. They were somewhat similar, but still they were opposites. A click, and the monster was flattened by the monster's foot. The voice of a trophy guy called out to her. He had completely forgotten about this thing. The moon is his mistress. That's where such self-confidence comes from. It will be troublesome with the girl, but it will be a pleasure. Luna rolled her eyes. The shit is still alive. Well, this time she will definitely kill him because he is trash and should not live at all. A red field with codes appeared around her. Luna did not understand anything. This was the space of the GM zone. The game manager uses the space for privileged users or used for game maintenance, such as testing. Panties and Boss Love were already rushing towards these two. They ran towards the flashes of explosions, knowing that this was the work of a psycho. Sid also thinks that it is one of his own. Fall then dismissed this version, but his face said otherwise. A rat in the headquarters, a trophy guy destroyed the guild single-handedly. which means he created a super account and is now at work. Love said that's true, but panties should run faster. Sid didn't invest anything in agility, so he's in trouble with physical training. Love and Sid came across the one-armed Habek. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. The boss immediately remembered him, the freak who didn't kidnap. The god of water told about the attack. He also moved the moon to GM. Space. Sid's thoughts were confirmed. He really is the manager. But who is the moon? Habek was surprised. She was chatting about how hopelessly Panties was in love with her. Love was twisted with a grimace of disdain. Sid stood with a stone face. That fool with bangs and a bitchy character. The god of water nodded in response. She's a mischief. They killed each other a couple of times, and that's it. They hardly know each other. Love noticed that such girls have a taste in panties. Sid rolled his eyes. Only the bad guy talks about it. What nonsense. You have to be crazy to fall in love with someone who insulted your parents. Sid occasionally wants to crush her skull, and that's it. All love. Story. Love doesn't even care who his type is. Habak is in a lousy state. Sid can kill him. He can't die. His mirror will disappear with him. What a pity. And Sid and Love have already begun to distribute his items among themselves. Sid assumed nobility when he heard about the mirrors and promised to cure him. Habek called him an idiot. The panties were activated by the spirit of the sacred servant. The revival ability is active, completely restores health and directed energy to the body of the water god. Health points went. But this was barely enough to restore his strength. What would happen to his arm? The scar would be restored, and part of his body could be restored if he went to the hotel and logged out. Mob's body parts are restored only after respawning. Then Sid was ready to save his comrade by killing him. But Habek was a unique boss, and could not be restored after death. Bosses do not spawn after death. It's a stupid game, however. There are few unique bosses, and this does not affect the game. Urus, by the way, is also unique, which is why he begged to be spared. Besides the two of them, Luna, the goddess of life, is also a unique boss. Sid was shocked how a mischief could be a boss. It was unthinkable and unfair. Meanwhile, in the GM zone, the trophy guy dealt deadly blows with a sword. Everything was to no avail. A pathetic person cannot kill a deity. Luna wanted to say this. Such phrases will not make Luna cool. He has been working in this company for years. He studied her fight with a stick insect. The recording was shown to all employees of the team lead and above. Her special hidden skill is the creation of things. Attacks work on her. The goddess simply recreates herself when she dies. Activating the creation of existing things, as expected, is a common cheating skill. There was the most controversy about it at the design stage. Using this skill, Luna created Hurricane from fragments of his left head, so she called Hurricane her son. What difference does it make if she still can't kill Luna? The goddess of life cut Cook in half. Finally, Luna attacks. The staff in Luna's hands was transformed into its previous version with a heart, with which she had once killed the loser. Then the white dress was replaced by a school uniform. Her hair was again apricot color. The manager pierced her body with the sword of the god of war. If the rat kills the goddess of life, Master Habeg should definitely appear from the shadows. So goodbye to the goddess of life, Moon. A night spot in the real world. 2 men in office suits, 2 girls in cocktail dresses. There's nothing like overtime. Cook threw back his glass of whiskey and ice. He did a good job. He had the last stage left, but this piece of AI refused to summon the master. But at least the manager killed the moon, which should provoke the appearance of the master. Cook could not kill the goddess of life. Just take him out of the game, he squeezed his glass, but it doesn't matter. He will find another way to meet with Master Habek. And who is he anyway, and why should the manager meet with him? All this time, the men worked together, and his comrade knew nothing. The guy blindly followed Cook from university to this moment, so Cook was proud of him. In simple words, the master is one of the bosses related to the main plot. The best traitor, Riot's laziness. This is a common thing in their game when the mob is free to choose who they want to be. At one time he made a lot of noise. Hurricane was known as gluttony, and the master was laziness. These are the 7 sins from Catholicism. They are often used in films, webtoons, and games. Poisonous pride, poisoning the mind and soul, overshadowing the mind and heart, depriving one of sight, devouring greed, eternal painful insufficiency, destroying the pleasure of results, confusing, sticky envy, a belittling feeling, depriving the mind of healthy judgment, devours from the inside. It is not seen, but always felt. Destructive anger, unbridled devouring force, uncontrolled, uncontrollable, killing the mind and heart, displacing the soul. Captivating lust, controlling all motives and desires, depriving reason, morality, placing the soul on the altar of sacrifice. And the king of all sins is all-consuming gluttony, for which there is no framework, morality, heart, mind, a stubborn, indestructible force that fills everything is alien to him. And of course, quiet laziness, the most insidious sin, stealthily absorbing, captivating the body and spirit, destroying willpower and strength of character, multiplies the inner core. These are the sins that laid the foundation for everything else. The assistant called Chrono Life a plagiarist. Cook covered his face with his hand and exhaled. In general, this was the main concept of the bosses of their game. Pride was Urus, gluttony was Hurricane, sloth was Riot, and lust represented by the moon. As expected, Luna was also a boss. Such a cheating ability would destroy the balance of a normal user. She was indeed a boss, but the goddess of life was not an NPC. That is, an ordinary user has become a unique boss. Freedom in Chrono Life is much wider than it is presented. Just as a boss can become a merchant, so a user can become a boss. How complicated everything is, that is. The mischief is something between a user and an NPC. Habeck did not know exactly, but the trophy rat knew for sure, since he was the manager. Now the loser had another reason to beat Cook. Love didn't understand why he needed to face laziness. The items could simply be loaded into the goods house. And the mass destruction of the guild, his actions were not logical. The god of water had an assumption about this. It was because of a divine class item Hongdea came out from behind the forest to the guys to keep up the conversation about divine items. Dea apologized for the sudden disappearance. She was busy with a personal investigation and invites everyone to take a walk together. She managed to find the refuge of the trophy guy. Deep in the wild forest, a small wooden house, Hong checked the owner of the house with her judgment skill. The house was a refuge. Nothing indicates his presence. It's a pity that you can't see what's inside. No one can enter if he's not the owner. It's impossible. Digital protection is imposed. Panties seemed not to hear her. Blew up the front door with a wooden baton and broke in. Love shook off the rising dirt from her dress. The wooden house was filled to the ceiling with sparkling gold coins, magical objects, weapons of various classes and equipment, and musical instruments. Are these all deposits of copies? Hong shook her head negatively. None of these items are copied, moreover. These are all divine class items. There are about 5 billion here, a lot of items from the robbery guild. The shit left all these items here. The space in the inventory is limited. As expected, his goal was divine items. But why did he just go to the Urus nest like the loser did? Then Cook would have earned crumbs, and the company would have noticed. But the divine objects are different. Some people buy them endlessly. This buyer is the best merchant, Riot. The god of water nodded in agreement. He also suggested a similar version. The trophy rat is much worse than expected, but the plan is worthy and safe if you think about it. The best trader, Riot, is not a regular user, so there's no risk of information leakage. So that the economy does not suffer too much, he would sell them separately so there is almost no risk of being caught. If this is screenshotted and sent to the support service, the case will definitely move forward. Since the manager hid all these things on himself, all this is important evidence against him. The case can be closed! Sid roared with indignation. The blonde was chattering all day as if in a detective drama, and then suddenly in the most interesting place and send in support. The loser offered to go and kick the ass of a trophy rat. In the center of the street, Cook and the loser met with a Hong mask on his face. He knew that in front of him was a stick insect. What was this masquerade for? Loser borrowed a mask to attract attention, and it worked. He was in the center of the village. The Hong guild surrounded them, positioned on the roofs of houses. The guys collected all the items, and Sid asked to borrow her mask from Dea, preferably the one she was wearing. An enraged Love was already running behind. The trophy returned to the lair. Half the wall was missing. A personal shelter protected by the system, and on you, there were no divine objects or money inside. Just a note from a loser: if the rat wants his divine objects back, let him stomp to the center of the front village and kiss Sid. No one dares to steal from the manager. Sid told him not to come closer. He asked Boss Love to give him one item. It was a divine level fire dragon dagger. If Cook takes one more step, then the loser will sell the item to the NPC. It is worth 200 million, which NPC? You won't even get 300 gold from him. Cook froze. It was pleasant to watch him shake with anger. Sid showed the manager his finger. Then Cook flew up behind Sid. He activated the GM zone. A strong wind arose. It raised dust. Nothing was visible. When the dust settled, Boss Love rushed to look for panties. But not him. Not the fucking manager. Was nowhere to be found. Only the NPC. Cook brought a stick insect to his territory. He furiously yelled that such a pig had no right to disturb him. He would cut his body into small pieces and make a tasty treat out of them. Cook managed to injure the loser. The healing factor was activated. The manager dares to call the user of his company's product a pig. He is even more trash than expected. The manager roared that everyone lives in illusions and forgets about reality, is too involved, and goes crazy from some kind of code. There is no reason to treat such garbage like a person. Cook was a boomer. He blamed the user for no reason. Midlife crisis. Cook yelled at him not to mess with him. All users are the same. No matter how hard the developer tries, he always gets humiliation and criticism. About 7 years ago, the headquarters of Chrono Life, a developer who had not yet lost his naivety, put his heart into his work. But he abruptly cut off his panties, cracking his blunt head with a club. Because there is no point in using a villain card with a story. It does not change his criminal intentions, so no flashbacks for the rat. Healing factor activated. Cook activated the hidden skill of the Titan spirit power, like a healing factor, only from strength. The user gains the power of titanium. The rat transformed a huge blue atlas from his body. It was a crushing flow of power. The spirit of the Titan is activated. Damage and attack range are increased by 1000% for the duration of the skill. The controller turned around predatorily. Loser was crushed in seconds. He liked this cheating skill, and he decided to take it for himself. Panties stuck his tentacle into Cook. He could get all the characteristics and skills, but the trophy activated the hidden skill of agility and fought off the tentacle, then activated the hidden skill of light speed. The manager yelled that the outcome of the battle is decided by stats and strategy. All his characteristics are 5/9s. With such a difference, no matter how good the control is, he cannot win. He's just an idiot who was given the maximum level. It was annoying to hear this from an employee who abused his powers. Let the loser himself become the manager, since he is jealous. It was enough to just change the value of a couple of tickets to become a first-class player. Why play games so diligently? The rat again crept up on the main character from behind and stuck a sword in his back. But with the same lightning speed, Sid smashed the manager's nose with the back of his head. The loser fell to the ground. Cook also fell, holding his nose. He did not understand where such speed came from with such low agility. The loser laughed. This is actually control. A fucking moron. Sid got to his feet. The trophy guy activated lightspeed again and asked why the loser didn't activate his skill again, although he still couldn't match his speed. The loser took it and turned around. It was not a skill. He was using the game system without using recoil control. Cook stared at him. Sid turned off the recoil control options in the game settings. What is it like for Cook to feel the recoil from a destructive attack? Luck will not smile on the loser anymore. The pathetic pig became very proud because of one successful blow. Such a pathetic user has no way to defeat the manager. Well, actually, that is, one loser in shorts put his hand with a purple aura in front of him and began to say goodbye. They had a lot of fun. Hong chuckled, which means that this secretive asshole didn't even say anything to his girlfriend. The beaming love replied that he only said that he would drag him to the GM. In general, Hong is worried about why Mr. Panties left a note and postponed it for a day. There is a possibility that the reason lies in the way to defeat the trophy guy. Was there really a way to dine the manager? Sid activated the summoning skill, and a magical purple mark appeared. Then the rat burst out laughing. He was expecting a hidden skill. But here is a basic call, which is useless with low charisma and intelligence. With its level, a shitty mob will appear. The sly man called on the president of the Chrono Life Company, Cole Fall. The man smoked his cigar with killing composure. The loser laughed heartily at Cook's face at that moment. Last night at the bar, 2 colleagues were leaving the establishment. The assistant was asking why the boss didn't want to go to the second round, but Cook needed to go into the game for the final counts. The assistant adored his boss. Cook told him not to fool around too much and go home since they would be very busy starting tomorrow. The assistant offered to drink more, but then a living wall of agents in black suits and the president in a white suit and with a cigar in his mouth appeared in front of them. Swollen from blows, missing several teeth, a broken nose, and a bruised eye. The assistant admitted everything his boss was going abroad after receiving the money. The president ordered to get rid of him. Cole thanked the loser for his help. Thanks to him, he would catch the manager before causing massive damage to his company. Sid smiled and nodded dutifully. He was wondering whether the president and his people were still a gaming company or the mafia, damn it. Fall added that he was thinking about killing the loser if it turned out to be a dud, then broke into a smile. It was a joke. It is planned to assemble a legal commission and, of course, dismiss him. Then Sid offered the president a meeting for 7 hours to teach him a lesson. Cook began to activate the exit. Cole activated the presidential zone. Green digital fences appeared. A trophy rat was caught. Cook had nothing to lose, and he accelerated and hit his boss with all his might, but nothing happened. The president stood straight and smoked a cigar. Even rabid dogs hesitate before biting their owner, and this one doesn't even have rabies. The president's level in the game was infinite. Cole hit with an infinite level of force. Fall neutralized that guy. He flew around the entire planet in a circle. Even the healing factor didn't help him. The president is a very scary old man. The case was completed. All divine objects were returned to their rightful owners. It turned out that not only the guild suffered losses, the trophy rat was fired on the same day. Even in reality, the old man beat him like a punching bag and threw him out. The loser will try not to piss him off anymore. Cook wanted to sue for compensation for the beatings, but only got himself into even more trouble due to the president's counter-accusation. The legal team easily fought off all his charges. The whole life of this worthless, greedy asshole is not enough to pay the Chronolife Company compensation for the damage he caused. Now he is banned from entering the industry forever. This is such a happy ending. The girls met a loser in the square. It would seem that the enemy was invincible, but every time the enemy is defeated by the BATON. Sid took off his glasses and sat down on the sofa, immersed in his thoughts. He was a bad guy after all. A person or an NPC. This thought did not give him peace. He opened and jumped on the spot the goddess of life in human form was sitting on his sofa, and in her ear was an earring with the image of the moon. The guy was in a state of shock, so he made hot noodles for him and Luna. The girl squealed with pleasure. Everything looked delicious. Sid stared straight ahead, almost without blinking, and not understanding why Luna was devouring spicy noodles in the loser's loggia under the night sky. She is not an NPC, but a living person, even an adequate one, eating noodles like everyone else. Then Luna noticed Sid's gaze on her. The girl asked why the boy was looking at her like that. She was so beautiful. Sid was boiling. He was completely crazy. He better eat his ramen. Sid blushed. Luna called him a non-entity, whom no one would ever hire, and his parents were poor. This sobered Sid up and blocked the romantic flow. He almost melted down like a loser. He put his chopsticks on the table, who she was, how she found out his address, code, and password for the apartment. The girl stretched like a cat. Luna is sure that the loser has a whole encyclopedia with questions. She is ready to answer everything. Sid narrowed his eyes and decided to start asking questions. There really were a lot of them. Is this the real hair color or not? In the game, they were a little apricot color. Where is the truth? Luna was surprised. Sid already asked about this in the past and received his answer. This is the real color of the hair of a charming girl. In what past, what she is carrying. He did not remember anything. Luna is a unique boss and was killed by the trophy guy. Her character was surprised or not. The beauty could do it, but the character did not leave. Essentially, only her human form died. In the GM zone, divine power disappears. The moon also realized this too late, but already as it is, and this is even a huge plus. After all, the most beautiful girl died as a human, so her character was reborn. But if she died as the goddess of life, she would not have returned to the game. The character would have been deactivated and deleted. Sid said that no one would have been bored. Well, when Luna was planning the next massacre, she needed to kill 1,000 innocent players. Did the hero really think that everything was so simple? This was just one of the conditions of the quest. Before this, you need to complete tasks much more complex than this, and the moon can freely switch between human and divine images. Who she is. In the game, Luna appears everywhere he goes, but in reality, this is an obvious overkill. Please answer normally, otherwise he will call the police, Luna answered, and she wants to propose to the stick insect. Let Mr. Loser be hers. There was a deafening silence in the room. Suddenly a life-saving bell rang at his door. He happily ran to open it, avoiding the need to answer. On the intercom screen there was Sarah, the most popular idol. What's she doing here? She urgently needs to discuss something with him. Sid turned to the moon in the living room. Then the door opened on its own and the singer. Why were panties so slow? His apartment is much cleaner than she thought. A late-night snack. Panties like spicy food. What time will he pick her up tomorrow? Tomorrow is a day off and Sid has no plans to wake up and have breakfast. Then tomorrow he will train the boss. Sarah almost forgot to write down her number in the young man's phone, so as not to look for him like this every time. Love wrote down her number and threw the phone back to Sid. And if Sid does not answer her message, Sarah will beat him, after which the door slams shut. What's happening to everyone here? The idol now has his number. Her voice didn't seem to tremble and she behaved naturally. Was it right to ask for his number so abruptly? Okay, no matter. The goal was accomplished. Sid returned to the table. Why did the loser order Luna to hide? They didn't do anything so strange. The loser replied that not being in his apartment was already strange. He no longer needed an answer from Luna. Let him just fuck off. He was exhausted. The girl asked if she could spend the night with him. The loser was definitely going crazy. Luna giggled quietly. She was joking and would leave as soon as Sid responded to her proposal, to be hers. What kind of proposal was this? Meanwhile, in the heavenly majestic castle, Habek welcomed his master, Mr. Riot Sloth, a great merchant and a unique boss. Habek could not preserve the body that the great merciful master gave him. He is very sorry. The master sighed and put his hand in front of him. The hand was filled with a green aura and restored. Who was able to injure Habek? The hero he talked about earlier, Habek said. On the contrary, Sid saved his life. If the Great Master meets him, he will definitely like him, and so far, Mr. Loser is the most suitable candidate for being one of the 7 deadly sins. Sunny Coast, expanse of shining water, a place for farming for levels 30 and above. A population of slimes lives here. They are very popular monsters among beginners. The slimes shimmered in the rays of the sun, sparkling with blue tints, which could not help but attract the attention of predatory tentacles from the watery depths of the sea. On land is the giant monster Kraken. He is an octopus of titanic proportions, a summonable boss of the 85th level. New players are unable to cope with a monster of this level. The body is protected by strong skin. A high-ranking blade will only scratch it. The tentacles could crush stone and freely destroy poor newcomers both in water and on land. And the Kraken was also fast enough. An imbalanced octopus, this boss leaves new players with irreparable injuries even after recovery. The Kraken was hit by a loser's baton. The main character dealt non-killing blows to the Kraken. His life levels melted away before his eyes, and his body looked more and more like a chop. Our main character, wearing his usual white shorts, landed on the ground, giving Love the opportunity to deliver the finishing blow. The warrior took a thorough run and soared into the sky. She fell down on the Kraken in the kick of a diving dragon. The girl did a great job. She proudly landed on the ground next to the corpse of a terrifying octopus. The satisfied teacher in shorts was proud of her. Love said with disappointment that her experience had not even increased by 1. The evil spirit explained that due to the difference in the levels of her and Sid, no matter how he dragged her, she would not gain experience. Sid noticed that her diving dragon kick combat skill was much stronger and better than the previous times. Shining Love thought that it was because of the divine brass knuckles donated by Panties. Although their abilities are mostly sealed, they still have incredible power. Sid came to his senses and joyfully said that with such a weapon his student could farm alone without him. The eyes of the charming Love darkened. She did not want to spend time without Panties. Farming without Panties means that the girl will not be able to walk with him. Her cheeks are flushed pink. Something needs to be done urgently. She cannot lose the opportunity to get closer to her with Panties. What could be better than farming with Panties? Learning from a master like her, she has already become much stronger and more experienced. The goddess of life with a staff loomed over the guys, which did not promise anything pleasant and good. The girl watched the two on land, an overrated idol just want to kill. Luna's thoughts returned to the conversation with the loser. The girl invited Sid to team up with him in the game, to be on the same team. In exchange for cooperation with a beautiful girl, she undertakes to answer all the loser's existing questions. But Sid does not need her friendship. He is not yet out of his mind to be on the same side with her. In addition, our main character is already in a team with the boss Love, and she will turn his face into a bloody mess if he also takes on the mischief. The goddess of life felt an obvious and growing envy towards the overrated one and an ardent desire to destroy her. But for now, she needs to let go of the situation and just observe. After all, very soon Mr. Loser will take the life of this annoying, untalented girl with his own hands, because Sid will become her for the sake of the ending of Chrono Life. The eyes of the goddess of life flashed with sweet anticipation. She clearly liked to savor this in her mind. The purple little spirit of Eurus yelled irritably at the Panties. He was already tired of repeating that Sid couldn't help Love because of their age difference. Nothing would work. What a loser infuriates him. Sid asked his invisible friend what ways to help. Love froze. The girl didn't see anyone nearby. Apparently, she went too far with the blows. Love began to ask the guy how long ago this had started for him. The girl added with regret that she would no longer hit him on the head. Sid looked at her incomprehensibly, then realized why the lady had such questions. A dragon flies next to them. Love hid in horror behind the loser, thinking that we were talking about a real boss, and asked where this monster was, still not seeing it herself. The contented soul of Urus reminded him that no one can see him except his master. But there is a way to fix this. If his master shares his mana with the dragon, he can acquire a material form. The intelligence characteristics are small, almost 0. But this will be quite enough. The delighted guy suggested in this case to do it right now. Sid and his spirit were surrounded by a purple column of energy and power. The materializations of Urus's soul were activated. The girl had to turn away. Their energy was blinding. Then the brightest stream of violet light began to focus in one place, thereby forming a small energy sphere with sharp rays. A cold sweat ran down the face of Mr. Loser's student. Love opened one eye to continue watching what was happening, something she had seen before. The violet energy sphere completely absorbed the evil scaled dragon. It became larger and larger in size. Then a small, quiet explosion followed. The spirit of his wooden club or ego sword was materialized. The rest of Chrono Life players could now see the winged assistant of the loser. The pink-haired girl sneezed loudly and profusely. Snot flowed from her nose. The warrior was allergic to wool. Now that the evil spirit had become material, his fur coat became a real irritant for Boss Love. A thin, girlish squeal was heard all over the coast. Love was crazy about the plushie. She wanted to cuddle it. Urus said threateningly, "Such a pathetic mortal dare not even say the name of the great boss of all demons. Isn't a stupid person afraid of death?" In front of Love was a fluffy, cute plush target with small horns and wings. She was unable to tolerate this and rushed to cuddle Urus. Panties didn't even have time to give her consent to the girl, and add that the evil spirit wasn't particularly happy with this. Love was already kneading his soft cheeks with all her might. On the coast in the rays of the sun stood Habik with his giant burgundy griffin. The god of water was glad to find Mr. Loser here. He was looking for him, which Sid was extremely surprised by. The situation in Chrono Life became more complicated. The loser clarified how he found him. Habik showed him his mirror. The seventh panorama of the study indicates with a green arrow the route to the enemy whom Habik has already met. It works on the principle of a modern navigator. It is to this place that same person is going to come. The god of water, calm and cool in any situation, was noticeably nervous and worried and tried to convey his emotions to Sid. Panties noticed that Habek's arm had been reattached, for which he sincerely congratulated him. The master himself restored the limb for the god of water. The sand beneath their feet began to vibrate. The ground shook. Habek, Sid, and Boss Love tried to maintain their balance. Sweat ran down the loser's concentrated face. He was diligently trying to understand the cause of the earthquake. This was not at all typical for the nature of this island. The girl finally broke away from the charmer and looked around, snot flowing from her nose in streams due to an allergy to the fur of the dragon spirit. The water god humbly lowered his head in acceptance of the inevitable and said that he is already here. The earthquake only announces his approach. A winged horde appeared in the sky with a throne of titanic proportions. The retinue flew straight towards our guys as a looming threat. Habak jumped out of his seat. His master, the master of the heavenly throne, the legendary merchant, the great Riot, was approaching them. Love is not at all ready to fight back-to-back with Panties right now, fighting off a countless winged legion in angelic armor. All this time Sid pictured him in his imagination as a standard boss, the same as Habek, so he didn't understand why Riot was so gigantic in size. The god of water obediently jumped on the griffin and flew towards his master. The winged knights in angelic armor peacefully let their master's minion pass. Having reached the throne of his master, Habek bowed his head and asked his master for forgiveness for not having time to initiate Mr. Hero into what was happening. Riot, surrounded by a powerful retinue, went down to this loser who had caused a stir. Habek's eyes widened, and fear was frozen on his face. At that same second, the golden throne fell down, raising a huge whirlwind of dust behind it. Boss Love and the loser barely managed to stay on their feet after the shockwave from the fall. Love closed her eyes and held her purple-horned cutie tightly so that he would not get hurt. Sid looked confidently in front of him, carefully analyzing the guest. Love and Sid were frozen in bewilderment. They could not believe their eyes. The greatest and legendary day of Riot was now standing in front of them. Is this the same guy about whom legends flow and has such a significant role? A deadly boss? The greatest master? A legend? An area long forgotten by Chrono Life players? Buildings overgrown with trees, the characters had not set foot here for a long time, and no life was heard. The sound of already familiar heels echoed through the abandoned castle. The goddess of life confidently walked towards her goal, clearly knowing what awaited her. A dazzling girl with bangs stopped in front of a stone dais. On a huge majestic throne in the gaps of the sun sat a skeleton in expensive and majestic equipment. Before her stood the greatest and strongest man of his time, the first and most legendary hero, Mr. Malachi, who died 100 years ago. A forgotten, renowned, and great hero, once loved and adored by all players, now abandoned, betrayed, and forgotten by everyone. The attention of the goddess of life was attracted by the flickering of orange light on the body of the legendary hero Malachi. A magical mark lit up on his skull. A magic mark burned on the forehead of the strongest man, foreshadowing the imminent awakening of his great master and significant changes in the course of the fantasy game. Luna knew that everything would happen. It was supposed to happen. It is not known whose original idea it was. But the story of the game Chrono Life is becoming very childish and cliched. She smiled. Everything is going as it should go. And soon everything will change. The overrated fool and Mr. Loser Moon will also be affected by the consequences of Malachi's awakening. So let this chapter begin, and may new orders and decisions come with it, which will sweep away the already established order with a raging wave. Meanwhile, on the coast surrounded by water, a retinue of those close to one of the 7 deadly sins hung, his guards being the strongest of the angelic tribe. The Great Master is also called the legendary merchant of chronolife. He sits on a huge, majestic, ceremonial throne, made and cast from the purest alloys of gold in the fantasy world. In front of a huge piece of gold on legs stood two small characters, with a level 99 wooden club and pink beautiful hair, silent shock frozen on their faces. In front of the heroes stood an inflated toddler with red menacing eyes, a halo over his head and small wings behind his back, more reminiscent of Cupid from a postcard. The charming and touching boy was wearing short black shorts, black knee socks, and the cutest shoes with white wings, like in Greek mythology. Compared to the golden, precious throne for the Titans, the little boy was the size of a beetle. It looked very ironic, and it was unclear why such a baby would sit on such a seat, and in general how true the legends about one of the sins were. Silent shock froze on the faces of the panties and the pink-haired warrior. The guys did not yet know how to react. Urus in the hands of love, pleased to call his colleague lucky because they have known each other for 100 fantasy years, and from this damn Sin, charisma still flows like a fountain. The body of Sin with a halo glowed with a yellow light. Riot rose up and left his huge golden throne, flying up to the confused heroes. The kid with the halo asked if the panties were the hero that the water god had reported to him so much about. Sid shook his head, thinking that this was some kind of joke from the developers. The eyes of the boy with the halo lit up with a red flame, and the pupils narrowed. Sin hissed with displeasure that people had become completely worthless. Their level had dropped greatly. The guy was like a loser and a hero, being humiliated again, and even some kind of bug in a costume for a kindergarten party. Sid was about to open his mouth indignantly. Then the angel moved his foot over the brazen mug of the panties. Sin dealt it with amazing ease, without even taking his hands out of his pockets. But the blow turned out to be a crushing force. Thick scarlet blood flowed from the mouth of our main character. Sid did not expect that this little show-off with big complexes. A cold expression passed over his face and a series of questions. The girl's face showed fear for her panties. Her pupils dilated. Her mouth fell open. What the hell is going on here anyway? Before Mr. Panties can even recover from the hard kick to the face, the young asshole has already swung and delivered another crushing blow to our main character's stupid face with obvious disdain. This time, Mr. Panty's body flew far away from Riot, accompanied by a fiery trail of a powerful blow from the little Sin. The sight was impressive and frightening. No one understood anything. Habek blurted out in horror, not understanding why his great master was doing this to his savior and hero, what Mr. Riot was doing. The god of water clearly expected that the acquaintance would take place in a completely different format. No one would get hurt. On the contrary, everything should have ended in a profitable alliance. The little one was stretching his legs for the next blow. Somewhere ahead the loser was recovering. Habek shouted that Sid was not their enemy. Why would it suddenly be a sin for the legendary merchant and the greatest master to go down to this moronic island with insignificant people for the sake of a simple conversation? The great little owner reminded his sentimental performer that, in general, they were created here in a fantasy world in order to resist annoying and crazy people, if the god of water has not forgotten. But instead, the god of water got closer. "How absurd is this?" our hero called out to the boy. "He's right. The mob and the character cannot be friends." Sid said that he doesn't beat children, but since the little one with the wings started first, then there will be no problems. The challenge is accepted. Enraged by Sin's behavior, he gave our character a murderous look, but confidently remained standing in his original place. Sloth Riot answered the impudent guy that it was he who started everything first, and because of him, now a new chapter is coming in the fantasy world of chrono life. And this cretin didn't even understand anything. Sin, with a sharp jerk, scooped up the golden sand with the toe of his white boot with wings and stomped. The earth shook. The power of his forces scattered in an explosive wave of impact everywhere. An instant flash, a piece of land under the angel's feet split and flew off in all directions like huge stones. Explosions thundered everywhere. Pride Urus, the main boss, Mr. Panties, imprisoned his soul in his ego, soared and accelerated the process. It all started with a moron in panties. Sid listened with displeasure to the little capricious asshole. The young man asked why this little shit suddenly came here to complain right now. A lot of time had passed since that moment, and no complaints had been received. Panties successfully fended off the little merchant's terrors, beating off heavy gray boulders with his wooden baton and sending them back towards the talkative toddler in shorts. Sin, an imperceptible shadow, flew up close to the main character. Urus is the official strongest boss. He had his own role in the ending of the game, which the cretin in his underpants ruined. The angel delivered another blow with his little white-shoed foot to Mr. Loser's stomach, and the boy flew back again from the power of this contact. The Urus would not fulfill its role in the raid. The sin of gluttony, Hurakan also should not have been absorbed so easily for 5 years. Only after 5 years they should have been defeated. Love intervened. Hurakan actually attacked first. He was hounded by a mad fool with bangs on Love herself, and heroically saved her panties, and not only her, but also a bunch of other players. Sin told the pink-haired lady to shut up. A minor sin did not give this rude, worthless mortal the right to speak. How dare she interrupt the greatest master, the greatest sin, and the legendary merchant? She is just a pathetic insect next to him. Love's body shook. She felt hellish pressure, as if she was nailed to the floor by a concrete slab. Love couldn't even cope with her own limbs. She froze in silent shock, preparing for the worst scenario. Longtime colleagues, 2 deadly sins locked eyes with each other, each of them seeing the other's hidden motives. Sloth Riot sighed in disappointment. Hurakan only appeared because of the death of Eurus, so this fool is the root cause of everything. He is the main problem. This growing problem will soon finish everyone off here. A terrible chapter is coming, a lot of innocent death and blood, horror and pain. No one will be left behind. Meanwhile, a fiery aura was emanating from the moon. Very soon a new chapter would rise again, and carnage would begin everywhere. The magical flow went into the body of the fateful hero for Chronolife. Luna was waiting for his appearance. It means a lot to her. There was a flash. The body of the legendary Malachi began to shine. He began to awaken, and so began another end of the world for Chronolife. The goddess of life made sure that everything was going according to plan. It was still very early for the hero to awaken, but the game's raid had long been shaken. The moon needed to share its strength and power with Malachi. The former hero greedily fed on it, and changed before our eyes in a matter of seconds. Killed 100 years ago, the greatest pride and horror of Chronolife came to life. Changed, the armor was completely restored. Malachi rose from his place. The end is near. Sid asked the Winged One what terrible thing would happen if the great hero awakens. He is on the side of the people. The loser blew his nose loudly. He will have less work, since there will be someone to save the world. Everything is in the black. He is for the hero. This legendary hero, protector, intercessor, when he is reborn, will no longer be a man. This is the whole essence of his return. Malachi will return reborn. One of the 7 deadly sins. In his heart there will be no love for humanity, only blind hatred. His goal will be to destroy the people who betrayed him so vilely and easily. The whole fucking fantasy world will pay for their mistake and will choke in their own blood. The goddess of life watched the starting point of her personal beginning, the imminent death of the hated boss Love. How well it turns out, Malachi is definitely her favorite. Then, the earth opened up. Bloodthirsty skeletons began to crawl out of its cracks and crevices into the sunlight. Their bony hands made their way through the ground, digging their way up. Cold and decomposed corpses that came to life were everywhere. Skeletons with empty black eye sockets were looking for their owner. They had nothing but a thirst for blood and death. A countless horde of skeletons went to the call of their powerful ruler. They were driven only by a wild and uncontrollable thirst, painfully devouring them from the inside, a thirst to kill. Malachi, who loved people more than anyone in the world and trusted them without a shadow of a doubt, and hated them with the same force. A new chapter has already arrived. Everyone will be involved. Everyone will suffer their losses and play their role in the game's Chronolife raid. Poor young man with a pure heart and thoughts, now Malachi will be the end of this world. Above the endless army of legions of death, the strongest of people in life, a dead dragon of gigantic size appeared, his eyes with bitter rage and bloodthirstiness. He was waiting for the order of his master. Under the deadly winged lizard made of bones marched the mercenaries of the end of the world, an entire army of the undead, capable of filling the entire magical continent of the fantasy world. This is what the end looked like. At the head of the beginning of the last story of Chronolife stood the strongest man in life, with crushing power. He radiated such power that you could touch it with your hands. A crown shone on his head. Malachi raised his eyes. One of them was beautiful and pure. The second was stained with blood and disfigured by rage. It bore a deep scar. Now it was a mortal sin. Chronolife is a continent that has existed since ancient times. Emerald wild forests used to reign here. Harmony reigned everywhere. The players knew nothing about wars, poverty, hunger, and hostility here. Everyone found a role for themselves. Everyone felt especially happy here. However, everything comes to an end. Where happiness reigns, grief will surely follow, and so death fell on the serene world of Chronolife, and bloodthirsty demons appeared. Demonic offspring destroyed cities with their flames and killed all local residents. Winged creatures impaled poor players on their sharp spears and pierced their hearts with them. Someone's limbs were torn off, someone else was completely torn apart. Hellish flames were burning everywhere, erasing without a trace the remnants of former happiness. The earth was truncated with hundreds of corpses of players. Just a few moments later, the happiest fantasy world where everyone had their own role, turned into hell. Through this thickness of despair, horror, blood and pain, a dazzling ray of light, hope, and salvation broke through. A hero appeared that the inhabitants of Chrono Life so needed. He was a most beautiful young warrior with a magical weapon in his hand. Malachi was beautiful not only on the outside, but also on the inside. An incomparable warrior with fortitude, before whom the whole world would fall. Later, players began to call Malachi the first hero of Chrono Life. The loser rolled his eyes and looked for the function to skip the story with his eyes. He hates hearing stories about great people who were never himself. They always got all the attention anyway. And in general, he is also a hero. After all, Syl with one blow defeated Urus, who is equal to laziness. And it does not matter that he is not strong in himself. It doesn't matter who this Mr. Perfection is, the strongest man in life, the first and legendary hero of Chrono Life, the new mortal sin. What difference does it really make if Sid brings it down on everyone? Sid is not a fearless hero of the fantasy world. He is simply so stupid that he is not able to analyze the danger. Why did a level 99 wooden club go to such an idiot? He is clearly already a dead-end branch of human evolution. Although Malachi was a simple man, his power and strength were overwhelming even for the strongest bosses and demons. This disappointment in cowards did not stand a chance. Why does this petty boor leave after humiliating him and kicking him in the face first? Sid's nose still hasn't gotten back into place. It was important and interesting for the petty winged sin to feel the power of the praised and clearly overrated current hero for himself, and it stopped being fun. The guy with the choker froze. Behind him, our main character was spewing anger and resentment, provoking Sin into a fight. Why did this arrogant brat leave so immediately? He didn't even put it in his diaper under his shorts. The loser will be looking forward to meeting Mr. Hero. New legends will be made about her. The fight will be stunning, although not long. If Sita hit him first, Panties feels the process is not complete. He needs to put a decisive point in their dialogue with him. The long-haired, charming god of water intervened in his hysterical squeal. He grabbed the panties by the shoulder and urgently ordered to stop this circus performance. But Sid became even more enraged than before. Mr. Loser hissed in Habek's face that he was apparently completely tired of living. He just grew an arm, and is already striving to go to the afterlife. There's no need for a fight if the conversation ends on a good note, but Sid's mind flashes back to a recent memory of the little bastard kicking him in the face, his chin still buzzing. Habek humbly added that a much more significant and important problem loomed before them. Without solving it, they would be able to beat anyone with their panties with their cudgel. The god of water, in a calm and even tone, like a parent, ordered him to listen to him. After all, Sid makes money by selling items. Sid immediately changed his face and calmed down. When Habek learned about this, the god of water replied that this information was voiced to him by Master Riot himself, who is also the best merchant in the world of Chrono Life. And by the way, all the items of the Fool in Shorts were purchased by the Master of the Day for 15 billion. So Mr. Future Hero and the Great Master are on the same side of the barricades, and all this bravado is simply useless. The eyes of the dead and ignorant dragon from the Legion of Death lit up with a predatory fire. His thirst would very soon be quenched. He could already hear the beating of the hearts of the townspeople, seasoned with panic fear. Meanwhile, the Hellspawn teams waited around the Master, the greatest hero standing in the center. The Goddess of Life briefly told the story of the fantasy world of Chrono Life after the strongest hero Malachi died. Since that day, this place has not changed much. The people are still just as pathetic and worthless. Initially, according to the game raid, the first hero should be awakened much later, but now the story is moving much faster than it should. The Goddess of Life added that she naturally gave some of her energy and strength to Malachi due to this premature rebellion. Malachi nodded his head to Lust and thanked her for her help. Someday he will repay her in kind, but now it's time for him. Since the history of the new world of Chrono Life for him is so fast, he can't hesitate. He needs to keep up with the current times. The Goddess of Life grinned and was touched by the charming young man. She asked where he was going, but the moon had not yet really explained anything, and had not heard plans from the Messenger of Death himself. Malachi called the question of the Goddess of Life very stupid for one of the 7 deadly sins. The strongest man examined the once native and adored world of fantasy, his mortal legion. The long-awaited harvest is about to begin. The beast let out a deafening and terrifying roar that echoed throughout the fantasy continent. The deadly squad of punitive and cleansing Chrono Life has begun to move. They have been in the ground for 100 years and are now thirsty for blood. Malachi looked for the last time towards the continent that had once been his home. The war has begun. His master has made an irrevocable decision. They will sweep through the entire contingent like a tornado. The thirsty skeletons roared furiously, confirming their readiness to carry the will of their master across the earth. Their bones rattled. Their teeth chattered menacingly. Their empty black eye sockets were already prowling in search of prey. Once he protected this world from destruction, but he will destroy this world. He was resurrected to destroy. A huge blue energy column appeared. Malachi entered it, foreshadowing this world about a quick and painful end. About the liquidation of this fucking fantasy world quickly and without regret. Literally a moment that became decisive and fatal for the fate of the entire chrono life. And one of the deadly sins, the first hero disappears in blue flashes of teleportation, leaving behind only rising dust. The goddess looked somewhere in the sky and said that now her work was over. She did everything as required of her, but was it right to do so? In a similar story with the resurrection of Huracan, it was a sin that the girl did everything exactly that way without any regret. What is it for now? But this time, everything was completely different. So you can't compare these two situations. This young guy in the main game raid is just a grain of sand. The creator told the goddess of life not to even worry about this. Let the girl just enjoy the subsequent action. Everything is going according to plan, although it reflected earlier than the original plan, but the game line is not broken. So very soon there will be a long-awaited and desired end for it. The world of chrono life will be cleared. Sticky sweat ran down the face of his panties. It couldn't be that this kid bought all his items for 15 billion. Sid had already forgotten to think about the growing pain inside him. Hebek knew a couple of levers of pressure on him. Hearing the conversation between the two on the coast, the boy intervened. To be precise, Riot would buy all the items for 15,303,890,000 at once. And then, about a month later, I sold them individually for 51 and 7 billion, and thereby received 37 billion in net income on top. A second later, the loser was already kissing the hand of the kid in shorts, begging the great sensei to teach him the art. Mortal Sin noted that the pathetic loser did not have even a drop of personal pride. Here the loser, pleasing with flattery, was interrupted. The earth began to tremble. The great merchant Rayot and the water god Habek also became wary. A strong wind rose, which did not bode well. Deadly Sin and his faithful assistant are late. The game rate is going much faster than expected. Eurus, having finally gotten out of the clutches of the tormentor, opened his mouth in surprise. Next to him on the golden sandy shore sat a terrified warrior in lavender. Fear was visible in her eyes. The end of the world has already come. Its messengers are already in place, just as the main reason for it was dying. No one will stop it. Now knowing the loser personally, there was no doubt about it. A winged lizard roared in the skies. The next fiery volley was already forming in its chest. Is this really the end of the best fantasy world? Down on Earth, our characters turned their frightened gazes to the dragon from hell, not at all expecting that the ass would overtake them so quickly and in such a guise. A war fell upon chrono life. A battle for the continent. An endless struggle for one's own life and survival. A real bloody harvest. Cities and villages burned with hellish flames. The merciless dead army filled cities and villages with lightning speed. The skeletons knew no fear, no fatigue, only thirst. The creatures of death did not spare anyone. The skeletons cut the inhabitants into pieces, cut off the limbs of players, and finished off the survivors. They had only one goal: the destruction of everything. The players of the fantasy world of chrono life were angry. Why the hell mobs and regular monsters are so easily capturing the village and with such enviable regularity, where the developers in general and the scriptwriters are looking. System windows appeared in front of all players in the fantasy world. The administration would not have been able to hide such information anyway. All players and regular users of the popular game Chrono Life will have to go through the main quest. Everyone needs to protect their abode from Malachi. The young guy didn't have time to finish reading. He was pierced through by the bone sword of a dead warrior. His eyes dimmed and froze. His body went limp. The players soon realized that administrative notices only distracted residents from the attackers. There was no time to read the terms of the main quest. These bony guys were everywhere with their swords. Before the players had time to come to their senses, the rest of the users on their street were barbarically destroyed. The Bony Legion took their company into a ring, driving the guys into a trap. They could not withstand 3 times more, and against such a number of undead, understanding the fact of imminent death, it was necessary to take a couple of enemy lives with them. The man asked why, if the first and strongest hero is sin, he is engaged in the destruction of people. What is the point of him destroying everything inside the fantasy world and chrono life itself? Then a dazzling fiery flash thundered, illuminating everything around with its flame. Help arrived just in time. A couple more moments, and there would have been no one to save. At the epicenter of the bloodbath stood the strongest magician of the royal family, Sybil, furiously calling upon the ancient magic of the fire tornado magic. The all-consuming flames consumed the bony ones, crushed their bones, and tore them apart with their power. Sybil managed to save some of the players and destroy a significant number of undead conquerors. But this is not the end, but only the beginning. the head of the Guild of the Holy Land and Faceless Wizards. She calmly and militantly walked among all this chaos and horror. Sybil stopped in the middle of the street and began to voice the royal order. From that moment on, the Alliance of Faceless Magicians pledged to protect the remaining players. Surviving players began to flock from their shelters and from under the rubble of buildings. Users felt hope and began to feel more confident. All the royal Faceless Magicians were mobilized by the call of a declaration of war on the world of Chronolife under the leadership of the greatest magician of the entire Kingdom of Arden. People rejoiced. They were saved. After the last recent sin of gluttony, the second head of Urus, the insatiable hurricane, this time the World Alliance of Guilds responded quickly and accurately in an equally timely manner. The eyes of the chief magician focused on one point. The war has just begun, and they have a very difficult and long way to go before it ends. A bony dragon was flying towards them. A fiery sphere was ripening in its chest, from which the strange lizard was releasing pillars of fire. The fiery special effects were not long in coming. The lizard, following the blind rage of its owner, took in air with its chest and fired a crushing stream of flame onto the city. The entire city was covered in a dome of fire. The flames quickly consumed everything without a single chance of escape or salvation, and in just a couple of moments the central city fell. And there was only one reason for the loss of the Chronolife players. They were not yet ready to meet the army of death. The end of the world was supposed to come much later. Meanwhile, the sun-drenched Emerald Valley of the Heroes' Mountain, mighty stone statues, blue skies and velvet meadows hide their secrets buried underground under their seal of peace and harmony. A huge blue energy vortex of a teleportation portal, in its radiance, stood a young and beautiful but deeply wounded young man who was destined to destroy this entire world. The first and greatest hero, the strongest man in the world of Chronolife, stood in golden precious equipment, dazzlingly shining in the rays of the warm sun. Malachi stood completely alone with his pain. His gaze was filled with unbearable pain and melancholy, regret and loss, which truly only the strongest of all people could endure. Hundreds of years have passed, but the wounds still linger in his soul, poisoning his soul and consciousness. There were 3 silent tombstones of his friends, his order, his family, who met their once-adored hero with cold silence and soul-corroding emptiness. Malachi greeted old friends. At the first tombstone lay a wooden gittern with green foliage, which once played perfect, captivating music, turning into threads of subtle magic. The musical instrument belonged to a bard named Treya. She dreamed of singing Chronolife for the whole world. The sincere and good-natured Malachi gave her this opportunity. On the next tombstone lay an angel's wing, which meant purity of thoughts and actions, a bright soul, unshakable faith. The white wing used to be on the heavenly dress of a blonde nun named Triss. The girl promised to pray for the hero with the biggest heart in the world, hoping that God's protection would always be with him. The magician's pointed cap immediately spoke of the profession of its owner, who witnessed many magical miracles and magical mysteries. The hat belonged to the wizard Rix. He didn't care about saving the damn fantasy world. He only did it for the sake of the greatest man the world has ever seen. The crown glowed yellow, and a bloody tear ran down the face of the former savior of the fantasy world of Chronolife. People whom Malachi loved and appreciated immensely, was ready to turn the whole world upside down to make them happy, and he did. They filled his heart so tightly. Bloody tears continued to pour down his cheeks. So much pain was concentrated in just one body. It would have been enough to fill the whole world. People who extolled the young hero with a pure heart and thoughts in an instant with unimaginable ease tore his soul to shreds, broke his heart, deprived Malachi of air. Malachi did not come to the Heroes' Mountain to visit pathetic traitors and snuggle with poisonous memories. The hero is here to perform a specific task. Malachi was imbued with the unbridled power of rage and anger. This poison guided him, gave him strength and made everything simple. The hero ordered the vile dead to rise. The earth shook, bony bodies crawled out from under its depths. They did not resemble the old images of friends, but their clothes and skills were still preserved from those times. Behind the wizard in the pointed hat are 2 traitors, one hiding rot behind the face of alms, and the second hiding her true face behind the twittering of angels. Malachi will no longer allow himself to hide behind the path of honor that the hero has always led. Now everyone is in their place in the path of darkness. A nasty magician with a broken skull of level 999. Now his magic will finally take on a dark color. A hypocritical priest of level 999 can fulfill sincere intentions and thoughts without pretending to love people. And finally, a bard of level 999 with magical songs about beauty. There is no longer any need to praise those human qualities that she herself did not have. And finally, the leader of the newly minted horsemen of the apocalypse, the great 999th level, Malachi. who saved this world in order to destroy it later. The time has come to put an end to this story and clean up the world of Chrono Life. There will be no more betrayal. The level of the main quest has risen to the level of disaster. And finally, against this entire legion of death will come a loser in shorts, diligently picking his nose who could become an ambassador of stupidity. Sid didn't take the threat seriously at all. Mr. Perfect would fall after the first blow of his wooden club. The little sinner sighed tiredly and continued to appeal to the seriousness of Mr. Loser. There will be a bunch of innocent victims, all the earned characteristics. The weapon will all fly to nowhere. We must also not forget about the whole army of bloodthirsty dead. An attack on them without the use of holy powers will be doomed to failure, and Mr. Panties does not have such skills, like his nervous student with pink hair. And the signature destruction of the entire planet will not help the loser either. Even when all the servers crash after they are restored, the legions of the undead, the Malachi will not disappear anywhere, and this world will turn into hell. No matter how strong the club is, a man in the field is no man. But to Sid, it sounded like an invitation to a cool party with a lot of awkward memories the next morning. Panties listened to all the squeaky warnings of the toddler, but announced that he would still try to deal with the show-off and his rotten associates on his own. The laziness of Riot was shocked. This war will be his. Sid stretched his arms and body, made a couple of practice swings with his wooden club, and then activated the recoil control switch. A stunning explosive force thundered. Due to the release of such unbridled power and turning off the option, the Panties easily flew into the air like a launched rocket. His eyes were burning with another amazing adventure. He had never had such enemies, but they had not faced the unbridled power of a loser in white shorts with a wooden club. Sid flew through the air like Superman over the city. At least the Panties really like to think so. Only a couple of moments separated our protagonist from new adventures. 3 observers of the Savior's movements stood on the sand. A young man with a scythe and a child confidently stood on their feet. The girl was carried away by the shockwave. Love asked where the Panties were. Clearly impressed by the loser's idea, the water god explained that the Panties had turned off the recoil control and used an attack. The petty sin with a halo on his head and a choker on his neck remained in silence for a long time. Watching what was happening, he did not share Habek's enthusiastic squeals, but noted that he definitely liked his indifference. The city was called a frontline village, although in fact it was an infrastructure city. The story of every new Chrono Life player began from this place. However, the now historical landmark of the loser in shorts, reminding users of how Sid saved him from the insatiable hurricane, survived and also met all new travelers. In the smoke of the fires, the atmosphere of chaos and despair and the reigning dead silence, the monument looked as if it was he who was to blame for all the disasters of the frontline village and was proud of what he had done. A terrifying and bone-chilling bestial roar of a bony-horned hellish lizard on wings was heard. Its flames claimed so many innocent lives. The dragon reveled in the smell of despair and blood. The eyes of the horned dragon of death glowed with red lights of rage and uncontrollable anger. The lizard was fueled by the crushing hatred and pain of its master. It was ruthless and insatiable, just like the internal suffering of Malachi himself. Once a safe place, the city in which the player began his acquaintance with Chrono Life, users, even after leaving, loved to return to it afterwards. Now this heavenly place has become a city of death and blood. Literally at the snap of a finger, it took the Legion of Death a deafeningly short amount of time to raze the front village to the ground. In the virtual studio of the real world, there was a selection of obscenities about what was happening in the game, what was going on there. The developers got lazy. Why are monsters attacking, but the village is safe? People refuse to play. Since such chaos is going on there, the fantasy world has gone crazy. Behind the counter stood an exhausted and unfriendly guy. He was already tired of listening to constant conversations about Chrono Life. He was a part-time worker. The administrator of the establishment raised his hands as a sign of his innocence. The young man asked the respected clients to calm down. Apparently, the server kicked them out again. They just need to relog in. The user shouted to the poor administrator that there was a dragon in the village. A skeleton actually the size of a bus with wings. If they were reborn and crossed, they would still fall dead. The Chrono Life game turns to the bottom. The young man, flushed with anger and completely dissatisfied, folded his hands in front of him. She took off her virtual glasses and turned to the guy, saying that it is also much more interesting to play. The plot becomes unpredictable. Your actions, too, much better than simple farming. The young man was completely embarrassed by his childish whims and fleeting hysteria. Probably the girl was right. He was just so angry because of this sudden attack a couple of days after Huracan. The boy invited the cute girl to join his team because he has a fairly high level in the game. She would obviously be safer. The girl refused. All the ladies in general always begged to be accepted into their team, but here's what's wrong with her. Then she received a notification. A cold sweat broke out on her face. She, with her information awareness, did not expect to hear this at all. According to what was written, the fantasy world will very soon cease to exist. Immediately, a new wave of indignation rang through the crowd of teenagers. Damn the developers. Is it really possible? Other games don't do that. Meanwhile, in the main office of the most popular game in the fantasy world, complete chaos was happening. All the employees of the company were fussing terribly. Just like the players, they could not cope. The assistant director burst into his boss's office. This is simply unheard of nonsense. The army should have appeared much later, not now. The main quest cannot be completed with the current level of players and their equipment. They will simply be destroyed. Fall sat silently in his chair, stirring his gookpub, listening carefully to the reports of his assistant. The director and founder of the most popular fantasy game took a spoonful of hot soup from a plate and thought, they have no right to interfere with the course of the game. Since the trophy rat was precisely a problem on the part of their company, and not outside interference, they had to eliminate the rat with their own hands. Sweat and misunderstanding passed over the employee's face, because the entire result of their joint work for many years is at stake. Her well-being and salvation must be given first place by some rules. This is a critical situation. The director of the company even posted an official notice that the company did not expect such quick and rapid updates to the plot. All the same, someday this had to happen. From now on, the fate of all Chrono Life will depend only on themselves. If the main mission of the main quest fails, Chrono Life will be captured by Malachi. The Sin of Wrath will destroy all life on the continent, and dark times will come. The players realized with horror that the future was entirely in the hands of each of them. Management would not interfere and was ready for any outcome. A legion of bony ones was patrolling the frontal village in search of survivors under their feet. There was a sea of UU-200B, U-200B tortured corpses. This is what hell looked like on Earth. Suddenly there was an explosion in the center of the street. The silhouette of a guy with a club was visible in it. A lament was heard throughout the street. Mr. Panties beat his damn ass off. Salvation was already in place. You still need to work on the landing with the recoil turned off. The entire impact falls on the 5th point in your shorts, so you can end up without it. The skeletons with bone swords in their hands have already encircled our main character, thus driving them into a classic trap for them. Sid jumped up joyfully and realized that he had reached the right place and was not mistaken with the coordinates. How much fun there was to be had. These rattling, bony ones alone were worth it. This day would be long and exciting. The dead legion rushed at the new victim. The loser began to beat everyone who came to hand with his wooden club. How the noise of their bones irritated him. But the ranks of the death squad were countless. While he destroyed the enemies on one side, bone swords were stuck into his back from the other side. And then the skeletons decided to finish off the young man with the club for sure, and all at once in a circle thrust their weapons into him. Sid scratched the puncture sites. Bone swords were sticking out of his body, but Mr. Panties stood calmly, as if the bony guys had come to ask him for directions. Then Sid stretched his stiff arms and back, made a couple of swings, and then distributed his rage to every new acquaintance who decided to get to know him more closely than the others. Literally a second and the first ring was already lying defeated at his feet, and in the center the main character stood proudly, throwing his club over his shoulder. While the next groups of the Dead Legion were already approaching Sid, apparently due to the fact that the loser invested everything in stamina, the current hero cannot avoid even the slow attacks of skeletons. While the savior of all fantasy humanity stood in the middle of the street and analyzed his characteristics and skills, he was dealt fatal and furious blows by a dead skeleton. The young man decided to open the system window, while the young man in shorts, on whom the planet depended, was fiddling with the settings behind him. The skeleton of death was trying to catch his breath after a series of blows. Sid discovered what he was looking for, the hidden skill of gluttony. This skill absorbed all the characteristics and level of the target when eating. The perfect solution. This is how tasty it will be for him now. The hero in shorts and a club in his hand burst into hysterical laughter. The warrior of death opened his mouth in surprise, no longer understanding anything what the hell was going on with this character. The rest of the skeletons also froze in anticipation. Hellfire was burning everywhere. Everywhere the street was truncated with corpses. In the middle of this madness, a hero in shorts was laughing. The graphite pulsating tentacles of the insatiable glutton Hurakan crawled out of his mouth. It's time for real fun and lunch. So let the dead bony ones come closer and closer. The face is distorted with a grimace of bloodthirstiness, the pulsating and taking away all the energy of life with all its component skills, stats, and levels, has already reached decent sizes. The first undead was chosen. The scuttle, the vile tentacles attached themselves to his chest. the magical soul sucker began to work. The dead skeleton gnashed its teeth in pain. When the dead warrior was completely absorbed, the skeleton disappeared into thin air, and all the characteristics of our main character were improved and increased. Sid laughed with his mouth full. He absorbed nutrient calcium. Due to reaching the maximum level, his absorbed characteristics and level would be recalculated. As a result, the obtained characteristics were doubled. The loser's strength increased by 220 points. Now Sid can even wear armor. The dead legion slowly retreated back. How can he leave this cheating skill to gather dust? It seems to him that it was because of it that the loser lost. The loser's eyes lit up with a manic gleam. The guy will no longer neglect anything, but will devour properly on the street. There are so many goodies running around. The undead threw their dreams into the air and fled in different directions. Well, fuck this demon in his underpants. Even they don't have such a bastard in their hellish cauldron. The undead sought salvation in flight. The hellish undead lost all feelings except the toad to kill and another ancient instinct of self-preservation. Their bones rattled heavily in search of shelter. The strongest army in the history of Chrono Life was essentially not afraid of death, but their instincts of self-survival required them to leave the battlefield and run away from this crazy asshole with tentacles. Because of the all-consuming feeling of alarming markers, these bony ones became even more appetizing and satisfying for our current hero of the fantasy world. The tentacles stuck into the ass of one of the fleeing skeletons. Sid activated the absorption skill. The tentacles sucked out all the dead and living energy of this bony creature, literally for a couple of seconds, and the drank to the bottom dissolved into thin air. The next bony warrior did not have time to convince and was also caught by the deadly tentacle of the insatiable hurricane. Sid reveled in their levels. The bony, deadly army, which had no equal in its bloodthirstiness, fled from a strange guy. In the middle of hell on earth, a burst of hellfire, a loser stood in heroic solitude with a pack of wooden clubs. All his opponents abandoned him. Thousands of skeletons rushed into the frontline village in a deadly wave. The sound of their bones echoed through the narrow streets of the city. The dead legion of death quickly fled from the city. Even a contingent of the fantasy world does not stand before such an infernal army. Even the all-powerful World Alliance of Chrono Life guilds cannot withstand their onslaught. Literally in an instant, this army turned to dust. The strongest dead bone dragon, the lizard, was the strongest and largest representative of its kind of winged killers. The shock force of its roar could demolish the foundations of a house. The hellish flames erupting from the bony chest of a giant monster from the underworld were capable of killing hundreds of innocent players in the fantasy world at once, burning their cities. After the death of Urus, the bony lizard led the dragon tribe after him in seniority of power. Now the winged and horned evil spirits are the main boss of Chrono Life, Spunk. The insatiable tentacle of our main character has attached itself to his bony muzzle. The enemy was absorbed in a couple of seconds. His gigantic, bony, powerful body with spreading sharp wings crumbled before our eyes and turned into dust, which was carried away by the wind outside the city. The most dangerous bone target was absorbed. The level characteristics were increased to the master level. All indicators were 99.9 and 999 thousandths. The spirit of Urus squealed enthusiastically around the guy. The former official boss of Chrono Life praised the loser who had once defeated him. The Urus circled around its master, calling the dead legion of skeletons pathetic cowards and its winged relative a disgraceful lizard. Sid answered offendedly that you couldn't even try to compare him great in shorts with this piece of shit. Then behind him, he heard the irritatingly familiar click of women's heels, which did not bode well. Our main character turned around contentedly. There was still food left, and she herself came in her heels. How cool. It's rude to leave crumbs after a meal. Before him, as always, the goddess of life shone with her dazzling power, endlessly appearing in those places where the panties himself were, not allowing the hero to take a single step without her presence. Mischief is already annoying with her obsession. She makes her appearances too often. Sid didn't call her. Let her fly away on her harmful business to create chaos and darkness everywhere. The moon activated the cancellation of the goddess of life mode. Her appearance began to change before our eyes. Everything began to disappear into blue pixels. Luna had apricot hair and a school uniform, just like that time when she led him into the deep thickets of the wild forest and cut the loser in half. Sid was not impressed by her tricks. On the contrary, they mostly irritated her. The panties did not understand Luna's thoughts, and he did not really want to poke around in her harmful head. Verdina silently peered into Sid's eyes, as if trying to find something in them, then replied that she had changed her image so that no one could watch them. Sid rolled his eyes irritably. Again, the mischief was playing in her own unhealthy thoughts and talking some kind of nonsense. She should start taking pills or something. Luna greedily pressed her hot and lustful lips into the mouth of the guy who was clearly stunned by the coming guy, and wrapped her thin arms around his neck. Her kiss was persistent, demanding, hot, impetuous, predatory. Like the girl herself, Sid's eyes were ready to burst. This unhealthy picture was watched by the evil purple-winged spirit of Urus. He did not understand at all what the hell was going on here. Why the hell this crazy woman was either chopping his owner or kissing him. His dragon's face turned into stone. This obsessive girl climbs everywhere, as much as possible to pester his owner, as if she had no tasks of her own in the game. The front village was burning down in hellish flames. The current hero arrived here to punish the first hero, and then the mischief crawled into his mouth. An unknown amount of time passed. It felt like an eternity for the main character himself. What kind of unhealthy crap is happening now? Similar to an art house that defies logic and common sense, the girl greedily devoured the lips of a loser in the middle of the deposits of corpses. Finally, the greedy and tireless Luna tore her lips away from the astonished Mr. Loser. Her lips throbbed and swollen. The girl enjoyed the aftertaste of their kiss with panties. After the killer girl walked away from her kissing partner as if nothing had happened, Sid shakily took a couple of steps back, rubbing his mouth after the mischief. Poor Mr. Loser did not expect this at all, and was incredibly embarrassed that this rubbish allowed himself to do so at all. Mr. Loser roared, "What the hell is this fool doing anyway?" That she was suddenly blocked. She forgot about treatment a long time ago, who released her from a special institution. Luna's face seemed no less embarrassed. Her cheeks were pink. She didn't know how the panties reacted to her freedom. This was the first kiss of a girl. A killer. A girl. A dream. Luna immediately retreated and bent to the ground for her magic staff, calling the incident an awkward accident. What else? Luna coquettishly tucked a strand of apricot hair behind her ear and chirped that the goddess just slipped, an absurd coincidence, and Mr. Loser happened to be in front of her at the wrong time. So she landed on Sid. Panties burst out in a ferocious rage. The hero was already tired of the fact that Luna was endlessly messing with his brains. Slipped. It was definitely and definitely a kiss, during which this fool even hugged his neck. Luna again pulled on her mask without the sensual self-confidence and irresistibility of the goddess of lust. The killer girl did not even notice how her hands were on Mr. Loser's neck. Mr. Panties stood in total and silent shock. What was going on in the head of this unhealthy, obsessive mischief? What does she want from him and constantly interferes? Then talks about another bullshit. The hero's speed increased to 99.9 thousandths. Mr. Laser could have easily dodged it, but he didn't. Luna, pleased with her prank, and the embarrassment of Mr. Laser, began to approach him again. The boy in shorts began to deny. The girl who was the first to accept a loser into her team, albeit as a deceptive maneuver, who introduced him to the real and cruel laws of life in fantasy worlds. The cheeks of the sin of lust were pink and hot. Her eyes shone with a shine that was incomprehensible to Sid. Luna admitted that this was her first kiss at all. Mr. Hero has never been so stunned. The main boss of Chronolife, his own copy, could not shock the panties. And here is some kind of mischief. Luna reached out to Mr. Loser with her whole body. Sid moved away from her to a safe distance and told her not to approach him. In addition, one of the 7 deadly sins has something for panties. The girl is simply obliged to convey it to him, because everyone is in the epicenter of the end of the world. And in general, Luna appeared in the frontal village precisely with this mission, and not just because Mr. Loser was here. The girl handed a small yellow energy sphere to the still stunned young man. Sweat was running down his face. Sid had no idea what was in front of him in her hand, but he was interested. The spherical stone was lying precious and belonged to the class of a god. A dazzling yellow glow emanated from it. Inside there was a brilliant scattering similar to cosmic constellations. The fact that this magical precious item was first in her possession and was then given to her by Mr. Loser must be kept in the deepest secret. In order to ensure that there was no evidence of Luna's act, she had to turn off the appearance of the goddess of life so that no one could observe them. Mr. Panties also overheated in his face. He was looking for answers to his many questions in the face of a girl with apricot hair in her face. The hero's eyes glowed with interest and analysis of what game this mischief was playing. After carefully thinking and analyzing the words and emotions of the moon, Sid realized that the goddess of life was speaking seriously for the first time. The girl was really worried, so Sid would accept the luminous sphere, whatever it was. Sid took and examined the orange god-class energy sphere in his hands. Why the hell did this mischief come to kiss him? Luna called Sid's obsession simply disgusting. This god-class sphere is a priceless item, so it needs to be carefully preserved. It will be very useful to him in due time. Suddenly a woman's voice was heard behind the two, frightening for Mr. Loser, and so annoying for the goddess of life. Love called out to the panties. How dare this stupid asshole go against the powerful army of thousands of people of death? against the main bone boss of chrono life and the coming end of the world alone. What a arrogant fool. A small sin in shorts and a choker and the god of water tell Boss Love everything about the upcoming events. She ran here as fast as she could so as not to leave him alone in such horror. Here the most popular idol suddenly slowed down. She was trying to catch her breath and regain strength. Boss Love was running headlong and he was not alone here. Sid is standing in the middle of chaos, a mountain of corpses with this stupid, obsessive fool. Boss Love immediately analyzed the close distance between the two. The skill of female intuition was activated. Why is this girl with bangs here again in general? Now the end of the world is coming, the loser found time to talk. The pink-haired warrior approached this couple. She could not remember where she seemed so familiar to her. Sid apologized. He wanted to quickly go through this chapter. Love grabbed the loser's robe with her hand and pulled him a little away from the impudent person standing too close. There was no point in them standing so close here alone. Then she chirped to the panties to introduce her to an unfamiliar aunt with stupid bangs, and it was impolite to stand like that and not introduce herself. She looked at Mr. Loser with cat eyes so innocent and shining. How could someone like that refuse her request? The goddess of life furiously calmed with her gaze, the hand lying on Mr. Loser's mantle. It dawned on Sid, Love does not remember the moon, because now she is in a different guise. Luna decided to explain the situation and again activated her goddess of life mode. The girl's body illuminated everything around with a dazzling light. Love recoiled from her aunt and went to her panties. Standing in front of them was the same goddess of life. Boss Love immediately recognized this snake. The goddess again called her an overrated fool. Hurtful and humiliating memories immediately flashed through Boss Love's memory. This fringed trash then set the insatiable dragon hurricane on her. This creature with wings asked her to die. The goddess of life, not paying any attention to the pink-haired mouse, turned to Sid. He is going to fight with the first and strongest hero of the fantasy world of chrono life, the legendary and greatest Malachi, the Sins of Wrath. The loser will have a very hard time, because the goddess of life gave him her energy, thanks to which the hero reached the maximum level. While they were talking, and there was a bloody mess between local residents and the legions of the army of death, the strongest of all heroes, Malachi had probably already reached that place. Into the very heart of the demonic world, into the dark castle of the Demon King, saturated with pain and fear, standing on the bones of 1 billion innocent players. Malachi walked along the main hall of the Palace of Sorrow, followed by 3 former friends who are now following the path of death and sin, faithfully following their hero. During his lifetime, the face of the strongest man no longer had tears, sorrow, or emotions. It was calm, and even, without feelings. The hero of chrono life clearly knew what he wanted, and for what purpose he came into this world again. In the middle of the throne room, a gloomy small blue dude in a hood hovered in the air next to a hefty precious sword. He was glad to have a long-awaited meeting with Malachi. The assistant of the great Demon King, Hooded Death, appeared before the Death League. She was glad to meet the one who was destroyed by her king several hundred years ago. The face of the first and strongest hero did not change, and did not express absolutely any emotions or feelings. Malachi only noted the unprecedented longevity of his assistant. Death replied that her body was immortal, which was what the assistant of the great Demon King owed for such a legendary visit to their humble abode. Malachi interrupted the caustic stream of Death's words and said that his goal was obvious. There was no need for questions here. Death already knew it. The assistant of the great Demon King was simply provoking the sin of anger. The strongest man in chrono life approached a pedestal shining in the sun, which displayed a beautiful golden strongest sword with precious inserts and a golden hilt. Malachi came for his sword. Behind his faithful and devoted friend, who was always there and never let him down, defended his master, now hangs out in the castle of the Demon King, like a pathetic trophy after another victory. The two-handed sword of a god-class hero, the strongest sword in history which only a hero can master. Death muttered sarcastically that the energy of the Demon King was now sealed into this sword. The great Demon Lord's assistant continued, "Will Malachi be okay if he uses his two-handed sword? The Sin of Wrath already understands what Death is talking about." The first and strongest man exhaled evenly, of course. The Sin of Anger understood perfectly well what the vile henchman of the gloomy ruler meant. There would be no turning back. The decision would become fatal and irrevocable. Malachi put his strong hand on the handle of his old friend and faithful defender, and so began the end of the players, the end of the world of the fantasy world, the end of chrono life, the end of Malachi himself. The Sin of Anger clenched his god-class two-handed sword even more tightly. Malachi wanted this destruction, thirsted for revenge and reprisal against all living things. The hero dreamed of punishing everyone for his pain. As soon as the strongest and greatest hero and protector of all the inhabitants of Chrono, Daif put his second hand on the powerful sword, his faithful ally. All the necessary conditions for changing jobs were fulfilled. The hidden class for changing professions was activated and launched. Malachi said goodbye to the last remnants of his frantic grief. His faithful steel comrade, who accepted his master as anyone and was ready to follow him along absolutely any path, the path of good or the path of evil, it didn't matter. The two-handed sword was always for Malachi. The job change was completed. The hidden class was activated. Death beamed from the firmness of the first hero's intentions. Blind rage. Thus was born a new demon king, the strongest, the greatest. His rage will paint the entire continent with scarlet blood. His wrath will destroy all life on this planet. The assistant of the great demon king was pleased with his new master. Who would have thought that the once brightest and greatest protector would be a crushing ending to the chapter? The new demon king, the ruler of the legion of the army of death, the deadly horseman of the apocalypse. The end of the chapter and all life in this world. His bloody eye turned green and studied the frantic energy. The privileges of the demon king profession will be granted. All statistics, characteristics will be increased and increased tenfold. The acquisition condition has been fulfilled. The condition was to change the class to the demon king. The hidden skill is the authority of the great demon king, allowing the Dark Lord to rule the demonic race unhindered and unconditionally. Malachi voiced his first order to death as the new great demon king. The assistant needed his entire demonic army and destroy the entire human race. The hooded assistant bowed to the new lord, recognizing in Malachi the true king of demons. Such fierce power and unbridled desire to destroy not one of his gloomy lords had ever had. Death did not make his new master wait long for his order to be fulfilled by the executive will of the demon king. He transformed into a tight liquid and stretched through the ceiling. Dark purple, thick and viscous death, feeding on the flames of rage from its master, absorbed all the uncontrollable hatred and crushing anger. The veiled executor of the sin of wrath leaked out of the dark castle, so a merciless and painful end was approaching the continent. The army of the undead was just a warm-up. Corroding, all-consuming, omnipresent, poisonous and terrifying death has covered the continent with its dark dome. Its turn and era has come. The era of death and endless deaths of innocent players. A wonderful time. Death felt all the dark desires of his master, and now he will utter terrible words and put an end to the fantasy world so soon. The newly made king beamed with anticipation of his mission, which would be the last for the whole world. The demon lord gave the command to go on the offensive with his army. Death roared. The spatial gate separating the continent of Chrono Life from the demonic curtain was activated. Space and time were cut. Very soon, terrible demons would pour out of there. The front village was burning with fire, from the everyday splendor of the central city, from which the story of each player began. For the newcomer, nothing was left, only an unfolding hell. The city fell. Boss Love turned white in silent horror and grabbed the hand of her panties. Her eyes widened and darkened with fear. Her mouth was disfigured by a grimace of despair and doom. Now they all really came to an end. The human world and the world of people, two worlds absolutely unconnected with each other. Not everyone has access to interdimensional teleportation, like the newborn ruler and the resurrected hero Malachi. The main character was confident in his invincibility and indestructibility. Everyone would fall from his wooden club. This has always been the case. But just in case, he decided to look at the possible last sunset of Chrono Life. This skill also obeys the assistant of the powerful lord of all demons, the assistant of the ruler of the apocalypse. Death, she opened her gigantic mouth. It was precisely because of his submission and activation of the interspatial teleportation skill that Death became the right hand of the great demon king. Thus began the invasion of demonic spawn, instruments of the end of the world and the greatest revenge on all humanity. A dark army that eclipsed even the sun. The darkness of hellish creatures, smelling of rotten flesh, bringing unbearable suffering and pain. Creatures feeding on these feelings were already here. There were no number of hellish messengers. The degenerates of hell were already covering the sky. The entire continent was covered by demonic locusts. But the teleport did not close, continuing to spew out new guests from the demonic veil. Riot looked at the hellish revenge of the first hero of Chrono Life from the coast of the island together with the god of water, which means he was in so much pain. Habak approached his greatest master, on whose face there was always a never-ending smile even at critical moments. Now the smile faded. These could be the last moments of their existence. Only Sid was rejoicing at what he saw. The best party of his life was planned. What effects? How many guests unknown to him? What significant and high stakes? The main character didn't care about anything. And so what? Given that these creatures are from hell itself, one swing, and all the winged rats will attack the frontal village like spring rain. A stunning and crushing blow from a wooden club caused a shockless wave of explosion that could be seen in space itself. No one could survive after such an onslaught of flames. Boss Love covered her eyes from the dust and blinding flame of the explosion. Mr. Panties contentedly threw the wooden baton over his shoulder and waited. Sid was already congratulating himself on his stunning victory over the frame of demons. How many experience points, article, and characteristics he had jumped. But it was not there. The hellish tribe was not affected at all by the wooden club of the protagonist. From the gigantic jaws of death, demonic legions, ruthless and bloodthirsty executors of the will of their dark and great king, were still serenely flying out. This is what the end of the world looked like for Chrono Life. The goddess of life smiled and said that the demonic race has unique physical strength and abilities. They are not comparable to more than one boss, the demon of the Chrono Life world, with whom Mr. Panties had to fight. Their sharp and steel horns contain an incredible, endless source of magic. The current hero cannot even imagine what the guys will have to face this time. In addition, the already strongest army of demons received, thanks to the energy from the strongest hero, Malachi, immortal bodies. So the end of the world really came for everyone. If you combine the qualities of the undead and the qualities of demons, you will get a truly powerful and invincible tribe. Even the insatiable and all-consuming gluttony of Hurricane will not be enough for such a number. The goddess of life poisoned Mr. Loser, so now he intends to do Panties, as he's going to defeat the one when he cannot be defeated and crushed. Sid, despite the misery of the general situation, maintained total calm and unshakable restraint. His gaze was exactly youthful and concentrated. A decision had already matured in his head. Under the feet of our main character, a dazzling whole mouse of light sparkled. His Panties began to activate a hidden skill that he had not yet used. His body began to glow with a warm yellow energy flow. A strong wind rose, and around the main savior of the entire continent of the fantasy world of Chrono Life, dazzling rays of energy from his skill as a novice master flickered. The Panties were activated by the priest's soul skill. Sid immediately guessed that to destroy them, consecrated objects were needed. Everyone knows about this from sensational horror films. The priest's unique soul skill was activated, and with the help of the new skill, the loser began to bless his club. Now, being a saint, his item would be perfect for this stinking of rotten flesh and gray undead. Blessing is a basic priest skill. Sid's face froze in the blessed rays. Now he will have a consecrated upward blow. Panties heard the blissful singing of blonde angels with wings. After performing the blessing, Mr. Laser felt light and pleasant purity flowing through his body. His head was in complete order. The goddess of life, watching the narcissism of Mr. Loser and the angelic rays of light and sacred blessing, was distorted by what he saw. She already wanted to ask the overrated fool to gouge out her eyes. So the infernal offspring of the demonic race became endless opponents. This tribe has incredibly strong and resilient bodies from birth. In addition, the caring demon lord endowed his performers with his energy, thanks to which the assholes gained even more power. Along with immortality in the fantasy world of Chrono Life, demons became the strongest and invincible race. And then all these legendary legions of mass destruction of humanity began to crumble into pieces. The assistant of the great demon king froze in horror and amazement at what the hell had just happened. The invincible and immortal army was scattered into small pieces, which were blown away by a light breeze, like dandelions. On Earth, on the street of the frontal village, a hero stood in white shorts and smiled widely. Like immortals, primitive in weak fashions, dying from attacks with the attributes of a priest. The main character with a wooden club became a little bored after another victory. He was looking forward to the appearance of the vaunted Mr. Perfection. Here, the incredibly self-confident Mr. Loser was surprised the small particles into which the demonic offspring had scattered were gathering into a single whole again. Are demons bugs or something? Why do they resurrect even after a holy strike? Luna explained that this is all Malachi's unique skill. As long as the greatest and strongest hero has enough mana, his demon race will not die. The Hell Tribe is all connected to his Dark Master. The demons depended on Malachi's power. Sid will have to fight until all his mana runs out. He needs to warm up well. They will apparently have to be killed a large number of times. He needed to stock up on food. Mr. Loser had already begun to show off in the angelic rays, the light of blessing. Feeling like the most amazing creature on the planet, Sid activated the endless looping strike. Sid will constantly kill demons. They will endlessly resurrect, and it will be faster to destroy their ruler. Mr. Panties noticed that there is a lot of despair in the words of the goddess of life. This is very curious, but according to her, the great demon king sits on his throne in the demon world behind the veil. The guy simply does not know how to get there. Here Love intervened, who was already fed up with the upstart's chatter. She also wanted and could be useful for the panties, and said that it was worth using this hole at the top, since demons fly out from there. If you go through this interdimensional window, you most likely find yourself through a curtain into a parallel world of demons. This idea also seemed reasonable and probable to the main character. What does she even know about chrono life to so easily send others where she herself has not been? This hole in the jaws of death is a one-way portal. And if any person thinks of getting over to the other side, the pathetic fool will simply be torn apart. Sid and Love froze. Therefore, stop talking nonsense, you overrated fool, who clearly has no place among the main characters of the chrono life world. Let him return to the real world and record vanilla songs. Love's boss's eyes exploded with indignation. How dare this wing trash humiliate and insult her? And even in the presence of panties, she has gone through and overcome so much that this scoundrel could never even dream of. The warriors in lavender outfit burst out. Who is this fool really to make fun of her? The Fringe didn't get a ticket to her concert, or Love refused her an autograph. Not a single player has ever fallen into the world of demons. The patience of the goddess of life was coming to an end. This Love has not yet been cut into two equally worthless parts, only because her panties are always nearby. Sin of Lust is the goddess of life, and therefore can use interdimensional teleportation and will instantly take the hero to the right place. The goddess of life extended her hand to Mr. Panties, and he recoiled in surprise as to whether he should believe her at all. Luna told Sid, who was confused and pondering her proposal, to take her hand tightly and squeeze it, so she could lead him through the common veil with the world of demons. The goddess of life came here precisely for this. The Panties began to support her words. That's why the mischief was looking for him. Well, perhaps there is logic in this and a real opportunity to resolve the situation. Duna looked at Mr. Panties closely, evenly, directly, openly, as if trying to explain what this cretin should already understand without words, but does not understand. Here, in the mind of our main character, the memory of their unhealthy and most strange meeting today flashed, and now it began to form into a single puzzle. An amber gem of the god class, a request from the goddess of life to leave it to stay with the moon, and transfer it to the loser himself in total secret, for whom the mischief even canceled his divine regime. Luna added that today's meeting should remain between them. Well, apparently the boy has almost no other choice. He will have to trust the mischief. Apparently the time has come to trust your enemy with an unclear designation of their relationship, because these are difficult times, trumpeting quick decisions. In addition, neither Sid himself nor Love's boss had any other ideas, and there was no one to tell them, so there was only one way out. Mr. Loser took the goddess of life by the hand. Sid allowed the mischief to transport him to the place of his legendary fight with the hero Malachi. Boss Love boiled with indignation. What a damn bastard, holding her panties by the hand and rejoicing at what a creature. Boss Love, in a last attempt to reason with the panties and tear his hand away from this fringed leech, yelled that the panties were completely crazy. How can you trust this deceitful stalker? Sid, tired of the eternal squabbling between the girls, added that he simply had no other choice. Let Love not worry, his wooden club was with him. Luna froze and enjoyed the fact that they were not holding hands. The cheek of the goddess of life lit up with a pink blush. Her pupils flashed with an admiring brilliance. Bliss reigned in them, spreading with a pleasant warmth throughout her entire body. Mr. Loser and the goddess of life, now everything is as it should have been in her opinion. The hero tightly squeezes the hand of the sin of lust. He does not understand yet, but very soon Sid will belong to her. Boss Love had never had anything more unpleasant in her life. Her heart was ready to burst out of her chest and punch this snake. The pink-haired warrior couldn't leave it like that. Why did the two of them leave together? Boss Love began to run towards them and asked to take them with her. The goddess of life immediately stopped the blatant attempt to interfere with their privacy and activated the teleportation portal. Blue energy light shone everywhere, and a magic mark appeared under their feet. The goddess of life smugly and radiantly whispered that this is her maximum. She can only carry one person, so the girl will have to stay here. Seeing and perfectly feeling the sensations of young love, the goddess of life added, laying her head on Sid's shoulder and taking his fingers with hers, that the two of them would have a great time on their date. The interdimensional teleport was activated. The blue light of the travel energy began to shine unbearably for human eyes. The magic mark exploded with a bright flash. This couple disappeared in a couple of moments, leaving Boss Love alone with an entire horde of the demonic race, indestructible and immortal, without consecrated objects or reinforcements. But the warrior completely forgot to think about the end of the world, about the mountains of corpses under her feet, about the demonic race. She was only worried about the head on the loser's shoulder. What a bitch. She clearly has an interest in Mr. Loser. It's not just that she always ends up accidentally giving him trouble, an obsessive maniac. Now the most popular idol has a rival, and she will not lose this battle. The panties were originally hers, and for her. A rolling flash of silver lightning, skies covered with gray clouds, the bloody castle of the Dragon King, it all began with him. In the center of the hall of the palace of the Black Demon Lord and Great Avenger, a blue pillar of interdimensional teleportation flashed. The two newcomers reached their destination without incident and without traffic jams. Everything was according to plan. Sid carefully and suspiciously examined the possessions of the rulers of the demonic race, the most terrible scoundrels, bloodthirsty killers, unprincipled and selfish tyrants sat here. Judging by the depressing interior and absence, these are the classic attributes of a typical villain's lair. Mr. Loser turned around and saw the hero of the occasion, young Malachi, was sitting majestically on the red throne. Sid greeted the bony guys, saying that there were noticeable drafts here, and it wouldn't hurt for them to dress up. All that remained in this body was uncontrollable anger, poisonous hatred, and an insatiable desire for destruction. And as one of the 7 deadly sins, the ruler would end humanity forever on this pathetic and insignificant planet. A deafening explosion was heard in the dark castle, coming from the sound of the wooden club of the current hero in shorts. His fiery tail was visible from afar above the castle. The hero again decided to skip the dialogue with the enemy. He does not like to listen to successful and rightfully the best people. What to do? But he could talk to himself for hours excitedly. And this Mr. Perfection, judging by the numerous chirps, did a lot of things. And as a person he admired everyone, so he probably has something to tell. The story may drag on. Loser ordered Luna to move him back. Their date with the Demon King had taken place. It was time for them to return. There is still so much work to do in the frontline village. Its golden monument needs to be restored and cleaned of the soot of the Bone Dragon. Why is it standing there rooted to the spot? Let it start transport to the city. The goddess of life interrupted his tirade. The panties' dates with the strongest Malachi had just begun. Mr. Loser still didn't understand anything. It would be hard for him. Let them turn around and see for themselves. Behind our main character, the ringing sounds of knightly armor were heard. Footsteps were approaching. The Demon King was not destroyed, and on the contrary, was in true admiration. Even the Demon Kings before him had not had attacks this powerful. Malachi was impressed by the loser in underpants. They would clearly have a lot to talk about during their date. Then sticky and cold sweat began to flow down the loser's face. This can't be happening. Mr. Perfect couldn't survive after his stunning escape. Sid is a novice master with maximum stats. The first and strongest man took the hilt of his faithful sword and shook his head. After all, the loser is not distinguished by anything special. In front of him is just a stupid youth. Attacks and dodges do not depend only on the stats of the characters. How can the hero not know this? The loser was chosen for this position as a joke, or no one except him wanted to come here. The strongest king of the demonic times swung his strongest god-class sword, his faithful steel comrade emitting the same poisonous green flames as the owner himself. The two-handed sword activated the Crescent Strike skill. A shockwave from the stunning force of the Dark Lord's explosive blow echoed throughout the castle, green flames consuming everything around. The greatest battle strategist said that by the bend of your opponent's wrist and your opponent's breathing, you can predict the entire course of the battle, predict maneuvers, thereby ensuring yourself a guaranteed victory. Behind the calm speaker in golden armor, our main character appeared like a shadow with a malicious smile on his face. Sid was definitely stupid, but not at all simple. And while the king of the demonic race still does not understand who he is dealing with, no one understands this in a timely manner and suffers from his own underestimation. Malachi predatorily turned around his axis in a matter of seconds to inflict mortal horror with his steel punisher. But there was no one behind him, only emptiness. The greatest Dark Lord turned his head in different directions, trying to understand what the hell it was, and where this unfortunate psycho was, how he managed to move so quickly. The talkative coward disappeared again, and behind the first hero the voice of Mr. Loser was heard, calling him to turn his attention and turn around again. Malachi was again led and began to look with his eyes at the impudent fool who, instead of fighting, preferred hide and seek. The king of demons lowered his eyes down. His opponent lay between his legs on the ground. The force was bursting with hysterical and maniacal laughter. Malachi was already beginning to think that he had never had such a shameful battle. The lord of the destruction of the human race, with lightning speed, thrust his god-class two-handed sword into the place where this idiot's head was sticking out, but did not have time in time. Sid himself was already completely behind his opponent. The boy in shorts was clearly reveling in his irritation. At the speed of light, it's fucking fun and not scary. Almost as funny as with Mr. Anger and resentment towards the entire human race. The guy clearly hasn't heard about upgrading his personality and his grievances. He should turn on meditation. Malachi is not used to running after his victims. His opponents always withstood the blow to the end and fought fiercely for their lives, and this degenerate is sick of him, only wiping the floor with his heels. The town that became the beginning of the open world for every user is no longer recognizable. Nothing remains of it, only charred buildings and numerous wounded corpses. Meanwhile, in the front village, there are jealous thoughts about the banged trash, who has clearly decided to take the panties away from Boss Love. The pink-haired warrior ran screaming through the streets and cursed the strange loser who was itching to leave her here completely alone. He himself is chilling with this winged one, not even thinking about Love for a second. As soon as they return, she will kill him. Thoughts about the heating due to indifference to Love's boss distracted her from the road, and she tripped over some stone. Her legs got tangled. The girl stumbled and fell to the ground like a heavy bag. The pink-haired warrior still flew along the corrugated stone tiles about 2 meters forward. Her face and hands ringed. What a day today. The guy was taken away. The dress was ruined. They will also most likely kill her. Boss Love will no longer look into horoscopes. There was a romantic date waiting for her, and not just this one. A terrifying, deadly demon looms over a girl who is weak and tired from constant running. How much can he mock her? Why is she so unlucky? She is not the worst person in the world. The clawed paw of the hellspawn was already reaching for its victim. Boss Love humbly lay on the ground. The insult of memories covered her again. This fringed creature flashed before her eyes again, holding her panties by the hand, coquettishly batting her eyes, fingering his fingers with her fingers. How dare she, the insignificant mischief! Then the warrior broke through. The girl jumped to her feet with frantic strength and was already raising her fist for a crushing blow. There is no worse enemy than an angry and offended lady. The demon was unlucky. This winged trash clung to her boyfriend like a tick. Everyone considered the boss of the corps to be the girl of panties. Why did she interfere? How dare she make fun of him in front of him? The vile creature. A strong fist from divine brass knuckles was already flying straight into the heart of the huge, deadly messenger of hell. There was so much poison of resentment in the girl's body. How infuriating this obsessive rubbish is, and this mug in his underpants. Can't he see right through this lying fool? Why does he listen to her and trust her? The fragile and young girl unleashed all her rage on the poor hellish monster. One look from her was now capable of killing anyone alive. The demonic messenger of the end of the world roared in pain. His eyes widened, his stinking fanged mouth opened, throwing out a snake tongue. The demon clearly did not expect such agility from the girl. Boss Love delivered her final fist blow as she said this game. Countless fights really help her cope with stress and throw off all the negativity. The small and refined fist in the divine brass knuckles fatally and destructively collided with the vile body of a representative of the demonic race. The spikes on the brass knuckles sparkled and shone. The demon was clearly attacked. These demons were at least level 100, of course, if it weren't for the gift of panties. With Love's power level being barely a quarter of the monster's rank, she wouldn't be able to deal even minimal damage. The divine brass knuckles completely covered the difference between Love's level and her demonic opponent, and now the demon of humanity fell with a huge hole in his heart. In addition, the divine brass knuckles had the hidden ability and skill to automatically change the attack attribute of a weapon to the most suitable one. So the divine brass knuckles activated the priest skill for the girl. And now the weapon was also consecrated and was capable of killing the demonic spawn, albeit not for long. For defeating a monster of this level, the rank of Love herself also increased. The warrior also received experience points. Her level now reached the 26th rank. The number of points reached its threshold. And now the boss Love was already at the 39th level. Meanwhile, the level of creatures of the demonic race is simply enormous, and cannot be compared with the ranks of local players, which is why they were not ready to meet such a powerful enemy that day. You can get much more from these monsters from the underworld and main quest bonuses than even from the local bosses of the fantasy world of Chrono Life. A crushing difference in the assignment of points. Boss Love again felt growing hatred, anger, and disappointment. The girl ordered the hellish idiots to send it to her and help relieve stress, which she incredibly needed now, because her thoughts would not go anywhere. The fighting spirit and taste of victory over the hellish creature dulled the girl's analytical abilities for a couple of moments, but very soon she was sobered up by the living cloud hanging over her. The main problem was the endless size of this infernal army. There were too many representatives of the demonic race, even for divine brass knuckles. Boss Love swallowed nervously and exhaled. Just let her panties come back. She won't leave a living place behind him for what she had to go through while he was doing who knows what. The girl in lavender gear humbly closed her eyes and froze in the middle of the street. Love tried, but she definitely lost this fight. Nothing can be done about it. One man in the field is not a warrior. Meanwhile, two heroes, one former, the other current, studied each other during the legendary battle. Malachi remained in oblivion for many years and missed a bunch of updates, new skills, and functions. The narrow-minded asshole was clearly faster than the Demon King, and even stronger, so much time had passed. It was logical to assume that the current heroes also used cheat codes. Malachi assumed that the rest of the characteristics of this fool in shorts were also superior. Sid nodded contentedly, throwing his wooden club over his shoulder. And if Mr. Perfect has finally understood everything, let him obey the loser and accept his death. Sid doesn't want to bother too much with him and waste the time that has been devoted to this hero too much. But the eyes of the first hero only flashed with a frightening fire. Because all his battles took place in this format, in the past, all his battles were doomed to failure without a chance of victory, but Malachi always won. Behind him appeared a faithful executor of the angry and vengeful will of his Dark Lord, a bard, a nun, and a magician. Together this company already looked more serious. Sid and Eurus looked at each other and froze with stone faces. This mortal Sin, whose wrath will destroy the entire planet Chronolife, convened his minions in order to destroy his enemy. And this super-duper cool professional has just openly announced that his school company will be smeared together. The evil spirit burst out laughing. It seems like that. Sid and Eurus decided to scold the bad hero. How can the famous and legendary hero of Chronolife behave this way? They need to fight one-on-one. Here the mocking dialogue was interrupted by the goddess of life. Luna told the kids to stop fooling around. Now the real fight begins for Mr. Loser. The success rate of Malachi's squad in raids is 100%. This is the only legion that has not known defeat in the entire history of the Chronolife game. And then the goddess of life decided to take advantage of the moment, pressing on the loser, and suggested that Mr. Loser and the goddess of life unite into a team and punish everyone. Meanwhile, Cole Fall, along with his subordinates and billions of other users, waited to see how the story would end. Meanwhile, Boss Love opened her eyes, having already accepted her marked fate and preparing a tearing tirade of obscenities against her panties. She should have been smashed long ago. How is this possible? Just now he was chasing a warrior in lavender on her. Obviously it was not she herself who, with the help of the power of her thoughts, protected herself in this way, although she would not give up such an ability. Then the pink-haired girl noticed the already familiar mask of Hong, the leader of the Guild of Noble Robbery and Theft, as well as the main owner of the entire information flow of the game. The deadly Hong activated her moon attack skill and unleashed a deadly combo of slashing blows, after which she calmly landed next to the Boss Love, thus coming to her aid in time. Scarlet blood gushed from the hellish creature's rotting mouth, its eyes narrowed and dimmed. Its wings and tail went limp, and its gigantic body collapsed to the ground. The torso of a representative of the demonic race was chopped into dozens of fleshy pieces. Literally in an instant, the strongest creature was turned into a meat plate and served very beautifully. The incomparable Dea took off her mask and asked if the frightened Boss Love was okay, because she had to experience and survive this. Not everyone can stand it, and the war is just in full swing. Miss Love was incredibly happy to see her friend. Dea always seemed to her like a pleasant and bright person who would not let her down. And so it happened. Hong arrived on time. But the sweet and touching moment was interrupted by the hellish and vile roars of representatives of the demonic race. They did not decrease in number, which did not suggest a chance for a successful resolution of the issue with them. Dea and Love raised their heads up. They would have to very hard to defend their rights to the existence of the fantasy world. The stinking demons were attacking again. It seemed that only rare types of demons appeared on Earth. Apparently, a great war has begun between two worlds behind a thin, magical interdimensional veil. A fatal war between humanity and the hellfire of demons in a typical game. Dea remembered her recent dialogue in the studio with a guy who was dissatisfied with this state of affairs in the Chronolife world. But Dea was, on the contrary, happy. This is much better than meaningless daily farming, cliched game raids, typical game lines and plots, tired heroes, and an eternal happy ending. Dea smiled at her thoughts. Yes, there is no happy ending. Real fun. The fantasy world of Chronolife has officially become the most interesting and fun of all virtual worlds. Dea then took up her deadly blades and ordered the members of the Guild of Noble Robbery and Nobility to attack and destroy the demonic race. Dea ordered to turn off the invisibility mode, go into full combat readiness mode, and defend the frontline village. In front of her guild, the strongest enemy. We must not forget about this. The powerful Malachi gifted them with immortality, so all intercessors need to sprinkle their weapons with holy water and engage in battle with the enemy. Subordinate members of the Hong Guild flocked from all the streets of the city. There were quite a lot of them, but there were still much more representatives of the demonic race on the other side of the veil. The warlike day thundered that the war with the demonic offspring was beginning, a war where forces were distributed evenly and unfairly. But this was their world. Demons had nothing to do here. After these words, the impressive and powerful army of the Guild of Noble Robbery and Theft rushed into the last battle. The members of the order were lightning fast, cunning, and strategically stronger than their opponents. Behind his squad stood a wise commander protecting Boss Love. A girl with pink hair and lavender equipment watched the professionals in admiration. The sharp blades of the deadly ninjas mercilessly and instantly cut the demonic flesh of the Hellspawn, performing beautiful fighting figures and stunts in the air of war. Miss Love whispered in admiration that the guild members had just performed the famous and legendary formation of the Hong Guild. It was incredible to see such a thing live. The girl was filled with feelings of admiration and amazement. Dea happily explained that this was only the second time she had used this formation, having become the third head of the Guild of Theft and Robbery the first time the leader used this diving tactic on Miss Love's boyfriend. But it didn't work out with him. Love was madly in love with Dea. She so often called her the girl of panties. This could not but please. The warrior rejoiced at what she heard inside herself. Then, with a whistle, a powerful arrow emitting a blue energy flame flew past the girl and straight into one of the vile representatives of the demonic race. A stunning and powerful arrow cut through the body of the strongest creature in a second. The girls froze, watching the extravaganza of the war for survival. It was an incredible and spectacular battle. Dea looked after the perimeters of the street on both sides, not raising her deadly daggers from her hands. Miss Love immediately realized who this legendary arrow belonged to. Her mood was clearly improving. King Arden himself, the great and powerful Iron Solo, leader of the Guild of Justice and the world alliance of all the strongest guilds of Chronolife, stood belligerently in front of the girls. The King of Arden received news from his scouts about the crushing blow of the first hero Malachi on the frontal village, so the Legion of Justice is here to join him. The huge royal army in shining armor with the blue flags of the Guild of Justice lined up like an indestructible wall behind their leader was becoming more and more interesting. Pleased with the appearance of the King of Arden, Day greeted him and clarified that, in fact, she reported what had happened, and the rest of the members of the Guild Alliance should arrive soon. Dea clarified that this will be an all-out war, a war of each player for the life of the beloved planet Chronolife. The strength and dedication of each user is important, since the legions of hell know no end. After these words, the Howl Guild was the first to appear. Led by its brave and noble knight Kiara, their flag was light with a double-headed golden eagle in the crown. The second to arrive were legions of the elite Red Knights of the White Cross Guild, with their commander Kairos with a scar on his face, their order's flag fully living up to its name. And finally, the Holy Land Guild appeared, led by the chief royal magician with purple hair, followed by faceless wizards in pointed hats with a golden flag. The right hand of the Demon King was spewing out even more legions of the demonic race. These creatures were everywhere, like locusts filling the entire sky. So, the legendary war has begun, which will go down in the history of the fantasy world of Chronolife, and will be told in various legends by the demonic army against the army of the alliance of the 5 strongest guilds of the continent. The creatures from hell emitted a militant bestial roar, calling on their relatives to attack the pitiful human people. Meanwhile, on the other side of the interdimensional curtain in the world of demons in the castle of their dark lord, the walls shook. Explosions and flashes of energy were heard everywhere. The dead follower of the Demon King played a magical melody on his small guitar, which had the crushing power of music that could be sent with a powerful impulse anywhere. The skill of the former beloved bard was activated, the Song of the Seraph was put into action. Sid had never had to deal with such opponents, and so far he did not quite understand what to expect from her. Bard music flowed like an endless river. With the help of it, the performer increased the speed of her team. And after it started, a hidden skill was activated after the second act of the song. A cold sweat ran down Sid's face, his mouth opened in surprise. This skill was beautiful and devastating at the same time, one of the main skills of a singer. The Goddess of Life repeated that Mr. Loser still does not understand all the stunning power of his opponents. This squad is invincible for a reason. There is only one warrior in the field. Luna insistently and authoritatively said that the most powerful squad in the entire world history of the game had just begun its raid. Before it was too late, Mr. Loser should team up with her. Panties looked at the Goddess of Life over his shoulder and pacified the Mischief Maker with a serious look at what she thought of herself. Why suddenly, the Banged One decided to give orders. Sid twisted his face like a brick, pursed his lips and showed the middle finger to the Goddess of Life. Even if he doesn't think of trying to manipulate him under pain of the end of the entire fantasy world, he doesn't need her on his team. Panties had already told her about his negative decision and complete disinterest. Besides, Luna is too cloudy, her motives are never clear and completely unknown. And Sid will be able to deal with these bony losers himself, without the participation of a fringed goddess with a staff, so Luna's proposal is not relevant for him. Sid began to stretch his arms, disperse blood and lymph through them, warm up his shoulder joints. As they taught in school in physical education, the loser had a difficult dance with the new guys. Mr. Panties sat down after a good warm-up, arched his back, and sharply launched towards his opponents at a speed of 99.999 thousandths. No one could keep up with his stunning speed. Even the vigilante squad of a young offended boy in a crown and panties enjoyed his invulnerability and control over the situation. Mr. New Hero flew up in a matter of moments to the bard songwriter and blurted out his greetings right in her face. The stunned Seraph performer staggered back. Every player knows that first you need to take out the support in the team. Without him, it will be much easier to reach the rest of its members, and with significantly less effort. Supports are those players on the team who heal other members, restore their resources, or impose various effects on the characters. However, despite the lightning speed of the current hero in shorts, his level 99th wooden club was intercepted by the strongest god-class sword and his master's faithful assistant, Malachi. This time, Mr. Panties clearly underestimated his enemy. He really wanted Mr. Perfect to turn out to be just as much of a disappointment. Sid was too warmed by the thought that he was the strongest here. And this desire played a bad role for him. The strongest Malachi was by nature the best fighter with excellent analysis and unsurpassed strategy, and his acquired skills had no equal. Sid had already begun to understand that even with his almighty club, it would be difficult to defeat this show-off. The warrior used his body and weapons too competently. The loser could not keep up with him. With undisguised ease, Malachi parried with his trusty sword the crushing blow of the loser's wooden club. No one was capable of this. The explosive stream flew past. Urus watched what was happening in total shock. This guy with different eyes had just repelled the invincible attack of a loser. The abilities of the first hero were truly something. Luna rolled her eyes. Malachi used the skill of perfect reflection. This is his best skill. The Demon King learned it while he was still a hero of Chrono Life, thereby completely changing the direction of the enemy's attack. The evil purple spirit of the dragon frowned. Isn't it too cool? It turns out that Malachi is invincible, but it only takes 1/10 of a second to stare, and the skill will not work if you constantly attack. The buff of the Seraph's song has been activated due to the vibrations of time. The speed of the members of the Avenger squad has increased. The bard, the songwriter, will soon reach the second act. You need to be careful and prevent this from happening. Malachi's body began to shine. The Demon King's movements became much faster. The attacks of the mortal sin became more frequent and frisky. Dancing with the main handsome man on the stage of the throne room, well, just every girl's dream. Sid replied that his tango partner had become clearly and obviously faster after performing his bone assistant's buff. But this would not be enough for Mr. Pseudo-Hero. Then Malachi began to activate another hidden skill. The purple dragon spirit opened his mouth in surprise and was already anticipating the next problems for his master, because the hero really turned out to be damn good. The three-pronged golden crown of the ruler of demons and mortal sin shone with magical flames. Rays of pure power and energy of the strongest person in Chrono Life emanated from it. Malachi activated the hidden skill of Hero's Glory, with the help of which the owner's strength is greatly reduced in exchange for doubling the remaining stats. A very worthwhile and irreplaceable skill in battle. The strongest, wisest hero, having activated a new hidden skill, was already rapidly flying to unleash unbridled anger on the Cretan in shorts. Malachi dealt dozens of blows in a matter of seconds. His attacks were more unpredictable each time. Sid managed to get pretty tired, but we must admit that this tough guy with a headband is really a good warrior. The king of the demonic race angrily struck blow after blow. Sid was touched by the young man's rage. His panties seemed to be playing with a hissing and angry cat. Well, what could be more charming? The loser's cheeks were glowing pink. Here, the hissing cat hits his wooden club with its clawed paw. Here, the charming scoundrel is trying to reach him with his second soft paw. What a touching feeling. While the current main character was having fun with the Demon King, his henchman in the pointy hat became active. His bony body began to shine along with his magic staff. Clouds began to gather around. The sky was torn apart by a huge fiery meteorite right in the middle of the cloudy matter. Mr. Panties also saw such magic for the first time. How much new Sid learned and wanted today. A sophisticated ancient spell called a meteor was activated in front of him. The loser for the first time videoed this impressive power in action. What a passage, what skills, how useful Sid is spending his weekend this time. The loser could easily dodge the magical meteor with his current speed of 99.999 thousandths with his eyes closed. But why should he worry? The panties always have at hand the fatal wooden club, which marked the beginning for its owner and put an end to many of his enemies. Sid activated his powerful strike on horseback with one strong swing of his hand. The panties' eyes lit up with excitement and the desired flame the loser loved to destroy. An explosive column of stunning power crushed the Bone Mage's deadly meteorite to smithereens. This is action. This is a show. It will be discussed by their viewers and observers for a long time. In the tornado of rising dust, Mr. Panties stood calmly and confidently, and small meteorite pebbles fell around him. A second, and the legendary skill of the meteorite was broken. Pleased with his power and strength, Sid asked if the guys had any other tricks. Otherwise, it was getting boring and dull. They urgently needed to change the show program. Otherwise, they would lose their only viewer. Panties did not let up. Were these really all the trump cards of the legendary squad of Avengers? It's time for them to stop playing and finish with this quickly. How much time has already been lost in vain? A cold sweat ran down the face of our main character. His team had just begun to pull out their trump cards. So the capricious hero will have to be patient and wait until the final act. Malachi was all wet. His will to victory and revenge was unbreakable. Blind rage ruled the body and spirit of the young Demon King. All ordinary people should leave. The skeleton bard continues the song of the seraph. The second act is activated. The squad of Avengers begins to shine with rainbow colors. The order of the Demon King radiates crushing power. The hidden effect was activated. The beautiful song of the bard flowed everywhere with musical notes. This is how the end of the world sounded for the fantasy world of Chrono Life. A wonderful musical accompaniment to a terrifying event. With the help of the hidden skill of the second act of the Seraph's song, all the characteristics of our main laser and underpants were halved. Such a trump card. Sid clearly did not expect such a setup. The evil little spirit of Urus opened his mouth in surprise. All the stat levels of the current hero were equal to 49.999 thousandths. The strongest hero stepped forward in front of his death guild. The main trump card was to weaken Mr. Loser so that their characteristics would be equal to Malachi. Madahai increased all stats tenfold, while our main character's recently improved stats were rapidly decreasing by a factor of 3. The two young men, one of whom was destined to destroy the fantasy world, the other to save, were now on equal terms. Panties could only count on Hurricane's gluttony skill, but the Sin of Wrath had the skill of perfect reflection, and this meant that the tentacle of gluttony simply would not have reached the Demon King and his team. What aces he had left now. A loading grimace froze on the face of the savior of Chrono Life. The boy in shorts and with a wooden club scratched the back of his head and asked Malachi for a moment to think. Our guy began to rummage through the pockets of his robe and felt something. Realizing what he was holding in his hand, Syl smiled with satisfaction. Due to the new circumstances, the current hero will try it. Malachi froze. His eyes narrowed. What kind of skill was this? The Dark Lord had never heard of this. 100 years ago, before his painful death, there was no such hidden skill at all. Urus and the goddess of life looked at each other. The winged sweet spirit was sure that the panties spoke of the hidden skill of the trophy guy. But Luna said that the loser could not use it, since he did not fulfill the third condition. To activate the hidden skill of the trophy light speed guy, it was necessary to run for more than a minute after fulfilling the remaining conditions to activate the Titan spirit. It was necessary to defeat the bear with one blow. Inspired and already anticipating his victory, Sid peered into the surprised faces of his opponents before activating the victorious skill. But the most emotional of all those present was the violet evil spirit of the main boss of Chrono Life. Poor Urus was burning with curiosity and impatience. Pleased with the dramatic effect of the prolonged pause, the protagonist of the fantasy world Chrono Life effectively took Habik's mirror from the pocket of his tattered robe and stretched out in a smile, like a cat in a fish shop. Hand Mirror of the King of Mirrors, one of the 8 panorama skill is sealed in it. The hidden 8 panorama skill is activated. The dark and deadly leader of the demonic race froze. Malachi stood numb in silent shock, his pupils constricted. The warrior raised his head, staring at the heavens. Urus and the goddess of life opened their mouths. They were both covered with undisguised amazement. One of the distinguishing moments of the demonic world from the human one is the completely black, impenetrable sky. But now the sky in the world of demons has turned white. The firmament has been eclipsed by the giant white panties of our protagonist, for whom they have already become a real symbol of his victories. Everyone froze in silent shock. The familiar world was 100 years ago for them. Now everything here is foreign to them. New orders, skills, the black sky has been replaced by white. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the legendary and fateful battle of the demonic race against the human race, hundreds of users fought without sparing their own strength and equipment. The pink-haired warrior in lavender did several somersaults in the air and delivered a series of crushing kicks to the impudent demonic face. The girl felt great and in her place. After landing spectacularly on the scorched road, Miss Love received a notification congratulating her and assigning her a new level. Love realized that there was no end to the demonic creatures. Were these all ordinary demons? Because it felt like there were only more of them. Dea stood next to her. Dea looked tired. If this was an invasion of ordinary demonic creatures, their corpses would have littered the city long ago. These use Malachi's mana to resurrect again and again. Therefore, there is one significant and tangible catch: the mana of the strongest demon lord has now become infinite, and the hellish horned creatures themselves had no end in sight. Boss Love was seething with indignation. What kind of mockery was this against the players? Couldn't the administration have warned them in advance what kind of test awaited them, no matter how difficult it was? Another horned fiend of hell was already rushing towards the two heroic girls, waving his healthy spreading wings. The warrior in lavender went into a rage. These bastards don't even let the ladies finish. Then suddenly, behind the two defenders of the frontal village and the entire fantasy world of Chrono Life, a loud female voice was heard calling for the activation of an ancient fire spell, and a gusty wind rose. The great and powerful royal magician Sybil was very close to the two brave and warlike defenders and activated her fire spear skill. A few moments passed, and from the magical staff of the long-haired sorceress, the leader of the faceless magicians in pointed hats, a stunningly powerful fiery flame burst out like a spear flying at a predator. A giant-sized, horned, winged, clawed, hellish creature fell like a heavy sack into the center of the main street of the frontally folded village. Sybil approached the other warriors and announced in a serious, authoritative tone that their one-time victories over the demonic race were not enough. To win the battle with death and send the hellish demonic frame back to their rotten world behind the veil, the sin of wrath must be pacified. Miss Love clarified that it might make sense to log out and wait until the panties in the demon world sort everything out. But the great sorceress of the kingdom of Arden with long lilac curls objected that if now the intercessors begin to retreat into the real world, then the demonic race will turn everything into ashes, animals and plants will die. The open world of Chrono Life, filled with adventure and imbued with romance, will turn into the hellish ruins of the demonic world and will no longer be the same. The fantasy world will become the world of demons. Miss Love raised her eyebrows. The pink-haired warrior asked why the developers of the playground did not fix this. Because the fantasy world of Chrono Life would be spoiled. That is, the game itself would be unusable, Dea reminded Miss Love of the notice. The administration of the gaming company Chrono Life sent an official notice to each player, stating that from now on the fate of the game will be completely determined by the result of the main quest. So from now on, you can't count on the help of the developers of the fantasy world. They have placed the entire future of Chrono Life in the hands of ordinary users of their site. For the first time in world history, the fate of the world depends entirely on the users. There is no such freedom of action and decisions on any platform. Chrono Life truly does not interfere in the choices of its players. No one among the ordinary inhabitants of the game, ordinary people interested in the development of events, the director of the most popular gaming company, Chrono Life, stood in front of numerous monitors in the main office of his own company, his employees endlessly analyzing the endlessly incoming data. Cole Fall invariably smoked his favorite cigar, observing the latest fatal events, analyzed the latest data, and made the most difficult decision. It was necessary to stop servicing Chrono Life. If you follow the logic and main idea of the administration of the fantasy gaming site, if Chrono Life is defeated by the demonic race, Miss Love could not control her anger. The world of Chrono Life was her place of healing, her second home. Was there really nothing that could be done? Dea, plunging into her memories and associations with Chrono Life, replied that she also immensely loves this playground. This fantasy world has no equal, how much it has given to every local player. But now is not the time to indulge in nostalgia and a pleasant conversation with girlfriends. It is necessary to convey to the rest of the players the fatal decision of the gaming company Chrono Life. They must know what they are fighting for. Sybil was sure that most users simply scrolled past the notification. And since for most players this is just a typical regular game raid and quest, the intercessors will have to defend the continent of Chrono Life from the impending end of the world on their own. The frontline village began to come to life. New players appeared on its streets, each of whom wanted to make their contribution. New players, avid users, and established heroes fought shoulder to shoulder against the demonic race. As it should be, a common enemy always unites the others. So the players of the fantasy world during the end of the world became a single, cohesive mechanism. Time passes, but nothing changes. In the face of danger, everyone is equal and united. Feeling the support and presence of other players behind them, users were inspired to new feats and rushed into battle. Everything always repeats itself. Only deadly enemies and conquerors change, but unity and spirit will remain, so it is time to defend this world again. Users were already going into a frenzy. Many were attacking with newly formed teams, increasing their characteristics and skills by killing demonic creatures, raising someone's level, and improving their weapons. One small group of amateur players mistook a large horned ghoul for the king of all demons and attacked the poor horned ghoul en masse. The users demanded that the Dark Lord give them artifacts. The players hit the false king of the undead on the head, guessing how many experience points they would knock out of such an enemy. Let him die already. They need new levels. At this time, the strongest and deadliest hero, Malachi, was also already experiencing doubts about the success of his mission. His frighteningly insane and obviously stupid opponent increased his size hundreds, thousands of times. Malachi, accustomed to analyzing the enemy's actions, reading the enemy's movements and gestures, saw only his underpants. The songwriter-bard decided to again equalize the levels and characteristics of her master and this tower in shorts and began to play the second act of the Seraph's song. The performer's hidden skill was activated. All the indicators of our current hero had to be reduced 5 times, thanks to the scattering waves of the bard's divine song. A song that never failed. The secret trump card of their death guild. Among the spectators, the spirit of Urus was most indignant. Why does the healing skill of Mr. Loser not protect the force from this fraudulent skill of that singer? In addition, the skill adds full immunity to status effects and immediate healing, however. The hidden skill of the deadly guild bard Malachi did not apply status, but hit the target directly. But thanks to the magnifying glass, the weakening song of the guitarist with feathers cannot reach the ears of the protagonist. All her musical waves are broken against Sid's white underpants. The strongest of men, the first hero of the chrono-life world, the sin of unbridled rage, the deadly king of the demon legion, the greatest warrior and strategist stood in silent horror, his morale crushed by the white boxers. From somewhere in the heavens, the mocking voice of the main character was heard. He clarified what skill the warrior was using. From the dark clouds of the black sky of the parallel world of demons, the head of a crazy hero in shorts poked out, his eyes shining with unhealthy excitement. Cold sweat flowed down the face of the strongest hero. Sinful anger always fought to the end. Malachi tightly squeezed his comrade in arms. Our main character, reveling in his unprecedented size, feels his imminent victory over Mr. Perfect, confidently squeezing the weapon in his hand. Mr. Loser's eyes no longer saw anything. Sid was blinded by titanic power. Intoxicated by another victory over a supposedly invincible enemy, he makes a strong swing with his hand. Mr. Loser was so gigantic that he went far beyond the boundaries of the planet Chronolife. Only his huge feet remained on it in order to strike. He had to bend in half. The fiery scythe of death, striking with one touch, was approaching the world of demons. The axe was approaching the king's castle. The Death Order of Malachi watched the inevitable defeat of their master. The Sin of Wrath tried to chart the right angle for reflection. But very soon the strongest man realized that all his attempts were in vain. A fiery wave of such cosmic power was simply inaccessible to the sin of anger. His second death came. The entire universal fiery force of the wooden club fell upon the demonic dimension, embracing the planet with a fiery embrace in a shockwave. A terrible, hellish parallel world, hidden until today from the presence of mere mortals, was bursting at the seams, and above it towered a gigantic death in a mantle and with a club in his hand. Thus, our main character destroyed another planet in the fantasy world of Chronolife. This time there was no mass murder, an endless stream of victims. This time, the destruction of the planet was saving. The time for using the hidden skill of the second panorama was exceeded. The mirror effect ended. The panties began to deflate. Sweat was dripping down his face. Had such a cool device really already broken after the first use? The mirror of the mirror, King Habik, was damaged. Time had to pass before it could be used again. The loser observed the results of his work. Another planet could not withstand the power of his force, but the servers did not crash. Since Sid was in a parallel world, the young man again managed to settle everything with his baton, and his spirit joyfully flew to the main character. Urus rejoiced at the next victory of his master. What a tough guy in shorts. Behind the friends, the familiar annoying voice of the goddess of life was heard. Again, the loser did something wrong, and everything didn't go according to plan. Why Sid never thinks about the consequences of his actions. The sin of lust flew up to the savior of the world. Like panties, she now intends to rake up the results of her body movements. The guys were not particularly happy to see her. Sid asked, when the goddess of life finally dies, let him also do at least something useful. No one will miss her. It began to dawn on the guys that if the sin of lust had survived, then there was every chance that the sin of anger had also survived the end of the world. The loser and the spirit of Urus began to scour around in search of him. On one of the floating stone fragments, Malachi was coughing, choking on blood. The strongest man also managed to survive after the explosion of his planet. The main character in shorts and the soul of the main boss, the dragon, saw the sin of anger slowly fading. Malachi looked very bad. His equipment was torn to shreds. His body was covered with bleeding and wounds. After his victory, Sid began to be impressed by Mr. Perfection. After all, he was a strong guy, survived the explosive destruction of a demonic planet, survived in space, and in general, Malachi behaves very dignified. The goddess of life also appealed to him, even though he was a sin, corroded by poisonous hatred. He was different from everyone else. Malachi was a unique character. There are no more like them, and there never will be, and he himself will soon die. The comrades of the undead king, who had risen from their graves, had already perished without surviving the end of the demonic planet, and the last drops of life were leaving the legendary young man himself. Sid, despite the sad dramatic note of the passing life of a young, recognized and rejected hero, was openly glad that the mission of the panties was completed here. Finally, the already legendary and well-known hero, in a tattered robe, white shorts and a club in his hand, flew up to his defeated opponent. The last dialogues are very important. Our main character asked the strongest of them all, wounded so deeply that the world had no chance to exist if Malachi was going to die so easily. But the wrath of sin only smiled good-naturedly. His eyelids became heavier and heavier. Malachi felt the end approaching and was simply going to die. Here, the overplayed hero returned to his natural state. The loser, who was not very smart, began to grimace and shake his ass in his underpants, rejoicing just as Mr. Perfect needed. Malachi, who always remained stately and with self-esteem, as always behaved perfectly and with dignity. The sin of anger hoped that not all current heroes had become a dead-end branch of evolution. But the king of the demonic race admitted that after his death a lot had changed. Such a devastating weapon, it was pleasant to watch this battle. The heroic dying young man with a bloody eye admitted defeat. Mr. Loser managed to save the most popular game for 1 billion users. Meanwhile, in the frontal village, the starting point of every player in the most popular world, and the starting point for the end of the world, there was a war. The users continued to hold the line, but their strength was already exhausted. The constant revivals of the demonic spawn took more and more players from the battlefield, while the hellish winged creatures, after their resurrections, felt full of strength and thirst for blood. The demonic offspring drove the guild into a corner. The king, who fired his arrows at the undead, knew this very well, but it was impossible to retreat. The future of the entire fantasy world depended on the outcome of this fatal and legendary battle in the history of Chrono Life. Everyone understood perfectly well that they couldn't just wait until the main character eliminated the main destroyer. At the epicenter of the battle, Miss Love, exhausted from the bloody massacre, sat on the ground, holding her hand. She tried to regain her breathing, Dea, cutting another horned poor fellow with her blade. Asked if the warrior was okay. The popular idol in lavender outfit was seriously injured, so she needed time to rest and recover to continue the fight. Dea turned her attention to the boss Love. There was exhaustion on her face. The warrior could barely withstand the next series of blows. The head of the Guild of Robbery and Theft herself was already exhausted. At this rate, the players, even together with their strongest world alliance of 5 guilds, will not survive for long. All users are already simply devastated. Someone is lying helplessly on the ground, unable to even lift their own sword. Someone has been driven into a corner, and it's just a matter of time. Then, unexpectedly, one of the horned creatures grabbed the leader of Hong with its clawed paw and tightly squeezed the girl's body. Blood gushed out from behind the intercessor's mouth. Dea was shackled and unable to defend herself. Her body was pierced by a sharp and unbearable pain. Dark blood was gushing from her mouth, and there was no way she could count on help. Apparently, this was the end for the wise guild leader Hong. But then, unexpectedly for herself, the girl noticed that the demonic claw began to crumble on its own. Day looked around. Other hellish relatives also began to crumble before our eyes, emitting dying, painful roars. Their huge, rotten bodies in a matter of moments turned into a pile of ash on the ground. In the air, soaked and charged with bloody carnage and 1,000 deaths, only black ash and the remaining parts of the bodies of the demonic race that had not yet completely disappeared floated. This meant only one thing for Chrono Life. A fantasy world, the world's most popular playground. A second home for 1 billion users, the open world was saved. Miss Love managed to catch her breath and finally exhale, hot sweat flowing down her face. Her face was red from the heat of the fire. Her healing universe survived, a home where the idol could be saved by herself. They succeeded. Chrono Life will live on. The fantasy world has survived its worst and most dangerous assassination attempt. Massive bloody losses. Meanwhile, on the other side of the universal veil, our main character watched the obvious end of the next chapter of Chrono Life. The body of the strongest man began to shine with blue light. Malachi was leaving forever. An unexpected peace and calm reigned on the face of the sin of anger. The Dark Lord was ready for his end, and was waiting for it, as if some kind of relief and logical conclusion. While the greatest Dark Lord is still here, has not sunk into oblivion with his dead comrades. Mr. Loser decided to ask what made such a legendary and truly great hero take the path of evil and want the destruction of all humanity. After all, before the young king sacrificed himself for the good and protection of people, I don't think for a second about the consequences for myself. Legends were made about Malachi's love for people. What happened to the purest spirit and heart, to the most legendary and strongest hero, who is still felt even in the guise of the Demon King? It's just that mortals can never reach the sun. It warms them, protects them, inspires them, is always nearby, never abandons them. The beautiful and powerful sun bestows its light on mortals. Malachi loved people like no one else. The hero gave his warm heart and bright soul to mortals, without asking for anything in return, and people adored him. And then, realizing that they could never be equal to the strongest man, they would always be in his shadow. Mortals could not achieve his power. They hated him with the same power and killed him. Pure and crystal tears flowed down the cheeks of the defeated man. Tears of devastated healing of the soul. Malachi simply loved people. A revolution was taking place inside the goddess of life. Even within her there was a blaze of compassion, bitterness, and resentment for what the worthless cowards had done. Sid, too, was no longer particularly pleased with the victory. The taste of euphoria was joined by a taste of bitterness. The loser impressed and sympathized with the antagonist. The main quest of Chrono Life was completed. The fantasy world was saved from the premature end of the world, from ruthless demons. And for completing the main quest, the loser is awarded a reward, for which the administration of the fantasy world congratulates him. Our main character was holding a red chest in his hands. The victory of strength will go down in the history of the game, and for making the greatest contribution to completing the quest, he received a bonus. Suddenly, in the endless universe of the parallel world of demons, a flash lit up like a meteorite. Panties began to peer into the burning star. The orange star flew up to the new hero of the fantasy world. The phenomenon began to transform. The rays of the star turned into strands of blonde hair. In front of our current hero, with a red chest in his hands, the self-proclaimed creator of the world was floating in outer space and shining. The guy in shorts waved to the loser. His body shone with a divine shine. His appearance was impressive. He called himself a self-proclaimed god. Everything has its own course of events, which subsequently changes history. The hippie did not expect that it would be the loser who would defeat the great Malachi. And in general, where is the strongest person, and where is the stupid noob, accidentally endowed with the strongest weapon? But oh well, all this doesn't matter anymore. The creator congratulates the loser on his legendary victory, and personally gives Mr. Panties an additional reward for his significant contribution. Sid faced the choice of gaining the ability of one of the deadly sins, or remaining human after defeating the Demon King. Malachi faced the same choice as the loser now. The strongest man in Chrono Life, Malachi chose to remain human, and ultimately died tragically at the hands of those he protected, only to become a sin after his death. The creator watched the actions of the main character. What kind of game raid? How many inconsistencies? And all this led Mr. Loser to this moment. What will he choose? The self-proclaimed god demanded that he quickly decide on his intentions. The current hero cannot put off his decision. He must choose now. There was a deafening universal silence. It seemed that the entire virtual world froze in anticipation of what our main character would choose. Behind the savior of all humanity in the virtual world of Chrono Life, there were two, the mortal sin of pride Urus, and the mortal sin of lust. Luna looked with stony faces at the main character and his carelessness. The charming spirit of Urus shoved the mischief in order to take a look at what his owner had chosen, and the goddess of life also stared at the system window. Luna's cheeks flushed with heat. Why did the loser make such a choice? Whim planned everything perfectly in this case. Why did this idiot ruin everything? The mysterious creator asked why Mr. made this particular choice. He himself was curious. In his memory there were only two such decisions. But there was no answer from our main character. Sid only smiled broadly. And with satisfaction, this chapter of virtual reality is completed. Panties was pleased with himself. He made the right choice for himself. The next day, Our loser lay on the bed, staring at one point on the ceiling, saliva slowly flowing from his mouth. As always, his face was not burdened with intelligence. The last battle with Malachi was not typical for Sid. The guy fell into the soul of our hero and made him look at his life differently, to find a more conscious attitude in himself. The flow of our character's numerous thoughts was interrupted by the ringtone of Sid's smartphone. The phone vibrated and continued to ring persistently, showing with all its appearance that those on the other side required his attention. The young man did not have time to answer the call in time, but then numerous SMS started pouring in. Messages from the boss of love or Serafura in this world. The most popular idol was persistently interested in the plans of the panties. Sid froze with a stone face. Why Sarah Fury, the most popular idol, the idol of billions, the dream of billions, was writing to him? What was happening? The savior of Chronolife answered the girl that he was planning to rest. Sira was clearly not satisfied with this answer. But what about work? But Sid did not want to hear about work. But the most popular idol, and what about a day off for the hero of the fantasy world? Sid made the biggest contribution to the main quest of Chronolife and deserved it. And then a message came from Sarah. The idol is about to finish her lesson and invites her to have dinner with her afterwards. What the hell is going on? She probably got the wrong number. Sid peered at his phone. Why would a girl suddenly have dinner with him? What nonsense, probably an autocorrection. Where out of the blue the moon appeared on his face. She was sure that Sarah was flirting with him. In our hero's bedroom there were two people, Mr. Loser and the mysterious Luna. Both looking at the young man's phone screen, Sid began to think about the girl's words. Sira is a student, but she is very beautiful and funny. Sid threw up his smartphone and jumped in fright. He was completely crazy to break into someone else's house so unceremoniously, the preoccupied maniac. Then the young man fell from the bed onto the floor, leaving only his heels for Luna to see. The girl giggled. He should be more careful because falling out of bed would probably hurt. Sid quickly emerged from under the bed. Why the hell was the bad guy breaking into the young man's apartment again? Luna decided to kill him. Why the hell should I scare him like that? The guy watched a bunch of videos on YouTube about stalkers. Sid was yelling at the whole block. Healthy people don't sneak into someone else's house. How infuriating this annoying pest is. Even in reality, you can't get rid of him. Our young man has run out of patience. What the hell is she doing? Or is the hero calling the police? And the bad guy will be imprisoned for illegal entry into private property. Luna was surprised that she was clearly not welcome here and was not greeted with a smile. Her cheeks turned red. The night guest is irresistible. In the game, she walks around and does what she wants. Why in reality does Panties condemn her for this and threaten her with the police? Luna decided to change the loser's focus. The girl put a clean, white, neatly folded shirt on the guy's bed. She supposedly just came to return Sid's shirt, which she had borrowed that time. As planned, the hero was confused. He began to remember when he even managed to lend the miscreant a shirt. There was no such thing as what she was carrying again. Then it finally dawned on the owner of the apartment, which means that during the first invasion of his apartment, the pursuer also grabbed his shirt. Sid was boiling with his own anger, who gave the microbe the right to take whatever she wants. She doesn't have her own life. Luna again ignored him and asked what his plans were for the evening. The guy didn't even understand the essence of her question. She changed the topic of conversation so quickly. Luna walked around his room, flirtatiously turned to Sid, straightening her hair, about dinner. Luna would also like to go with him. Our guy's face did not shine with delight. Why in the real world there is no wooden club that we can take now and destroy this planet with one blow along with the moon in human form? Some kind of creature came out of Sarah. Its face was disfigured by a grimace of rage, its eyes filled with blood. This is what a demon looks like in the real world. Luna was enjoying her dish. The action had started and everything was going her way. Sid was there, the fool was angry, delicious food. What a lovely evening. Our Sid dreamed of a teleporting portal. He felt himself between two fires and smiled on duty. The hero hoped that the girls would eat and go home. But Sira couldn't stand it and growled through her teeth. Why the hell did Sid bring this fool here? Because they had agreed to have dinner together. Sid, not ready to answer questions, was sweating sticky. How many problems these girls caused, it was too difficult. The young man apologized. Because all three of the guys were playing the same game, so why not have dinner together? Our guy didn't know what to do with himself. Why he was making excuses. Because the young man hadn't done anything bad or criminal. And in general, Boss Love might simply not notice the bad guy, just as the hero himself does, business-wise. The protagonist of the fantasy world, the savior of the entire virtual world, who defeated the main bosses, the demonic race, and the mortal sins, was a cowardly chicken in the face of women's anger and disappointment. Sid said that they met her completely by chance. Luna felt offended. She put down the spoon and said that in fact, they had just been lying in the same bed with Sid. The stupid loser was not at all lost in space and his own understanding of things. Love's boss was torn with anger before our eyes. It seemed that she was just about to bite his head off. The guy had screwed up spectacularly. He was a damn bastard. The goddess really didn't like that Sid was ashamed of her. If Miss Love isn't dating a loser, then why the hell is she putting so much pressure on him? Sarah folded her hands in front of her. In general, he is a member of her team and the girl is responsible for him. And in general, the bad guy is already following you at every step. She seems to be simply obsessed with panties. She's probably already stealing underwear, although whether the main character changes it, write the answer in the comments. Luna flirtatiously straightened her hair and said that in general they have a special connection with the current hero of Chrono Life. Sid did not understand at all what this mad fool was doing. Luna, looking mysteriously at the embarrassed young man, added that the two of them had a real romantic relationship, both in the game and in real life as it were. Our hero immediately thought that we were talking about a kiss before the fatal battle, and immediately began to deny it, because there was no point in it. Everything was only in the virtual world, and not in the real one. Luna coquettishly replied that all their sensations in the game are almost no different from real ones. If the boy wants, they can easily check it with him. Sid jumped away from the maniac. The most popular idol yelled at these two to keep their distance from each other. What are they even doing in broad daylight? Love told Luna to shut up and not talk about such things. This infuriated the girl. Virtual ones are almost no different from real ones, you can check. Then realization struck Sarah. Just don't let these two tell her that they dared to kiss there. Sarah's eyes flashed with pain. Luna immediately felt that her sting of jealousy had borne fruit. It finally dawned on the naive fool that Miss Love is so innocent and boring you could die from her. Just as she didn't shoot herself just from her tediousness. Love couldn't cope with the flow of emotions. She was simply torn from resentment and jealousy. She couldn't allow these two to see her feelings. Sarah stood up abruptly and slammed her hands on the table, while the girl was still able to hold her face. She had to leave. The most popular idol stood up proudly and quickly left the establishment, feeling that there were only a few seconds left before an emotional explosion. Luna giggled victoriously and ran away like a little scared girl. Sid was already sick of this day. He didn't want to take sides. He just wanted to go home alone. After leaving the establishment, the obsessive mischief flirtatiously thanked for dinner. Everything was delicious. Luna even ate too much, and the place as a whole is not bad. So I will definitely need to repeat these gatherings someday. In general, next time you can visit your favorite place of the moon itself. Mr. Loser definitely should have liked it. Tired of the girl, our main character said goodbye to her. Luna decided to linger, looking at the setting sun, just like that time in Chrono Life. The moon remembered that day of the massive harvest. The whole earth was strewn with the corpses of the best warriors, and they stood opposite each other in the rays of the setting sun. Luna asked the question why the loser made this particular decision with the creator back then. Sid replied that the bad guy thought that he would make the same choice as that guy in the end. The girl thought about it, but suggested that the reason lay elsewhere. For example, the love of the pink-haired one, she really bothered and infuriated Luna, and her claim to her loser, she allows herself too much in his address. Two people stood in the rays of a warm sunset. A light breeze ran along the street, announcing that the evening would very soon give way to night. Luna needed to understand Sid's attitude towards this upstart. Our character twirled his finger at his temple, wearily said goodbye to the mischief maker, and walked towards his apartment. The guy was already fed up with the rudeness of the evil one. Sid did not understand her intentions, and he no longer wanted to. Our hero was simply tired, and the girl remained in the dark. User authorization is completed, beautiful, and open Chrono Life, which has already become a second home for Sid. The destroyed frontal village after the end of the world, the place from which each player began to take their first steps, looked like ruins. The returning hero was greeted with joy by the spirit of Urus. He extended his charming paws to the owner to greet him. The dragon managed to get bored. The little purple-winged baby asked Sid if he was okay. The hero in shorts had not been in the virtual world all day. Urus even began to worry. The loser lay sprawled in the rays of the sun, and finally there was silence. Inspired by the return of his master, the spirit of baby Urus asked what the hero of Chrono Life had been doing all day. He looked very bad. Even after preventing the end of the world, the guy looked better. And in general, why the main and already well-known hero is now at the starting point, the frontline village, Sid, having found the most convenient and comfortable position for his body, froze blissfully. He himself did not know. Our boy enjoyed the silence of the city. No one sucks all the strength out of you, does not deprive you of your mood. You need to come to your senses. Urus did not understand. His owner fought with demons and the end of the world in the real world, why Sid returned exhausted. Then, out of nowhere, a wooden club fell to the ground next to our young man, just like on that fateful day when the worthless, stupid loser was given power, fame, legend, and friends. This club was a weapon for a beginner, and was almost useless. Sid happily replayed in his thoughts how it was then, their first meeting with his favorite club. Then something attracted our guy's attention. He stood up and raised his head, looking at one specific place. The main character recognized the culprit of everything that happened. In the middle of the street, just like on that fateful day for all of Chrono Life, stood that same little emoji who saved Sid from the insignificance of his existence, from eternal contentment with little, from endless disappointment. Meanwhile, night had fallen in the real world. But in Chrono Life, work never stopped, neither day nor night. The director of the corporation invariably smoked his favorite cigar. Cole Fall, along with his development team, watched from large monitors the long-awaited meeting, and a very significant acquaintance between the main character of the game and the mysterious boy, Emoji. The director of the gaming company folded his hands in front of him. The assistant joked correctly, "Everything is going as it should. Nothing needs to be done. The time has come for them to meet. The boy must learn everything about his savior and the true savior of the entire fantasy world. Their meeting should also entail the definition of changes and events for both." Sid jumped on the spot. He was incredibly glad and happy about this baby. The boy immediately ran up to him and hugged him. His panties were so grateful to him. Our loser began to enthusiastically shake the baby as a sign of greeting. The guy was worried about him. They had never seen each other again. The current hero sat down next to him. He has so much to share with him now that Sid can do a lot. He would really like to sincerely thank him. How much time has passed in the virtual world since their last meeting? In the real world, time flows completely differently. Now that the end of the world has been prevented, they can do something pleasant. The kid listened to his interlocutor, but could not remember him. Our main character almost immediately realized that the charming little boy, apparently, did not know him at all. Then Sid was very upset by the lack of even the slightest success in the game. Then the kid appeared and gave the young man a wooden club. Does the child really not remember the guy in tears and shorts in the middle of the city? There were hardly many of them in the boy's life. But here the kid seemed to remember something. The kid remembered that he had already seen Sid in the center of the square. There was his image made of gold. The hero nodded. They really erected a monument to him, and this is the merit of the kid himself. Here Urus interrupted the conversation and asked what kind of kid was next to him. The dragon was only gone for a little while, and the savior of humanity already had a child. The cute boy was wildly delighted with the slingshot. It was the first time he had seen such a creature, and he was incredibly interested in finding out who this cutie was. Sid remembered that Urus had now materialized. Now everyone could see the spirit. Sid took his guardian in his arms and introduced him to a two-headed dragon named Urus. He's the head of the dragon race. Sid handed the boy a cute Urus. The boy immediately extended his arms to him and hugged him tightly. The plush winged animal delighted the child. Then the hero picked up a new wooden club from the ground with pleasant warmth. Because one day the same club changed his whole life. The importance is in simplicity. The kid will be extremely surprised to learn what he was actually given that day. How it changed the life of our hero, revived his soul. With one very ordinary gift, this baby changed the entire course of this virtual universe. And the life of a nondescript guy, Sid will be glad to tell his story to the child. It all started when the main character managed to improve the donated baton to level 99. This became the most important moment in the life of the young man. With the wooden club next to this kid, it was calm, especially warm. No one had ever been able to hear the story in full. Our guy felt strange, but he told absolutely everything. What he had gone through, what he hid in the depths of his heart, what remained after what had gone through in his soul without concealment. And after defeating Malachi, whom he eventually liked, the creator gave Sid a choice, either to remain human or to become one of the 7 deadly sins. The boy probably already understood what he had chosen. The charming little boy did not know, and was in impatient anticipation of the denouement of the entire legendary story of our main character. The little horned purple spirit of Urus contentedly sharpened the chicken leg, already knowing the answer. Our loser leaned against the wall, making himself more comfortable. The guy chose to remain human, of course, but his choice was not obvious to everyone. The kid also opened his mouth in amazement. Sid rose from his seat and stood on his feet. Probably his little new friend and the most fateful person in the world wants to know the reason that forced the hero to make such a decision. The child nodded approvingly. The guy has something for his savior. Some gifts for the baby, to thank him at least a little for his gift. The narrow alley was blinded by a radiance. A request for a high-level weapon was being fulfilled. Our main character really wanted to thank the boy. Excellent swords, axes, bows, staves, whips, daggers, shields, spears, and scepters fell in front of the main character. All these countless deposits of excellent weapons became a gift for the little miracle worker. As long as he has a wooden club of the 99th level, the guy still doesn't need another weapon, and the boy is pleased. But the charming child thanked the hero of Chrono Life and refused such a priceless gift. Sid thought that a better gift for his personal little hero could not be found. The kid handed him a note. On the piece of paper that the child carefully signed, a strange address in the real world was indicated in this place. Our young man encountered something that he never expected to see. The only person to whom Sid opened his soul. The only one to whom every corner of the hero's heart was shown. The only one with whom it was especially good, warm, cozy, and calm. A kid who doesn't even know how important he has already become without asking for anything in return. A little hero who will die in 2 weeks from an incurable disease. Sid was simply numb with horror. His heart was pierced by lightning of excruciating pain. Our guy could not breathe. The boy affably patted the bed next to him, inviting him to sit down. Our hero realized that the child was asking him to move closer to him. Sid did not mind at all, but our guy wanted to be closer throughout his long young life, and not just for 2 weeks. The little boy was hooked up to the machine and couldn't speak, so he wrote on the paper that Sid must be surprised by his request because it was so unexpected, but he was still there. The boy apologized for having to communicate this way, but due to the illness, there were no other options. Sid was ready to give up any of his organs just to save the child. Then the next message from the child said that the girl was incredibly happy to hear about such grand adventures of her guest, and also wanted to share her story before it was too late, and there was a listener. All this time, the cult character, the emoji, was a sweet and charming girl, and the little girl really wanted someone to remember her when she left, even though her story was not so interesting. Sid tried his best to pretend that everything was fine, so as not to embarrass the baby with his devastating reactions, which at the moment, like acid, was corroding all his insides. The girl smiled. She knew that our hero was lying for her sake. The guy hated other people's stories and always allowed them to happen. The girl also warmed to him. Well, in the fantasy world, everyone is able to choose their own path. At first, all players are free to choose their character. Anyone can be whoever they want. And in this open world, the little girl chose for herself the most ordinary image of a girl with 2 ponytails and a delicate dress, and was the brightest of all the lights in it. In virtual reality, the girl chose to be a traveling merchant. She had a special large bag over her shoulder to fold and sell all sorts of items. The little girl adored her profession. After all, a traveling merchant communicates with people all the time during sales, and not only it was pleasant. A huge number of players immediately fell in love with the young miss. In the real world, the little girl couldn't make friends because of her shyness. But here everything was different. They adored her. They were truly friends with her. All users, meeting the smallest girl with eyes shining with all the stars of the planet, always smiled at her. Fall was lighting his favorite cigar. He also adored the baby. She was the brightest and purest child. In her free time, the little girl distributed healing potions to newcomers. Although she knew that she would leave in the red, she still sold them at the lowest prices. It was important for the girl to help. Therefore, she was a useless merchant. But is profit really the most important thing? And the little angel understood this much earlier than most of the adults on this planet, and truly enjoyed this knowledge. Everyone loves her so much, appreciates her so much, not only users, but also ordinary NPCs. The baby was so bright, kind, pure, warm, sincere, and loving that the magic happened instantly. She sank into the heart. The girl did not literally shine, but like the brightest star, her eyes, smile, and soul illuminated this difficult world. She was that ray of light, a ray of goodness and faith. The little girl filled both others and herself with inner radiance. The only pity is that one day the girl simply stopped logging into virtual reality, where they continued to wait for her, miss her, and worry about her. Users had many assumptions about her disappearance, rest, study. Everyone wanted to believe that the baby on the other side was all right. She was just busy with her life. Users who started playing with the baby at the same time have already increased their levels and have long since left the frontline village, setting off to meet new adventures. New players came to the game, and in the central city of the kingdom there were fewer and fewer people who remembered the shining little star. One day, the little girl entered virtual reality again, but she changed. Her long hair disappeared. Her appearance was the simplest and most discreet. The girl gave all her remaining things to the newcomers. The little girl, like a guiding star, pointed them on their path, pushing them to achieve accomplishments. At that time, the poor child could no longer speak, so the baby's speech patterns were replaced by emojis, and now the girl communicated in this way with other users of the Chrono Life virtual platform. The radiant child was still happy about simple communication with other people, which she was deprived of in reality. She greedily caught every glance, smile, warm word. The little girl gave away all her earned gold and all her things. She was left with only the beginner's wooden baton, which all players receive at the very beginning of their playground. But all users had the opportunity to appreciate her kindness and discern the very radiance that everyone is looking for, and simply threw away unnecessary gifts. This is a free gift, a tool for beginners, almost useless and meaningless. The little people could only look beyond things. Then the little girl heard the soul-searching, painful cry of our protagonist at the moment when he was completely broken and shattered, at the moment when he could no longer put himself back together in pieces, and he didn't see the point in it. The charming little girl cautiously looked around the corner of the street, in the shadow of which our current hero was lamenting and punishing himself for his own worthlessness. The guy was sobbing all the time, without squeezing out a single word. Silence in this case was much louder than words. His tears, which littered the ground like endless rain, revealed his entire wounded and tormented soul, showed and exposed his painful heart. The guy was emotionally dying. This is where this cult event happened, which turned our Sid's life and the entire course of the virtual world game upside down. This was the little girl's story, although it was too early to think about it. But this is how it will probably end. But finally, giving a new story, the story of our main character with a wooden club of the 99th level, which the little girl was immensely happy about. She managed to bring real benefit and help, even save someone's life. What could be more valuable? There was no face on our guy's face at all. The young man had never been in more pain than today. Not a single insult, humiliation, or disappointment could compare with Sid's unbearable growing bitterness. The baby continued that she only pretended at the beginning that she did not notice her diagnosis at the very beginning. When she first learned this terrible news, then realization came, and the baby cried a lot. The poor child was worried that no one else would want to be friends with her and communicate with her, because she would have nothing. She would look different and would not even be able to simply communicate and talk with other users. And the baby will simply be forgotten, as if she did not exist at all. Even if one day a miracle happens and the baby is able to overcome the disease, all she would do is enthusiastically communicate with other people. But this is not a dream come true. She just needs a person nearby who will remember her. Our guy quickly ran out of the hospital, clenching his teeth until they cracked and hurt. He did not want to put up with such injustice. Sid was ready to put absolutely everything on the sacrificial altar. The young man ran into his apartment and closed the door behind him. He was ready to even fly to another planet, but to find a way to help the little girl whom he fell in love with in a few seconds. The guy was ready to do anything for the sake of her shining soul. Sid immediately grabbed his virtual reality glasses. A plan was ripening in his head, which little by little withstood him from the tearing and unbearable feelings inside. The young man needed to save the girl at any cost. Connection is in progress in the fantasy world of Chrono Life. Activation is completed. User authorization has been completed. Again, the dark world of the main boss of this world. A dead land infested with demons. The dark domain of the two-headed Urus. Our main character tirelessly beat the local horned inhabitants with his wooden club. He chopped down the demons without a trace, leaving all his anger and pain here. The guy was ready to die from powerlessness right here. If only he could help. The demons died one after another, but it was not enough for the guy. It was important for him to do much more than everything. The guy needed to do the impossible. Perform a miracle so that the shining soul would remain with them in this world. A hell of a lot of time passed, but the current hero still stood on his feet and continued to extract resources, not losing sight of a single demon. They were all needed for salvation and the most important work of his entire life. Explosions thundered everywhere, scorching flames, darkness and darkness. This is what the internal state of our young man looked like, who struggled with his pain as best he could. He needed it, and so did that little girl in the hospital. The evil purple spirit of the dragon began to worry about his master. Urus had never seen him so embittered and frantic. His master had never fought for anything, even for his life, as he did now for the salvation of this little girl. The guy's eyes glowed with uncontrollable and insatiable empty rage. It was anger to nowhere, a dull and blind pain pressing on him like a concrete slab and blocking his breathing. He did not know how to continue to live and could not. He needed salvation. The dumbfounded Urus thought that his owner simply had a special cruelty towards monsters. But the young man spoke the language of pain, an unbearable feeling because the baby had a very rare disease. The operation was too expensive. Her parents did everything possible to find this money, but Sid will do everything impossible to pay. Hundreds of billions of dollars are worth nothing compared to the life of a shining star. She will have this operation. There is no price that our player would not be willing to pay for saving the incredible little girl who saved him 2 lives in the virtual world and in the real one, and continued to do so for others. Sid will never back down. Thousands of killed demons and their objects were already lying at his feet. The guy with the wooden club did a good job, but any of his services to the little girl will never be enough for him. Since what she did is irreparable, he will not be able to fully repay her debt. The young man could barely breathe. His mouth was streaming down his face. Sid simply could not sleep, eat, drink, live without finding salvation for his little savior. There would be no peace for either his soul or heart until she defeated this illness and happy. The whole world would give up for the baby to become happy again. The girl reacted painfully to the slightest hint of hope. She was incredibly scared of getting burned, because the disease would not go away even after the operation. The baby was unbearably scared. This feeling paralyzed her and her will. How many times her hope was mercilessly shattered on the rocks of reality? How many times had he already experienced this? She simply couldn't stand it anymore. The hope for her is in vain in her case. After the operation, there is only 30% that the girl will be able to survive. Such a mercilessly low percentage after an expensive operation. Nothing will come of it. There is no need to hope in vain. But it was enough for our hero to feel for a thin straw. It's enough to fight. He will fight with her, and they will defeat this illness. You can't give up and just leave when she's so needed here. The girl was almost adamant. Fear was stronger than hope. Sid cannot so easily promise to win her. She's not a game item. There is a difference between the decision to undergo an operation and the decision to upgrade weapons. While there is a chance of salvation, she needs to use it and grab it with her teeth. But what if nothing comes of it? If there are no funds for the operation or the operation is carried out successfully? But this will not be enough, and she will die on the surgeon's table. Sid is not supportive, but what if the only choice is how she should die? In 2 weeks with her loved ones, or in a couple of days on a cold operating table? It would not be better then to live at least 2 weeks instead of such a lonely death. The guy shared every terrifying word of the little girl, every frightening thought. He was next to her with all his soul and heart, and walked the same path. If a girl dies, everyone will forget about her. She is terribly scared to realize her diagnosis, scared to come to terms with it, scared to fight it, scared to make a decision in the situation, scared to be forgotten. No one will ever forget about her. It's simply impossible. The baby penetrates every soul with a bright light from the first second, and her light will be carried through time. You can't forget the radiance. It will always be inside everyone, like the girl herself. Sid assured that everything should go well. They both have something to fight for. He cannot allow the baby's light to go out. This will be the most terrible loss for humanity. They must fight, like in Chrono Life. The girl begged not to talk so easily about the operation. The guy has no idea how painful it is. Absolutely everything will disappear. The world, family, friends. There will be only a cold, all-consuming emptiness. The little girl was torn with fear. The poor and purest child simply did not want to die. The baby was unbearably scared to even think about what was waiting for her there, scared that it would all end there and nothing else would happen. She would be gone. Just like that. The heels of the goddess of life, already familiar to many, walked across the skulls of the wandering travelers. She was also worried about our young man, like his faithful guardian, the two-headed dragon Urus, and appeared to help Sid. The goddess of life perfectly felt the deafening pain that was capable of incinerating the entire planet. Each angry wave of her hand sounded like an unbearable cry from the soul and a plea for help, but not for herself, for her. The purple dragon asked Luna why she appears so often next to his master. This already looks like persecution or obsession. The guy is clearly not interested in this, so there is no point in tempting fate. The goddess of life supposedly also would not like to visit the current hero so often. But without wanting it, she always feels when people need something, and Sid's need is so palpably acute that she can pierce all the demons at once. The moon clung to the cold young man. His face did not change. He never saw anything, felt nothing. Everything was uninteresting to him. Sid just needed salvation and a chance for the little girl. The rest did not matter. The goddess of life happily said that she had come to the hero's request to help him in the main mission of his life. Sid really considered this matter the most important in his life. He didn't need anything else, as long as the girl lived. Sid distantly and coldly asked if Luna fulfilled his request. Of course, the girl did everything as he asked her. The young man had changed a lot since then. As if he was no longer outside, all of Sid was locked inside along with the girl. In the hospital room, the poor baby was sobbing. It was scary to just take it and disappear in an instant. She was torn apart by pain. Then the familiar warm palm of our protagonist fell on her shoulder. Only here, next to the girl, he came to life, thawed, warmed before our eyes, giving everything completely to the little star, leaving not a drop of light for himself. The baby didn't even notice how her brother came with a baton. She opened her tear-stained eyes and was amazed. There was a whole crowd of people in her room, girls and boys, adults and teenagers. They all came to her. They know her. Of course, our young man was right. No one will forget about such a bright light. Everyone remembers her and loves her immensely. The baby gave the girls sweet potatoes at one time, thanks to which they managed to get a job. They are very grateful to her. A team of 2 girls and a red-haired boy still goes on successful hunts with the weapon that this radiant little girl gave them. They really wanted to thank the girl for her generosity, but they did not find her in the city. No one forgot about the light even for a moment. Each of those present madly loves her and wants to be close and will always remember her kindness, the radiance of her eyes and soul, irreplaceable generosity and boundless warmth. The operation is due to take place in a couple of days. The baby promised to return from it as radiant as then. A whole crowd of people came for her and filled her little heart with a huge flow of love and faith. They are all waiting for her. And it was Luna who, with pure diligence, found everyone from the bright girl's circle, so that meeting them would force the little girl to move forward and give this world another chance for herself. The world will not be as beautiful without her, only 30%. A human life is at stake, albeit a very small person, but with a heart and soul that no adult has. She is the main character. A small, charming, bright girl with a radiant soul, open to this world, with radiant eyes and a smile. The little girl who had the most difficult trials turned out to be the strongest. She may not have been happy on the outside, but inside the game, the girl shone like a radiant star. She softly illuminated this world for each player with her smile, warming her with her heart, although she only suffered losses from this. Sid stood at the abandoned counter of the front village, where his favorite star shone. For him, she became the meaning, the heart. The baby became his soul. It is unlikely that he would have survived if anything had happened to her, and nothing bad happened. Behind him stood a happy and healthy little shining star, as if nothing had happened, as if those terrible, painful days and nights had never happened. Sid could not believe his happiness. This was the most joyful event in his life. No words are needed here. They will be superfluous and will not be able to fully convey his feelings. Silence will speak much better. A pleasant warmth spread through our young man's body. Tears of true happiness flowed down his face. He looked at the girl, the only one to whom he entrusted his entire history, real and virtual, the only one who opened his heart and soul, and wanted to leave her endless light and warmth there forever, hide and cherish. The baby looked like the happiest person in the world, although our guy was the happiest at that moment. Her eyes radiated true light, her smile warmed the soul, and the name of her character in Chrono Life was a shining star. Meanwhile, in the world of demons, a universe cut off by an interdimensional curtain, from another world, in a dimension of pain and blood, where eternal darkness, eternal cold, eternal loneliness, and eternal suffering reign. A dimension fenced off from the human world to separate the ever-ravenous, bloodthirsty, furious, angry, raging, hellish creatures that stink of rotten flesh and sulfur, from the world that can still be saved. After our hero in shorts and a wooden club destroyed the demonic dimension, it really disappeared along with the main inhabitants. But after some time, the parallel world was completely restored. And in the world after the interdimensional veil, hellish creatures began to appear again. After their defeat, and the fact that they were unable to satisfy their hunger, the thirst for destruction and bloodthirstiness of the demonic offspring raged. The creatures from hell started a war among themselves. Having lost their main common enemy, they took out their rage and hunger on others, killing their own kind. There was no end to this bloodbath. Monsters were tearing monsters apart. The demonic race was unable to conquer the new world, rich in resources and teeming with food for them. The creatures were in an unshakable rage. Their king also disappeared, and there was no one to pacify their anger, to stop this bloody harvest. The rage was so blinding that the race of the undead already took pleasure simply from the killing itself, from the way they tore flesh with their paws, pulled out entrails, seething blood flowing down their bodies, and defeated enemies under their feet. The creatures tore each other with their claws, impaled their own kind on stakes and stakes, inflicted as many painful wounds as possible. Their anger could not be quenched. The destruction of the race was taking place. Soon they would simply beat each other. But there remained one who was sincerely worried about the world of demons, about his home, the assistant of the Demon King, the main right hand, Death was worried about the chaos going on here without the rule of the Dark Lord, although he was already accustomed to the antics of demons. Death understood that there was only one way to pacify the demonic race, and it was necessary to act immediately. While at least one of them survived, otherwise their demonic species would be on the verge of extinction and extinction. This should not be allowed. More and more demons gathered in flocks and attacked their opponents with raids. The demonic race, after a fatal battle on a foreign continent, began to realize that it was very frightening that there was very little time left for death. Death took out a green luminous sphere from the pocket of his robe. It was the essence of the Demon King, a gem containing the power of the king. It gives after its absorption the hidden status of the king of the demonic race. The assistant of the king of the hellish race of death picked up this sphere quite recently from the castle of the great Black Lord. It formed and protected a slightly dark lord, like a certain crystal, guarded his soul, strength, rage. Apparently, when the strongest and greatest of the human race fell in the guise of the Demon King, the essence of the Dark Lord again moved from his angry soul into the magical green sphere. Death sighed heavily. If the green magic sphere had been sealed as before, it would have caused a lot of problems. It was also impossible to give away a precious demonic green stone of such importance to just anyone. The assistant to the Dark Lord of the demonic universe was wondering whether he should wait for the manifestations of the new king of evil, or should he himself look for a suitable candidate through the interdimensional veil of people's anger. Then the right hand and faithful servant of darkness remembered the crazy Mr. Loser, who absorbed energy with a tentacle, teased the victim, and gloated. A lot of stupid rage, uncontrollable pride, vulnerable resentment, rancor, gloating with great power in this game. The ideal candidate to be the next overlord of the demonic race needs to be converted. Meanwhile, our main character was mercilessly dealing with the monsters of the 4th level, bear hairs, with a light blow to each monster, and his work was almost ready. Sid had already lost count of which big-eared one was on the list. Then our young man approached the huge, lifeless body of the monster and began to pull out its teeth from its mouth. They were very valuable, so they could be sold and crushed to make food. The bear hair had healthy, sharp, and strong fangs. They were not easy to get, since a flock of eared monsters was now hiding in their secret hideout after the training of the boss Love and Panties. They scared all the game. In the shredded video, the predatory teeth help restore lost health. Is the insatiable spirit of the evil dragon not yet tired, and does not want to return to the frontal villages, where the two of them have been waiting for a long time? Sid happily said that their collection should be quite enough, and now it was definitely time for him and Eurus to return to the city. Behind our young man lay dozens of corpses of big-eared, toothless monsters. The village was already waiting for them. A clear day, a pleasant and warm sun illuminates the dilapidated houses and streets of the frontline village. How many events and battles took place in these places? This significant city even managed to survive the end of the world. Our guy threw back the bag of bear fangs and began to look for someone in the crowd. After saving the world and destroying the demonic race, the playground became even more popular, and even more players gathered here. While the hero in white shorts, like a sailor on a ship, peered into the distance with his devoted purple guardian, passers-by began to notice him. Some saw the legend so close for the first time, and what a cute creature was next to him. Here, finally, our main character and the great savior of the fantasy world, Chrono Life, finally noticed the familiar and much-loved silhouette of a little girl in a delicate dress among all this large crowd, and anointed her. In the center of the frontline village, there was a shining star. When it appeared somewhere, the atmosphere always changed. People always became less gloomy and smiled more often. And those who were lucky enough to communicate with the little girl even studied happiness and passed it on to other users. Sid missed the girl terribly and decided to see her today and please her with something. After all, the younger sister, although not blood. Starlight smiled radiantly as always and was no less happy to see our boy than he was. This brightest and purest little girl was stricken with a rare disease, but thanks to her steely willpower and the power of love, the little girl managed to overcome the disease. And now, after recovery, the girl can live her young, full life. In real life, the baby's name was Treya. In the virtual one, the baby had already reached level 47. Sid came up to her and handed her a hefty bag with the fangs of monsters as tall as she was. The girl squealed with happiness. Treya happily thanked her brother. The activation of the potion-making skill was activated. Each bear's fang would turn into a bottle of magic elixir, thanks to the baby's hidden potion-making skill. This skill turns any material into a magical potion. Thanks to our main character, there were a lot of jars with the desired elixir. Enough for a whole village. What a good and caring brother Treya has. Sid himself was surprised by such a large number. The baby has an excellent and very useful hidden skill. Such a quantity can be given with a lot of money, and immediately increase your level as a merchant. But Treya laughed in response. The radiant girl was preparing this potion for sale. Her cheeks were covered with pink paint. Treya did not need money at all. She is already the happiest person on Earth, and she has absolutely everything, so she allows taking care of others. The young man in shorts never ceased to be amazed by the little star, which each time managed to reveal itself from an even better side. Although it would seem to be much better, there is already a meter of purity, light, and endless warmth. The happy little girl collected the bottles in a bag and joyfully ran to the other players, the builders. The girl was clearly eager to please them as quickly as possible. The little girl ran as fast as she could, carefully holding her gifts in her hands. Everyone here joyfully welcomed the shining star. The baby was always and everywhere welcome. Her appearance was like the morning sun. NPC builders were busy restoring the front of the village. They were restoring houses. The little girl saw that the builders had a lot of work to do, because the demonic race destroyed almost the entire city, with only ruins left somewhere. So the girl made a regeneration potion, so that the workers could restore their strength. The joyful builders thanked the caring little girl who, as always, was dazzlingly kind and attentive to everyone. The guys paused and began to drink her potion together, praising Treya, who was happy. Sid looked at his little sister with genuine warmth, tenderness, and endless adoration. How he shone inside. The young man told Urus that they would need more fangs of the Intervidozai. Meanwhile, in the real world it was already deep night. Sarah Furi was sitting in her bedroom, withdrawn into herself. The girl was killing herself after that incident in the restaurant and had not appeared in the game for a long time. The idol could not cope with her feelings. The poor girl cried for several days, but it did not get any easier. Poisonous thoughts did not let go of her. Mental pain did not leave her. She was held back by corrosive jealousy and resentment. Sarah felt absolutely unnecessary. Each time, as if as a punishment for her own insignificance, the girl returned to that terrible day. Phrases about a special relationship ran through her head. There was a fringed fool in her eyes that stuck to her panties, but he didn't really resist. This impudent and vile snake assured that she and Sid were fully dating both in the real world and in the virtual one. But how could it be that Love and Sid spent so much time together when she even managed to seep into his life? The most popular idol closed herself off from the outside world, completely focusing on the inside. Even took a day off, for the first time in a long time, to understand herself and put everything in order. This burden still did not allow her to move. The pink-haired girl felt deceived, humiliated, broken, and worthless. Why is she worse than a pest with moronic bangs and terrible taste in clothes? Can't Panties see that she is not sincere and lies all the time? Then the light in the room rarely and unexpectedly came on. Her manager came into Sarah's bedroom. There were rice chips in her hands. In the deafening silence of her bedroom, the crunch from the chips seemed deafening. The manager was worried about her. How much could you kill yourself because of some guy in shorts? Where is this dead guy, and where is her little sister? Despite the seriousness and severity, it was she who pulled the idol out of depression and returned what she wanted to live. The manager sacrificed a lot to make this girl happy. Despite her history with her fucking parents, she sincerely rooted for her and worried. Although she couldn't show it, it was immediately clear from Sarah's face that it was the guy. Although the most popular performer tried to deny the obvious, it was useless. Sarah's cheeks were burning red. Tears were running down them. The girl just wanted to stop feeling the pain and prove that she was better. The girl found the strength to vent and speak out. She turned to her older sister, of course. Despite everyone's screams, the girls loved each other and were always there. So Sarah said that her best friend had problems with her boyfriend. This friend began to like the guy. The older girl looked at Fury with a stony face. It was immediately clear that we were talking about Miss Love herself, because she didn't have any friends. And she obviously shed so many tears not for the sake of her friend. At first, this cretin was for the girl, the most ordinary player, unkempt, nasal, stupid, annoying. She always wanted to beat him up or give out blows. He infuriated her terribly, and there was no question of any sympathy. But then they began to play together and spent a lot of time together in the virtual world. Then the girl began to feel some changes in herself. A change in mood and feelings when she saw him, and the blows became less and less. The most popular idol in Panties went through a lot of difficulties and events together. Together, they experienced so many emotions and experiences together, supported each other, helped each other out, worried, and were always nearby. Of course, the pink-haired girl was often angry with her comrade. But even through the beatings and her cuffs, she was already expressing something completely different and unfamiliar to her. The warrior was thinking more and more often about Mr. Loser, and so on. So the poor girl did not understand at what point she began to look forward to meeting him in the game, when their training became the most important and happiest moments in Sarah's life, when he began to take up so much space in her head. Sid always tried to help Miss Love from the very first day they met, when she was so ugly thrown out of the team and spat in her face. He carefully picked up her panties and invited her to his team so that the girl would not withdraw into herself. In the most difficult moments of her life, where the harsh reality found the girl in the virtual world, Sid shared these events with her, raised her to her feet, mentored her, helped her move on and not give up because he was nearby. All her first achievements in the virtual world, personal victories over the worst fears and panic attacks, a closed issue with her bastards, tormentors, they also shared all these moments of joy and happiness together. And after a very short amount of time, all her thoughts, experiences, and plans were connected only with this labile Mr. Panties. The guy was always in her head, in reality, and in the virtual world. The pink-haired girl wanted to get to know him better, spend more time, hear something about his real life, hobbies, goals, desires, become part of his world, part of his heart, and be in both worlds together. This guy, of course, is far from ideal, unceremonious, arrogant, annoying. He doesn't know how to behave, doesn't understand or understand other people's feelings, is most often inattentive and rude, stupid and ignorant, with terrible taste. But despite all these negative traits, the girl found him important, pleasant, necessary, interesting, warm, desirable, and even obligatory. Just let the manager not think anything through. It's not about falling in love, but simply about the desire to spend more time with this dunce, to let her get to know her better, to introduce her to his world, to share new adventures and victories in both worlds, to take care of each other. Suddenly, this is not entirely serious, and soon this obsessive feeling will pass, like a gloomy rain with the onset of a bright and clear sun, because people even forget about love. But here it is, just interest. It will certainly be easier to cope with. Then Miss Fury caught herself. Sweat ran down her face. Her cheeks were burning. She shouted to her sister that these were all the words of her best friend. It had absolutely nothing to do with her. She was fine, and there was no boy. My sister was amused by Sarah's innocence and naivety. So funny, embarrassed. Her cheeks were red, her eyes were burning. Oh, these first feelings of 17-year-olds. The main thing is to survive them well without leaving scars. The manager has always been straightforward and honest. She spoke her opinion without hiding. She always spoke frankly about real chances. This time was no exception. She asked Sarah not to lie and to decide what kind of relationship she wanted. Sarah Fury is the artist under her wing, as well as the vulnerable teenager with whom they have traveled such a journey and become a kind of family. The manager's job is to be aware of the internal state and find a solution. And of course, the mentor made inquiries about this cretin with a club in his underpants. The same guy with whom Boss Love is on the same team and rushes around the virtual world, waving his fists and brass knuckles. The pink-haired girl was embarrassed that the conversation would go on openly. She had not yet figured out her feelings, how to convey them to others, how to indicate them. Sarah was not at all ready for such a conversation. But she had no choice. With her older sister, it was always like this. Quickly, scary, openly, but always fruitful and effective for the girl herself. She really always decided everything and put it in its place. The manager was quite reserved and cold. She did not like to waste time on emotional outbursts or give in to one-time outbursts. Everything was always under her control. This was the only way she could guarantee results and help. The girl with the bob crumpled up an empty packet of chips and asked a question that would accurately determine the significance and importance of her youngest's relationship with this imbecile in shorts. Most fans would turn away from her after learning about the relationship. These are the laws of the market. An idol in a relationship should stop being pure and immaculate. And the money and success of an idol depends on the love of his target audience. That is, roughly speaking, Sarah Fury will simply betray their feelings and ideas about their favorite. And all the many years of work, the hellish work done, the constant struggle with oneself, with competitors, the eternal race, endless self-torture and self-improvement, all this will collapse like a house of cards in an instant after the decision is made. The most popular idol immediately nailed her knees to herself. She really lived her career, loved to sing, loved her fans. The choice was incredibly pressing and burdensome. This was her whole life's work, her soul and heart. Seeing the required load on the face of her ward, the mentor immediately smiled. The girl should feel and understand how important and significant the presence of this dunce in shorts in her life is really for her. And no matter what choice Sarah Fury makes, her sister will always be on her side and will not stop her. People will always say something. What difference does it make? Who thinks what? It is her life, and only she alone that will bring her happiness. The pink-haired 17-year-old teenager beamed at the words of support. It was important for her to know that any of her decisions would be right for herself, and she would not be left alone. Sarah even shed a tear from the warm, pleasant feeling inside. The manager jokingly added that, if the most popular idol decides to go broke, it will not be a disaster. The mentor will simply begin to torment someone else gifted. The main thing is that her sister does not forget to count her out in the end. Both girls laughed at what was said. The mentor, with sincere interest and concern, asked the idol, after thinking and analyzing all the data, what kind of relationship she wants with that incomprehensible boy in shorts. Everything should be clear by now. A light pink blush appeared on the face of the young diva again. The girl was still embarrassed to talk about this. She was still ashamed of her thoughts. She had not fully tried and formulated them. Something still prevented her from breathing. However, it was already much simpler and clearer for her. The girl knew for sure that she needed this idiot and could openly declare this, why exactly she needed him. While she was in the consideration mode, this understanding would come later. The arrogant fool always hovered around them with panties, wherever they went. The mischief crawled on their heels, chasing the current hero, always powdering his brains and sticking to him. But no one likes intrusive people. Sid will understand this too. The pink-haired warrior in lavender outfit again found herself in front of these two impudents. The vile miscreant with the moronic bangs grabbed Mr. Panties with her claws and looked sarcastically at Miss Love. How can you be such a mug? Sid simply turns into a lampshade when she appears, cannot give a single clear answer, stops dialogue and does not even challenge her unhealthy opinion. He simply retreats as if he is not there. And how this maniac stuck up to him in that establishment in the evening, chirped about special feelings, about great love both in the real world and in the virtual, about a close connection. And Sid himself never mentioned her. They don't hide special people. And this pest continued to stick. The insatiable leech, like a parasite attached to someone else's body, announced that they had kissed somewhere in the game and could repeat it in reality. Sid clearly did not attach any importance to this. This vile, obsessive girl with obsessive preoccupation and lack of personal life. How infuriating this clingy girl is. Why is she suddenly following him with her tail? Sarah Fury now knew exactly what she wanted from the cretin in shorts. A confident sparkle flashed in the idol's eyes. Her back straightened. The girl began to gain clarity and began to feel better. Sarah Fury wants to make this mug her own. There shouldn't be any annoying pigs nearby. The mentor, seeing the same girl who was confident in herself and knew the value of her talents and work, was proud inside. This is her girl who takes what is rightfully hers, and she has no competitors. They will never reach her. The girl clearly knows what she wants. This is wonderful, and already half the success. This has been sorted out, but all that remains is to think carefully about everything and make a good plan so that everything turns out the way the young miss wants. This will take a little time. In the meantime, let the 17-year-old young lady hold her horses. As far as her faithful assistant knows, Sid is an adult, and Sarah, the prison, is just a room, all that matters. The pink-haired idol did not think about this at all. Sarah Fury stubbornly made up her mind. The manager was completely right. Their relationship would be considered illegal, and Mr. Panties could simply be imprisoned. Sweat was running down the girl's face, and there was a pronounced rapid brain activity in her eyes. And finally, the young idol of billions of people came up with everything and was happy with her plan, at least not completely satisfied with it. Panties must first fall in love with her, then wait 3 years until she comes of age. The mentor with a straight face said that it was a little harsh, but the most popular idol was happy with everything. It was a good and convenient plan, and in general she was looking forward to advice from her in the future. The idol had no experience in this yet, so any help would be useful. The manager folded her hands in front of her and told the younger one not to worry about anything. She was there and wouldn't let you down. If the girl really wanted to achieve his love, then they would achieve it. They took on bigger and more difficult goals. They are a super team. Satisfied and inspired, Boss Love plopped down on her soft bed and put on virtual reality glasses in case she gets to see her panties today, and let her little sister write her tips in in-game messages. Her girl grew up so quickly, although her childhood was taken away from her, and even then the inner child in Sarah was broken. She still remained naive and bright. Now with her first feelings, the first guy, this is life. Well, since the baby needs her help, you need to start addressing her question immediately. You need to understand the topic, study it, think through a plan of action and behavior, and think about the topic of a possible competitor. She needs to be removed. The caring girl with a bob took her smartphone out of her pocket and began to tap her fingers on the keyboard, diligently thinking about something. The manager was looking for information as always. Answers, tips, life hacks, plums, any usefulness. In her browser search bar, the girl entered a request on the topic of how to seduce a man. What to do, the information had to be taken from somewhere, then processed and given a final version of the pink-haired lover. Her other queries in the search engine included level 99 stick, guy in shorts, level 99 wooden club, who is this popular hero in white boxers. Why is everyone obsessed with white underpants? The girl got information from the internet, video reviews, social networks, forums, open and closed groups. Here the manager was on her territory. She would have any useful information within a minute, as convenient. It so happened that when Seraphori began collaborating with her company, the girl fell in love with the manager and turned into not only a job, she personally gnawed the road to success for the talented talent. She managed to create the most popular idol, bring her out of deep depression, and become a successful person. But these exploits occupied all her time, so the girl was deprived of romantic relationships for all her 27 years. Meanwhile, in the open fantasy world of chrono life, on the side of humanity in the interdimensional veil, gloomy death walked across a sunlit clearing. The assistant of the demon lord began the search for a new king to prevent the extinction of demons. But how hard it was for death, without preparation, to just take it and rush into this fucking world. Where would he even look for what the evil one needed? People don't write in their stats whether he's a kind person or a shitty person, which would have significantly simplified her task. Yes, and these horned blockheads are not his helpers. They can only kill, tear, and eat. No thought process. Everything is on the poor mortal. Here the earth shook from a crushing explosion and its shockwave. There ahead, beyond the wild forest, orange bright flashes of fire could be seen, rising dust and soot from fierce flames. The earth was shaking. Somewhere in the distance there was something strong and uncontrollable, the very thing that the assistant of evil was looking for. The eyes of death shone with bliss and rays of hope. He found what he was looking for. Finally, he will get out of this dazzlingly bright and vile world and return with a new owner who will put an end to the bloody massacre. In the distance of the frontline village, our main character, sparing no effort, felled hefty bear hairs with his wooden club of the 99th level. There were already a bunch of them, but Sid wanted all the best for his little sister. The boy showed the treasured bag with the fangs of monsters of the 4th level to his faithful little evil spirit, Urus. They are lucky. The guys managed to find whole flocks of these strange monsters. The star will be very pleased and happy. Suddenly I heard someone's rapidly approaching footsteps behind me, the cracking of gravel under my feet, the crunch of broken branches injured by the wanderer rushing forward, heavy breathing, and a deafening battle cry. Out of nowhere, Boss Love jumped out of the wild forest in a brilliant and spectacular jump. She took a fighting pose. Her face changed. She was confident, calm, decisive, a real warrior. A huge, angry bear hare quickly and uncontrollably flew straight towards Mr. Panties and Urus. The girl reacted with lightning speed, as if a wild cat had jumped out in front of the long-eared monster, blocking his path. After which she concentrated, correctly distributed her weight, and prepared to launch a crushing attack. After the end of the world and the war with the demonic race, the girl became a much more experienced fighter. This was read in her every action. And the stunning power and accuracy of a professional blow, it alone was quite enough to kill a healthy bear. Boss Love had grown up. She didn't need a teacher at all. She acted as she felt. The huge furry body of the eared monster loudly crashed to the ground as a heavy load without feeling. And next to it, a charming warrior in lavender neatly and gracefully landed on her feet after a combat jump. The guys were stunned by such action. And this is the incompetent girl who was kicked out of their clutches by some losers and spat on her equipment. That girl who was digging in the clearing and could not do anything. The pink-haired girl who needed to be saved. Boss Love was already a real boss. Brave, decisive, confident, with good control of her skills and body, with excellent speed. The girl became a real warrior of the fantasy world of chrono life. Anyone would like to take her into their team. The girl in lavender came closer to the guys, dumbfounded by her sudden and spectacular appearance. The girl's cheeks were glowing pink. She was embarrassed. The girl extended her hand in front of our main character. Sid opened his mouth in amazement. The young man did not say anything to Boss Love about what he was doing in the wild forest and for whom. And the pink-haired warrior gave him several bear hair fangs that he so needed. Our guy accepted her gift. There was an awkward silence. At their last meeting, the guys said goodbye in a raised tone. There were a lot of omissions and misunderstandings. Each of them did not know how to start a conversation and from what, and whether it was even necessary. I rubbed cold sweat across the face of the young man in his shorts. He scratched his temple and asked Boss Love for forgiveness for taking the goddess of life with him to dinner. The guy shouldn't have done that, since they agreed to have dinner together. And in addition, Sid did not at all expect that the girls had such an intolerable relationship. It was terrible. It looked like a sawmill. He just wanted to disappear that day. It wouldn't happen again. The boy began to stammer. He was clearly uncomfortable and embarrassed. He did not ask for forgiveness often. His cheeks were red. His panties should have asked for forgiveness earlier. But instead, he offers to have dinner together somehow. Miss Love did not expect such a situation at all. She assumed that intrusive cockroach was tightly busy with her panties and wouldn't give him a pass, and then an invitation to dinner. Just the two of them. What a wonderful situation. I didn't even have to do anything. If the young man wants it that way, then Love will definitely come up with something, because she now has such a busy schedule in the near future. But she will try to find time for the loser, since he wants to have dinner with her. The girl slowly and calmly approached the guy in shorts and a club in her hand, reached out to his face while looking evenly and confidently into his eyes. The warrior had to ask him before everything got completely confused and someone would get hurt. What were you talking about? A preoccupied and annoying fool with a moronic bang in the evening in that establishment. What were they doing together that day? The girl's eyes flashed. She carefully watched Sid's facial expressions and gaze. Before the eyes of the young seductress, a painful prick of her bang stuck again. Her stupid feigned appearance, forced coquettishness, her words about a special relationship and an unprecedented connection between them. Terribly inappropriate and rude methods of seduction, dirty provocations, feigned inspiration. The scoundrel offered to repeat their experience with Sid in this establishment in order to compare the virtual experience with the real one. What intrusive rubbish. How infuriating it is. Sweat began to flow down the face of our main character. He realized that he could not avoid interrogating Boss Love, but still tried to step back. Miss Warrior did not retreat. It was too important for her. So what happened there, and what happened between the two guys, the hero in shorts and a robe shook his head negatively. There was nothing between them. The girl was not satisfied with such an answer. It sounds unconvincing, let him tell immediately. Sid shook his head, not wanting to give up. He was silent and denied it. This bothered the girl even more. She understood perfectly well that this meant only one thing. He had something to hide from Boss Love. And it shouldn't be like this. Let him speak immediately. The damn asshole was completely out of his hands. How could he manage to dodge her questions and so blatantly ignore them? Sophisticated calm and confidence did not stay with the young warrior for long. The Hulk came out again. Miss Love's evil bestial roar, her thirst for recognition, threats and insults, blackmail and loud slaps from cuffs were heard throughout the wild forest. Then Sid's thin squeals sounded. He could not breathe. Let Boss Love stop. Death immediately came running to the screams, which served as music to his ears. The main hero of the world of Chrono Life was sprawled on the ground in front of him. The hands of a pink-haired harpy were clasped around his neck. The girl was spraying saliva, baring her teeth and growling angrily. The face of our hero in panties was already purple. Sid was simply choking. His tongue fell out of his mouth. The warrior did not loosen her grip. Her face was burning with rage and anger. Her eyes were clouded with jealousy. Death was in silent shock from what he saw. The guy in shorts, who defeated the strongest and greatest Malachi, is now being strangled like a chicken. Which means this mad lady in a lavender dress is stronger than him. He can't even get out of her strong hands. The human world is horrified, of course, by this devilish, dead gaze that watches every suffering on the face of its victim, every painful spasm, every penultimate sob. Even among demons there are no such creatures. And what a demonic grin, ready at any moment to bite into the flesh of the most popular hero of Chrono Life, clearly biding his time, anticipating and savoring every dying moment of the poor fellow. Before him is the devil himself. The assistant of the Demon King is probably right. It is this hellish spawn that is destined to become the next Demon King. She will take this place by right, and will keep the entire parallel world in fear. Not a single horned one will even have time to spread its wings without her. The right hand from the parallel universe handed Boss Love a green magic sphere, which contained the very essence of the Demon King. The girl and the dying panty did not understand at all what was happening, and who this gnome in the hood was. Death gloatingly handed the warrior a green gem and told her to accept it. She deserves the sphere by right. Miss Love doesn't understand what's going on. She took this sphere automatically, not knowing who this guy is and what he even wants from her. Then the magical village sphere flared up and spread the brightest magical radiance throughout the entire surrounding area. The transformation began. The process of turning the pink-haired warrior into the ruthless king of the demonic race was activated. Miss Love received the essence of the great dark lord of all the undead of the parallel world. Her body absorbs all the essence of the demonic lord in the world of hellish creatures, eternal pain, and endless deaths. Somewhere in the universe, the self-proclaimed god of the playground was rejoicing. How long he had to wait for this moment. The hippie stretched out an approving smile. Now everything is in its place. The game continues. All the action is ahead. The creator in flip-flops patted his foot contentedly, put his hands in his pockets, waiting for the start of the next act of the new chapter of the virtual world, as everything turned out interestingly. It was even more fun than originally expected. According to the first and original plan of the main storyline and the main raid of Chrono Life, it was the strongest and greatest hero, Malachi, who was supposed to become this final puzzle, ideally suited for this role. The one who loved people more than anything in the world and hated them with such force, so much pain, suffering, dull anger, blind rage, seasoned with incredible inhuman strength, is the ideal candidate. Once upon a time, the most beautiful of people defended this world, but then he was mercilessly betrayed by the people he loved most. And then Malachi was ready to destroy this whole fucking planet in order to cleanse it of humanity. The beautiful goddess of life played her role, brought the sin of anger back to life in order to trigger the end of this world, endowed Malachi and his demonic race with her power so that there was a significant advantage. Everything went perfectly according to plan. The long-haired blonde in space told the goddess of life not to worry about anything. Everything will be fine, and going according to plan. The sin of lust just needs to relax and enjoy the rest of the show and the end of this fucking world. Luna spent a lot of time and effort to impose herself on the team of the current hero in shorts, but the fool sent the goddess of life to the ass, showing the middle finger. The creator mocked her. She was rejected for the first time in all time. The hippie with the blonde didn't know what the girl was up to, but it didn't matter anymore since the process had started, and it was too late for anything, so just wish for a pleasant sight. The final chapter of the story has arrived. No one is able to change this. All the cogs in the mechanism are running and working flawlessly. This is a single system that cannot be broken, restarted, or even created a defect. It is too late. Meanwhile, Boss Love was sitting on top of the crippled and barely alive savior of the fantasy world. The young man in shorts was lying on the ground with his tongue hanging out. Not realizing what kind of xenon was blinding him, death was jubilant nearby. In general, there was complete art house with cool special effects. Our guy was unable to look at the dazzling green magical light of the sphere with the essence of the Demon King. He closed his eyes and covered his face with his hand. I don't understand what kind of crap this is. Then the young man froze and stared, almost without blinking, at Boss Love. What is going on here in general? What the hell is happening with the most popular idol? The fans will twist my head for her, and even this strange guy in a hood with a moronic smile. The body of the pink-haired warrior in lavender equipment soared up. The girl was shining with a green, terrifying flame. Some changes were clearly happening to her that no one expected. And what is this guy still doing here? The change of profession is completed. The hidden class of the king of the demonic race is activated. Sid realized that Boss Love will not be at all happy with such leveling of her character. They are all screwed if they do not rid her of the new image. In front of the Boss Love, or the current lord of the Hellish Legion, a system window was displayed with a notification that she would now be given the privileges of the profession of the Demon King. All the characteristics of the warrior were increased tenfold. The freaked-out girl in the air began to angrily swing her legs and kick. Why the hell did this little guy in the hood decide that he could go and change her class like that? She didn't say that she wanted to become a Demon King. Let him quickly change everything back. On the ground, a guy in shorts, his evil dragon spirit, and a strange guy in a robe were watching this action. The condition for acquiring a hidden skill was fulfilled. Boss Love acquired the authority of the Demon King. The girl yelled for the notifications to stop ringing. The young man asked his horned little friend what kind of grain was going on with Miss Love. Did they do something and were to blame for her changes? Or was it the work of that fucking guy in a robe? Urus had no idea. The hidden ability of the coming of the Demon King was obtained. Miss Love screamed at the entire wild forest to cancel it. She doesn't need all this. Let them take out not all these hidden skills and new characteristics. She's okay with everything. A request for training of the hidden class of the Demon King has been launched. A demonstration of the ability has been launched. The girl with pink hair is noticeably tense. that this is being done to her without her consent and desire. What is being activated? What is being launched? The coming of the Demon King is activated. Transformation and training in the skills of a new profession are taking place. The image and task of the warrior love will be changed. The girl was covered with a bright flash of magical iron light. Sid and Urus sat comfortably on the ground and watched what was happening with undisguised interest. The guys did not have to change their profession or task themselves. And here was such a detailed documentary with special effects. The girl began to change before our eyes, like the moon that night when she measured the human image of a schoolgirl for the divine sin of lust. The signature pink long hair of the most popular idol became ashen in a second. The charming lavender warrior dress, with which she and the girl went through the entire game, including the end of the world, which she simply owned and cherished, instantly changed to an attractive black one with red precious stones. This is what the coming of the Demon King looked like. Quite cute, pleasant, memorable, cool effects, beautiful design. And Miss Love suited this image, so the coming of the Demon King is one of the pleasant events in recent days. The most popular idol, for whom it is incredibly important to adhere to her own image, her appearance adored by billions of people, her signature style, all this was lost in a moment. Even her signature pink hair disappeared. Under the heart-rending screams of the new head of the demonic race, the guys discussed what had happened. Boss Love is now a new enemy, and the current king of demons. One can only imagine what a cute invasion of pink-haired messengers of hell in lavender dresses will be. It was amazing that the warrior became a demon lord without even giving her consent. The hidden skill of the coming of the Demon King gives its owner the appearance of a dark lord, as well as a huge supply of mana. And only in this form are the exceptional skills of the Demon King available. The only exceptions being the passive skills of the Demon King, the authority of the Undead King. The passive skill is valid for the entire duration of its possession. A system window appeared with a notification about the activation of the hidden skills of the exceptional skills of the Dark Voyage and the demonic race. And cold sweat ran down the face of the puzzled girl with ashen hair. The request of the current Demon King has been accepted. The training system for the hidden class of the Demon King is launched. A demonstration of his ability has been launched. Fuck you. How much can you change her appearance, transform her image? The girl doesn't need all this. But it was too late. The golden necklace and crown with a red gem began to shine on the girl with a bloody glow. Changes began to occur to her again. Why the hell did she even get involved in this? A new notification appeared in the system window. The launch of the essence of the Demon King was activated. Then the former warrior and new leader of the merciless race of sulfur-horned stinkers felt wings behind her back. Synchronization begins. The synchronization error is equal to the approximate permissible level of 1.3%. Red demonic horns began to grow from the head with a shock of ashen hair. Miss Love's sweet and charming eyes changed. They became bloody red. The pupil narrowed and became vertical, like those of all predators, to make it more convenient to keep focus on their prey. The gaze became ominous. The true essence of the king of the demonic race was launched. A new evil was floating in front of the open world. Wearing a black attractive short dress with precious stones, demonic red sharp wings and horns, and bloody snake eyes. Well, a complete improvement in personality. The dream of any girl after an unpleasant breakup with her ex. The guys sat down comfortably in a clearing with popcorn, and, wearing 3D glasses, contentedly watched the movie. What a turn of events. Everyone knows that you can't take anything from the hands of strangers. Why the hell did Love grab this fucking sphere? Her fans adore the sweet and innocent idol. If they see this colossus, this killing device, everything will be over. Mrs. Love no longer even controlled her body. Endlessly something moved arbitrarily, changed direction without her knowledge. Her bloody snake eyes flashed. The destruction skill was activated. The girl's hand rose. The limbs of the new Dark Lord of hellish creatures were defiantly exposed in front of her. Her fingers were folded into the shape of a pistol, and something was spewed out. A crazy energy of destruction emanated from her. Literally a moment, and a bloody ray of destruction of stunning and crushing force fell into the open, bright, and newly conquered fantasy world of Chrono Life. Truly a world of magic where adventures never leave everyone. The hidden skill of destroying the Demon King is an exceptional skill of the Dark Lord. Makes an exceptional shot of concentrated mana. In other words, it's fucking powerful. The power of such a hellish charge increases in proportion to the time spent on preparation. The demonstration was completed. Miss Love was left in complete shock with an outstretched finger. A pistol, sweat flowing down her face. This little guy in the hood is making fun of her now. She's the standard of charm, purity, and cuteness. Wears hard hairpins and loves the color pink. Found someone to put on a latex suit and hellish horns with snake eyes. The girl did not believe that this powerful and uncontrollable volley had just become the fruit of her demonic mana. Miss Love had never felt so powerful in her life. It was simply incomprehensible and incredible how this could happen. After successfully activating the demonstration of the hidden skills and exceptional skills of her new profession, which every girl does not dream of, her new devices began to change again, now in the opposite direction. The bloody demonic horns suddenly disappeared into the air. Apparently, they appear only when one of the hidden skills is activated. The girl will not be horned all the time, which made her quite happy. This is definitely a plus. Then the demonic wings began to disappear. Love landed neatly on the ground. She had never been able to soar in the air before. The feeling was unusual and strange, but there was definitely something about it. Behind the new lord of the demonic race, a boy in shorts stood and greeted the new enemy. Love had become so cool and strong, now her blows would frighten him even more. The first thought in the head of the newly minted Queen of Evil was the unbearable thought that now she and Mr. Panties will be on opposite sides of the barricades. What should she do? Will the girl now have to kill people? This sudden power, the girl feels rage more acutely than usual. Is this really her new destiny? And now they will have a war with her, and even her panties will fight against her. What a day it is today. A strange guy in a hood with his fucking ball. And within a couple of seconds, she became the #1 problem of this fantasy world. Love didn't want to be scary and look like that. She didn't want ash hair, and black wasn't her color at all. The boss asked Sid how scary she looked. The hero's cheeks lit up with a red blush. The young man hesitated. The girl looked stunning. The dress suited her in that hair color. Truly a queen. Sid mumbled very indistinctly that Love doesn't look strange at all, and somehow she even feels good. Sometimes the image also needs to be changed, especially since it's spring, a time of change. The Demon King's assistant's instincts did not let him down. This hellish demoness immediately activated the coming of the Demon King, and even used the hidden skill of destruction only by changing her class, pure evil in the flesh. In addition, the error in synchronization is only 1.3%. The mortal was sure that in front of him was a hellish spawn. The Queen of Evil saw the hooded dwarf and grabbed his cheeks. She pulled his face in different directions, let him quickly return everything as it was. But according to Death, cancellation is not possible. The essence of the Demon King will leave the boss Love only after her death, since the Demon King is a unique boss. Then, after his death, the character will be deleted. Sid's eyes shone at the sight of the round gnome. His cheeks glowed pink. This weirdo is incredibly cute and looks very soft. The young man really wants to cuddle him. Urus snorted angrily. The evil spirit slapped his owner and told him to immediately open his eyes. Urus is the cutest. This bowling ball cannot be compared to him. It smelled of jealousy. Will she really have to walk like this all the time in the open world? This is absolutely not her image and style. But what if someone notices her and finds out? What a shame it will be. Her assistant said that he couldn't say anything about the outfit. He simply didn't have such instructions. But in his insidious opinion, Miss Love suits her very well. Seconds. The face of Death stretched out like an accordion. Boss Love flew into a furious rage. Let this bastard tell her how to get everything back. She will eat him alive. The right hand of the inarticulate shouted that he didn't want to. Love is completely stupid. Apparently, you just need to cancel the coming of the Demon King or turn off the Demon King mode. It was time for the guys to move towards the shining star. After all, she was waiting for the bear's teeth. The baby was probably already tired of waiting. Urus saw that the girl had become his own sister and was happy about it. Meanwhile, Arden, its main and royal fortress with huge towers and strong, indestructible, tall walls. Arden Castle was one of the 3 largest castles in all of Chrono Life, protecting the peace of its inhabitants. It is the most impregnable fortress in the entire history of the fantasy world. In addition to the impressive defensive line of the castle itself, the best royal guards were always patrolling each floor, watching the horizon, and then one of them caught their attention. Something below. For some reason, a huge werewolf was quickly running straight towards the impregnable Arden. This is not at all typical behavior for their species, and everyone is trying to avoid the castle. The rest of the guards also noticed the approaching dangerous figure. This was the first time they had encountered such a brazen and small-caliber intrusion. Not only did this psycho run alone to a well-defended fortress, but he also flew into the very thick of the royal guards. Unthinkable. Apparently, he was simply tired of living. A hefty beast climbed with lightning speed along the fortress wall of the castle. He did not look at all like an ordinary werewolf. Too big, strong. His eyes burned with hellish fire. The guards' eyes widened. They felt uneasy from such an unrestrained onslaught and brazen invasion. There was clearly something wrong with this guy. The beast was too unpredictable. Literally a second, and the werewolf jumped over the impregnable wall of the Kingdom of Arden with amazing ease. His claws were huge. The guards grabbed their spears. The invader had not even entered into direct combat with the knights, but there was already something immensely frightening about him. Blind bestial rage, insatiable hunger, the ruthlessness of a predator, a deadly threat of gigantic proportions, an upright wolf froze over the poor guards of Arden. The royal knights didn't even have time to really understand anything. It was impossible to follow his actions. The hellish beast was too fast. The guards only had time to shout that the monster was coming, after which their throats were cut with one slight movement. Wild horror and fear froze on their faces. A young guard ran out to the screams and almost dropped his spear when he saw his two dead comrades and a huge hellish creature in their blood, looking straight at him. The boy has never seen such monsters in his life. What kind of beast carried out such a bloody massacre? What kind of wolf with a bug is this? The black wolf stood on two hind legs. In general, he is from an ancient family of werewolves, about which mere mortals know little. The guard cannot kill him, and in general he himself is a wolf with a bug. Why do mortals need eyes at all? They can't see anything further than their nose anyway. They need to be torn out. The wolf loves to tear out the eyes of pathetic humans. The guard will be next. Silence hung over. The guard was sure that this was exactly what the end would look like for him. So he tried to live the last moment with dignity and not pretend in front of the stinking beast that he was scared. Werewolves can't talk. This guy is definitely not a werewolf. So who is this vile creature? A sticky experience ran across the war's face. He had no idea who he was dealing with. The royal guard felt the presence of at least two more giant, frightening, unknown creatures behind him, and the boy was driven into a trap. Behind him stood a titanic-sized, bloodthirsty, and hungry bear, as well as a vile and terrifying lizard, both of which smelled of death. The lizard hissed that they were not monsters. Little was known about their ancient race, and this world had come to an end because beast people came to chrono life. After which the lizard, with a slight movement, ripped open the young warrior's stomach. The young man did not even have time to understand that life was leaving him. His last moment was filled with fear and despair. The tramp of numerous steps of the royal guards was heard on the fortress wall. The young man managed to warn his king about the impending threat. The loyal defenders of the castle and the Guild of Justice were already trying to protect their kingdom from another invasion. The beastmen were not impressed by the army. There was no fear on their faces. They were absolutely calm, which could not help but frighten them. 3 beastmen were encircled by the royal guard of Arden and awaited orders from their king. The army was numerous and well-armed, so everyone was confident of success. Solo came forward. Someone dared to attack the castle head-on in the middle of broad daylight, and even some kind of stupid beast, not shining with intelligence and strategy skills, was hard to believe. Solo ordered the guards to immediately destroy the barbarian invaders. No one dares to break into their house so impudently. The witchcraft of fear roared. The wars heard their king and readily carried out his decree. Dozens of brave knights in chainmail rushed into battle against the 3 beastmen. Iron did not see a special and serious threat in the 3 freaking beasts. His guys are the best elite army. For them this will not be difficult. Screams could be heard behind Solo, and while his army is fighting for the honor and tranquility of the citizens of Arden, let your favorite panty experts like and subscribe to the channel. Iron had not even heard of monsters. Although he had fought 1,000 battles, bloody wars, hundreds of killed monsters, demons, someone in the comments asked to show the battle, and not Solo's face. Iron kept wondering why these monsters were talking at all. Only bosses and humanoid monsters were capable of this. The comments were bursting with demands to turn the camera. Users literally screamed that Solo again flushed the entire battle down the toilet without showing anything to the audience. Iron asked subscribers to write if anyone knows anything about the beast people. There was silence. King Solo's face was disfigured by a grimace of horror. A sticky mouth passed over his face. His mouth opened in a silent scream. The leader did not expect to see such a turn of events. What the hell? His entire army was lying in pools of their own blood. Not a single one was left alive. 3 huge hellish creatures stood at the epicenter of the bloody harvest, as if nothing had happened, as if his army were annoying bugs. Iron Solo and all the numerous spectators were in complete shock. What kind of trash happened here? How is this even possible? Who are these woolly psychos? Here, unknown to their natural fur killers, they turned towards the main instigator and media star. The King of Arden felt a cold and sticky horror running through his entire body. He could not defeat these 3. The great leader of the Justice Guild rushed to run as fast as he could from the new threat to the fantasy world of chrono life. 40,000 people watched the Solo stream. Everyone told him to run. Even though all viewers always crave a show, action, and more blood, this time everyone was shocked by the sudden massacre. And everyone, as one, asked the streamer to get out of there. The great king of Arden was in complete agreement with his followers, and fled as fast as he could from the bloody massacre of his beautiful body. Who are these animals? Where did they eat? And what went wrong with their development? They put such an army at once. A serious threat awaits the game, and they just survived the end of the world. Solo ran as fast as he could. As if a rocket had been sent straight to the target, the speed of the elves was not equal. But the king of Arden felt something wrong with his back. The feeling of fear and impending threat did not leave his body. And it did not fail at all. The fleeing guild leader was covered with a huge deadly shadow, which foreshadowed the imminent and terrifying end of the elven fugitive. No one could escape the beastman. Everyone would be killed. Iron was terrified, his pupils dimmed with fear. His legs and arms were no longer moving. His body became a hulking piece of wood. Sticky and salty sweat rolled down his face. An animal roar was heard, which echoed throughout the local surroundings, the caustic and stinking drool of the hellish wolf, mixed with the blood of his brothers in arms, dripped onto Solo. Iron Solo knew that this was the end. He could not escape further. His chapter would end on the wall of his own castle in the claws of some defective beast that killed his entire army. What the hell was going on with Chronolife? The werewolf sank its teeth into the king's body. The wolf swallowed Solo's body in one fell swoop, biting his spine in half, and viewers saw their streamer twitching in his death throes. A couple more moments, and the legs of the owner of the castle went limp. For King Iron Solo, it was all over. He accepted his painfully tearing death from the jaws of an unknown animal lover. This is how one of the largest castles, the most impregnable fortress, could be built in a few minutes. Although to those dying in pain, it seemed that time was dragging on painfully. This is how three previously unknown animal lovers introduced themselves to the world. Having recently experienced the end of the world and the invasion of a demonic race, no one understood where they came from, and what the hell the beast was so powerful and strong. Users who had just experienced the worst horrors in history did not expect a new threat so soon, especially a threat that would overshadow the end of the world and the destruction of humanity by a race of demons. Meanwhile, Death said that the time had come. The assistant persuaded his queen to call on her demonic legion and destroy humanity again. This is her task now. Boss Love is already tired of repeating that she doesn't want and won't do this. His stupid head must accept this fact and live on with the acceptance of her will and decision. There will be no other decision. The right hand of evil did not understand why this girl was suddenly stubborn. She needed to quickly fill the entire continent with blood and litter it with corpses, what her subordinates would think. Love adores this world. This is her second home. And she was quite fed up with the annoying little shit who ruined her image. Death did not subside. This is natural selection in general. This is the path of the strongest. As she wanted, Love burst out laughing. Since the strongest, then this is definitely not the right place. The warrior has always been a weakling. Death froze. The analyzing download began. Everything was schematically like this. First Malachi, then a maniacal psycho in shorts, and then this long-haired fiend. Love proudly besieged the hooded entity in general. Her level had always been low. It was only recent events that had noticeably raised her. And it's not to say that the girl's level was absolutely enchanting or deafeningly high. Sweat was dripping down the face of the poor mortal. He wanted to know the current level of his god in order to understand how big his mistake was, and what his mistake would cost him, since he incredibly screwed up with this girl. The queen's current level was 92. She rose considerably while completing the last quest. She was level 25 for almost the entire game, but she defeated a couple of demons and rose. It felt like Death had been hit by a bus. The assistant was stuck in a motionless mine. What was Mr. Hero's level then? Sid replied that he had the maximum level. But how then did the devil manage to defeat the current hero with such a difference in levels? Panties also calls her boss. This was connected with their first meeting and acquaintance. There is a long and boring story. On the face of Death, one could read complete failure. The right hand of supreme evil had never made such an unforgivable mistake. He was not worthy to be an assistant to the Dark Lord of the demon world, these strange double standards. Then the orange sky from the sun setting behind the horizon cut something incomprehensible. A certain gap appeared in the open world of Chronolife, a gap between space and time. It was not clear what to expect from it at all, or who. Love asked. Panties also see this in front of them. Sid and his guardian also observe this strange phenomenon in front of them. What kind of crap is happening? No rest. Our main character did not remember that this had happened before. A strange phenomenon. Not like the arrival of demons or the typical appearance of a boss on the playground. Was it really the new end of the world? Then the clawed paw of something huge, clearly not benevolent, came here with a rice cake to celebrate a housewarming. Then a dead gray eye with a vertical pupil appeared. What kind of creature was this in general? And what are its real sizes? If with only one eye it can eclipse the planet. The most terrible paw of the monster carried the goddess on her arm. The moon stood majestically in the palm of the hellish big man. That is, in fact, it was her kind of transport between worlds in order to save her own mana. The guys immediately recognized the bad guy, and she brought a friend. We had such a good time last night or something, or judging by her appearance, she is a close blood relative of the goddess. The resemblance is obvious. Luna looked at her loser. What is the overrated little one doing here? She got rid of her, and she's back with him, look. The girl decided to join the game. A 5 for courage, 2 for exorbitant optimism, annoying upstart. How long can you run after Mr. Loser? How infuriating this fool is, and how you want to kill her, but nothing, everything has its time. What a bastard she is. What does she think to herself? She's a small and weak insect, where death was looking in general. She was sleeping off to the side or something. Luna said that since the last meeting, love had clearly changed. She had become quite tasty. The goddess of life wanted to bite off a piece of her. Love's cheeks were flushed. She was not yet accustomed to the image and did not feel confident in it. The panties answered something indistinct. And now this stalker appeared. Love peered intensely at the mischief. Why did she come to her attention again? Now she couldn't sit quietly. She also openly threatened her. Two girls approached each other, completely different inside and out, but with one common desire that made them sworn enemies. The dark goddess was used to getting what she wanted without much effort. She was not used to taking anyone into account. She had never experienced what she was really worth. Each subsequent victory was achieved through titanic labor and constant work. She was afraid to let down her environment. She knew perfectly well what she and her achievements were worth. The warrior stood evenly, not intending to destroy the stalker. She only held the defense. The goddess dreamed of destroying her rival. She did not tolerate her near the loser and swung her staff. But Sid beat her to it. Our main character ordered the mischief to stop his performance, from the staff of the moon to the painfully familiar young man. And in the literal sense, it was with it that she cut the hero in half, reeking of blood, even if she did not dream of killing love. The cheeks of the fringed girl flushed red. She was not used to refusals and obstacles, and her loser also sided with this overrated singer. Now was really not the right time for murder. The goddess decided that it would even be a pity to kill Miss Love now. The girl was almost stupid. It's not the time at all, it's even funny, everything is going according to plan, so there's not long to wait. The ruler of the demonic race tried to understand the mischief. What kind of chaos was in her head? How she managed to get herself out, the darkness. The queen of the hellish universe thought about the words of the sticky one. Biting off a piece apparently means that she wants to kill her. You need to be on your guard with this rabid pest, and you can lose your character forever. The goddess muttered over her shoulder that she congratulated Love, or whatever the name of the overrated singer Sarah Fury was, it seemed, on her promotion in the profession anyway. Now the girl has become the very queen of the race of the demonic world on the other side of the interdimensional veil. She began to look different. The suit is very cute, although it is not at all suitable for her. The warrior was still getting used to herself. The goddess of life again struck a nerve until Miss Love felt confident with her new hair and that dress. But the sin of lust saw perfectly well how beautiful the young queen was. Her beauty, beautiful figure, beautiful face could not hide from the loser either. Luna's hands were itching to kill her. Our hero didn't understand at all what she had done again. She threatened Love's boss, wanted to kill her. The mischief maker helped him without further ado when he needed to perform an operation on the starlet. As a result, the mischief is good or bad. I still couldn't decide what panties she was trying to pretend to be, what all her masks were for. What a cutie he is. He's a loser. It means he likes the kind and fair ones. What a beauty. It's very amusing. The goddess of life is far from being like that, of course. But for the sake of a loser, a girl can pretend to be an innocent sheep with wide eyes, a foolish idiot with a wide smile. Our character is obviously fed up with this nonsense. She comes off all the pills from time to time. It's impossible to listen to her. She wants to punch her in the head. Let her go. The girl no longer knew how to attract attention. Luna blurted out that, in fact, the last chapter of Chrono Life was going on right now, and the kids didn't even suspect anything about it. What a shame. Soon the playground filled with adventure and romance, the beloved virtual reality, will come to an end. Well, what is this fringed insect talking about again? What could be the end of an online game? While the gaming company Chrono Life releases updates and expansions, then this playground will be endless. What nonsense. The goddess also thought so before. But soon the main character himself will find out everything, about all the changes in Chrono Life, a new twist in the storyline, and a new ending for all players. The loser is not completely an idiot. There was a main plot raid, and then one hero in shorts rewrote the script. The boss Urus became the spirit of his ego. The sword in his fallen-off head was the sin of gluttony. Somehow, the very sin of laziness, Riot came down from heaven on his golden throne, which has never happened in the entire history of the game and should not have happened to show his face. And in addition, 100 years later, much earlier than the appointed time, Malachi, who chose to remain human, is reborn into the sin of wrath in order to destroy this world. The main storyline of Chrono Life was designed to take years to complete, so it was impossible for the average user to do anything to oppose the great Malachi. But even such an insurmountably difficult, cruel, and bloody quest was completed in a matter of moments instead of the stated several years. Then Malachi dies. The king of the demonic race has just sunk into oblivion, but his essence is absorbed by the precious green sphere and falls into the hands of the Death Assistant. Nothing has passed since the end of the world, the invasion of the demonic race and the destruction of humanity, when a new hero, the Queen of Demons, appears on the scene. The demoness never trusted this madwoman with disgusting bangs, but she felt that there was naked truth and impenetrable logic in her words. After a long speech, the goddess waved her staff and furiously pointed it at Love. A second later, the magical device caught fire. The radiance became more and more, and now something will happen. Luna's face was filled with hatred and envy. The radiance from her staff grew more and more. The goddess's spell would now rush towards the target. Our hero stood in front of the boss Love. For this psychopath, the words of the main character are a bucket of slop or something. He forbade killing Love. The mischief's cheeks lit up with a red flame. The girl began to giggle disgustingly. Mr. Loser was heard. Luna had already said that she would not kill the overrated girl now. Everything has its time. Then a magical teleportation mark appeared under the guy's feet. It was activated by the mischief. But what is it trying to achieve? Sid realized that spatial magic was aimed only at Love. In just a second, the newly crowned queen would be transported to an unknown location. And for what purpose? Worried about her future fate, the warrior only managed to scream her panties before her unexpected interdimensional teleportation. Then a bright flash of light appeared. Our hero in shorts and with a wooden club in his hand did not have time to do anything. The rammer sent Boss Love in a direction completely unknown to him, and I know her shitty character. Nothing good awaits her on the other side. Our guy didn't expect such baseness and cowardice from a fucking psycho. What the hell is she doing? She's absolutely nobody. Why suddenly have such ambitions to influence other people's destinies? Sid put his hand on Luna's shoulder. Let him immediately answer where Love, the vile snake, directed. Otherwise the hero will blow her up all day. The young man shook the goddess of life by the shoulder. She was completely playing and did not see the limits of how ugly she had to be inside in order to do this. No one had ever called the girl ugly. She was hooked, and the goddess decided to give a painful injection in response. Miss Upstart would die. She sent her to the last chapter of Chrono Life. Meanwhile, the emerging essence of the Demon King was thrown into the kingdom of Arden. The teleport closed, the girl coughed up dust. What does this crazy woman think about herself? In the real world, the most popular idol will lock her up in a clinic so that she can be kept on pills for life. What kind of place is this? The dust settled, and Love was able to see her destination. She was at a fortress outpost. Everything was strewn with the corpses of the royal guards. The strongest kingdom of Arden, a wonderful place for 1 million players, was deafening with dead silence. It doesn't happen here. Where is everyone? And what is happening here? The majestic kingdom of the Justice Guild, headed by the leader of the World Alliance of the 5 strongest guilds. What happened to him? And most importantly, who did it? Sid finally managed to extort from the villain where she teleported Miss Love. Why she had to be sent to the kingdom of Arden to solo. What she was up to again. The cheeks of the goddess of life were burning red. The girl loved to be alone with the loser. And what a face that young upstart had. A wonderful day for the first test of the last chapter. An ancient race came to them from the northern continent. The beast people will warmly welcome the little miss into the kingdom. This is where it all begins. And how much blood there will be. The fair warrior felt someone's presence behind her, and it was clearly not a masseur. Her open back was burned by someone's breath, and drool was dripping onto her shoulders. The girl was trapped. Behind the back of the 17-year-old girl stood a giant-sized upright werewolf. His eyes glowed with ruthlessness. His fur was soaked in blood. Well, what the hell? The demoness is sitting under the carcass of some beast drooling on her, while she should have spent this day together with panties, building their relationship. The furious beastman glared at the demon queen with his menacing gaze, while the idol was thinking about what the banged one was doing alone with Sid. But then an animal roar was heard above her head, and the girl immediately came to her senses. She was consumed by animal fear and the realization that the miss seemed to be left completely alone. No one would help her. At that time, our character did not stop his attempts to intervene in the course of events and save his love. He extorted information from the bad guy and peered into her every gesture, analyzing. Then with relief, he removed his hand from her shoulder and laughed. Sid had already managed to come up with all kinds of things for himself and began to worry about love, knowing the vile character of the goddess. Some of the two of them clearly didn't catch up. Beast people are essentially animals too. Why should you suddenly be afraid of them? Some kind of baby talk. And the boss became the all-powerful queen of the hellish race of the bar dimension, where these wolves are ragged and a beautiful warrior with divine brass knuckles and the essence of a demon lord without a chance. How can a brave girl who never gives up, with a well-placed blow, with a demonic essence and a divine weapon, lose to some flea-ridden cesspool rats with good posture? Meanwhile, in Arden, among the mountains of corpses, the young demoness was punishing the impudent wolf. The warrior attacked, falling with a diving kick from the dragon. The heavy carcass collapsed heavily. Just a couple of blows from the warrior, and the enemy fell. That snake was counting on us that its lord of demons would be defeated by a puppy. Black blood gushed from the mouth of the fierce beastman and mixed with the blood of his victims. This victory was given to the girl surprisingly easily. I can't even believe that it was so simple. Moreover, her body was so light, as if love was about to fly into the sky. The girl felt great. Strength was raging in her, a pleasant feeling. The warrior was ready to move mountains. The demoness was bursting with the sensation felt for the first time. The girl felt as if she would never lose to anyone again. A blissful feeling love did not want to part with it in real life. Then suddenly the beastman with a broken chest jumped up, wiped his muzzle with his front paw, from which blood was dripping. The guests would even be interested in love. An ordinary werewolf cannot rise up so easily after a blow of such force, and even human speech. What kind of mutant is standing in front of her, and what to do with him? The black werewolf promised to devour the queen of the hellish creatures. She is very appetizing, and her fear is the best seasoning. The light warrior did not understand anything. Wasn't this an ordinary werewolf in front of her? Meanwhile, the obsessive goddess explained the horror of poor Love's situation. No one had ever encountered such an enemy. The guys were not animals at all, and not ordinary werewolves. All the characteristics of the young queen increased tenfold, if you switch to the mode of the lord of the demonic race. But there is a significant catch that may cost her her life. However, the most ancient beastmen are, from their very birth, 10 times stronger than even the strongest person, as you yourself understand. A newly minted and brand new demon has no chance at all. Our hero was shocked. How dare the creature send Boss Love to certain death? Her character, in case of death, will leave forever. He urgently needs to save Boss Love. Surely this mischief made it all up. A pure bluff to manipulate Sid. But that was not the case. The vile snake. If anything happens to Love, she will live in fear until the end of her days. As the goddess of life said earlier, innocent people may die according to the main plot of the game. These monsters were supposed to appear in 10 years. It was impossible for a newborn demon to cope with these 3. The tribe would simply tear the fool apart. The villains activated the animal claw skill, which made their paws much faster and more accurate. What kind of things happened to Miss Love? The girl was endlessly thrown into the thick of combat events, and her enemy was someone initially stronger and indestructible. What kind of universal injustice? So a new and at the same time ancient enemy attacked and then destroyed an entire village in the Kingdom of Arden. The girl realized with horror that for her character, who could not be revived after death, could become the final battle. If the big black paw gets to Love first, then the poor girl will simply be torn apart, damn it. If suddenly the idol manages to survive this night, Luna will be finished. The threat growled through sharp teeth. How far away was the primitive darling gathered? Their conversation did not end at all. How impolite, it turns out. The hellish colossus ran at the speed of light towards the fragile and frightened girl. One paw with the skill of an animal claw, the second with the skill of animal hunting, and glowed orange. Using 2 skills at once was simply incredible. Something no one had ever encountered before. All this stunning power fell on Love. An unstoppable force that knows no equal in this world. The kingdom fell in a matter of minutes. How is that even possible with their level of defense? At this time, our hero lamented the overwhelming power of the destroyer. What kind of balance is this damn game? The same thing happened with the invasion of the army of demons. The face of the goddess of life flashed red. It was clearly not the one whose merits to rely only on an indestructible weapon. To talk about the balance of the game, he was the first to break it. The sin of lust was shocked by the hypocrisy. Sid had no right to make claims about the uneven distribution of power, having purely by chance received the most powerful weapon. The loser is impressively stupid, amazingly oblivious to his own mistake. Sid doesn't really seem to understand what he's done. Here the goddess moved threateningly towards the loser. All this happens for only one simple reason. And this is the reason for the character himself. The premature death of Eurus, the resurrection of his second head in the form of the sin of gluttony, the appearance of Master Riot on the continent to get to know each other, all events have a connection, including the destruction of all humanity by Malachi and his demonic army, and finally, the most terrible of all, the arrival of the Beast People. All these bloody events led to the beginning of the last chapter of the open world of adventure and romance. The reason for everything that is happening is the guy himself. Sid babbled that this was unfair to the judge. Although the justice of the statements this time was beyond doubt, the young man decided to take advantage of the gift and undermine the entire balance. There is no need to pretend to be a naive young man who does not understand that everything has consequences, and that the wooden club is not for him. Sid had no right to it, but he still brazenly used it. The main character can continue to ignore the understanding of his participation in the process of writing the last chapter of his beloved chrono life. A wooden club of the 99th level, the most ordinary useless stick of a beginner, after several blows, became the strongest weapon in history. And after all, the main character had enough of everything to use his gift for good. But recognition was more important for the useless loser. He didn't care about everything. Sid was already bored. It was time for him to save Love, according to the goddess. With every minute, her chances of survival were becoming less and less. He needed to come to her. It is unknown what is happening there at that moment while they are here indulging in thoughts. So let the mischief quickly take him to the warrior. She needs him. The goddess of life refused, saying that she did not want to move him. Our main character boiled with rage. If only he could just take her and beat her, just to be sure. What other ways will he be able to move as quickly as possible to help Love? Perhaps it makes sense to turn off the recoil control again. It's too far to Arden Castle. He'll be late. Apparently he will have to run. But despite the 5-digit speed indicator, it will take an eternity until the hero gets there. And the restless spirit of love will come to him every night. The vile parasite imposed itself. Why all this fuss? Everything is already clear. It's easier to just relax and have fun here with the goddess of life, that's all. Still, Boss Love has become the new mistress of darkness. The chance, although minimal, is still there. And that's good. Well, she'll lose once. So what? She won't lose anything. Luna laughed. After which our main character sharply stretched in all directions and folded onto all fours like a cat. Sid lowered his head and put his hands forward. The young hero remembered another accessible method of movement that could help him get to Boss Love while still needing to warm up well. The goddess of life stood in silent shock. The main character stood on all fours in front of her, his pink ass with his boxers pulled up looking straight into her soul. A blush appeared on the girl's cheeks, her pupils dilated. This is a phenomenon, and how his buttocks shine in the rays of the sun, Luna could barely restrain herself from touching. So the end of the game, the final chapter of Chrono Life, the arrival of the continent's most terrible enemy, and the loser is left with his ass in the air. What was he up to anyway? Then the young savior abruptly jumped out of his seat and began to quickly run in a circle, increasing his speed with each new turn. What an absurdity he was creating. The character's behavior always raised questions. Often there was no sense or logic. In general, great achievements are not expected from him. His running resembled a cat chasing its tail. And how long will this continue? Nothing happens. Sid does not move to the Boss Love. Maybe it's time to stop. Luna began to think that the boy could not stand the guilt of the terrible potential death of his girlfriend and simply got fried. This happens under constant pressure and stress. But the panties clearly knew what he was doing. The hero only increased his speed. He was already accustomed to the fact that nothing was expected of him and did not react in any way. The main thing now is to save the Boss Love. A strong gusty wind began to rise. The goddess of life held her hair. What was this crazy guy doing in shorts? So our character created a real tornado, simply running in a circle. The mischief did not allow Sid to move with lightning speed to Love's aid. Meanwhile, at the fortress outpost, things were very bad for the girl. The demoness was completely exhausted. She simply had nothing to match against such overwhelming forces. The hefty wolfman had already gotten the hang of it. He even liked that the queen was withstanding his blows. It was fun to play with her. The beastman would have played her to death. But the werewolf felt that the warrior was already at the peak of her capabilities and had exhausted all her limits, so he would soon devour her. Poor Love, who has suffered so much that she will have to tell it all her life. The girl is constantly forced to fight, constantly prove that she is strong. But help was already close. The warrior needed to hold out a little longer. Soon she would be sent to the Kingdom of Arden and the Boss of Love. The assumption that the hero was going to go to the kingdom riding a tornado was scattered. But what was he planning then? The girl had already gone through all the options in her head. The first condition was the level of the master. The second was an agility stat equal to 14 whole. and the third was to run for more than a minute after fulfilling other conditions. Our main character has already activated the speed of light skill. What could be faster? Nothing. A win-win option for lightning-fast travel to Arden. Movement at the speed of light was activated, a sharp flash of an explosion and a trail of flames behind. The savior of all mankind was hurrying towards love. Sid's path could be seen from space itself to save the boss. Our hero overtook half the continent, leaving a fiery tail behind him, like after a passing comet. Here, before the final battle between the warrior and the beast people, which would have killed the newly made Dark Queen, a loud explosion was heard, and the earth shook. Both participants in the final battle turned around, giving each other a moment to catch their breath. Some kind of soaring fire surrounded by a tornado. When the smoke cleared, a satisfied young man came out and announced that he had come to save Miss Love. It looked very impressive. The girl's heart began to beat. Boss Love replied that she was incredibly glad to see him, but the hero was delayed. The girl was almost killed. She didn't have any more strength, so Sid caught the last bus, one might say. The beastman studied the new teeth squeaker with interest. The strange guy was wearing almost no clothes. How dare the furball raise his paw to Boss Love? Sid will train him. In the end, he will bring slippers in his teeth. A huge upright black wolf assessed his dishes. 2 different and delicious delicacies. Who to start with a girl or a talkative guy in shorts? Then, out of nowhere, the other 2 beastmen approached. Love was completely horrified. One of them was a bear covered in someone else's blood, and the second was a vile lizard with a forked tongue. Who are these toothpicks? They seem to have already killed everyone in this kingdom, from where 2 more crawled out. Nothing indicated any signs of life. These worms crawled out from somewhere, but it doesn't matter anymore. The bear had to fulfill their common assignment. Everything was done and ready. The brown predator said that the beast people should not even worry about this. Everything was going according to his plan. Our main character, as always, could not stand unnecessary chatter and decided to skip the teaser. A light swing of a level 99th wooden club, and a crushing explosion instead of a bear. A shockwave swept through the entire kingdom. So Sid skipped another story and greeted the newly arrived guests on their continent. Now they can build relationships. -1. What kind of crazy guy with a stick just blew up their brother? It's impossible. What kind of magic match he has in his hands? And how this guy caused such a powerful explosion. Sid is fed up with chatter, so the pest has eaten his entire brain, and these 3 can only wag their tongues. It's time to fight. Let the beast warm up. The end has come for them all. The beast people will decorate the royal hall of Arden with their stuffed animals, so let them not go anywhere. 2 rare specimens. Solo will be pleased. The beastman hissed ferociously. Why doesn't the man run away? Is he really sick? We need to finish with him quickly. But just in case, don't eat him. You never know what they'll catch. Sid has already swung his baton. It's time for a party at Solo's house. You can have fun with the new guys. Your hands are already itching to beat them up. Here, our player was abruptly interrupted by Boss Love. Those 2 beastmen had already fully activated their skills. Among them Animal Claw, Animal Hunting, Reptile Tail, Reptilian Hunting. There was no time left. The girl wanted to finish off these 2 creatures herself, who dared to come here and bully her like a little girl Love needed to show herself to the panties. She is strong. A crystal tear ran down the cheek of the newly minted demoness. The girl was again faced with offensive memories. Luna had ruined so many things, and this time Love had to hit her. This mischief decided that she had the right to take away from the idol what was not rightfully hers. Miss Love always achieved everything herself and would teach this snake a lesson so that she would not interfere with them anymore. The 17-year-old student grew before her eyes, no longer looking back all the time. She became much stronger and can fight next to her panties. While the light warrior was overwhelmed by the analysis of her personality, the beast people had already begun to lick themselves. The wolf was diligently licking drops of blood from the black fur. The lizard was also licking its scaly skin. Our guy understood the girl's mood and provided one for her to deal with. How can I refuse? Besides, Sid himself will be nearby. It's okay. Let him have fun. The hero in shorts looked at 2 animals and chose one for himself. Sid unceremoniously grabbed the lizard by the tongue and dragged him along. It's time to hand out blows. Enough talking. It's time to kill. Sid wished him luck and dragged the lizard to the side so as not to disturb or embarrass Boss Love. Let him feel comfortable while he punishes. The lizard puffed and asked to let go of his tongue, panties, and asked with interest why the lizard was sweating. He's cold-blooded. Love took a fighting position and ordered the wolfhound to attack. She was ready for the massacre and for a new self. All that was left was to stay alive, that's all. And to win herself, of course. Panties was nearby. He believed in her, which meant she could handle everything, so the demoness was ready to see how everything would end in the end. Their game, their relationship. What kind of guy is in shorts? If only he had put on pants. The wolf cub is lucky that only the student takes on him, and not the teacher himself. It's immediately obvious that the guy is an abnormal type. We need to quickly finish with the girl and go to the lizard for help. Warrior Love had already begun to advance. She was confident in her abilities. Now there were no barriers for her. The wolfhound did not take the girl seriously. This annoying mosquito would get rid of it as soon as possible. She wanted to die, and we need to help her. Boss Love parried her opponent's first blow and struck back, confidence coursing through her veins as the warrior enjoyed herself. The Demon Queen became faster. Her punching power also improved. Boss Love felt invulnerable, and the fact that the world would submit, Panties would obviously be impressed. Crazy speed, frequency, and number of strikes delivered, their accuracy, right before our eyes, the young miss was becoming a professional. The wolf decided to activate his skill with an animal claw, then he hit Love with stunning force, but the girl managed to jump away. After a futile attempt, the beastman activated his second skill, but Love saw herself differently, felt her body and capabilities differently. The girl was ready to win. The girl made a couple of combat jumps in the air. The beastman called her a pathetic rat. Boss Love put her fingers in front of herself, folded with a pistol, after which the hidden destruction skill is activated. A stream of concentrated mana is formed. The charge power increases in the amount of costs. Precious red stones shone on Love's clothes. The essence of the queen of the demonic race was activated. She was supplemented with horns and wings. Now the Dark Ruler is ready to kill. Synchronization was successfully completed. The girl's eyes burned with a bloody flame, the last notes of savoring the feeling before. An open fire hits the enemy. And then a stream of energy erupts from the Dark Mistress. A crushing force no one can withstand. The wolfhound should have already been fried to a medium crust. Sweat ran down his shaggy muzzle. His pupils shrank in horror. Hunter and prey switched places. Now the end had come for the most ancient monster. An explosion of the demon race's new queen's extermination skill exploded, and huge orange clouds of flame were visible from another continent. After her first victory over a serious opponent, the Demon Queen's essence was deactivated, leaving the Panty disciple standing in the smoke. Love was awarded experience for killing a monster. Now instead of level 92, she had 139. Sid and the soul of Urus chewed the fried legs. The hero congratulated the girl. He was going to intervene if something went wrong, but she managed it herself. Miss Love was assigned as many as 40 levels at one time. This can't happen. It's probably a bug. The warrior in the black socket, don't worry, this is not a bug, just super serious beastmen monsters. The boy handed the fried leg to the girl who deserved a snack. They are the monsters of the main quest. That's why they give so much for them. The Demon Queen chewed the fried piece in surprise, by the way. Where is the third beastman? The lizard, whose panties were taken by the tongue. The satisfied young man said that the guys were now eating at the warrior Love, in horror and shock, spat out the chewed piece. Boss Love slammed her fried foot into the lizard's blunt head. How could anyone even think of cooking the poor monster, damn it? Love ordered to immediately call this stupid goddess of life and resurrect the poor fellow. But they fried and devoured the lizard. It would have been unethical. Wild forest near Arden. Stunning views of a warm sunset with soft powdery clouds and colorful reflections of the sun's rays. In the cool shade of the trees, the owner of the castle was bleeding. His stomach and chest were severely and deeply cut, and there were lacerations in the center. The people from the southern continent are complete idiots. The king of Arden really hoped to escape from the ancient beastmen. The griffin, how naive. The ruthless and deadly feathered beastman was approaching. Why these resistances? Because the king was reborn in the castle after his death. Solo was confused. So much effort was put into taking over the kingdom of Arden. And this overgrown bird says that the goal of the beastmen was not the castle at all. The ruthless beast people have already killed all the guards. You can seize the kingdom right now. Why chase the king through the bushes and ditches? The embittered griffin growled that they didn't need a castle. The main target all along was the leader of the kingdom. And now Iron Solo was sitting in front of him. Top streamer Chrono Life was dumbfounded by this turn of events. These damn obsessed fans were completely crazy. Beast people, of course, are mysterious, but not to his taste. The griffin growled that the elf was completely tired of living and wanted to stay buried under this tree. The eyes of the ancient beastman flashed with a bloody flame. He slowly and predatorily approached the king of Arden, who was shaking with fear. The griffin glared at the elf. The big-eared cretin can transmit messages to a huge number of people using his telepathy. Sticky sweat ran down Solo's face. He did not have any telepathy, except that he had good intuition and was often lucky in card games. Then it dawned on Iron. The feathered loud is talking about streams on YouTube and social networks and considers it the magic of telepathy. What a brainless chicken. Here the beastman, radiating danger, loomed over the streamer Chrono Life. The big-eared one had to convey his message to all the people of the southern continent. In the eyes of the brave king, there was only wild horror and animal fear. Salty sweat was running down his face. His teeth were clenched, preparing to defend. The live broadcast was launched. Iron started the stream. He valued his reputation on YouTube very much. The number of viewers increased every minute. The king's pride did not allow him to show the audience how Arden Castle was losing to the beast, so he interrupted the broadcast, dying in the clutches of a werewolf. Having waited for a decent number of spectators, Iron Solo told the Griffin that he could already present the essence. Then a frightening feathered guy suddenly appeared in front of the camera with a wild, murderous look, as if the Griffin had come specifically for you. The Griffin greeted the wild people of the southern continent. He is an ancient beastman and came from the northern continent with an important statement. Comments flowed like a river. What kind of beastman is on the air? It's his beast that only 3 of them captured the kingdom of Arden. They're all screwed again. The bird continued to broadcast live. Not so long ago, the Griffin watched as pathetic little people repelled the coming of demons. Despite the fact that defeat in this obviously unequal battle was completely clear and inevitable, the people miraculously won. The Griffin was amazed the bloody and massive war of his people with the demonic race did not fade away from ancient times and lasted to this day. And in order to repay the worthless people, the beast people will invade the lands of the southern continent in exactly 30 days and stain them with blood. These weaklings will become slaves of the ancient beastmen, which people should consider it an honor, because they will be able to serve the beastmen for an eternity. So, in Chrono Life, the main quest begins, the invasion of ancient beastmen from the northern continent immediately after the invasion of demons. This quest is of a higher level of difficulty if only a miracle saved you from the demons. Then completing this quest will become a completely impossible task. Billions of users buzzed with dissatisfaction. Chrono Life will go down in history for a record number of show-offs and corrals. Thanks to the latest broadcast, the number of solo subscribers has increased several times. The upcoming battle has become a hot topic of discussion. Not only in the gaming industry, but throughout the world, the gaming corporation became the object of constant criticism. The reputation of the game was in complete disrepair. The former king of Arden Castle did everything that was required of him. He didn't need him anymore. The Griffin could tear him to pieces right now. But he won't indulge and leave it for dessert to enjoy his flesh in 30 days. After these words, the creepy feathered guy disappeared. The Center for Virtual Reality, the leader of the Guild of Theft and Robbery, Dea was the last to read the news, and the leader of Justice immediately remembered her. That time Solo invited Dea to play with him, since his level was high but the girl refused. This time he will not give up so easily. The girl probably looks at the ancients and loves it when something doesn't go according to plan in the game, judging by her words, which means you need to praise the game. Iron praised 2 such large-scale events in a row. It's cool. Dea replied that this is an ass. She's too angry now, so let her fuck off. Ancient beastmen, they crossed the line. The tension that reached its limit resulted in total mass anger. In the game, people could escape reality and relax, but now virtuality made them feel like worthless losers. Anger only inflamed them with a desire to resist. They could again wait for support and attack the call centers, but no one began to call. People knew that the gaming company would be inactive. Chrono Life was the worst again. The director was angry. This time the players would not complete the quest. The game's rating has reached a record low, but the number of simultaneously connected players has reached an all-time high. Love also watched the stream, the invasion of the Beast People in 30 days. The players are trying to farm the level. There are crowds in the hunting grounds. But is it possible to defeat them? Even a month of labor is damned. These Beast People should have appeared only after 10 years. What are the chances? Even defeating one Beastman is a difficult task. What will happen when a whole army of them pours in to establish their dominance? The panties exploded and emitted a deafening, thin, girlish squeal. Our guy no longer listened and endured, and so on for another month. Well, no longer. The main character's face was distorted by a manic grimace, as if his brain had leaked out. His panties were immediately sent to the northern continent. They were sick of it. The activation of the speed of light skill was launched. The panties flew up like a comet in a fiery flash. The warrior watched after him. Our main character was crossing the northern continent, his face radiating frightening madness and manic madness. Everyone's ass. A stone mine froze on the face of the warrior love. Hot sweat flowed from her forehead. Her gaze was directed at the burning point. Save yourself, ancient beast people. The savior of Chrono Life flew to the northern continent in frantic agony, immediately seeing it from space. How cool it would be for him, and how painful it would be for the beast people. Then suddenly, the flight at the speed of light was interrupted. The panties flew at full power into the newly formed protective dome and broke his nose. Blood gushed from the boy's nose, and a notification was displayed that the northern continent was now inaccessible. Let the hero return later. The main character grimaced in an offended expression, just like that. Chrono Life betrayed him after such a significant contribution to its history. On the other side of the screen, the director of the gaming company, Cole Fall, was jubilant, who knew that the loser would trample there, and blocked everything to hell. The assistant clarified that Fall always said that he would not interfere in the course of the game, but Fall had already become an enemy of the people. He had nothing to lose. In virtual reality, Love was amazed by the administration of the fantasy world. They just took it and closed access, which is why the main character is sulking like a duck. If access is closed by the founder of the company, then you definitely won't be able to get there. So the guy was infuriated by everything. And he was thinking about destroying the planet again. Then a mischief appeared behind the talking guys. She said that the servers would simply be restarted. And as a result, nothing would change. What does it mean that nothing will change? In general, the loser will feel significantly better, and for the sake of this, the obsessive and cockroach came again. The goddess of life flew in to find out who won, the demon queen or the beastman. Now she sees that everything went as she thought. Although it would have been better if the beastman had at least broken her leg. The bright warrior ordered her to stop being obsessed with her and let her take care of herself. The newly crowned queen has come close to rubbish. She is a nobody. Her defiant and obsessive behavior screams of her worthlessness. Luna asked to be more polite because she was 21, and Love was only 17, to which she was immediately told to fuck off at any age. Then Assistant Death flew up to the warrior. He looked for her for a long time. It would be better if she died, and he would have chosen a better demon king. Love angrily stretched the asshole's face. The assistant asked why the girl was all alone here. The goddess of life was just standing next to her. What the hell? Behind the girl's back, Sid went to the frontline village to finally give the shining star the long-awaited fangs of the bear hairs. The mischief imposed itself on going with him. Hearing that this vile cling was disturbing them again, Boss Love threw out Death and ran after them. She would also go with Panties. Our main character rolled his eyes tiredly. He didn't want company at all, but what can we do? Let them go. Just don't destroy the front village. She's had enough of it already. Somewhere in the west, in the middle of the sunny desert, a sand monster with a predatory, hungry mouth, a tentacle, burst out of the rocky, dry soil. The monster was the boss of the desert and the king of sandworms. In its mouth there were several rows of fanged teeth, trying to bite off the head. The leader of the warrior wizard shouted for the melee army to immediately attack the desert monster, and they succeeded. The fighting was observed from the top of a steep cliff by 3 guild leaders from the World Alliance under the command of Iron Solo. All the guild members were eager to fight like never before, probably due to the fact that the 3 beastmen made a mockery of them. They hoped to level up if they did not sleep. It is possible to increase the level, but it is unlikely that this will really help in an event that was supposed to happen to the players 10 years from now. The strongest royal magician shook her head negatively. Sybil said that this would not help one beastman equal in strength to a top-level boss. The King of Arden summed up, "The players will again have to rely on the Great Warrior." Sybil objected. "They should also prepare. There is nothing more stupid than relying on only one person in a war. Even during the invasion of demons, they had to defend the lands while Sid killed the Sin of Wrath." Hong thought about it. She had an idea, and if everything worked out, then they would be able to fight on equal terms with the Beast People. Sybil and Iron were paying attention. Of course, they won't be able to completely close the 10-year gap, but it's definitely worth a try, although they need the help of a great warrior in underpants. Meanwhile, in the destroyed city, a shining star ran out to her brother, who had disappeared so suddenly. Sid supposedly had been looking for the fangs of bear hairs for so long. The little charming girl asked who the girls were next to him, the dear sisters Love and Luna, about whom the hero talked so much. Boss Love quietly asked the Panties who this little girl was. Syl briefly told the entire heroic journey of the strongest and brightest girl in the world. The warrior could not stand the surge of feelings and ran in tears to hug the star. Now the baby is fine. Everything is fine with her. The panting girl nodded her head. She had a question for Miss Love. The boss would answer any of the little one's questions. The little girl asked which one of them was her brother's girlfriend. The girls froze in embarrassment. Each thought to themselves. Sid handed the bag of teeth to the little things and replied that none of them were his girlfriend. Miss Love and her brother have been through a lot. It is unlikely that the girl is indifferent to him. Her brother is teaching her. They spend a lot of time together. A good candidate. It's difficult to understand Miss Luna. She clearly likes her brother, but what plans she has for him are generally unknown. As for her brother, he seems to be interested in each one in his own way. The shining star immediately imagined herself in the image of a former detective with a pipe. Was there really a complicated love triangle here? The kind of thing the girl had only ever read about. The level of interest became maximum. The girl asked her brother who he liked out of the 2 beauties, or whether both were cute. Or he actually likes someone else. Sid nodded. His little sister figured him out. Only Urus loves Panties. The evil purple spirit of the dragon and the shining star looked at each other and froze with stone faces, staring in surprise at the boy. Sid joked, "Let the guys die off, but in general the problem is different. He still has a whole month to wait for the arrival of the beast people. The little girl will offer to just enjoy this time." The guy is always in a hurry somewhere, headlong, but true pleasure is in the ability to freeze and feel the moment, to plunge into your feelings. The hero in shorts remembered the guy with the cigar, who told him about the same thing about his good game and the ability to enjoy it. And after his tirade about the freedom of choice of users and the lack of interference from their management, he acted like a pig. The guy's conversation was interrupted by Hong, who appeared, as always, out of nowhere. The loser was glad to see her. Dea was looking for a great hero in connection with the upcoming battle with the Beast People. Meanwhile, on the northern continent, the Griffin reported to Mr. Aventador about the announcement of the attack in 30 days, as ordered. The Great Aventador was a polar dragon, the most dangerous of all, a giant griffin the size of his sharp steel fang. There was enough time. The ice dragon hoped that the beastmen would be well prepared and would not let him down. Soon the southern continent will belong to the ancient race, and pitiful and worthless people will fight for the right to serve them forever. The body of the polar dragon illuminated the cave with blue flame. Aventador transformed into his human form. After so many years, Aventador finally meets again with his brother, the most terrible purple two-headed dragon, Urus. Meanwhile, the sweetest, cheeky spirit of Urus, not suspecting anything, was blissfully devouring his favorite fried leg. 6 people sat around a warm fire. 5 children feasted on fried meat and listened attentively to the wise Hong. Boss Love was impressed by the plan of the leader of the Theft Guild. Defeating the ancient beastmen will not be easy, but such preparations will not be superfluous. The goddess of life was against it for a loser. This is pure volunteerism, and no benefit, or rather, a sacrifice on his part, will soon be completely on his neck. On top of that, if the plan works, then problems may arise with the gaming company Chrono Life. They will unleash all the dogs on him. Then the panties burst into unhealthy laughter. To hell with the company. They have already lost their chance to attack first, Sid agrees. He likes it. The hero goes there right now. The loser activates the hidden light speed skill and immediately soars into the air with an unstoppable rocket. The girls cleared their throats after the dust rose in the air. Brother Sid could have eaten first before surprising the world again. What a stubborn guy. Hong was glad that she and the great warrior managed to come to an agreement, but it was still not necessary to fulfill her request right now. The charming little girl was too carried away by the delicious meat and listened to what Miss Hong's request was. They would play a quiz and Hong would explain everything. In 30 days, their continent will be attacked by powerful enemies called beastmen. They need to become stronger in order to defeat them. Therefore, all users work hard on this. But there's one thing that will help them become stronger and faster. This is gear. Therefore, Mr. Panties rushed to the hunting grounds of the highest level in Chrono Life. The boy will again surround the Urus cave. The great warrior will get gear for the intercessors and sell it to all users. The loser rushed at the monsters with particular frenzy. After all, because of this, the game's economy will collapse. The gear of ordinary users will lose its value, and the gear from the Urus cave will cease to be scarce. The company will never ignore this situation. It will collapse its entire economic foundation. The developers will want his blood. Hong knew all the risks very well. But there was simply no other way to win the coming war. Sid would become a red rag for Chrono Life. But our hero does not care about the gaming company's dissatisfaction, on the contrary. This was the only reason why he agreed to help the Alliance. By blocking access to the northern continent, the Chrono Life company slapped Sid in the face, but it was not worth touching a man who had nothing to lose. A garage sale has already begun in the front village square, down with old weapons, special offer, dream weapons on the cheap. One kid from the crowd of level 19 asked how much a new sword would cost. Sid sold him a dead man's sword of a unique rank for 10,000 gold. The lucky man couldn't believe his eyes. He had a unique weapon of this level in his hands for the price of a regular beginner's kit. Offers from the crowd vyingly rained down on the businessman in shorts. Everyone handed him their money. The shining star stood up for Sid, stunned. The girls were sitting opposite. It was only the 3rd day of sales, and there were hundreds of people. Why not put the weapon up for auction? Why sell it like that? The poor starlet is already falling off her feet in this mode. Hong explained that if we hold an auction, then Riot will buy all the weapons. The crowd parted. A 2-meter thug stood in front of the merchant in shorts without a queue. He needed the same dead man's sword as the noob. Behind the Pithecanthropus, the dissatisfied voice of a young man was heard. Why the hell is this stupid monkey jumping in line? Let him stomp at the end of it like everyone else. At that same second, with one slight movement, Godzilla's hefty hand with a ponytail crushed the poor fellow's face like a sheet of paper with writing on it. The next second, the boy was already rapidly flying into the neighboring stone house, breaking its walls. There were no more objections. Our main character will happily sell a dead man's healthy sword to a stubborn aggressor for 10 million gold. Pithecanthropus didn't understand why the hell the newbie paid only 10,000, but he's being charged 10 million. He's a strange swindler. The satisfied Mr. Loser explained that pricing depends on the level of the player. The acquirer, if there are complaints, no one has cancelled the fights. In front of the homely, thin loser stood 38th in the ranking named Boar. He is very famous. The testosterone tycoon kills anyone who looks askance without hesitation. He politely handed the money bag to the great warrior. Sid thanked him for the purchase and asked him not to jump in line next time Boar nodded his head in a cold sweat and walked away hugging the sword. Hong asked how things were going with Boss Love's level up. Now the girl was level 210. A couple of days ago, the ninth was still 109. Love was a noob until recently and does not know that an ordinary user needs 2 years to reach this level. Recently, the warrior began to hunt with her panties in the Urus cave. She manages to kill only 2 or 3 monsters at a time. Sid teases her about being a weakling. As soon as the weapons are sold out, there will be another training session in the cave. With such resources, there is every chance of winning the coming war. Valley of the Dead. The demoness in black activated the essence of the Demon Queen and quickly advanced towards the monster in a frontal attack. Then the Dark Mistress froze and lightly poked the monster with her finger. The poor fellow's torso was torn apart by a deadly explosion. The essence of the Demon Queen was deactivated. The girl kicked the corpse. There was no point in scaring her. Sid noted that the girl was noticeably accelerating. But panties have no equal. Behind him was the darkness of the unique weapons of hundreds of monsters. The girl began to hate him, a show-off in panties. Just like that, the time allotted for preparation before the main battle flew by in an instant. The decisive day came, the time to fight. The northern continent, 1,000,000 ancient beastmen led by the most dangerous dragon. The beastman, the southern continent, is in trouble. In the rays of the friendly southern sun, 1,000,000-strong horde of ruthless beastmen rushed towards the once indestructible fortress of Arden. The kingdom is located in the very north of the southern continent of Chrono Life. If you want to get into its depths, you must first go through Arden. In other words, poor Adrin's castle is the first and last line of defense. A wave of explosions passed through the ranks of the beastmen. The invaders were attacked from the flank by the Guild of the Holy Land of Faceless Wizards, led by the strongest royal magician. Sybil belligerently roared to her magical legion to release fire at the enemy. 100 crushing streams of fire covered the guests. The right hand of the leader of the beastmen, the Griffin, was surprised that the stupid people started the battle outside the castle and were not afraid. At that moment, an energy blue arrow stuck into the feathered shoulder of the beaked beastman. The attack was already coming from the other side. On the other side was Iron Solo with the Royal Guild of Justice. They were not going to fight in the castle from the very beginning. Victory would be theirs. A squad of the best archers heard the call to attack, after which 1,000 arrows covered the sky and flew towards the enemy. The gates of the fortress opened. Standing in front were the 2 leaders of the White Cross and Royal Eagle Guilds, Kairos with the Scar and the brave Kiara. The leaders have not seen each other since the day the Panties defeated them. Again, the 5 strongest guilds at the same time. The leaders looked at each other approvingly and rushed towards the crowd of beastmen, commanding their numerous guilds to attack. Thus, newly arrived guests from the northern continent were greeted from all sides, as expected, with all honors. 25 million users against 1 million beastmen entered the final battle for the fantasy world of Chrono Life. In the future, this battle will be included in the Guinness Book of Records as the largest event in gaming reality. However, this bloody war, the most terrible in the entire history of gaming, will end in the blink of an eye thanks to one person. Panties was already exhausted from waiting. As long as he could restrain himself, he was ready to use his baton. Boss Love cut him off. The Panties can't attack now. Their comrades will die, but they will be reborn, and the monsters will already die. And victory as a result will still be for humanity of the southern continent, Boss Love thought. The loser has already decided everything. It's time to die. The current hero stretched his back and arms, swung his wooden club, and disappeared. Boss Love looked around in shock. Meanwhile, the Panties found themselves among the blue game pixels and digital codes. He had already been here after he destroyed the planet. In front of him stood the self-proclaimed creator, a hippie. He missed his friend. What a fucking friend. Sid was in a hurry, and the hippie was already sick of him. The creator decided to discuss everything with him calmly, since he had a chance. Now even a guy with a cigar wouldn't bother them. He's too busy with the war with the beast people. What the fuck to calmly discuss? I held my panties back for a whole month. Almost destroyed the planet 10 times while I was waiting for these damn beast men. Let the hippie object to the battle site now, if he doesn't want to scrape his blonde head off the pixels later. The creator could not bring the main character back. He would end everything again with one blow of a wooden club. This is not how this story should end. Sid grabbed the hippie by the stupid t-shirt. He works for the guy with the cigar, but the creator shook his head with long hair. Then why the hell did the damn cretin bring panties here? And whoever he is here, Sid won't look at the fact that this is some kind of god and will hit him with all his heart. To begin with, the hippie has no connection with the Chrono Life Company, and the only reason for his moving here is to accumulate sins. Meanwhile, in the midst of hostilities in the last chapter of the fantasy world, the beautiful Kiara cut the throat of a lizard, a beastman, with a storm spear. The leader of the Royal Eagle Guild impressed the monster, and the lizard spewed flame at her, but the Knight of the White Cross, Kairos, managed to repel it with a holy shield. Then came a crushing blow from the sacred hammer, a fiery flash. Kairos received experience points for killing the ancient monster. 30 days of preparation for war brought fruit to the already desperate users, increasing levels, strategies, group attack. Thanks to these characteristics and the weapon from the Urus cave, the players have significantly surpassed their past selves. The forces were equal before he came. Accumulating sins is very thoughtful. Let the hippies in hats give an explanation and send the hero back, but they were not going to devote him to the details. Instead, the creator gives Panties a new skill called Omnipresent Flame. With its help, you can see everything you want. Our heroes saw through the flames how humanity was losing the battle. Fear froze on their faces. Something clearly unexpected happened. The largest polar dragon of all, Aventador, landed on the ground strewn with the corpses of players. He became a fatal preponderance of power. A stunned Urus crashed into Sid's cheek. He knows this winged idiot. He is the king of the ancient beastmen. This cretin is one of the 3 greatest dragons. First, the 2-headed dragon Urus, then the polar Aventador, and the giant dragon Geard. The strongest is Urus, of course. He smashed that cretin Aventador one-on-one to smithereens. He is also a sin of greed. Brave Kiara barely rose to her feet. What an ass! The leader of the beast people turned out to be a dragon. Their weapon is the strongest of them, Urus, so they will not give up. No matter how much he kills them, they will be revived and fight again and again. The polar dragon transformed into human form, hearing the name of Urus, did not think that a person would dare to say it. His dear brother really settled here. Sid asked who their mother was then. Urus replied that he had no brothers. Aventador touchingly talks about his life. He has transferred himself into human form. How convenient. Now Kiara's spear can reach his throat. The Royal Eagle Guild leader grouped up and struck with a stunning force with her spiral spear for the victory and for Kairos. However, it was too weak for the polar dragon. He didn't even dodge the girl's blow. The little people couldn't harm him. Then from behind the back of the polar Aventador, 3 vile tentacles grew, just like those of Huracan, and stuck into the brave warrior. Before the pitiful people, the polar dragon Aventador. He's the sin of greed and gluttony. Sid and Urus were stunned why he had 2 mortal sins out of 7, and in general the hero was consumed by gluttony. Before he was only greed. Panties displeasedly addressed the hippies in flip-flops. Let this encyclopedia explain everything in order. The creator snapped his fingers and a huge hourglass appeared in space. He called upon the force to accumulate sins, he said. The main quest of Chrono Life is to defeat the 7 deadly sins. They exist to accumulate sins. The strongest dragon Urus, who is the sin of pride, has long completed his mission, as befits the strongest of all. The greatest man of the fantasy world, Malachi, became sins of wrath. He managed to accumulate his sins, but immediately after that, he died. Huracan became the sin of gluttony, thanks to the Panties with his club, and was never able to accumulate his sins. So the sin of gluttony passed on to Aventador. At that time, the polar dragon was the best candidate. The fact that he became the owner of 2 sins at once came as a surprise to the creator. But that's why he's greedy. Before the guys there are hours of sins. When the lower half is filled, all the sins will be collected. Every grain of sand is equal to a human life. Our main character did not understand whether the clock appears when there is a battle with sin, or why accumulate sins, and generally this damn clock. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the bloody massacre, all troops were ordered to prepare for defense. The polar dragon activated the skill of the sin of gluttony. Aventador devoured one player after another, and there was no saturation for him. The polar dragon absorbed the levels of its targets, the abilities of its targets. Iron Solo screamed in shock for the elves not to be stupid and to dodge. At that moment, he was poked by one of the vile, pulsating tentacles of the king of the beastmen. The king of Arden was drained to the bottom. The next dishes of the Polar Review were the faceless wizards of the Holy Land Guild along with their leader. Aventador absorbed everyone around him without any effort, becoming stronger with every meal. The pathetic human brat was easy. Before their powerful lord, the king of the beastmen, the polar dragon and the sin of gluttony and greed, his tribe bowed. The balance of power that had been achieved through exorbitant labor was destroyed in an instant, and the advantage of the revival skill was lost. Players who died in terrible agony from the tentacles of Aventador could no longer be resurrected. Now the balance of power is on the side of the enemy. Since Commander-in-Chief Iron Solo passed away, Hong, as his second-in-command, took full responsibility for himself, and the people continue the battle. The war has only just begun, and humanity outnumbers the Beastmen, but we must be careful and avoid being consumed. Everyone must kill his comrade if he is touched by Aventador's tentacle. Let his abilities be absorbed, but he can be reborn. The leader of the Guild of Noble Theft and Robbery, and now the Commander-in-Chief of the Alliance, gave the command to attack. Aventador launched his vile absorption tentacle at the girl with lightning speed, but Hong acted ahead of the curve and cut it off with her dagger. Then other tentacles of absorption began to sprout from the back of the polar dragon. No one expected this hurricane did not have such skills. The maximum number of tentacles that Aventador could release was 100,000. His abilities were many times greater than Huracan. Aventador has consumed an incredible number of targets. The Sin of Greed has been activated, and the maximum level limit has been lifted. The level of the polar dragon became 1,389. The Sin of Greed increased the Sin of Gluttony. Thus, they created a perfect synergy. But for users, this news did not mean anything good. A desperate increase in level created a powerful enemy. Now, Aventador's level was already equal to 3,890. Sin came close to Hong and stuck his tentacle. But a second before Hong was absorbed, the newly created Demon Queen intervened. Love activated the skill of destroying incredible power. When the smoke from the powerful explosion cleared, Aventador was no longer near the Commander-in-Chief. Love managed to fight her off. The blonde lord of the demonic race told Hong to stay away as her attack did not harm Aventador. It will be difficult for Love to fight the polar dragon if she also has to protect Hong. Now her chances of winning are 0. The new ruler of the hellish race called upon her assistant Death and, on behalf of the demons as their queen, declared war on the beast people. The dark ruler calls on Death to open the gates of a parallel world and summon her demonic legions to this world. Death joyfully obeyed. The assistant instantly reached titanic proportions and opened the interdimensional gate. But not a single demon had time to leave them. Death was flattened by someone's foot and crushed on the ground of the southern continent. The essence of the Demon Queen was deactivated. Panties appeared in the clubs. It seems the guy in the hood was on their side. There was a mistake. Panties, the great warrior, finally appeared on the field of the last battle. All the spectators froze with inspiration at their screens. The director of the gaming company Chronolife was angry. He came close. He was the enemy. But why only now, and not immediately getting in the way as usual? Was it really the work of the blonde man in shorts? The lower part of the watch was filled. The sins had been collected, which meant the panties could be returned. The hippie happily showed Sid the exit. Panties warned him that this was the last time, once again a ban. Panties would kill him and disappeared into the pixels. However, the self-proclaimed creator will no longer have any reason to do this, because this game is over. Boss Love, without changing her habits, immediately attacked the panties with cuffs. This cretin does not know how scared she was while he was resting there. And for what he nailed Death, the Queen of Demons was going to call on them for help. Panties are really incredibly stupid, as everyone says. Death is deactivated, the players are dead, and yet you need to fight these furry idiots. The hero told you not to worry and enjoy. Our hero came close to the polar dragon. His master novice level was 999. Aventador had a level of 3,890. The strongest player and the highest level boss encountered in the game. The polar dragon has lived for an eternity. Under his rule, there are 1,000,000 beast people. He's the sin of greed and gluttony. He will soon become a king, the future king of the entire fantasy world of Chronolife. And some man in only shorts dared to block his path. Aventador will personally tear him into pieces and feed him to his animals. The lizard gored the loser, and he hit him in the face with his wooden club. Stunningly, a crushing boom was heard throughout the planet. A huge fiery tail of the explosion was seen in space. The strongest enemy was missing half of his body and face. Aventador roared in pain. All the spectators on both sides of the screen froze in silent shock. The dragon spawn, so fucked up, and the weird self-proclaimed god and creator, too many of them getting their panties out of their heads. How good it is that the polar lizard came into his hands so opportunely. How good it will be for him now. This is what Aventador's ass looked like. Here the main character slowly leaned toward the dragon. He's in pain now, but life always hurts a strange bastard. Welcome to the club. Sid put down his club and began to hit Aventador with his fists and feet so that the dragon would feel the pain. Well, this is the dark side of the hero. The entire herd of the polar dragon rushed to save their master Aventador, but the panties were only waiting for this shooting gallery. The fiery flashes of explosions, the fear of the beastmen, the truly blissful maniacal face of the panties, and the swinging of the baton shone everywhere. In the smoke there were already cries for help, pleas for salvation. Half of the lizard's body was thrown to its master. They were unable to defeat the devil. The scaly beastmen are ashamed of their powerlessness. If their race were stronger, they could protect their king, so let him swallow them all. Aventador roared that the beastmen did not understand what he was asking for. Then they would not be able to be reborn while he was alive. But his warriors understood. They understood everything. The conquerors will in any case fall at the hands of this mad devil in his underpants. It is better to give the lives of the beastmen to their master. After all, he sacrificed so much for their common good. But the lizard has one request: as soon as the king wins, let him listen to the heavens. From there, the king of the beastmen will hear the victory cry of his people. All the spectators wiped away their tears. This lizard is so noble, so touching. Panties discovered that all the beast people were concentrated in one place, and greedily rushed there. This is a party. The guests have not all left yet. Aventador absorbed his faithful companions. They remained loyal to him until his death. He was grateful to them. For the beastmen, it was an honor. The polar dragon absorbed every last servant, their levels and abilities. The last request for victory sounded in the air. At that moment, everyone burst into tears, even though these were the bloodiest and strongest enemies in history. Panties saw that the king had devoured all his subordinates. That was trash, even though these animals would be more useful. Aventador began to change before his eyes. He rose to his feet. Part of his exploded body grew back, and his body began to emit a blue glow. And what's strange is that, having devoured all his devoted subordinates, the sin of greed and gluttony no longer wants to eat. He has had his fill. Now the level of Aventador is 9,999, and again there is a head-on collision, ice and fire. The shock wave from the strongest confrontation between the energy of force and power in the entire history of the game mercilessly demolished everyone indiscriminately. The king's limbs, which were torn off by the explosion, were reincarnated. This was one of the hidden skills of the beast people, similar to a healing factor. And the sin of gluttony, improved by the sin of greed, could now absorb even abilities. Aventador swallowed up 1,000,000 beastmen. All the skills that existed in their race were concentrated in him alone, and he himself was a unique beastman. Those at the top of the food chain are the ultimate predator. But our guy in shorts is no gift either. Damage restoration has been completed. Activating the speed of light, the most terrible blows of our hero fell on Aventador from all sides. He could not keep track of any of them. Then the king of the beast people transformed into the guise of a dragon. He took in air into his lungs, and a blue flame began to form in his mouth. Aventador no longer has minions, so he no longer needs to conquer the continent. The director of the gaming company was speechless. The dragon, whose level is 9,999, activates Ice Breath. As soon as Aventador uses it, the entire continent will end. It was necessary to turn off the power to the servers now, but it was too late. The polar dragon announced that the southern continent was in trouble and unleashed its icy breath on it. Panties activated the power of the hidden Titan skill. Thanks to his spirit, the user receives the full power of titanium. For the duration of the Titan skill, the damage and attack range are increased tenfold. Our hero in shorts lightly made a whirl with his club. Against the crushing force of the top-level polar dragon's ice breath, a stunning fiery flame roared out. The strongest villain in history only had time to say what the fuck was going on, and was burned alive by the greatest panty fire attack. Our main character looked at the setting sun of this day. Now only the sin of envy remained. The warrior love immediately ran up to the legendary warrior in shorts, and with a club in his hand, he was her #1 servant. She had no doubt in him. Here, behind the boss, love fell like a heavy sack into the meat. The wounded and tormented Aventador. The king was still alive. Sid shook his head negatively. The dragon was already dead, judging by his condition. But it was better for love to move away so as not to be tempted by his tentacles. The dragon offspring is still alive. It's not for nothing that he has 2 sins and level 9,999. Aventador admitted defeat. Let the man in shorts kill him. The shorts were just about to do it. Who gave the loser the right to order the winner? His faithful beast people flashed before the king's eyes. He asked for forgiveness from all of them. Then our hero changed his mind. Aventador will become an ego, a sword. An angry Urus immediately showed up. Why the hell should they make this idiot their eternal companion? If the hero kills the dragon, his level and characteristics will not change. The dragon noticed Brother Urus. All this time he felt his energy, but could not understand why, and he became a mongrel of a man. Aventador burst out laughing. The proud 2-headed dragon, the strongest of all, began to serve man. The Polar King refuses. Aventador refuses to conclude an agreement. Death is better than serving a person. The dragon will not give up his soul. Panties is so upset by the refusal of the Polar King, only the defeat of the remaining beastmen remaining on the northern continent will console him. Sid will endlessly mock them. They will also beg for death, and his peace of mind will be restored. Then Aventador will skin them all and display them as stuffed animals. This nasty little man dared to threaten him. Our hero slowly, like a snake with a dead gaze, approached the face of the Polar King with manic pleasure. And the lizard is quick-witted. All the spectators roared. The guy in shorts threatened his loved ones. What a piece of shit. And the spirit of Eurus said that it would be better to listen to the boy. The polar dragon agreed to give up his soul so that the rabid guy in shorts would not drown the northern continent in blood. But where should the hero place the soul of Aventador? One weapon, one soul, which means it won't work with a club, but there's nothing to be done. He only has panties. Let him climb quickly. Our main character invited Aventador to his new home with open arms. The dragon finally decided to think, but it was too late. The main character ordered him to stop whining and get into his pants. Aventador's body was destroyed. The soul of the polar dragon was reborn into the white underpants of the protagonist of the fantasy world. Let the world welcome the ego. The coward, the ego class, the strength is endless. The main quest was completed, and people wanted to gouge out their eyes. Each player received a precious turquoise chest with a reward for completing the main quest. Inside lay a snow crystal of 10,000th frost, which, after absorption, gives the ability to withstand the cold of the northern continent. The hidden northern continent is now open and accessible to users after winning the main quest with the Beastmen. The plateau in leveling up among high-end users has been successfully overcome. Adventures in an uncharted land spurred user interest in the game, which significantly increased the number of visits to Chrono Life. Our main character immediately took a bite of the icy snowflake and swallowed it. He will finally be able to get to the northern continent. This is how the war with the Beast People ended, but the story of the foray into the northern continent will wait a little. Exit from virtual reality, the real world, 2 hours 38 minutes. A revolution was going on in Sid's stomach, and hunger was winning. Then an annoying mischief poked its head out of the kitchen. How good it was that she decided to set the table early. The laser finished so quickly. Sid broke into a blissful smile. Everything looks amazing. Has Luna really prepared all this herself? The guy slammed his spoon on the table. The fool really thought that they would answer her like that. Who she was, and why the hell she broke into someone else's house again. At the same time, all the plates were empty. Hunger still needed to be satisfied. Our guy copes with everything very quickly, according to Luna. I'm tired of everything, the young man calls the police. This time the mischief came because she has an important matter. Let them go on a date. Sid froze. A date is one of the forms of social relationships in the institution of courtship. Meanwhile, the pink-haired idol with a soft doll of panties decided to send a message to Sid, after all. He was logged out and probably not busy. The girl jokingly typed out an invitation to a date, knowing that she would not dare to send it, then her phone rang. Uni called her, but they didn't have anything planned for today. The manager was sitting in the bushes and reported to Love that her moron was leaving with a girl with bangs. Love roared that it was too late to go down now. The car was already driving away. The idol told her sister to stop their car at the cost of her life. The idol was already running as fast as she could. The damn thing. How dare she get ahead of her? How dare she wag her cheap tail in front of her boyfriend? The militant Ani was already waiting for her below. The car was started. The doors were open. There was not a minute to lose. The manager is not sure where these goats went, but it seems they turned right towards the sea. What did they forget there? Sid decided to drown her and get rid of the corpse, or the mischief decided to seduce her panties with her bikini. Ani put on gloves and told her not to worry. She would catch up with this damn sports car, and the banged girl wouldn't have a chance to get her panties. Two people were racing in a blue sports car. The bad guy was admiring the beautiful weather. Sid was driving with a stone face. Luna always dreamed of a date at sea, but the laser didn't need her. Let her go there herself. There will be another chapter in Chrono Life. The great sin of envy is still alive, and the obsessed maniac has something to tell Sid in exchange for a date by the sea. Let him rest and pay attention to her. The satisfied stalker jumped out of the car and began praising everything around her with a stretched smile, so bright and filled with lies. Next to the mischief, memories emerged that Sid wanted to forget. They were disgustingly clear. The guys came to the sea, just like this annoying psychopath wanted. Let her lay it out and not waste time. Sid is sick of talking to her. But the bad guy really wanted to look around with him here. The guy sent her to hell and said that he would immediately leave after the information. Loser, the great warrior helped everyone so coolly and with lightning speed. Saved everyone? The moon has a request. Let him save her too. After seeing Vreden's tears, our boy was confused and there were dozens of questions in his head. Why all of a sudden, and what he should do. Panties never rightfully trusted Luna and decided that this was another performance of hers. A distraction in order to stick a knife in the back again. But then the girl, in tears, threw her arms around the stunned boy's neck. Luna roared like a beluga. Sid froze and wanted this to end quickly. The girl's hands and shoulders were trembling, her voice was unusually thin, and for the first time Luna looked so weak. Meanwhile, the panty patrol was already nearby. Ani and Sierra ran as fast as they could to catch the scoundrels and prevent the bikini. The manager used her hurricane search skill. There are no people, the view is beautiful. The best place is by the sea, these goats are definitely here. As soon as the couple came into sight of the girls, Love immediately froze. Unnie felt uneasy. She was very worried about the girl's condition. Sid asked the bad guy to properly explain what happened there, what she needed to be saved from, and stop grieving. Our guy wondered if all this time Luna had a good reason for acting in such a callous manner, but the hero was immediately brought back to reality by the villain's laughter. She simply played a twist where the villain had a motive all along, and Sid bought it. According to the arrogant idiot, she was quite able to whiten her image. The boy took pity on her. Sid had just opened his mouth when a terrifying-looking maniac appeared between them before the sadistic reprisal of Boss Love. Our boy jumped on the spot. A peal of choice obscenities echoed along the coast. Why the hell is she here, and he didn't do anything like that here? Boss Love, like a possessed doll from a horror movie, roared that the bad guy was hugging her panties. Sitting behind the car, Annie watched all this horror. She was pleased with her sister, so this goat found somewhere to put his hands. Sarah hissed for the guy to immediately raise his hands up. Sid did not want to believe that the idol would now take out the gun, and his blood would decorate the asphalt. But the most popular idol, the idol of Millions songwriter and performer with a bunch of fans, clung to his chest. Then the girl ordered to put one hand on her head, the other on her shoulders. The boss's orders are not discussed. It's better not to piss her off today. Thus, strange forced hugs turned out. Then Sarah glanced contemptuously at the mischief. But the annoying fool did not give up. She reminded Sid of the information he needed, and the boy immediately got out of Sarah's embrace. The mischief has two pieces of news. The first concerns the subject. She asked if the young man had looked at the reward for killing Malachi. The girl meant the red, precious chest, which her panties never opened, so she didn't know what lay there. The idol replied that there was garbage there, a middle-rank earring. All the users were unhappy that such garbage was slipped in for a reward in the main quest. This decoration could only be worn at level 500. Even a top ranker could not reach that level, and the angel earring could not even be sold. After checking the item with the sense skill, nothing was found, so it was decided that it was an ordinary cosmetic item. Verdina giggled disgustingly. All the users in Boss Love are terribly stupid. The earring was the first hint. The second was the quest. Don't let the owner of the sky change. With that, Luna took her bag from the car and walked away, saying that she enjoyed her date with the loser. Boss Love grabbed her panties by the sleeve. The girl doesn't want him to have such a memory only with the bad guy. She also needs a date by the sea. At this time, Luna walked past numerous faceless passers-by and thought that Sid would help her if she told him the whole truth. The girl also realized that she was very jealous of Boss Love. Luna would also like to be so honest, she is even jealous. Meanwhile, the most popular idol and the most popular player walked along the shiny surface of the water in the rays of the setting sun. Both guys were very embarrassed. They had been walking for 30 minutes in silence. Boss Love said that Sid was very sorry that he didn't see what he wanted. The guy didn't understand at all what we were talking about. The bad guy in a bikini. Why Sid should have wanted to see the bad guy in a bikini. Sarah apologized. She was worried and jealous. From now on, she would not want her panties to be alone with other girls. Only if he is with her. He can call and write to her more often. Guys also give their jacket to the girl, but let him not give the jacket to anyone but her. As for the numbers of other girls, 10, so be it, is allowed, but no more. The guy's brain began to beg to stop. Sid didn't understand what Sarah Fury was saying. He wasn't her boyfriend, or maybe the idol liked him. The girl replied that she liked him. Didn't he really know? The first most popular VR game is Chrono Life. Recently, there have been a lot of changes. A sudden main quest. The available content is increasing at a breakneck speed. But what impressed users the most was the unexplored northern continent. Most of the users ate the ice crystal and went on a long journey to new lands. But one user was not interested in anything, not even in the once inaccessible northern continent. The boy in shorts was sitting on the ground and banging his head against a box of vegetables. Urus was eating his fried leg, and the star was starting to worry. She needed to trade, and not worry about her brother. Sid switched the topic from himself to why the baby wasn't going to the northern continent. Many left. That's why trade fell, but the girl had a good time here too. Plus, after the trip, the players would be exhausted, and she was here for them. As always, immeasurably kind, the star sees that something has happened to her brother. It looks as if they have confessed their love to him. Hearing the little Miss's guess, the young man immediately turned away. The star realized that he had hit the nail on the head. The love detective skill was activated. The little girl began to ask which of the two confessed. Sid shook his head. Then the embarrassed Boss Love approached the guys. The guy in shorts couldn't even look her in the eyes. This was the first time this had happened to him. Sherlock revealed everything. Realizing from these two that they were talking about love, the girl immediately retreated. Let them be alone. They have something to discuss. But Love was stopped by the baby. They all need to talk about the main quest. Let Sid open the precious chest with a reward. The warrior realized that she was just starting to notice her panties. She couldn't become a burden. She needed to act slowly and not rush. Inside was an angel earring that could not be sold, disassembled, or removed, but the panties were level 999. The hero could put it on and use it. The guy remembered that he had already seen such an earring somewhere. But where? After hesitation, the loser inserted the angel's earring into his ear. The demonstration of hidden skills was launched, and changes to the user's body began. The hair on the panties began to change. Could it be that the angel's earring, like the essence of the Demon King, changes the user's image without his consent? The changes are complete. You can get rid of the earrings, but fear has been caught up. The girls look with dumbfounded faces at the loser. In the system message, there was something about changes. Apparently something has changed in appearance. The girls cannot spew words out of themselves. In the middle of the street stood a pretty girl with long hair, a beautiful figure, and with a wooden club in her hand. The gender of the character has been changed. The game, which ranks first in the world ranking of Chrono Life, the main feature that attracts players is freedom. Users were free in most of their actions, and in some ways this was especially evident. If the player decided to use a sword, then skills in using it also emerged. If with a spear, then the corresponding skills appeared. If you start collecting medicinal herbs, then the necessary knowledge will become available to you, with the exception of special skills that can only be exchanged. Depending on the user's actions, skills are automatically created using the artificial intelligence of the host computer. Thus, at the moment, the number of generated skills in the game has exceeded 10 million. This concerned not only skills, but also classes, weather, environment. Chrono Life guaranteed freedom in all areas without any restrictions. But there was one caveat: the appearance of users was limited. They could change the color of hair, skin, eyes, add elf ears or a tail. As an exception, users could remove existing scars or remove their disabilities, add features of animals or fairy tale characters. Excluding the external characteristics of the race, the players in virtual reality looked the same as in real life. Panties walked from side to side. A mirror. He needed a mirror. Now the hero in panties became a girl. A pretty girl, I must say. The hero tucked a strand of hair behind his ear, but he is now a real beauty. His infuriating character remains the same. A crowd of curious observers was already gathering around where this beauty came from. There was a man there just now. The girl suggested finding some quiet place first, for example, the guest courtyard of the inn. The medieval guest courtyard is quite a modern place. The first floor is reserved for a bar and food hall, and on the second floor, travelers can spend the night and relax. 3 girls were sitting by the fireplace. Urus was eating a fried leg. The gender changed because of the angel's earring, which means you need to take off the earring to change the gender back. But it's not so simple. While the girls were walking into the guest yard, she was already taking off her panties. Nothing had changed. He was still an attractive lady. Boss Love embarrassedly asked him to move his panties, because everything is visible, and this is very embarrassing, and now the name panties does not fit, because he is without them. The bright warrior suggested from now on calling it a bra. Our main character urgently asked to continue calling it panties. The star was wondering how the sensations after a gender change are so different from those of men, because the sensations here are the same as in reality. The boys said that it was only because of the long hair that it was ticklish. And that's all. Then the loser's gaze fell on his chest, and he urgently needed to go to the toilet. What other toilet is there in the virtual world? What the fuck does it matter? This is the body of the panties. He will only touch it once. Love told the idiot to freeze. After 40 minutes of fussing, the girls were finally exhausted and lay exhausted on the floor, regaining their breath, barely able to calm the moron down. Tarankansha ordered to take a good look at the earring. Boss Love remembered that exactly the same earring was in the ear of Riot's laziness then on the coast. That's why it's called an angel's earring petty sin, and his guards had wings and halos above their heads, which means they were angels. Apparently, in order to return to its usual irreversible thin body, panties need to face the sin of laziness. Why strain so hard to return to what was? Sid is screwed, and it doesn't matter which character to play, male or female. Previously, Sid sometimes knocked out female heroes for himself. Well, since panties think so. And he has no other reasons for this. Sid nodded his head. So the queen of the demonic race believed him. Love had already dropped her panties and began to wring the legs of the vile liar. Verdina said that the clue about the last chapter is connected with this earring, and the second quest is to stop the change of the owner of the sky. If you add up all the information, then the stage for the last chapter will be the Kingdom of Heaven. So then you will have to go to Riot, and at the same time change your gender. The problem was that no one knew where laziness was now. If only he appeared in front of them, it would save time. You can ask the god of water. He is at the beck and call of petty sin. Sid took out his mirror. Its strength is in the process of restoration. Panties looked serious, put a mirror to his ear like a walkie-talkie, introduced himself as a falcon, and waited for a reception from the beetle. The girls were ashamed. But then, on the other side, to everyone's surprise, Habaek's smiling voice was heard. Why did the great warrior have such a squeaky voice? Panties invited Habak to meet if he was not busy. From the outside, it looked like the girl was asking the guy out on a date. The god of water was not against it. The timing was right, and he began to open a portal through the guy's mirror. On the other side, in a damp dungeon, sat the exhausted Habek. He was missing one arm and one leg. The god of water was glad to meet the great hero. A charming girl with a baton appeared in front of Habek. Why is a unique boss always deprived of his limbs? But everything was just returned to him. Then the water god grabbed the beauty by the chin in his life. He had never seen anyone more beautiful than the name of the one who made the water. God's heart beat faster. Habek was lying unconscious, all swollen and bleeding from the blows. A pervert. He'd bought his eyes at the 1+1 promotion. Who did he decide to hit on? The god of water came to his senses. In front of him was a great warrior in a skirt, an angel's earring in his ear. Now everything is starting to become clearer. It's clear why they were looking for him. Panties helped the water god recover. Now with new high stats, the recovery speed is much faster than before. The shining star asked her sister Marana who this cute guy was. Sid made the sound of gagging. Actually, he's still a guy for a starlet. Sid looked like a beautiful girl and looked more like Marana than his brother. Anyway, this idiot's name is Habek. In the past, this idiot kidnapped Love's boss but pulled his panties. The starlet pouted and called Habik a turd. Sid asked Habek where Riot is now. They have a few questions for him. The god of water knew it. He wanted to return to his former gender, that means. Unfortunately, at the moment, the guys will not be able to meet him, since the Great Master is now in the Heavenly Kingdom. Sid then offered to go there. He fulfilled all the conditions for access to the Heavenly Kingdom. He is now a girl. This was one of the conditions. Once the condition is met, you can visit the Heavenly Kingdom as much as you like, but the guys will never meet Riot. Miss Love's level also rose above 500. Habak felt that her spirit had become stronger. But the warrior said that this could not be. After all, her level was 300 just recently. Love opened her characteristics. Now the demoness was level 503. The girl checked her level even before the war with the beast people. If you add a 30-day hunt in the Urus cave, everything adds up. It turns out that the warrior can also wear this earring. I wonder if Love will remain a girl or become a guy wearing the angel jewelry. It is unknown, but you can just try. Why guess? It seems that Marana will have a friend guy. The angel's earring has been successfully activated. The hidden ability of the item is being launched. Changes to the wearer's body are starting. The changes are completed. The gender of the character was changed. The condition for entering the Heavenly Kingdom was fulfilled. Miss Love became a stately young man of unprecedented beauty. A courageous, handsome man with a noble appearance sat on the floor and began to cover himself. He was clearly embarrassed to be without a top. Sid enviously bellowed to the handsome man that there was no need to pretend to be shy and cover his healthy pile of muscles with his hands. A pure body is required to enter the celestial realm, so when the earring is worn, the user is reborn in a pure body of a new gender. Now a couple of supermodels can get into the Heavenly Kingdom. The star is still not enough level. Without the 500th level, the earring is useless. If they can easily get to the Heavenly Kingdom, then why can't they meet with Riot? He won't hide from them. Habek bowed his head down in a special thoughtful way. The guys will not be able to face the sin of laziness, because very soon he will die. The water god, with tearing pain in his eyes, flopped to his knees and asked the great warrior to protect his master, the great Riot. The moment he was contacted, the water god felt that it was fate. Habek would help him return to his past bodies. He just needed to help the master. The guys discovered a hidden quest, a request from the god of water, the king of mirrors. Habek asks to save Riot's laziness. The hidden quest is not related to the main one, and does not affect it in any way. If successful, there will be a greater reward than in a regular quest. Habek called for the mercy of the panties. The hero agreed to help, but the god of water must give up his 8 mirrors. By giving away all 8 of his mirrors, Habek would cease to be the king of mirrors. This suited the loser. Even as a girl, he remained a vile type. The god of water was ready to do anything to save Rayot and agreed. The great hero accepted the hidden quest of the mirror king Habek. The greedy loser will return his body and will receive a reward and will rip off the god of water, a wonderful teaser. As time passed, the realization came that Boss Love, who became a guy, and Sid, who became a girl, entailed. Who would know where this would ultimately lead? But the previous guys couldn't know that. A guard in angelic gear knocked on the cold iron bars of the dungeon with his heavy armor in order to wake up. The time has come. Let the human offspring rise quickly. They were already waiting for the girl. Recently, prisoners could even be sold. They knocked them out, and that's it. If he doesn't want to get a sword in the back, it's better for an insignificant and pathetic little man not to think about escaping, although this is impossible in the handcuffs of an angel. Angel handcuffs belong to a unique class, sealing away most of the wearer's power, reducing all characteristics by half. Meeting him must be a great honor for such a low-grade example of life, although he will be executed immediately after the meeting. Let him move. Panties could barely contain his resentment. He was again considered a nobody. He wanted to take off the handcuffs and gouge these winged cretins, but he had to hold on. So far, everything is going according to plan. The hero has already come so far and simply cannot ruin everything. Rewinding a little back to the time of departure to the Heavenly Kingdom, Boss Love and Panties had to stand in the mirror, then the rise would begin. Then Urus appeared with a fried leg. The dragon had been chewing meat in the tavern all this time, and missed the transformation of the guys. Habek interrupted their idle conversation. The guys should stand on the mirror. It's better to go before it's too late. The baby said goodbye to the guys and ordered them to return safe and sound, and with gifts, Sid and Love were touched by the star. In 5 minutes, the mirror will lift them into place. So much effort. Even the floor had to be changed for access, but getting here turned out to be so easy. Boss Love bit her lip. Not that girls were her type, but because she knew that there were still panties in front of her. She stared at him. Our hero asked why the hell Habek didn't put on an earring and become a girl with a braid. He needed a clean body. This rule only applies to low races. Fortunately for Habek, the water god did not fall under this category. Sid wanted to see this place as soon as possible. It must be incredibly beautiful, but he shouldn't expect much from what it now presented. The guys arrived. The bright sky was incredibly beautiful. The hero stood right on the soft, fluffy clouds as if on a duvet. Habek sharply commanded that the enemies were already here. We must be careful. A multi-winged, multi-eyed vile monster was flying towards them. The evil spirit of Urus immediately recognized him as an angel. The flying cyclops activated the magical attack of the angelic buster. The Demon King and the heroine with the baton flew up. What the hell, the guys just arrived, might as well give them time to look around. Activation of the Demon King's essence. Synchronization started. Error 1.2%. Synchronization completed. The dark, attractive ruler of the hellish race ordered that the winged cyclops be given to him, and let the bra with the club rest. Here the girl with the baton wrinkled her face in disgust. What kind of butterflies are there in her stomach after looking at Boss Love in his male form? He's completely gone crazy already. The girl with the baton grabbed her head. Does the new body really affect his feelings? If so, then everything urgently needs to be changed as it was. At this time, a stately, handsome man with wings and horns struck the first blow at the terrible monster of heaven. His every movement was beautiful, but due to Love's numerous fur, she missed. The angel Cyclops took advantage of this and struck a powerful blow to the enemy with his wing. After a crushing blow from the wing, pillars of destructive flame burst out from the numerous eyes on the angel's body. The girl with the baton was furious and took out her weapon. How dare this hairy blob with wings fall on the boss of Love? Habek told the great warrior to calm down. Miss Love's energy did not decrease at all. The water god senses her perfectly. The Dark Lord of the demon race floated in the air as if nothing had happened. The destruction activation was launched. The hellish flames of death directly hit the angel's eye. The body of the ridiculous monster is torn into pieces. The athletic Demon King gets points for killing the monster. Deactivation of the essence of the Demon King. The satisfied fair-haired young man runs to the guys. He won, but the bra doubted. An attractive young man put his hand on the girl's waist to see if his bird was hurt, and held her hand with his other hand. The girl, in complete shock, escaped from the strong hands of the warrior. What was Boss Love doing? She completely moved or something. Boss Love apologized. The girl stood in the middle of the clouds, so beautiful and fragile, the warrior could not hold back the surging flow of hormones. Our hero looked at Boss Love with a straight face. What was she doing? There was danger lurking around beautiful girls. We must always be on guard. Habek noted that the guys still get along great. The evil spirit Urus asked what the hell happened just now. Heaven must be kind to people. If now such attitudes are in the heavenly kingdom, then in the underworld they would be much more welcome before. People were really welcome here. And that angel who flew into pieces was the guide of the heavenly kingdom. The monster met and guarded the new arrivals. Is the name Riole familiar to the great and proud Urus? Changes in the human-friendly heavenly kingdom are associated with this name. And also the fact that Habik was left without an arm and a leg, and the fact that his master Riot is on the verge of death is all the fault of Mrs. Riole. Madame Riole was a tall, slender girl in an angelic appearance with harlequin eyes. She came to visit the sin of laziness in the dungeon. Riot had seen the blonde psychopath less than an hour ago, and she came close again. A dagger stabbed into his chest, who gave the right to sin to speak. Afterwards, The girl slowly turned the blade of the dagger to fully enjoy Riot's pain. She did not allow her mouth to open. Then Mrs. Real activated the regenerating skill. The healing skill restored the health of laziness, and the wound was completely healed. Following the healing, the mistress quickly clung to the prisoner hanging in chains. How she loves him. May they always be together. But why the hell did Habek welcome guests to the heavenly kingdom? A dirty, disgusting, inferior race. Riole promised to exterminate the entire savage race. Destroy a race of insignificant degenerates for the sake of your beloved brother, Mr. Riot. Riole was the ruler of the heavenly kingdom, and the younger sister of Riot's laziness. Even in the angelic family, there was a freak. Panties was glad to get to the heavenly kingdom, but he needed Riot and an understanding of what kind of crap they had gotten themselves into. Habek only knew that the sin of laziness had been caught, because the dunce with the moronic braid would have to solve everything as usual. Panties in a skirt maniacally swung his wooden club. The hero was about to kill everyone. Habek began to dissuade him. You can't just hit him with a club. Mr. Riot could get hit by a shockwave, and he's definitely much weaker now than usual. His master would definitely die if he was even slightly affected by the shockwave, and Sid promised the water god to save him and not let his soul go. Then the girl with the face of a dismemberment maniac remembered another way to find out where Riot's laziness was now. Her look scared everyone. Activation of the skill of Omnipresent Flame. With its help, the user can see any place or creature he wishes. The bust received this fiery skill from an enemy idiot, a hippie with narcissist syndrome, with the help of which the guys will find Riot. Object location. Riot, a small body, appeared in the flames in some kind of dungeon, suspended on the chains of the Great Master. The guys began to wonder what kind of gloomy place this was. Then Mrs. Real, disfigured by rage, suddenly appeared in the projection of the flame. Our main character dropped his fiery ball in surprise. What kind of nonsense was just looking at them with dead eye sockets? Habek called this nit Miss Riole, the same psychotic woman who caused everything to go wrong. Someone dared to spy on the brother and sister at such a secluded moment. It was the faithful Habek with his zoo. Riola became interested in where the guys were. The god of water ordered to immediately deactivate his new skill so as not to reveal the location. Bostik didn't mind. They would come here for their blows, but Riot's life was in danger. It was unknown what would happen to him if Riole was provoked. Sid deactivated his skill. The angel Riole did not look at all like Boss Love imagined her. The psychic should have looked like a villain. Habek advised not to be deceived by her appearance. This creature is very dangerous. Sid clarified that maniac wears the same earring as the guys. This means she is not a girl at all, but a well-settled man in a skirt. But only lower races need to change gender. Therefore, all the inhabitants of the Heavenly Kingdom, including Mr. Riot and Mrs. Riolet, have their own true gender. Poor little sister can't be distracted even for a second. There are so many scum who want to get to her brother because her brother is so cool. A child's voice, a cute face, thin arms and legs, a thin body, snow-white skin, my brother is truly perfect. And really can't give him to anyone. The brother should only be hers. She will kill everyone who wants to get Riot. All angels of the Heavenly Kingdom are ordered to immediately detain the intruders. The psyches of all of them will be torn to pieces. At that same second, a whole legion of winged cyclops loomed over the guys the heavenly guards were about to use an angelic buster. Well, the end of the scum has come. Hundreds of ugly winged snipers have activated their combat fire skills. The guys are screwed again. Satisfied with this state of affairs, the bus stepped forward. His time had come. He took out a baton and made a vertical swing. With a stunning explosion, the great warrior tore a hole in the heavenly realm, as expected from a Vandal hero. The fucking madam with a halo over her head froze in silent shock. What the hell happened just now? Some psychopath with blissful pleasure killed the strongest guards of the great heavenly kingdom with her wooden club. Bostik absolutely loved crushing the bug-eyed heads after transforming into a girl. His laughter became even thinner, and now his laughter was even more frightening. The two guys froze in shock. That's what the developers were thinking. In the battle between heaven and the sinful world, the ambassador of all sins confidently wins. The Demon King's hand rested on the shoulder of the bust. One couldn't overdo it. One had to stick to Habek's plan. Mr. Riot was in a heavenly prison. It was impossible to get there from the outside, so one of the guys needed to be captured, and he saved Riot. Bostik didn't like this plan. He could just go in and kill them all to hell. But this could endanger the Great Master. All the guards used to serve Riot, and now Mrs. Riola, it is impossible to come to an agreement with them. One should not kill them indiscriminately. Therefore, the plan with the voluntary surrender of winged enemies with halos is an ideal solution to the problem Sid endured everything only because of his mirrors. Bostik, with childish annoyance, ordered Urus to take the bait. It was time for them to start following the plan and surrender to these assholes. Our hero coughed, adjusting his voice, then called for help because these strong angels had deprived the girl with the club of all her strength. What a disaster. The poor and fragile miss is completely exhausted and can't even move her fingers. What should she do? Boss Love was ashamed. What a moronic acting, complete trash, no one would believe them. The angels, despite their appearance, are very naive. It will give a ride. The girl bursts into tears, falls to her knees and holds out her little finger. She surrenders. An explosion of acting is activated. The heavenly guards looked at the strange madam with suspicion and analyzed her crushing power and unexpected powerlessness. But everything turned out as Habeck said. Angels are not particularly smart. Everything went according to plan. Despite the stupid game of panties, he was taken to a cell. The narrow-minded guards, with a lame actress with a baton, headed to the heavenly prison, and the rest of the guys hid nearby in the clouds. Everyone flew away. Boss Love began to worry about her panties, and the god of water began to worry about the inhabitants of the heavenly kingdom. The young lady in angelic handcuffs was brought to the throne room to Madame Riola, after all. It was the captive who was spying on her and her brother. The psychopath didn't have time to take a closer look. In life, the girl looked much more vulgar. She was wondering who Habeck brought with him. The rest apparently fled. The bust was wondering where Riot was. He was probably in this building. Messrs. Riole was surprised. The guest knew her brother. And Riole thought that Habeck brought ordinary mercenaries. The girl with the club said that Riot had not come to her for a long time. They chatted so nicely. The maniac was disappointed. Could this really be the sensational great warrior of the current generation that her older brother was talking about? Sid is also called that, but he doesn't like this treatment at all. It sounds childish, and a dagger blade enters the stomach of the girl with the club. The psychopath began to turn the blade. Reveling in the splashes of blood and a grimace of pain, she was disgusted to see how the strange offspring mentioned her brother. But the maniac will give the girl with the baton the right to vote, depending on her preferences, from top to bottom or from left to right. What is this possessed lady carrying? Here the blessed murderer in angelic guise cuts the body of the bust into 2 parts. Her face is sprinkled with blood. It would be better from left to right, so that the sociopath with a halo over her head has the opportunity to examine the impudent internal organs. The hidden healing factor skill has been activated. The restoration of damaged flesh has started. A thin voice came from behind Riole. Another horror bodysuit began. The bust looked like a hero from the worst horror films. A maniac was so fucking scared. The time had come for the guys to slowly move out. It was necessary to find Mr. Riot's seized weapon. If found, he could regain his former strength. Most of Mr. Riot's power is now sealed when the guys met him in the human world. His abilities were already limited. That is why Messrs. Rial was able to defeat her older brother before. This would have been impossible to even imagine. Because the great master, the legendary merchant, the sin of laziness, Riot is the most powerful of the 4 emperors in the world. In the fantasy world of Chronolife, there are only 4 emperors. Riot from the Heavenly Kingdom, and the Demon King from the Underground Kingdom. The strongest of all is the dragon Urus from the Valley of the Dead, and the greatest man Malachi from the World of People. These characters are the 4 emperors. Each of them is a representative of a specific race and territory. So this impudent kid in shorts is so cool. Why then does he live like a huckster in the human world, and even with sealed power? Therefore, Riot is the sin of laziness. His master abandoned everything in the Heavenly Kingdom and simply messed around in the human world. And now it's time for the guys. Boss Love doubted that they would be able to cope without a bust. Habeck usually fools everyone. She felt uneasy. Then an obsessive mischief appeared. A piercing pig squeal was heard in the throne room. The psychopath begged Sid not to say her name. It sounded as if she was being cursed. The heavenly guards burst into the throne room at the cries of their mistress. The bust greeted them too. The defenders froze. Horror froze on their faces. Lady Rial will not forgive this vile, pitiful little man. How dare he scare her like that? The sacred whip of the heavenly realm is activated. The psychopath ordered the pathetic scum to die and began to wave her whip. Her heavenly guards fled in horror from the heavenly punishment. While the lady was swinging her heavenly whip in all directions, the castle building began to collapse from her blows. It dawned on her panties that apparently he had really scared her a lot. This crazy person was about to destroy everything here. After the dust settled, our hero disappeared. The guards were ordered to mobilize all the heavenly troops. The scum decided to kidnap her brother. Mrs. Rylot ordered 2 guards to devote most of their heavenly power to guarding the prison and cell of their beloved Riot. Meanwhile, a charming girl with a baton was running along the corridors of the Sky Castle. This palace is fucking huge. Where is Riot? Several heavenly guards were unlucky enough to meet a lady on their territory she ran on, leaving them knocked out. The hero really wanted to multiply each of them, but Habeck really asked him not to kill anyone. For the sake of his panty mirrors, he kept himself in control. Sid ordered Urus to get out of the baton. The game of surrendering prisoners was already over. The guys ran along the corridors and called for Ryatushka. And where did Aventador go? The young man definitely made him his ego. Cowards. Why suddenly the polar dragon doesn't come out like Urus? The little evil spirit replied that he had just asked Aventador about this when he met him in the club. If the owner of the weapon is one, then there is one space. The polar dragon is no longer interested in the mortal world, so he doesn't want to go out. Apparently dirty blackmail is needed again. But Urus shook his head negatively. Aventador turned to Buddhism. Now it won't work. He'll just sit in Sid's shorts all the time. Then it dawned on our main character. The girl with the baton immediately ordered the polar pervert to get out of her panties. Aventador is actually a man and is now in a girl's underpants. Urus didn't understand. Sid was also originally a man. Why did he burst out? Panties, and I didn't understand why I started to feel so shy. All these butterflies in my stomach from the gaze of the Demon King. This is a side effect of the female body. The girl with the baton told Urus to find Riot with a bullet and immediately returned back to her. He urgently needed to return to his male form. Love asked how this annoying creature found them again. The Mischief said that the idol is stupid even in a man's guise. How did she even know that in front of Boss Love? She's a man now. The goddess of life rolled her eyes. Everything becomes clear when Love's mouth opens. It was the goddess of life who sent the loser here in general, so it's logical that she herself should be here, stupid blonde head. Luna then put on the angel's earring. The jewelry changes the wearer's body. The goddess of life was the first player to ascend to the heavenly realm. Boss Love stared at the newly minted muscular boy. He is clearly her type, Luna snorted. They are both girls. Let him not talk nonsense. This means that the bad guy has also reached level 500. Without him, the earring would have been inaccessible to him, even if he took first place in the official ranking. But Chronolife has never published an official rating of its players in its entire history, as first place can be below level 500. Rankers are users from lists on community sites that are compiled based on ridiculous rumors. They are aimed at users who are engaged in active activities, such as guild wars or capturing fortresses. And in Chronolife, there are enough masters who do not put themselves on display. For example, the magnificent goddess of life herself. Since now there are no questions, the goddess of life transforms into a female form. A male form does not suit her at all and takes off the angel's earring. If Boss Love also says transformation, she will again acquire her previous feminine features and return to her body. That's it. Luna shook her head negatively. Nothing will change, because the warrior has not yet completed the quest. Let the snotty brat answer where they could have locked this little guy. The corridor is not at all like the one in the fireball. The skill of Omnipresent Flame is activated. It is necessary to find the location of Riot's laziness, but the skill requires time to recover. The remaining reboot time is 21 hours and 35 minutes. Why the hell should it take such a long load, hippies in flip-flops? Then the purple spirit of the dragon Urus flies up. He found the descent into the cellars. The bust was pleased with his handsome man and kissed him. Such a beauty smacked her poop. Urus definitely must have liked it. The spirit advised him to quickly return to his body. Mr. Riot, hanging on chains in the basement, heard the clatter of a horse. It was clearly not Riole. What a loose girl was rushing at him. Now all Habek's mirrors will belong to Panties. The crazy woman knows the god of water. She reeks of stupidity, vulgarity, and is a wooden club. The great warrior came for the sin of laziness. Since Riot guessed, let him break this chain. It's time for them to get out of here. The gentleman called the bust an idiot. If he could break the chain, he would have done it long ago and would have run away himself. The chains that bind his hands are called angel cuffs. They seal away most of the wearer's strength. Skills are reduced by half. They cannot be broken by simple physical force. The girl with the baton simply pulls the chain towards herself and it shatters into links. So when everything is in order, you can tear your claws out of here. One sociopath in the guise of an angel with her whip and army could not allow this. Boss Love told the bad guy to stop being silent and tell her about the quest. Luna told her to shut up and move her muscular legs. The goddess of life said that she would help. Why bother twitching again? The mischief gently lays down, and she climbs into her panties with her snot and hugs. And hugging someone without his consent is generally sexual harassment. The mischief told Boss Love to shut his mouth. The only limitation in Chronolife that puts freedom above all else is the player's appearance. Users can play using only their true external data. This is prescribed at the legislative level in the instructions for the game. Thus, if the appearance of the players does not differ from the real one, then there will be no problems with solving crimes. This is especially true for games with augmented reality, with the exception of a few specific situations. Real appearance is used. All gaming companies follow this rule, because this is already a law adopted at the state level. However, one company did not like this. The one that puts freedom above all else took away the right to personal character settings. Therefore, the gaming corporation found a loophole in the law that allows users to change their appearance using an angel earring. This decoration is the care of the company, which wanted to give users a little more freedom. Now there is no one in the Heavenly Kingdom except them, but soon the average level among the players will rise, and there will be no crowd here. In any case, probably due to the game company's intentions, the quest to return to one's body will not be that difficult. The goddess of life waved her magic staff and activated its magic, and a heavenly spring appeared in front of the guys. If you drink its water, the body will be cleansed, and you can easily return to your own body and original appearance. Boss Love immediately rushed towards the heavenly water, not allowing the mischief to finish. Her long hair, how she missed it. So wait, why the hell did this fool bring the guys here right now, when they need to look for Mr. Riot's weapon? Useless stupid fool, she and Hebek wasted their time. The water god interrupted Boss Love's anger. In fact, the heavenly spring is the very place where the weapon of his great master Riot is sealed. The water is so clear and clean, you need to try it soon. It's so inviting with its smooth surface wave. Luna glanced at Love with a stony look. An attractive man scooped water from a source into his hands. Body cleansing was started. The quest with the angel's earring was completed. The gender change to the original was completed. There is now a hidden option to change a character's gender using an angel earring at the user's discretion. Just drink spring water and that's it. The quest is completed. The goddess of life said that it would be easy. This will work even if you drink heavenly spring water from a bottle, so you don't even have to come here. Luna doesn't think she can come back here after saving the loser and Riot. It will be tense. So she personally gives the bottle to the great hero. Boss Love extended her hand to the mischief. It would be better for her to carry it. It's heavy. Luna told her to fuck off. She would rather entrust the fish to the cat. Hebek closely watched the goddess of life, who she was, easily found the heavenly source and knew that this was where the weapon of laziness was located. Luna even knows what Hebek himself doesn't know, how she doesn't know, that it's not necessary to drink water here. That's not all. It was she who revived Huracan. She was the first to draw attention to the illegal activities of the trophy Cretan. The sin of lust was revived by Malachiah, who knew for sure that Boss Love would become the new king of the demonic race. During the war with the Beast People, she was always close to the great hero, as if she was there to watch him. And although it seems that at the center of everything there was a great hero in shorts, behind everything there was always a goddess of life in the shadows. It seems that everything in Chronolife is based on her will. Then a strange sound was heard. The goddess of life stood up and said that it was time for them. The battle was beginning. Boss Love saw that she had hidden some water up her sleeve. Guardians will soon appear to guard Riot's weapons. Luna came to the rescue precisely because of them. Guardians are no comparison to angels. They are truly fierce and strong. The guys took up fighting positions and grouped up, and a sky cannon with 3 adorable kids rolled out towards them. The Guardians were called minions. They guarded Riot's sealed weapons. There are 3 types, including cannon, ranged, and melee. Boss Love immediately clung to one minion, what a cutie, who said he was dangerous, except that her heart is now in danger nearby. What a sweetheart he is. The warrior touched him and wanted to take him home. The minion spat in her face. The minions are celestial creatures and strongly hated the creatures from the dungeon, and Boss Love is now a demoness, and this little one considers her a brat. You cannot be deceived by their appearance. The minion immediately transformed into its original appearance as a super minion. 3 guardians stood in front of the 3 guys. Luna suggested that they decide which is whose and begin the real battle. Meanwhile, the psychopath assured Sid that he would not get out of here in front of the pathetic degenerate. There were 100 elite soldiers, angels, as many as 100 opponents. This is the smallest number of opponents of the great hero in the entire history of his battles in the fantasy world of Chronolife. Fact check. The Guild Alliance consisted of 3 million people, Malachi's army of 500,000, and 1 million beastmen, proven by facts. How dare this strange spawn mock the angelic power of the heavenly kingdom? Tear the bastard apart and bring his guts. Riot asked not to kill the heavenly guards. They just fell under the control of Riol. They are not guilty of anything. Sid extended his hand and ordered to pay. The bastard, even in his female guise, is a complete freak, demanding money in exchange for lives. What a bastard he is. Sin of laziness, Riot rolled his eyes. He will buy any of his items at the highest price in any quantity. The contract is concluded. The great warrior will simply carefully lay down their bunnies with his non-killing blow, and that's it. They will just rest a little. Launching the 8 mirror skill, the 6th defense mirror is activated. Habiek erected a huge blue energy field in front of him, a shield. The 6th mirror does not compensate for the stop, like the 5th, but has almost perfect endless protection. Now it's the water god's turn to attack. The 1st mirror is activated. A light wave is launched. A 2nd and a giant depression has formed in the heavenly kingdom. At the same time, next to Hebek, the Demon Queen furiously activated her extermination skill, but the minion was not even hit by her attack. The super-ranged minion copies the enemy's skill and uses it with his left hand. He even copied the Demon King's unique skill. The ancient heavenly guardians are really amazing. The water god must help Miss Love. At this moment, his body is pierced by a minion's stone hand. The guardian was hit by a light wave, but he remained unharmed. The super melee minion has complete physical and magical immunity. Habek fell with a hole in his chest. Boss Love was distracted by him. The guardian took advantage of the moment and activated his copied attack. Deactivating the Demon Queen's essence, the demoness was mortally wounded and fell unconscious next to the water god. The ancient guardian directed the Demon Queen's extermination skill at Miss Love. The warrior only called Panties for help, but he was far away. Then the goddess of life cut off the guardian's claw with the magic of her staff. Love looked absolutely pitiful. Let him crawl away and hide behind her back. From this moment on, Luna enters the battlefield. After she became the goddess of life, she only attacked with her staff. It was time to show how the goddess of life fights. Meanwhile, in the Sky Castle, a charming girl with a club put all the annoying guys in armor to rest with one blow. Having gone into a rage, the girl with the club told everyone to die to hell. Riot called out to her and reminded her that you shouldn't kill anyone. Our loser decided that he could inflict pain without killing these idiots. A broken right arm and ribs, a fractured skull, and a crack in the cervical vertebra. The great Mr. Riot, watching the crazy psycho, decided that it would be better if the great hero killed everyone. How quickly this 100 ended. With millions of opponents, it was more interesting. All that was left was a moronic psychopath with children's shoes. Nothing can be done. Riola will have to deal with this creature herself. The sociopath again waved her heavenly whip in all directions. The great hero did not move, not afraid of her whip. He swept the girl with the club off her feet, picking him up in his arms. Mr. Riot. Why the hell Sid froze. Riot was running, dodging the blows of the whip with the girl in his arms. The bust was screaming for the little one to let him go quickly. Why the hell was he panicking so much? The sin of laziness also thought that he would not die if the psychopath whipped him with her whip all day and night. But Riot was captured by her. Riole is dangerous not because of her strong attacks. The problem is in her enchanting skill, which subjugates the poor fellows to her will. Usually its duration is short, and if the power of magic resistance is high, then they will not fall for the skill at all. But this crazy girl is very strong in the charm skill. Besides, activation occurs not only through the eyes, her skill is also activated with a whip. Then the blow of a heavenly whip whistled across the great master's back. Riot fell, and the girl carefully called out to the baby. The charm activated through the eyes is weak. He can never compare with that coming from the heavenly whip. And it doesn't matter how strong the opponent's resistance to magic is. If the whip even touches, the victim will obey Riola 100%. What kind of cheating? The bus still doesn't know who he's contacted. He came here to pick up his beloved brother. Let him try now. Riot was fascinated by the psychopath in white for the day. He rose to his feet as if nothing had happened, his eyes glowing with an unkind red light. Boss Dove wondered how the goddess of life fought. Was she really going to summon that green monster? Habek has returned to life. Miss Luna has mastered the sin of lust. She is comparable in strength to Mr. Riot. Her strength is also incredible. After her manifestation, the water god and the demoness would definitely be safe. Boss Love felt that this was hitting her self-esteem. Habek noticed that the minion with the gun, who was fighting with the goddess of life, had disappeared somewhere unnoticed, and she naturally dealt with him. The god of water was also interested in how the moon would fight. The guardians began to deal crushing blows to the goddess of life. The stone guardians were the size of titans, and their incredible blows made it feel like the clouds were about to collapse to the ground. But the clouds of the heavenly kingdom cannot fall due to such an attack. But no one can vouch for hitting an idiot in shorts with a wooden club. The life force skill was activated. The body of the goddess of life was renewed. The guardians had already attacked her enough, but the minion struck again. Luna elegantly placed her fist in front of herself. The hand of the indestructible ancient guardian scattered into small pebbles. The guardian was in pain. Luna didn't think about it at all. Well, if that's the case, she'll kill him right now. The goddess of life put her palm out in front of her. The body of the titanic size of the brute instantly shattered to smithereens. The guys were shocked. A melee minion has complete immunity to magic and physical attacks. He is invincible. This simply cannot be. The guardian did not suffer a bit from the attack of the light wave. What the hell skill is the goddess of life experiencing? This is not a skill at all. Seeing their invulnerable comrade in the form of a pile of stones, the ranged minions simply ran away from the battlefield. The guys froze in shock. But Luna clenched her fist in front of her face and immediately blew up the poor ancient giant fugitive in just a second. So we've dealt with the security. Now we can look for Mr. Riot's weapon. Habek coldly asked Luna what ability she used. The goddess of life had just killed a monster that was not susceptible to magic and physical attacks. What kind of skill was that? The girl hesitated. Then, Seeing a wound in the middle of his stomach, she activated the magic of the goddess of life and restored the body and lost life of the water god. The girl with bangs has some abilities related to life force. The moon can bring someone back to life, as it is now, or take it away. That is, it turns out that the abilities of the moon goddess are in no way connected with either magic or physical attack. Miss Luna's abilities are much higher level than magic itself, because it is an area of power. And now it's time to go in search of Riot's weapon. It is located at the bottom of the heavenly spring. Habik has already really begun to strain the mischief. How does she know everything? For the moon, this is pure nonsense. She asked the god of water to go down to the bottom because she herself hated getting wet. Habek agreed, because he had to repay her for his healing and resurrection of his lost life. Boss Love, with a straight face, asked if the goddess of the moon would like to treat her too. Luna advised to anoint the wounds with saliva. This is disgusting. The pot-bellied little thing cannot be killed. He owes money to our hero, and Habek must pay for Riot's life with 8 mirrors. What a day. He pretended to be a girl. He was captured, and Sid had to go through all the humiliation of the guards. Then, as a girl in an uncomfortable skirt, I ran through 500 corridors to save this brat in a choker, and he fell under a fucking spell. Riola did not see any point in subjugating such a vile person. It would be better for the vile brat to die at the skinny hands of her beloved brother. 3 people rushed to the bust's aid. Boss Love and his former girlish guys, Habek with a bundle, and the mischief that had appeared from somewhere. The guys brought Riot's sealed weapon. At that moment, the fist of the stupid little guy breaks the jaw of our main character. The newly arrived guests froze. Why suddenly Mr. Riot beats his savior? Habek immediately realized that his master was charmed by Riole. A problem has arisen. Habek is too close to the lazy Riot, so the seal on his weapon is removed. And if his great master takes possession of his weapon again, then Riot will be able to regain all his former strength and power. Now is not the time. The heavenly weapon of the little sinner with a halo itself separated from the water god and jumped into the hands of its true owner. The heavenly spear returned to its owner. The removal of the seal from the power of the owner of the sky. Riot was started. Everyone is screwed. Pathetic people have been giving such gifts to Mrs. Riola from the very beginning. For so many years she has not seen the true face of her brother. And now the seal has been removed. The arrival of the heavenly sovereign activates the awakening of Grand Master Rayot, the most powerful of the 4 emperors. Bustik touched his chin. How dare this little asshole spoil his beautiful face? But he should paint pictures from it. And what the hell happened to him and his eyes? It was like they put matches in his eyes. Luna explained that the seal on his weapon was removed. Now Riot has woken up. The obsessive mischief again. Why did she come in again? That's why her bust is so rough. She came to help. And the beloved goddess of life brought water from a heavenly spring. As soon as Sid did not drink, he would return to his previous appearance. Luna immediately clung to the loser. What the hell is doing? She went completely crazy. But girls often hold hands. This is absolutely normal. Sid stared at Luna. The bust was still a girl. She was taking advantage of the opportunity. Boss Love looked like a nutcracker with her jaw open. But the most popular idol couldn't help but notice the genius of the mischief's thinking, and used the moment to feel her panties. The moment of tactile pleasure was interrupted by a sociopath. Only she should feel good and have fun. So it's time for the pathetic people to die. Let them quickly swallow their heavenly water. It will wait in gratitude for the returned strength to her beloved brother Riot. Our hero thanked for your understanding. Then he will drink some water calmly. The process of changing his body, returning to his true gender, has begun. Now Sid could change his gender with the help of an angel earring to his advantage. The hidden transformation skill was obtained. The story with the trance is over. Boss Love roared that the panties are now a guy again. Let the moronic bastard remove her claws from him. The goddess of life said that she suddenly felt dizzy and could not breathe. The demoness roared that she would strangle her, so that the fool would not suffer. The lazy Riot stepped forward with his spear, which meant that it was enough chatting. It was time to move on to their fight. The legendary battle between the strongest fantasy player in the world and the most powerful emperor of Chrono Life has begun. The asshole has become much stronger faster. He can't compare with the little toddler he used to be. That's what breaking the seal means. However, the loser in shorts is much stronger with his static and level 999. The little one collapsed to the floor after being hit with a club. Riot became angry, gritted his teeth. His small body began to glow. Crushing lightning erupted around him, and his panties recoiled from him. What the hell is this? The little guy cut the air in front of Sid with his heavenly spear. Our main character was pierced by a lightning strike. This was the highest electrical magic. The enemy is struck by an indestructible, murderous lightning that descended from the heavens. The entire body of the main character was burned out from the inside. The skin was all burnt. There were no hair and eyes. They were burned out by heavenly lightning. Is Riot really lazy and can use such strong magic because before the little shit could only kick? What the hell? But then the great and powerful Emperor did not fight with all his strength, and there was no heavenly weapon then. Hebek, of course, is happy for his master. The great master has again restored his former power and returned his weapon, but his heart is not at peace. Stupid people finally realized the power of the psychopath's younger brother. He fried the great hero of the fantasy world of chrono life to a crisp. The awakened brother can use his weapon as a lightning rod to imbue his body with the power of lightning, after which the great Riot can use any electricity magic without any risk. His entire body generates electricity. And until the battle is over, the level of the greatest master of laziness, Riot, will grow endlessly. The guys initially had no chance. Stupid little people are struggling with the inevitable. The sociopath did not shut up. But at the other end of the hall, the guys could not make out a single word. Well, it was time to call it a day. Riol told her beloved brother to kill the morons. But then the body horror began again. The psychic screamed in fright. Boss Love knew that her panties would survive. Hebek felt the urge to vomit. It had been a long time since he had seen this disgusting sight. The piece of flesh asked if it was Riole who was squealing, not Riot. His eyeballs had not yet recovered. He couldn't see anything. "You can't see a damn thing!" Riole was screaming heart-rendingly. "What the hell happened to this moron? Why doesn't this creature die? How scary!" The frightened psychopath ordered her brother to burn the hellish creature down to the body so that there would be no wet spot left. Let him immediately get rid of this freak. Our main character got tired of waiting for his limbs to recover and he attacked Riot, which was what happened. The loser sunk his teeth into his head. Everyone watching stood in complete shock. The satisfied Mr. Loser squeezed the little guy's blonde head with his teeth and he hit him with a spear. Riot was furious, again generated an electric stream of magic. Sid had already managed to recover, and the little thing rushed in rage at the loser with a spear. Panties dealt an indestructible blow from below to the little one who had bored him, then an indestructible blow from above. Our guy heard that in the awakened state, the short guy with the halo constantly rises in level, which means you can hit him harder. But as expected, even in his awakened state, the greatest Master Riot is no match for the loser in shorts. He doesn't even exert much effort now. Naturally, everyone who's called the Great Four Emperors in the fantasy world of Chrono Life has already been defeated in front of Panties. Despite the fact that the Four Emperors are the strongest of all the players and stand at the top of this world. And from the outside, it feels like an older brother is scolding a naughty schoolboy for absenteeism and bad grades at school. Sid is on a completely different level. The great warrior in shorts and a wooden club will go down in the history of Chrono Life as the strongest creature. Master of Laziness Riot fell exhausted to his knees in front of Mr. Loser. Don't be embarrassed. Soon everyone in this world will kneel before Sid. They've sorted out the awakening of Riot's powers, but the little guy is still fascinated by the psychopath. And you can't beat the crap out of him with a club, even though you'd like to. Then our boy asked the whip woman to remove her bullshit from his beloved brother. The sociopath sent the hero to the ass. Riola couldn't believe how her most powerful brother could lose to this idiot in his underpants. They would now take her brother away. The only weak point of Riole's charm is distance. The further away you are from her, the weaker the effect of her skill will be, and then it will completely dissipate. The psychopath with the heavenly whip in her hands clutched the weapon tighter. Nothing can be done. She will have to charm the pathetic people too. Riola needs to find a loophole and hit them. She will only have one chance. The lady began to evaluate her capabilities and opponents. Our main character also had an idea. Boss Love hated it when Panties had an idea. It always scared her. Having caught his breath a little, Riot decided to strike again on the sly, and immediately hit him on the head with a wooden club. Then again and again a blow, a concussion, another blow. The Panties blissfully savored every dull sound of his baton on the short man's head. When something breaks, a computer or a refrigerator, people usually just hit it and it gets fixed. Sid decided to do the same with Riot. Another idiotic idea. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, the heavenly whip of the fucking psychopath's charm hit the face of the great hero. The boy staggered, his eyes glowing a dangerous red light. Our main character, now fascinated by Riot's crazy sister, really roared that this idiot had been caught. And no matter how cool he seemed, in the end he would be a pathetic servant against his will. All his friends were an ass. Now it would be possible to fight 3-on-3 two pathetic fools with a strange guy in bandages against Riot, Panties, and Rioli. What a passage. The arrogant, stupid morons wanted to steal their beloved brother, and in the end they would serve her for the rest of their miserable days. The most vile race. The hidden skill hill factor has been activated. The enchantment spell has been dispelled. A second in the wooden club of our main character hits the damn sociopath on the stupid head. He's already tired of chatting. The satisfied Panty didn't understand what happened at all. He just stood with Riot, and the next moment her head was in front of him, just asking to be choked on. Hidden skill healing factor, reviving ability, restores any kind of damage. Complete immunity to dope. The spell of the fucking psychopath was lifted. The heavenly guards began to come to their senses after the blows of their panties, already in their right mind. Grandmaster Riot also returned to a healthy state. As soon as Riole lost her consciousness, it returned to everyone else enchanted. This is another weak point of Riole's charm skill after a distance. The faithful Habek was glad to his master, like a master himself to his servant. The great Mr. Riot had a very strange headache, probably due to his charm, Habek would explain to him later. Sid grinned rather pleased. While order was restored everywhere, the little guy was saved, the guards were brought back to their senses. All that remained was to decide what to do with the annoying lady. Riole didn't understand at all why she lay down in the middle of the hall and swung her heavenly whip, breaking her panties at the same moment. The celestial weapon of Mr. Riot's crazy sister was destroyed. Riole's cool was broken. In this part of the series, the destruction of the weapon, she was lucky. Because in the first part of the Panty series, it all ended with the destruction of the entire planet of the fantasy world of Chrono Life. What will the psychopath do now? What won't happen? The goddess of life said that the end is too luxurious for her, surrounded by such characters. The goddess of life and the sin of lust, the king of mirrors, the great warrior, the queen of demons, the greatest emperor, and the sin of laziness, all around this fool. Riole chirped that she didn't want to die. Panties said that he was not so cruel, she would become a part of his body, and they would be together forever. Riole heart-rendingly called for help from her beloved brother. The laziness of Riot with lightning speed intercepted the vile tentacle of Syl. Everyone froze in anticipation. Mr. Riot said not to do this. This fool is his sister, but the psycho was going to kill the short one. Tortured him. Habek begged to save Riot. The great emperor said that the god of water misunderstood her. Riole never intended to kill Riot, even though it looked like that from the outside. The sister expresses her love in a very strange way. The rebellion of Riole and her becoming the Lord of the Sky were for his own sake. The kingdom of heaven several hundred years ago, Mr. Riot was heading to the human world again. Riole was indignant. The throne was forced to remain empty. Therefore, the Lord of Heaven asked his sister to take care of the heavenly kingdom for several years, another party in the human world. Now the human world is in chaos because it has been invaded by the king of the demonic race, so Riot will come down and help the brave Malachi. That's why Riot's laziness had earlier mentioned that he fought alongside Malachi, and this is the only person who deserves his respect. Several hundred years ago, but Chrono Life was released not so long ago, Lana couldn't stand it. What a fool, I mean, game time. In general, Riot's laziness had to leave his throne, which brought his sister a lot of problems and anxiety. Riot still could not complete the 7 deadly sins. The master always repeated to his sister and Habek that they are enemies for people, then why save them? What difference does it make from whose hand they die? Why the great 7 sinners should help them? Riole did not understand anything. By developing their economy, hiding behind the name of a great merchant, Riot is helping these worthless people from the lower world. And the great master himself still has not collected his mortal sins. What will Riot do if he wants to kill laziness? Riole asked her brother to be honest. He just loves people. The gentleman replied that this was possible and asked him to take care of the kingdom of heaven. Lord of Heaven, the sin of laziness. Riot loved people too much. The 7 deadly sins must be filled in people's lives. And because of his weakness and stupid attachment, the greatest master could not even fill his sin. And this is open disobedience to God. Therefore, no one knew when the great master might disappear from this world. So Riole made a decision. When the time comes, she will destroy all people instead of her brother, even if it has to be done through a rebellion. It is all for the sake of her brother. All the listeners were in silent shock, because all this time the lady was not going to kill her brother, but was trying to save him from execution. The great master decided to end this with the warrior of the current generation. Let him have mercy on Riole. What was this little guy talking about? Can't he see what this mad fool has done? After all, she actually tortured him. If someone has committed a crime, then he must be punished. This is how this world works. Let him pay with his life. Everything happened because Habek misunderstood everything. Riole had personal reasons for what she did. She needs to be pardoned. Panties hated most of all the villains who hid behind personal reasons. So it was time for Riole to get his sentence. From what part of the body would the panties start sucking her life away? Her face, her arms, her thighs. But Master Riot knew that this moron just needed payment. What Master Riot promised the loser, he undertakes to fulfill until the end of his days. Sid turned around angrily. He will not fall for such an offer. The great merchant realized that the bidding had begun, and he just had to press on Habek, feeling the full weight of guilt behind him, bowed his head, and stepped forward. The god of water gave all his 8 mirrors to the great warrior. Just let him spare Lady Riole. Boss Love was unhappy with this rubbish. Mr. Loser was satisfied with everything. He agreed to spare his master's mad sister. The hidden quest of Hubek's request was completed. Sid received the 8 mirrors of the mirror, King Hubek, and acquired a new title, Keeper of the 8 Mirrors. The guy stood in the mirror with the opening portal. The loser waved his hand to the short one and told him not to quarrel with his sister, let them be nice. The panties liked the kingdom of heaven, but his home was below, so it was time to return. His mission here was over. It was already deep night in the frontline village on the main square of the city. The children were greeted by a joyful, shining star. Our main character briefly explained to the little girl how he managed to return to his usual appearance and restore his true gender. The guys activated the hidden transformation skill with the help of an angel's earring and changed their gender to clearly show the new skill to the starlet. A few days later, in the heavenly kingdom, the goddess of life returned to the great master Rhea, seated on his throne. The gentleman was surprised, but if you think about it, laziness was thanks for the assistance a couple of days ago. Thanks to her, everything ended without consequences. Luna giggled. Did Riot really think that this circus was the end? It was funny. The Seven Sinner has feelings for people. A brother who saves his sister who did nothing but torture him and bullshit about how she's actually kind. Users who don't kill the boss, but get a lot of money and new toys in return. Everything is so childish. And Luna wanted to destroy it all. With a slight movement, the goddess of life pierced the chest of the Lord of Heaven, the greatest emperor and the legendary merchant, the sin of laziness. The kingdom of heaven is the most important episode. Isn't this kind of ending more suitable for him? The dear ruler of the heavenly kingdom clearly did not expect this. And the only evidence left at the scene of the bloody crime will be the newcomer's inconspicuous, tattered robe. And even despite the fact that everyone is screaming that the loser was framed, the stupid fool of the sister will definitely decide that the loser has returned and finished off her brother. The possessed idiot will gather the entire army of the Angelic Legion and send it to Earth to destroy all of humanity in order to avenge her brother. How easy it is to predict stupid artificial intelligence. It even becomes boring and not interesting to play, but the goddess of life will endure for the sake of the finale. Everything happened exactly as the strange goddess of life had planned. Very soon, the heavenly guards discovered the body of their master. The only evidence found at the murder scene categorically pointed the heavenly court to the bloody murderer. And the angry and grief-stricken Riole summoned all the power of heaven, summoning an angelic army and declared war on the human world. The world between people and angels, which the greatest Master Riot carefully guarded all his life, was destroyed in an instant. Destroyed in a split second by a fucking maniacal idiot with moronic bangs. It's time to start what Luna has been talking about all along. The last episode of the open fantasy world filled with romance and adventure of Chrono Life is finally launched. The Heavenly Kingdom began its offensive. Their army was strong and indestructible for the users of the southern continent. Since it was possible to get to heaven only at level 500, the guards were created to fight users of this particular level and above. In addition, the strongest monsters, the angels of the Heavenly Kingdom, were called into war for bloody angelic retribution. The power of angels, of course, was not a force that ordinary Chrono Life users could handle. The hidden skill of the sanctuary is activated, restoration magic is launched and recreates the lives of the specified range. All users killed by the indestructible Angelic Legion were restored along with their lost lives and returned to the progress of the game. The guys no longer need to worry because Mr. Physiotherapist, the first ranker among the doctors, has arrived. His responsibilities include restoring the lives of users and strengthening their abilities. He was a support. A boy was sitting against the wall bleeding, and a physiotherapist came up to him and told him to clench his teeth, then punched him. What the hell is this big bald guy doing? The physiotherapist treated him. He's not bleeding anymore. Who wants to be the doctor's next patient? The first ranker among the healers, a physical therapist. His job was to be a priest. His main skill was Holy Strike. Those who are reached by the sacred fist of the physiotherapist will have their lives completely restored at an unimaginable speed. The interrupted patients asked to use the healer skill, which the physiotherapist used at the very beginning, but the bald priest wanted to get high. The heavenly guards were ordered to attack. A legion of angels rushed towards the physiotherapist. A girl with a sword came to his aid. Standing in front of him was the winner of the royal dueling tournament, the magical diagnostician Rania. Rania activated the magic of ice and wind. The heavenly army froze. There was ice under their feet, but this is first-level magic. What kind of idiot uses inferior magic in a life and death war? Wind magic activated. The legion fell onto the cold and hard ice. The army from heaven could not stay on its feet due to the slippery ice and gusty wind. Do not underestimate low-damage magic. After all, Chrono Life is a game where only the amount of damage done is important, and virtual reality where control is important. Enraged by the pathetic man's prank, the commander of the heavenly army rushed to attack. The shrew was activated, It creates a hole in the indicated place. Kindergarten again. Rania was offended and slashed at the commander with a sword. "This is control, not kindergarten," they told the idiot. The heavenly warrior rushed to protect his commander. The magic of the stone wall was activated. The warrior roared to get this crap out of the way. The angel broke the stone and played. Rania was no longer there. Out of nowhere, the girl struck the enemy with a sword from above with her tails. Ordinary users began to flock to look at the cool rated players of Chrono Life, the most powerful guys from the rating. The guys sat on the roof and watched the war. Love had not seen many players before. There were many worthy ones outside the 5 guilds. There are many strong, secretive, high-level players in Chrono Life. They do not participate in clan wars. Only their specifications are important to them. Strong rankers flocked from all over the southern continent. Everyone wanted to join and take part in the war with the new enemy. The only thing that brought them here was fun. They wanted to see how much they had improved their skills on the northern continent. The 5 strongest guilds also joined the battle against the Heavenly Revenge Legion, and there was an unexpectedly superior difference in strength. The users gained strength during the exploration of the northern continent, and now it was far superior to the Celestial Knights until exactly one moment. Until Mr. Riot's freaking sister showed up with her heavenly whip and bloody thirst for revenge. No one understood what kind of fool leaned forward. She was not wearing knight's armor, but she had a halo over her head, which meant she was definitely one of the angels. Ryle's anger and pain erupted in a stunning, lightning-fast, and massive defeat of the heavenly whip of users in the square. Let them all die. The sociopath personally appeared at the forefront to kill the vile people who took her beloved brother from her. Users became fascinated. Users under the influence of the charm skill began to kill their own people and worship their new mistress Riola. Love leaves the knights, angels, to the boss, and he goes with the mischief to the mad fool to convince her that it was not he who killed her brother. The demoness also wants with panties. Sid rolled his eyes in case he has to talk to the club. He will need the skills of reviving the mischief. Boss La was upset. If only she had known, the warrior would have honed not her combat skills, but her healing and restoration skills. The most popular idol landed at the epicenter of the battle. Then a crazy fan in her image saw her and squealed like a pig. The girl's squeal attracted the attention of the rest of the crowd. The Heavenly Knights were no longer as interesting as the new image of the most popular singer. The girl was about to explode from an overabundance of feelings for her idol. The idol could not ignore a fan who did not like her so much. Sarah Fury is very glad to meet you, and also loves her fans, and would be grateful if in the game she was called Love instead of Sarah Fury. Now the Demon Queen needed to kick the assholes of heaven. They could do it with a fangirl. The self-proclaimed creator lay down on the clock of sins and watched the action. Luna is such a rusher, she doesn't know how to enjoy the moment. But still, thanks to this psychopath, the sin of laziness was completely filled. Returning the reins of the heavenly kingdom to the hands of Riot was a good idea. If Riole declared war as a heavenly lord, then sin would not be filled. But Riot was returned to the throne again and died as a lord. The enraged sister declared war when, in fact, the throne was not occupied by anyone. Luna is truly incomparable. She thought out everything to the smallest detail. Thanks to lust, they are almost finished. The anger of Urus's pride was collected long ago. The sin of Luna's lust, too. The sin of Malachi's anger in the piggy bank. Aventador's sin of greed was filled during the war with the ancient beastmen. The sin of gluttony was filled equally by him and Huracan. And Riot's clock of the sin of laziness has just filled to the end. It turns out that the last sin of jealousy remains. Before the hippie wanted to give it to a friend. Who would have thought that he would refuse him? Nothing can be done. He will have to give it to the next candidate on the list. This time, the self-proclaimed creator will not give the right to choose. The hippie is infuriated when he is refused to accept such a significant proposal. This time, God will force him to accept his gift. Boss Love's body was pierced by an unbearable sharp pain, and he received a second hidden profession. A little fan asked if her favorite idol was okay. She didn't look good. The sin of jealousy cut the girl in half. Activating the unique characteristics of the sin of jealousy, merging the Demon King and the sin of jealousy, creating a new personality. Sin of jealousy love. Meanwhile, the evil spirit Urus carried away from the front line a shining star, small but weighing like a moose, away from the front line by the scruff of the neck. The girl didn't understand why they suddenly rushed. It was an order from a great warrior. The war would start soon. The little girl needed to be in a safe place. Urus considered that it was quite safe here, far from the frontline village, and lowered the girl, a traitor, to the ground. This clearing is far from the fighting of the frontline village. It is safe here. Sometimes bears come, but the girl can cope with them. The purple dragon Urus, with a feeling of accomplishment and a clear heaviness in his paws, was about to fly away and return to his owner in his shorts. The little girl called out to the spirit and asked if everything would be okay with her brother. Boss Love, and the residents of the front village. But the great Urus could not say anything, neither about the last episode, nor about the war with heaven. But they definitely must believe in Mr. Loser. After all, as long as there is a great hero of the fantasy world, Chronolife, their world and humanity are protected and will not be damaged. Meanwhile, the streets of the frontline village were filled with zombies, users obsessed with love for a girl. Chronolife became a horror game. The magic diagnostician asked the physiotherapist to remove this nasty thing from the users. The man tries, but does not work. The charm is stronger. Rania was not sure about the physiotherapist's choice of treatment technique. It felt like he was simply breaking bones for his own pleasure. Diagnostics saw at the epicenter of the battle a noob in a gray robe and white shorts, and even with a useless baton. Why the hell did the newcomer come here? What a stupid noob. Let him get out of here as quickly as possible. He didn't understand why he needed to get his panties off and swung his baton. Everyone present was covered in a fiery wave of the explosion of his wooden club. The angels scattered to shreds, their feathers floating everywhere. The winged creatures were dealt with, Luna called out to the idiot. They were only going to protect people. Panties thought of everything. The current hero adjusted the power of the blow of the wooden club so that the planet would not be torn apart again. Even the psycho type survived. The crazy woman. The whip had her last life running out. Mr. Loser asked to restore the goddess of life's life cycle. Luna nodded. The life force of the rabid sister Riot was completely restored. The mischief revived all her lives literally in a second. The sociopath said that her martyrs were mocking her, but in general, the loser came here to clear up the misunderstanding. Habeck told everything to the great hero. Someone killed her brother Riot. Sid mourns with her and offers his condolences. Then a sharp blow from the whip of charm passed across our boy's face. The hidden skill of the healing factor was launched. Sid's condition was now at the stage of resistance to the charm skill. Condolences. How dare the bastard say it? The creature in shorts killed her beloved brother and is pouring out grief. What a stupid girl. Let her listen to what reasonable people tell her. Sid did not kill Master Riot. He annoyed him. In some places he wanted to hit him with a baton, but overall he was an even guy. The hero did not touch him. Next to the body of the Lord of Heaven lay the gray robe of a loser. Let him not talk nonsense. It is obvious that this idiot was the killer of her brother. Well, what kind of stupid organism, what kind of killer would leave his everyday clothes at the crime scene? Luna smiled. Verdina said that non-player characters are too susceptible to emotions, which deprives them of the ability to think and analyze soberly. Riole won't believe the loser's words. It's useless. In such an excited state, nothing can convince her. Isn't that interesting? The fact that the obvious does not reach them in an excited state makes them so vulnerable, so similar in this to real people. And what is the annoying bad guy doing behind the loser's back? Stop rubbing against him, but the bad guy needs to hide from the whip. Sid decided to clarify something with the mischief. Could it be that this obsessive fool killed the great Master Riot? The goddess of life smiled mysteriously. Verdina asked Riole what state her beloved brother's body was in now they didn't burn him, which further provoked the psyche. The moon hit the mad sister on the back. Today is the 3rd day since his death, which means that today Master Riot will be resurrected. What was this creature carrying, and how did it end up so quickly behind her sister's back? The goddess of life only smiled slyly and ignored all questions. Riole is alive. Just in a deep faint. Everything is like in real life. If you hit this place on a person's neck, he will pass out. The best game. Riot Day will indeed be reborn today. Angels of royal blood, even after dying, are reborn on the 3rd day. The psychopath has probably never seen the death of members of the royal family of angels, so she doesn't know about this feature, the fool. However, in return, Grandmaster Riot would lose his angelic halo. The powerful emperor's body began to shine, his body transformed. The great ruler of the heavenly kingdom will no longer be the ruler of the heavens. He will become the light of a star and fall into the world of people like the brightest comet. What this deceitful creature says is wonderful, but where does the mischief know all this? Let it remain her woman's secret. Why the hell didn't this fool share such important information earlier? If only Riole knew that her beloved brother would be reborn. The ruler of heaven then would not have begun to unleash a bloody massacre on people so recklessly. Well, the mischief did this, of course, on purpose. This is not a real war, but a game. It's fun, but the loser didn't appreciate her desire. Didn't wave his club vying with each other, as always. The goddess of life hoped that he would like it. But Sid was not a villain like her. He attacked only in response to a threat or insult. And the war, which arose because of a stupid misunderstanding, and not because of any significant events, is disgusting to our young man. The goddess of life was delighted. Everything will definitely happen, only the loser must definitely respond to the blow. Then there was a stunning explosion. The great hero managed to save Master Riot's sister in time. While the girl was unconscious, Sid picked up her body, which surprised the mischief. The girl's goal all this time was to save her beloved brother. Really deserves forgiveness and salvation. The ruler should not die like this. It's not the time at all. The loser wants his sister to meet her beloved resurrected brother. Luna was touched by the thoughtfulness of the panties. Actually, the boy has always been a good-natured person. Let the mischief restore Riole. She was a little hurt while moving her body. Having survived such a crushing and deadly attack, not bad at all for little people, the guys faced boss love, a new sin of jealousy. Verdina giggled and said to be careful. In front of him was no longer the Miss Love he knew. Her personality was changed by the sin of jealousy. The personality was changed by the game content. How is this possible? But the loser himself went through this when he changed the gender of his character. But the situation is different. The guy could have assumed the psychological effect of changing gender. Here Love's personality is being changed by force. Well, this is the technique of the Chrono Life game. No one can forcibly change the player's personality in virtual reality. Miss Love has lost control of her character. Each character has the same emotions and user appearance as in real life. But this is still a character created by the game. Because at the very beginning, when putting on a helmet, the user sets up double authentication. Therefore, it is almost impossible to hack characters. But this applies to game content. The loser should already begin to figure out what they are talking about. Now, artificial intelligence has taken away the right to control the character of Miss Love, and the sin of jealousy has gained access. Meanwhile, the real consciousness of the overrated fool is locked in a virtual cube and asks to get her panties and mischief out of there. Verdina heard Love. But I see she didn't give in. She just giggled contentedly. This innovation is like a balm for the soul. It's so good. After all, the annoying, complex, useless fool almost managed to make her a loser. Her heart is fluttering so much. Very soon the great hero will personally kill the popular fool for the sake of the end of Chrono Life. The evil one was anticipating the pathetic death of the idiot Love. Now the body of the warrior Love belongs to the sin of jealousy. He came to this world with his mission. This body wants only one thing: human lives. The time has come for the pathetic continent to drown in the crimson rivers of the blood of insignificant people. Our boy looked at Love in complete disgust. Such a kindergarten monologue gave birth to artificial intelligence, which is why the main character froze. Miss Love hit him first. Let the loser kill her as soon as possible. Before Sid could open his mouth, the next kick from the new sin of jealousy flew into his jaw with crushing force. The loser needs to be careful. Each of the mortal sins has its own peculiarity. The sin of jealousy, for example, hates people. But the main character didn't care about Boss Love's current views on the world. When the demoness became very strong, that's the main thing now. Actually, Love has been in the top user since she became the demon queen, but all this time she stuck to the loser, so no one noticed. Sid ordered not to spray poison. Given the special characteristic of a tenfold increase in all abilities, the idol was already at the top. The warrior even owns perfect divine brass knuckles, which the loser himself gave her, and the young man receives the next blow to the stomach. While this fool was fixated on the loser, she did not use even 10% of her abilities, but now the sin of jealousy is using them. The newly created entity used the skills of the boss Love 100%. The diving dragon struck the main character in the very heart. Boss Love was dying inside, only she became stronger and got rid of the reputation of an always carrying problem. And she was locked up here, who made fun of her so much. Since control over the management of her character has been transferred to the sin of jealousy, Boss Love does not have to sit here. The girl has left the game. The girl was going to take her character out of the game, but that was not the case. The demoness continued to mutilate her panties. It's incredible. The girl took the character out of the game. Why the hell is he still active, poor panties? But from the outside, of course, Love is a real fire. The King of Arden, the commander-in-chief of the Alliance of 5 Guilds, Iron Solo, is in touch with subscribers. Let them ring the bell and subscribe. The character of King Arden was killed in a stunning explosion, but Iron returned to the scene of action to show everything to the audience. Now a huge number of users are rejoining the game. Next to Solo, there are rankers who showed themselves well before the explosion. In general, the situation is like this. Now Iron is in front of the main scene of events, and this is a complete break in the pattern. The great warrior is attacked by the sin of jealousy. The sin of jealousy became the warrior and queen of demons, Miss Love, who in reality is the most popular idol, Grey Fury. The girl has been on the same team with the great warrior for a long time. It is unclear why the guys suddenly started a fight when the war with heaven is already over. Fans of Sarah Fury interrupted Solo. Their idol is definitely under someone's influence. Just a minute ago, Love was fighting next to them. But the eyes of the multi-million-dollar idol turned sharply red, and her behavior changed. Solo was furious. Why the hell did the children get into his stream? This is his glory and nothing more, the fans continued. Miss Love is definitely under control. She has never had such an expression on her face. The most popular idol always smiles widely when he sees his fans. Ani was touched and not sure if Sarah is worthy of such a fan. I'll have to send the little girl free tickets to the concert as a token of gratitude. So Sarah's alter ego has been sorted out. People have sorted it out. Love decided to join the game. Ani advised her to find another way to return there since her character was taken away from the girl. And when everything is resolved, you must definitely find that fan and hug her tight. The idol would have done that. Connect to virtual reality. Is this game Chrono Life really so interesting? Maybe Ani is worth a try. This is how an unknown master appeared, but more on that later. Meanwhile, the massive attack continued. Everyone, including Iron Solo, froze and simply waited for the end of this battle, not understanding anything. King Arden decided to do some interviews. The audience welcomes the PvP specialist, Rania, who just recently called Sid a noob. Let the girl clarify the situation. It's just that the magic diagnostician didn't recognize the great hero. She didn't believe that he really walked around in shorts. As Rania can comment on the situation, one side is simply beaten and that's it. In general, the war with heaven is over and everyone can disperse. All the users thought about this, but everyone froze in their place. Everyone knew instinctively that the real war had not even begun yet. Our hero never hit the warrior he ordered to end this sin of jealousy and return control of the body to Boss Love before he killed her. People are truly disgusting creatures. How dare they try to command the sin of jealousy insignificant creatures to destroy them all? The essence of the Demon King is 100% activation, synchronization triggering, 0% interference, which is 1% synchronization. The launch of the deadly attack skill. The viewer froze at their screens. Suddenly, Miss Love's wings became gigantic. The bloody red wings of the demoness transformed 100% and became like the hands of the devil himself. The gaze of the great hero and the current strongest opponent clashed. The sin of jealousy ordered him to die and attacked him. A huge, titanic, hellish fist of phenomenal power and fury flew towards our protagonist. It was an exceptional skill. The attack converts the Demon King's infinite magical power into physical power, and the size and shape can be changed at will. Death Grip looks great. Maybe our guys should try it too. This skill is not for pathetic freaks like Sid. Filling with magic, the materialization of the ego, cowards, everything around was blinded by the blue radiance of the white branded panties of our young man with a club. Materialization of Aventador's soul, a dragon's grip. 2 healthy clawed paws of the Polar King, the dragon, crawled out of his white panties. All the spectators at the screens, the players standing nearby wanted to gouge out their eyes. The vulgarity on the air of the great hero began again. The spectacle was legendary. In the entire history of the fantasy world, there had never been such an event. 2 energetic pairs of hands fought instead of their owners. Miss Love was rooting for the panties and ordered not to stand on ceremony with this blonde, but to break all the fingers of this lady, panties first. Luna lamented how noisy this fool is. Why yell like that if no one hears anyway? Love realized that the mischief could hear her. The obsessive stalker added that she also sees Love, unfortunately. But her deafening squeak will never be heard by Mr. Loser again, which is more important. The boss I gave was initially a hindrance. From the very first meeting, the fool was just a plug for boredom. They met absolutely by accident, when the main character was still trying to hide his true strength. But even after that, the insignificant Love did not know her place. And she constantly bothered the main character, interfered with him, caused him nothing but trouble, and was simply unnecessary baggage. The fucking mischief is attacking again. Who she is, an obsessed stalker throwing herself at her neck. But the mischief was sure that she was his soulmate. Their bodies and souls go in step. What a fool. Sid hates this annoying maniac. A fringed leech is just an ordinary piece of trash. Giving a bedrip to the first person it meets, no one will ever be able to love such a piece of garbage. No matter how much this fool wags her tail, paws, cries, plays foreign roles, Sid will never love the empty, faceless, cheap thing. The annoying pest was very hurt by Love's words, because deep down she thought the same thing. But unlike Love, she knows how to cheer up Sid. Look how Mr. Loser is enjoying himself. This is all for him. Our main character was truly in real battle ecstasy. It was this mischief that saved Hurakan and Malachi, because of which the ancient beast people attacked humanity, and ended the whole war with the heavens. Absolutely everything that the loser enjoyed in the game was arranged by this particular girl, and they also don't kiss someone they hate. The goddess of life kissed Mr. Loser. If Miss Love does not believe, the mischief can demonstrate to her. After these words, the mischief disappeared. Sid is tired of this fuss again. He wants to end it here. Then a mischief appeared in front of him. Luna apologized because she will do something now. The goddess of life greedily pressed her lips into the lips of our great hero. Both of their cheeks glowed with a blush. The kiss was demonstrative, deep. All the spectators went crazy. There was a commercial break in the middle of the action. Boss Love was choking in unbearable corroding pain. Her eyes could no longer see. Meanwhile, in the deep thicket of a wild forest, a shining star came across the resurrecting Master Riot, who had lost his angelic halo. The little girl helped the boy wake up, greeted him with relief, and said that they were in the forest not far from the frontline village. Riot did not understand why he was in the human world and asked who this girl was. In front of him was a flower-storing starlight or just an asterisk. Master Riot was shocked that this girl really saved him, but the little girl refused. She just happened to be nearby and found him already here. The great emperor grabbed his heart sharply. Dark, thick blood gushed out of his mouth, and the boy fell back to the ground, struck by pain. How the place where the deceitful creature with bangs struck was torn. The star did not take medicine with her for healing, but she has a yam. The tuber restores a small amount of life, is rich in vitamins and minerals, and is quite pleasant to eat. But the greatest Lord of Heaven had too high a level, so he could heal no more than 1% of his life. Here the sitting star fell out of her bag. A whole bunch of Transformer sweet potatoes, no big deal. The healing vegetable is enough for the guild. That is, the girl has 1,000 of some kind of sweet potato in her bag and not a single healing potion. Sweet potato is easier and cheaper than the potion. This is a top product for beginners, so the star always takes 1,000 tubers with her. Riot laughed. An amusing girl. It looks like Riot will die like that. The little star stuffed a yam into his mouth. He wouldn't die. Because the girl would feed him all the 1,000 yams, the great master was crazy about the upcoming meal. The greatest master begged for an end to the gastronomic suffering, but the baby knew no mercy. And very soon, Riot's life was restored. The star fed the angel all the sweet potatoes. His stomach was about to burst. The girl was pleased that she saved the boy's life. The stalker's ostentatious kiss was over. She was excited because for so long she had wanted to kiss the loser for the second time after the first. What kind of crap is this fool doing, even in the middle of the battle? Well, there was 50% of her desire, and the remaining 50 should have helped. To help the sin of jealousy realize something. After these words, the goddess of life disappeared. Sid could not gather himself, and activated the speed of light skill. Boss Love didn't hear him anyway. Since the sin of jealousy took control of Sarah's body, Sid would simply knock the girl out carefully with his baton. But then crystal tears of pain rolled down Boss Love's cheeks. The guy instantly stopped and stood behind her. Apparently, the girl came to her senses. Panties is so happy. All this time she was controlled by the sin of jealousy. He constantly tried to attack Sid, and it was so strange. The boy could have attacked his only boss in response, by the way. After Love became the Demon King, she also became the main boss. And if the main boss dies, then the character returns to the original setting. In short, the great warrior is very happy that the warrior has returned. Our main character will ask only one thing: is Boss Love crying because of him? There is so much unquenchable pain and despair in her eyes. Sarah became a celebrity at a very early age. Because of her parents, she had to go through a lot, so she did not communicate with anyone for some time. But after time and work, the girl returned to her favorite stage, and so she became the most popular idol, Grey Fury. Perhaps this is all the fault of the environment in which the young star grew up. But Sarah Fury did not even dream of a relationship with her schedules and filming. The idol didn't even have the opportunity to just talk to guys, much less be in a relationship, so she expressed her feelings so awkwardly. Sarah endlessly screamed at the panties, beat her, twisted her limbs, humiliated her as if she had never seen the opposite sex, like a child. Probably her soul ended up in the body of 5-year-old Sarah Fury, a little girl who does not know how to formulate her feelings and desires into something. But in fact, she really likes the panties. Meanwhile, the audience was confused. The battle stopped. What was going on there? A couple of young people were talking. But due to the long distance, the conversation could not be heard. Iron Solo decided to sneak up and eavesdrop. Ani watched her girl's first steps with painful anxiety. Such pressure, hundreds of people, her most important decision. Just recently, Sarah Fury confessed her feelings to him on the beach. But Panties never answered her, and the girl didn't care. Because the idol was afraid that if she rushed Sid, he would simply reject her, and everything would collapse. Therefore, the girl diligently pretended that she did not want to know anything. But more importantly, all the moments spent with Panties brought love pleasure. However, after Sid's kiss with the bad guy, the girl has the right to an answer and wants to hear whether it's possible to clearly love him. It only dawned on our boy that her confession on the beach was not a joke. Boss Love really likes this moron. The warrior behaved as usual after her confession, so he thought that she was fooling around, but that couldn't be true. The most popular idol, top artist performer, idol of millions, drama actress, how many handsome guys are around her? On TV, the internet, on the street, cafes and cinema. The face of this 17-year-old girl, personifying the best idol, is everywhere. And such a girl, the best girl, fell in love with such a plain-looking fool in shorts. Some kind of nonsense. The goddess of life hovered over the couple. The loser was just great. There was only one last step left. Luna sank her teeth into her finger. Blood began to ooze. No matter how much our guy thinks about it, the most popular idol can't fall in love with such an idiot. He realized that Sarah is cheating now. He wants to film the reaction of the panties and post it online. Sid is not completely stupid. Here an annoying mischief has wedged itself between the couple. This is the reality. A girl I met by chance turned out to be the most popular idol, and for no reason she fell in love with a loser. This is so unlikely and unrealistic. Even for a children's fairy tale for elementary grades, there is too much fantasy and fiction. Even if this happened in reality, absolutely no one would believe it. The loser agrees with this. Sid nodded. This cannot be reality, so those who suit each other should meet. As they do with the goddess of life, the mischief has grabbed him again. Hot, salty tears of resentment, disappointment, and relief flowed down the cheeks of a strong young girl thanks to the loser for the answers. The conditions for awakening the sin of jealousy were fulfilled. The moon shone with happiness. It finally happened. How long it took for this moment to come. Red liquid began to flow from the popular idol, and everyone watching froze in silent anticipation. The girl rose higher and higher. Unnie could not hold back her tears, realizing what kind of hell was now inside the unarmed little girl. The liquid substance moved very strangely, as if it were alive, then suddenly absorbed Miss Love and rushed down like a heavy stone in a bloody sphere. The blood sphere hardened and cracked, and a fierce red energy erupted from it. It was the power of extermination. All the power of her unique skill at one time escaped from the girl's body and covered the continent. The level of her pain easily covered the entire planet. Loser tried to reach out to Boss Love, but before him was the sin of jealousy in the flesh. The girl was no longer there. She became a monster. Jealousy immediately released a shockwave of destruction at the main character. Sid immediately repulsed her attack with his wooden club. But the pain was so fierce and palpable that it imbued the extermination skill from the infinite mana of the Demon King. And after the counterattack of the loser, the extermination skill was not damaged for the first time in the history of the fantasy world of Chrono Life. All the counterattacks of the sin of jealousy still fall to the ground. It is truly impressive what the loser is going to do now. If he does not kill Miss Love, then the human world will end, by the way. Sarah will no longer be able to return to her previous form. The stupid thing has merged to some extent with the sin of jealousy. This is another feature of it. The mischief is very worried about his girlfriend. After all, if Sarah Fury finds out that she killed so many people, she will be incredibly upset. This fool loves people so much. And even if Miss Love leaves the game, her character will remain the same. Wouldn't it be better if she died at the hands of the loser himself? Don't let the goddess of life worry. Sid would have done it even if Luna hadn't told him about it. What a smart loser he is. The only right decision is to not hesitate and kill her right now. Everything will happen quickly, so let the bad guy not go anywhere and wait for the loser here, because she will be the next one. Of course, the goddess of life will wait for him, because all this time she has been fervently waiting for this very moment. The sweet moment of the long-awaited outcome. Sid flew up to the sin of jealousy with lightning speed. The guy asked for forgiveness from Boss Love, but he had to do it, and he hit the club with all his might. The sin of jealousy roared in painful shock. The trail of flames from the fiery attack of the protagonist spread across the entire planet. Sid killed Boss Love quickly and painlessly, but the sin of jealousy was not harmed, and had already launched a destructive attack on his enemy. The hero did not understand how this was possible. The loser activated a continuous cut, but the extermination skill survived again. The guy could detonate the extermination spheres before they hit the ground. Continuous slash activated stunning boom. An extravaganza of shining explosions flashed across the sky, like fireworks on a major holiday, when all the residents flocked to the streets. A bastard in flip-flops joined the bad guy. He was also impressed by today's show, a truly legendary end to the chapter of Chrono Life. Although the planet is not weak enough to call this the end, even though the blows of the hero in his underpants recently destroyed it. This guy's too strong. The creator will definitely have to defend himself, which will be interesting with people. God will be very busy. The self-proclaimed creator has so much to do in preparing everything for the end, but it's too early to talk about it. The goddess of life did not understand whether the sin of jealousy had not yet been filled, the last of the 7 deadly sins necessary for climax. The sin of jealousy is filled to the brim. Thanks to the recent massive explosions, it is too early to talk about the actual result of the battle. If the sin of jealousy wins, then there will no longer be a need for the end of the world. Never, what a joke. Can a loser really lose to jealousy? Of course, the moon is overshadowed by resentment. She does not see that the sin of jealousy is actually much stronger than a great warrior. This story may end in an unexpected way for the goddess of life. She has been too focused on the loser all this time. The great warrior no longer understood anything. He attacked with all his strength, but the sin of jealousy was not even wounded. Love became his strongest enemy. Maybe jealousy controls regeneration or was able to moisturize from the stunning blow of panties. Nothing can be done. You have to finish off. You'll have to get closer and grunt properly, and a crushing blow will fall on the head of jealousy. Its crown will be pierced. The creature cannot dodge when it flies over the top of the head. This ugly thing is about to die. The guy was swallowed whole by a red, viscous liquid. The unique feature of the sin of jealousy is that it merges with its goal and takes away absolutely everything from it. It is jealous of its goal. It hates. He corrupts his victim, and in the end takes everything from him, just like he took the body of a man named Love. But its most terrible feature is that sin consumes everything, regardless of whether it is a living creature or not. The bloody red flesh of the sin of jealousy was pierced by the vertical, furious attack of our main character's wooden club. Yes, how did this arrogant creature dare to swallow the great warrior? The consequences are on her conscience. Sid directed all his rage into a new blow. The speed of light skill was activated. The final blow was launched. The planet shook. No one had ever seen such rage in the hero. So what is this? The creator said that jealousy can defeat a loser. Isn't this the greatest shame among all sins? A bloody mess began to gurgle on the ground. Jealousy was stubborn and did not admit defeat. Sid wanted to go down to her, but sin was absorbed into the ground. The creator said that its most terrible feature is that jealousy can consume absolutely everything, living and inanimate. At the moment, the sin of jealousy merged with the entire continent of Chronolife. The bloody Jew instantly began to increase in size, after which jealousy transformed into a bloody leviathan, a scaly sea dragon of gigantic proportions. Is this really the true face of the sin of jealousy? The great warrior noticed something emitting light on the head of the scaly monster. In his bloody womb there was lifeless love. The poor girl was consumed by jealousy. His body merged with red sin. She did not belong to herself. The self-proclaimed creator, the hippie, burst out into roaring laughter, and everyone came together in unison and arrived at the long-awaited denouement. It remains only to see what choice the Friend of the Moon will make. Whether the door will open depends on the outcome of this battle. Here, the face of the great warrior was covered with the fluffy and soft fur of the evil spirit of Urus. He was glad to inform his owner about his return. As ordered, the great dragon left the girl in a safe place, and now the great dragon would do well to remove his paw from his mouth. Then a blow from the tail of a bloody leviathan flew into the loser's back. Sid was angry. Why the hell did the cowardly goat attack him during a conversation? Urus was concerned about his master's condition, but the loser was completely fine except for his spoiled mood. Again the extermination skill. The stinking snake can only do this. Then the lifeless boss Love appeared before the eyes of the great warrior again. The main player immediately lowered his wooden club. Even knowing that a deadly stream of extermination skill was flying at him, Sid did not move. The evil purple spirit of Urus was slightly grazed and thrown to the ground. The poor guy knocked it out only thanks to his excess fat. The dragon shook his head and began to look for his master. But the great warrior was nowhere to be found, and the magic of the Demon King became much stronger. Therefore, even his great master, having received such a concentrated blow, could have been mortally wounded. Where is he? Where? An unharmed panty emerged from the clouds of dust. Urus was not overjoyed at his owner. But something was wrong in the face of the main character. And in general, the loser could have delivered his counterattack, but Sid interrupted his attack, and all this because of the boss Love, imprisoned in jealousy. The main character already seemed to have decided to kill her. But why didn't he? His faithful spirit made a strange grimace. This is called love. The fucking dragon decided to make jokes at such a serious moment, completely embarrassed his master. The hero lowered his club. After all, this is so unlike him in his right mind. Mr. Loser would have killed this little snake with one blow, quickly and without regret. So the owner of Urus is now meeting with the boss Love. The laser ordered to stop ending this nonsense. Love is the top idol in general. Such a girl would never fall in love with such a flawed cretin like Sid. They had already discussed everything while Urus was away. It's even better that this dragon is a symbiosis of the boss Love and the sin of jealousy. Let the loser send him into space without any regrets. Our guy was gonna do just that without further ado. Then an evil spirit stuffs a sweet potato into his mouth. What the hell? The star gave the vegetable from the dead valley and told him to give it to the panties in case he got hungry. So now his owner is eating yams, which is exactly like him. But what kind of idiocy? The stupid spirit himself gave it to the loser. What kind of nonsense is he talking now? Let the owner of the Urus leave all his worries about forgotten grief for later. Time to show a stupid game devoid of reflection. Time to pile on. Because smart people have to think, it doesn't suit a loser at all. Why is he squirming? Well, Urus is right. The great and stupid warrior spat out the yam, clenched his club, and struck with crushing force from below. The Leviathan was thrown towards a depression in the ground. The bloody monster let out a painful roar, but the monster still managed to dodge the main blow and escape from the affected area. Leviathan was the first since Hurricane of Gluttony who managed to dodge the blow of such a mighty hero in ego. Panties. In this case, you can do as in the first case, just strike closely. Urus suggested that you should aim at the body of the boss love. Surely this is the most vulnerable place on the body of their symbiosis with the sin of jealousy. It's like in a game of moles that need to be beaten with a hammer. Either the main character must hit the girl with a club and kill her, or a traditional multifunctional kiss, as in all fairy tales. After the proposal, the face of the evil spirit of the dragon was crushed by the hand of its owner. Then Urus was thrown over his shoulder. A kiss. They are not in a fairy tale. Activation of the special skill of the spirit of the revival swordsman. Level up is launched, adding available skills, two-handed strike, and with a wave of both hands, a fiery attack of a crushing nature fell on the dragon. The last sin was defeated, as if not so. But the sin of jealousy not only survived, now it merged with the moon. A huge, bloody, toothy planet was rushing towards the planet of the fantasy world. The sin of jealousy decided to destroy the entire planet. But this is our main character's trick. The loser will show him something more impressive. Activation of the skill 8 mirrors. The magnifying glass is launched. The size increases in accordance with the size of the mana. A huge hero in shorts was going into outer space. Now the loser is much larger than the bloody moons and planets of the fantasy world. Activating the Titan Spirit skill, the skill increases damage and attack range by 1000% during the skill's effect. Magnifying glass, Titan Spirit, skill combination, improved version of Planet Destroyer, Universe Destroyer. The Blood Moon, saturated with the sin of jealousy, was washed away by the universal attack of the fiery power of a combination of skills. The shining body of the warrior love hovered in outer space. The great hero picked her up in his arms. It was time for them to go home. Adventurers Guild, where registration qualification tests are carried out and players' ranks are raised. This place is the link between receiving the quest itself and the reward for completing it. The place where you can get any information about the fantasy world of Chrono Life. It is always full of users. A magical diagnostician with ponytails sat at the table with a bored look and played with a small blue energy sphere. Lately nothing at all has been happening in Chrono Life, and this is terribly annoying. Isn't it the same with the guy who is a physiotherapist? Why bother? Peacetime is also wonderful. Freedom, romance, travel. This is the real Chrono Life. The physiotherapist turned out to be a bore, but the diagnostician applied to join the team with him because she liked the funny concept of fists. Such an abundance of events in a short period of time. Didn't it seem strange to the girl? The diagnosis with her analysis. Starting with Hurricane, gluttony, and ending with the sin of jealousy, the main quests that the gaming company has not even announced yet. Moreover, all the main quests came at lightning speed and also quickly rushed past the users. This is strange. Usually the main quests in online games are updated once every 6 months, but here there is such an influx of missions. After all, it is not at all profitable for a gaming company for the main storyline to go too quickly. It must make money. And long-lived games provide stable profits, so why did Chrono Life decide to develop its story raid so quickly? Perhaps the great warrior in shorts could accidentally break the entire quest system with his wooden club, poor office. There was a buzz of users on the street. It seemed that something had happened again, just as the diagnostics wanted. A new mess. What could have made such a noise when Rania went out into the street? She saw that there was no usual sunny sky, only a huge green eye. On the day when everything turned an unpleasant green color, an eye appeared in the sky. All users clearly understood that the continent of Chrono Life had come to an end. In the real world, the most popular idol was restlessly saved in her bed next to a soft, panty-shaped doll in a club. The pink-haired girl jumped up sharply from her seat. How ashamed she was of her confession, of her tears, weak incompetence, how infuriating. Ani said that nothing could be heard due to the distance, but she knew every word of Sarah. The manager read everything from the girl's lips. An idol recently said that he would date a cretin in underpants in 3 years. Why couldn't stand it and confessed now? Sarah Fury was going to do just that, but that date with the moronic bangs provoked her with her kiss. The girl began to cry again. I also saw Panties kissing the bad guy, that's how it is. There's no need to attach much importance to what happened in the game. If you kill someone in a game, you do not become a killer in reality. So a kiss online is just an electronic touch of lips. Although there is actually a big difference between killing and kissing in the game. Uni couldn't think of anything else to console her. Stop whining and thinking that it's all over. It's better to think about how to get the first real kiss from a moron with a club. Ani is simply the best, a master of love relationships. While the number of love relationships both girls have is 0. In any case, the idol cheered up. Sarah has not joined the game since that day. And today is a free day, it's time. We need to find the loser with the club, and not torment the plush panty, but then an insistent call rang into the pink-haired girl's apartment. On the other side of the front door, our guy in a Gucci suit stubbornly pressed the bell he needed to see Sarah Fury. Annie and Miss Fury saw panties in a tracksuit on the intercom. He asked Miss Love to give him some of her time. The first law of relationships is that the first step is taken by the one with stronger feelings, which means panties are now very worried about her. This is a real chance for young Sarah to meet and seduce her target. Annie grabbed the idol by the scruff of the neck. No pink sweatpants. You need to be fully prepared. The idol wrote a message about what will be released soon. Let her wait for her. More than 10 minutes passed. Finally, the door creaked. Panties parked on the first floor, so you need to drive the car away first. Here our main character froze. His cheeks lit up with a blush. His eyes shone with admiration and visual pleasure. Sarah Fury was incredible. The most popular idol impressed from the first second with her irresistibility. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and offered to move forward. There were 2 people in the car. An awkward silence hung over. Panties noted that the weather was beautiful today. Love nodded her head. The girl recalled that she and the panties agreed that in the real world he would call her Gray. Sid nodded approvingly. And Sarah called Sid Appa. This is a Korean address for an older brother or boyfriend. All men are in awe of this word. Well, what kind of Appa is that? Just like that, Sarah just decided to joke. And anyway, Sid is 4 years older than Sarah, so everything is true. Panties wanted to clarify that the confession in virtual reality was sincere. Sarah Fury experiences the same feelings as Boss Love. The skill of a deadly question directly to the forehead is activated. The young man is an inveterate loner and is poorly versed in such things. There was not a single % of the joke in the words of the most popular idol. Now, Sid was ashamed. He acted like an idiot. He didn't know. It's just very hard to believe that such a dazzling star as Sarah Fury could like such a loser as loser Sid. Why does Panties always talk about himself like that? Such a confident guy in the game, walking around in his panties. Where does this shyness come from? Our boys' sports car stops. They have arrived before continuing. The guys will first get out of the car. Sarah did not understand where they had arrived. This was a van room area, that is, a living area with a separate kitchen and restroom, where Panties had recently lived. Such an ordinary and nondescript guy could not always afford an apartment in such a residential complex. When the young man showed up at the idol's apartment with a rice cake, it was the day he moved from here to their complex. Before this, since birth, our boy lived here in the van room zone. Sid invited the girl to come inside. Sarah Fury was alone in the same room with her panties. There was nothing to drink, and the guy suggested going for coffee. Sarah roared that she loved tap water, so as not to disturb their privacy, and drank a glass of water in one gulp. Sid was surprised. The reason why the guy wanted to meet Sarah today, show the girl this place, tell its story. It was only when the time came to tell his story that the young man began to feel awkward, and in general, his story was boring. But Sarah Fury was curious to listen, because Sid had never talked about himself in all the time. The girl wanted to get to know him. Sarah Fury stared at the guy carefully and turned on the audio recording on her phone. In fact, the guy doesn't like to talk about himself. Therefore, today he will do this for the first time. Sid then tried to talk to the starlet, but did not tell a drop of the truth that day. In real life, Sid is the most ordinary, nondescript person, which is why he could not believe in Sarah's feelings. Normal height and weight. Studied without much success, did not excel in sports. His family lived in the Forum all their lives. If we speak in game terms, then the level of the 4th bronze is no more according to the entrance points. It is somewhere around the 9th rank. Simple words in this world lead to warrior panties at the very bottom. Parents always worked, so from childhood Sid was alone. But the boy did not feel unhappy. His parents gave Sid enough money so that he would not lose heart, and his tragedy was not on the same scale. The guy began to feel really unhappy after he was 20, because since he became a financial adult, his parents stopped supporting him. Although sometimes they sent small sums for pocket money, he had to take 2 or 3 part-time jobs to earn a living. This is how Sid survived every day, and after work he dragged his tired body home. It began to seem to him that his whole life would pass like this. But one evening, the boy accidentally looked up and saw virtual gaming capsules. He had never seen them in person. And as a child, I only played on a computer or phone at that time. Augmented reality games were too expensive to buy. Sid went inside and asked to launch the most popular VR game. And that's how Panties got acquainted with the open world of Chrono Life. Thus, a completely different Sid was born under the nickname Crick. Love babbled in shock, which means he wasn't wearing panties all the time. Because on the first day of their acquaintance, when the guys pleased their team, Sid's profile was hidden and his nickname was not visible. Usually no one wants to accept if the profile is closed, so most keep it open, and Sid simply hid his power. Just let him try to fool the girl again. Sarah doesn't know about the rest yet, but she definitely won't tolerate lies. After Panties, he began to live a story completely different from real life. Although in the game, he was also a loser. In the fantasy world, he did not care about other people's opinions. Sid behaved as he wanted, so he often died at the hands of other users, and everyone on the team grumbled he chose characteristics and skills without hesitation. Panties was considered a moronic character and kicked out of the teams, but the young man didn't care because they play to make it interesting. Besides, Sid was tired of thinking about what they would think of him in real life, and that there simply wasn't enough emotion for virtual life. Therefore, continuing to play and setting the mood, the Panties began to imperceptibly change in real life. This was exactly the guy who ran away from reality and completely gave a damn about himself. And now he has become the one who tells his story. But the echoes of his past character are still with him. He still cannot believe that someone likes him. The most popular idol was probably disappointed in the Panties because he is so stupid, but that was not the case at all. Sarah is glad that Sid shared with her. The girl couldn't keep her balance and slipped, falling straight onto Sid, who was lying on the floor. His sweatshirt slipped off his shoulder. The distance was sufficient to sweeten each other's breathing, but due to two very emotional situations, Sarah's mind went a little crazy. The girl froze with an obsessive look and pressed the frightened Sid's hands to the floor with her hands. The guy could not move. The idol's seemingly fragile arms were full of strong muscles, which she had built up through grueling choreography training since childhood. Sid already realized that the girl was overwhelmed by an emotional and hormonal surge. It was necessary to stop her. She could not continue. Then someone's crazy face appeared in the window, screaming at the guys not to do this. It was Manager Unnie. The senior teacher was staring out the window like the worst curse. The guys huddled together in fear, not understanding what the hell was staring at them. Thanks to the manager, who appeared at the right moment, the overwhelming flow of ecstasy disappeared in an instant and was replaced by cold horror. Unnie scolded her ward for such carelessness. The girl was ashamed and still scared. She went on a date, and in the end she decided to rape the guy. Sarah doesn't remember this at all. There was an awkward fall, and then, as if in a fog, even if she doesn't try to deny it, Unnie wasn't caught red-handed. Sarah forgot that if they continued, her idiot would end up in jail, so let her be grateful to her mentor. Next time in her factory settings, the girl will have to remove the excitement mode or sit at home. The handsome man must also take care of his chastity and be firm. What was he even thinking about, tying the girl up and leaving her alone with himself? You shouldn't give in to female pressure through force. You need to clearly express your disagreement. Let him scream and call for help in extreme cases. And so the whole day passed until the guys went to their apartments, under the watchful gaze of the manager of the most popular idol. But Sarah couldn't just walk into her apartment like that. The girl quickly clung to the boy and hugged him tightly. Today they had a great time. They'll see Appa later, in Chrono Life. The front door slammed shut, after which the hearts of both guys were beating at a frantic rhythm. Their cheeks were flushed. Sweat was running down their faces. Then Unnie crawled out again. It's just terrible. How scary. The guys just hugged goodbye and that's it. Nothing was broken. Then the manager put her hand on her girl's shoulder and gave her a thumbs up. Just like seducing men. But in real life, hugging should be their ceiling until she comes of age, and Sarah immediately found a loophole in the virtual world. Then you can go much further than hugging in the open world of Chrono Life possibilities, filled with romance and adventure. Meanwhile, our young hero was constantly thinking about the most popular idol, about her touch and smell. He had to return to the game. After all, Boss Love was already waiting for him there, and they could continue their communication without prying eyes. He was immediately greeted by the evil spirit Urus. Sid is tired of his trusty and nasal dragon spirit showing up the same way all the time. He needs to work on it. Sid joked and began to squeeze his purple friend, stretching his furry cheeks in different directions. He was so nice. Behind the panties, there was a woman's cough from Love's boss. She had not seen Urus for a long time. His cheeks were like nuts, and the warrior was glad that Crick or Appa immediately entered the game after their farewell in real life. Our young man was visited by a new feeling. Miss Love turns out to be so beautiful, all the users are staring at her. How did he not notice it? Both boys and girls looked at absolutely everything, and not as much as at the plush Urus, and yet it is not clear what such a star fell for. The star told her not to dwell too much on this topic. Her brother is also very cool. Boss Love happily greeted the baby. Then she started spinning around with the Urus. How charming it is. It's impossible to pass by. The baby noted that Love had become very prettier. Meanwhile, Sid was hitting his spirit on the back. Urus was vomiting a rainbow after the carousel. The shining star, as always, noticed everything. Her brother calls himself ordinary, but there is a reason that the girl is now shining so much. It is immediately clear that the guys discussed their feelings for each other, and most likely, alone in a suitable room. Keep in mind that these two are looking for someone on an urgent matter. The guest house inn, he is there now. The star offered to go with her. The warrior was worried about who it could be. She wanted to meet with the two of them. Sid and Eurus were chewing their fried legs. The baby opened the door to one of the rooms inside. The guys were waiting for the Great Master Riot and his crazy sister behind Riole. The little one is alive again and wanted to meet him. The guys are happy to see him. What happened this time? The angels clearly didn't come out of boredom and drink ginger ale. For the sake of the last chapter of Chrono Life, I will send the Great Master and his sister here. The heavenly kingdom, the underground, the world of people and demons are all connected. All those gathered here can influence the significant and key movement of forces in these places, since everyone has a direct relationship to their zone. Angels in the heavenly kingdom, Urus in the valley of the dead underground, Boss Love in the world of demons, in Panties in the human world. And in order to finish the last episode, forces from all areas of Chrono Life are needed. There is no time to waste, and a plan needs to be discussed. Urus didn't understand why they suddenly decided to agitate them. They need to unite with former enemies to finish the chapter. What a superhero movie. This is not the time to fool around and sort things out. This is a matter of life and death for this world, and if necessary, the Great Master will ask anyone for help. By the way, the Great Riot almost forgot about the most important character. The short one put his hand on the white panties of the main character. Sid blissfully agreed that Aventador was important. Boss Love closed his eyes to the shining star with a straight face. The polar dragon is listening. Why pretend that he doesn't understand? Let him come out. The leader of the beast people and the vile permafrost of the northern continent. Ego class, weapon and gear, with ego placed in them, are the best weapon class in Chrono Life. When the soul moves into the instrument and it passes into the ego class, then the value of its strength becomes infinite. The beginning of the story lies on the continent of Chrono, a continent that has existed since time immemorial, where the world is quiet and blessed. The contingent was populated by several races that lived in peace and harmony, the most numerous race being people. They were distinguished by their fertility. The elves became the most beautiful and long-lived. In terms of technology, the dwarves were superior to any other race. They were diligent mechanics. And the strengths of both people and the genre were absorbed by the beast people, who were distinguished by their endurance, speed, and powerful strength. The most powerful race were, of course, dragons, whose greatness and power knew no equal, and many other different crazy species. All residents and inhabitants of the magical continent openly respected each other, lived in peace and harmony. And the god in charge of all this, with long blonde hair and shorts and flip-flops, loved to create his own continent. More precisely, the creator did not like the continent, but every place on the lands of Chrono Life, every corner of the planet SD-386. A star known for its beauty in the fourth universe, the place Mom loved most. However, the races living on the continent were not like God. They soon disrupted the peaceful course of life and started a war. Hostile races began to kill each other and destroy the once beloved continent. Watching all these atrocities, the creator decided. The radiant god is angry and decides that he can no longer tolerate this. But it is so easy for the creator to interfere in the human world. This was his only feature, so the great god divided his soul into 7 parts and scattered it throughout the world. In this way, the creator was able to indirectly influence the continent. Whining his panties has always wanted to skip the story. The blonde warrior knocked out her teacher in his shorts with one movement of her hand and asked her to continue reasoning. The girl, unlike her impatient teammate, listened to all the storylines to the end. Those 7 scattered pieces of the creator's soul became the 7 deadly sins. Only half of the first sins survive to this day. Among them were Urus, arrogance, riot, laziness, Aventador, greed. Only 3 survived from the original mortal sins. Although the current situation of the polar dragon is now much worse than death, he only retained his soul, having lost all his powers. Great Emperor Riot also lost most of his mighty power. He lost his halo and fell to the ground in exchange for his life. Now the short one does not feel the power of mortal sin in himself. Aventador turned to the current queen of demons. She feels the power of sin in herself. But the bright warrior did not feel the presence of the sinner's power in herself. Boss Love also lost it. Only the essence of the king of the demonic race remained with the demoness during the last legendary battle with Sin. Sid destroyed jealousy. Then Sin destroyed the panties and saved the girl's life. Aventador watched this from his panties headquarters. Everyone smiled. But it's worth noting because this is where the fun begins. The 7 deadly sins were originally an immortal force. Therefore, if a 7th sinner died, his power was transferred to the next candidate, but not now. And there are reasons for this. They will no longer appear in the future because all 7 sins have now been filled. In the pixel space, the click of familiar obsessive heels was heard. The creator was just thinking about the goddess of life. Luna, of course, is grateful that God himself is preoccupied with thoughts of her. But her soul and head are tightly tied to another man. But in fact, the girl thanked the creator only out of politeness at his core. He is a bastard, and he is disgusting to the moon. The creator, with a broken heart, recalled that in general he hears everything and knows that the bad guy likes the guy with the club. How dramatic that is. Friendship or love, the girl always wondered why the hell the creator calls Sid his friend. They only met a couple of times. Friends and friendship are not determined by the number of meetings, which is why the goddess of life herself has no friends. Well, why does she immediately hit the table with her face? Right to the quick, how this infuriates Luna. As she said, the creator and the panties only saw each other a couple of times, but God misses him. The creator is incredibly comfortable when a loser is nearby. God feels the same towards the goddess of life. Oh, I wasn't kidding about thoughts. The blonde man in shorts recalled the day they met Luna. A lot of time had passed since the founding of Chronolife. During this time, I, the creator, will be able to punish the continent several times with the help of the 7 deadly sins. At such moments, the losses were colossal. And the continent of open fantasy itself briefly found a world that was built on numerous mutilated and tortured corpses. But the races inhabiting the world did not change. They quickly restored everything, and history simply repeated itself. It was cyclical from time to time. This began to really irritate the creator. It would have been easier to kill them all to hell. An interesting idea. You need to think about it in your spare time. Then a girl with apricot hair appeared behind the hippie in flip-flops. Having heard about the destruction of humanity, she wanted to be in on the action. The girl with the moronic bangs knew perfectly well that this hippie was a god, and the creator knew absolutely nothing about the schoolgirl. Now she is the #1 regular user, but very soon the girl will complete a hidden quest and wants to become the goddess of life. God liked her. The meeting was interesting. After it, the girl still became the goddess of life, and having received power from God, she also became the sin of lust. Giving the girl the power of sin back then was an excellent decision. The abilities of the goddess of life and the sin of lust are perfectly synchronized. After that meeting, with the help of the goddess of life, the creator was able to easily create strong carriers for future sins and quickly finished with the rest. God put his palm out in front of him. The pixel space broke and the open world of the continent of the fantasy world of Chronolife appeared. Thanks to the girl, the creator managed to create this, by the way, like the moon. The effectiveness of what God gave her. How everything went. Even a trophy manager with all the characteristics of 99.9 was injured and sent to the GM zone. No one can defeat this perfect monster. And why is it a monster? Why be so rude? It's just the real body of the creator in flip-flops. The time has come to unite. The goddess of life called out to the creator. Is he really going to merge with him right now? What about the last step? But the goddess of life will be able to finish everything without him. Luna nodded. She will take on the rest of the work. Then the creator left. God took off his smiley face t-shirt, tossing it to the side, combed his long hair back, then plunged his hand into his heart. The body that came into this world, the great creator asked to accept his soul as a sacrifice and become one in order to destroy the world. Bloody tears flowed down the god's cheeks. His body illuminated everything around with a blinding light. And so the end of the world began. Who would know? A vibration went through the continent. It started. The panties came to their senses. The end of boring stories. Time for real action for the BATON. Users poured out from all the streets of the frontline village. Trying to escape, the big-eyed monster began to move. The earth trembled. But their great warrior in a tattered robe, white shorts from which Aventador's head was sticking out and a wooden club, was already ready for a new command. A puzzled whisper swept through the crowd about what kind of crap this war was sticking out of the panties. What an abomination, whose head with the horns it was, and why they stuffed it there. What a huge main boss of Chronolife. He has already seen him. The mischief caused him in front of the loser. An interesting development. This means that they have not just a connection with the mischief, but fate. Since Aventador has come out, let him work off the food, activating the dragon's breath. This is a special skill of dragons. The type of breath is determined by the unique attribute of the monster. In the case of Aventador, its breath is ice. Since the dragon's breath is the representative of the romantic skills in this game, all users waited with bated breath for the development of the plot. So the icy breath was launched. A blue flash of cold flame erupted from the panties. The guy in the panties was in ecstasy. Boss Love decided to gouge out her eyes. She refuses to see it. What the hell is wrong with this guy? What a pervert. The icy breath of the main boss of the northern continent, one of the 4 emperors, did not even inflict a scratch on the huge Cyclops. Our hero grabbed Aventador by the cheeks. What was going on with this guy? He blew normally. Why the hell didn't the big-eyed guy even blink? There was a chuckle behind him. The retarded hero in underpants hadn't changed at all, and he was joined by Master Riot and his crazy sister. He ran out suddenly and let's attack. Maybe it's time for the idiot to start thinking before doing anything. This really helps in achieving the result. At first glance, it may seem that this one-eyed thing is right in front of the hero, but in fact it exists in another dimension. That is, the Cretan only in vain made a hole in the sky with his icy breath. The enemy was not attacked at all, and Aventador got the people. However, this thing will break into the human world very soon. As predicted, the monster destroyed the veil of the human world. A system window appeared in front of each player with a notification. The last quest of Chronolife. It is necessary to protect the world from God. What the hell, protecting the world from this? Where is God? What an abomination. Everything didn't go as Master Riot and Setruha Riole expected. The former Lord of Heaven knew that God would break through into this world, but they did not think that it would happen so soon, because there was still one last step left. Did the damn god decide to take extreme measures? Here is the damn bastard. An emergency meeting with the Great Warrior. They need to retreat. But Master Riot didn't have time to finish. The moron in his shorts was already in full swing of ecstasy from the upcoming fight with the main boss of Chronolife. The speed of light was activated. The rabid idiot with his head in his underpants rushed towards the newly created monster with whom he would play. The boring explanation of the plot and the rules of the game brought the patience of the panties to the limit, and the moment the enemy appeared, it simply burst. Panties, in a manic attack, was already delivering crushing blows with his wooden club. Strategy is only needed by weaklings. The boss of titanic proportions fell, leaving only giant heels on this side of the veil. Let him get his ass up quickly. He's not dead. The main boss went down with one blow. The developers are already completely lazy. They need to match the size of this freak. The torn boundary between dimensions suddenly began to be restored, and a whole pillar of fiery attack launched after the panties. The speed of light is activated. Let the battle be on the side of the enemy. I even wonder what kind of atmosphere there is. When will I be able to look again? The Great Warrior, together with the main monster, left the continent of Chronolife and disappeared on the other side of the interdimensional border in seconds. What a fucking moron. His character is becoming even more vile, but this time it was his best decision. Because if this idiot had gotten into a fight with God here, the planet would definitely have come to an end, but at least the continent would survive. Meanwhile, on the other side of the border between worlds, a Cretan in shorts dealt stunning blows to the main boss of the most popular game. Panties commanded Aventador to be on his head. The ice breath is activated. Ice flames flow from the panties. Sid is in euphoria. What a relief. In the open interdimensional continuum, you cannot restrain your power and not limit it, as was usual. A second, 3 blows with titanic claws. The body of the main character in shorts is cut into 3 parts and falls to the ground. Sid is crazy. The healing factor was activated. Immediate recovery. Another body horror episode began. Even the main boss's eye wrinkled. How dare this nasty squid cut the body of the Great Warrior into 3 parts? The bastard will have to answer for what he did. Sid has already grown together and attacked. Boss Love asked Riot where the panties went. The moron was now in the world of God, and the monster that everyone just saw was a god. Of course, after all, they receive notifications about a new quest. The task of users is to protect their world from the god they just observed. Then the guys can't hesitate. They need to find and help Appa, but the master underestimated the Cretan in the past. There is no one in this world who could help him. Even the Demon Queen will become unnecessary baggage for the loser, will not help, but will only hinder his barbaric attack. He does not need anyone. But the warrior did not let up. She had become much stronger, and could carry out supporting fire from behind. The great master laughed. Didn't Boss Love spend the most time with him? The loser is a foreign being to this world. His strength is abnormal. As if this is a code error. But then what should the guys do if they can't go to the aid of the loser? The rest should just wait for the end. Players must wait until the main character completes this quest. Before this was the case all the time. Why all this surprise with Hurricane Malachi? And in the case of the Polar Aventador, all users only observed. It will be so now. Nothing can be done about it. There is no need for fuss here. However, Master Riot would really like it to be the same this time, but no. The last battle will require the strength of every single one. Grandmaster Riot talked about this in the guest courtyard. What will happen in this last quest? Soon Boss Love will see everything herself. So Mr. Riot's explanations were useless here. Riole remembered how the loser saved her life and wanted to return to him unharmed. The mad sister wished her dear to return back to the continent alive. The older brother turned to her in shock. What kind of dear? The sister accidentally burst out. Riole meant a great warrior. Riot asked what the hell. Riole replied that their love is only their business. Didn't the psychopath previously love more than just the great Riot? It would be better if she stayed that way, and Riole would throw the damn moron out of her head. But the inspired sister had already fallen into the abyss of panties, and then Boss Love realized that the ranks of her true enemies were growing. A sad and irritated loser circled over the destroyed body of the main one. And that's all. All the fun for today, where the management is looking at all. An annoying mischief appeared behind our boy. We haven't seen each other for a long time. The reunion with the stalker girl reminded Sid of that moment. Millions of corpses of the World Alliance of the strongest guilds, a pleasant warm fading sunset, they stand opposite each other. The reason why our young man began to take the fantasy world of Chronolife seriously was revenge on this fool with bangs. It all started with her, and even the last quest of the playground turned out to be connected with her. The story, where the beginning and the end are connected, turns out quite dramatically. Therefore, just like then, a smile appeared on the face of the main character in his shorts finally. The moment when this creature will get it in full has arrived, Luna's ass. The goddess of life nodded obediently, and immediately a series of fiery blows from a wooden club fell on the girl. The girl giggled irritatingly. A second, and the main character cut the body of the annoying moon in half. The hidden skill of creating things. The girl's body was restored with strength. Luna didn't even have to dodge his blows, in fact. Sid grabbed the girl by her wrist. The loser didn't want the goddess of life to run away. Hurricane's gluttony is activated. The vile tentacles pierced the body of the infuriating girl. The absorption of vital force, characteristics, and level is launched. The goddess of life all dried up and disintegrated into dust, but the moon returned safe and sound. The absorption failed. How infuriating this creature is. What a shame. He grabbed her hand so suddenly and drank her dry instead of tactile caress. The girl only blushed in vain. Hurricane, Gluttony has already tasted it, sucked it in as soon as he saw the goddess of life. But absorption does not work on the body of a god. There will be a price to pay for the idiot who dared to play with the feelings of an innocent girl. Sid reminded her that she was never innocent. The goddess of life brought back to life the main boss of the last chapter of Chronolife. The creation of existence was activated. In front of our boy in shorts stood the stupid and useless main boss of the last chapter again, the biggest disappointment. And here it's a little weak. The loser kept thinking that the bad guy would throw it away, but she just resurrected the freak. A complete fiasco. The last chapter sucked. Luna reminded that the main boss in video games cannot have only one phase. He must become stronger. By the way, this thing is also a god. Absorption will not work on it either. The mischief decided to warn so that the loser does not waste his time. So the second phase is launched. The Novice Master. The unique skill of the swordsman's spirit is activated. The Scythe Strike is launched. A quick attack with a sword from the sheath. The second phase ended after one blow. The goddess of life only managed to hold back her moronic bangs from the shockwave of the explosion. Luna was impressed, destroying the god's body twice, and even with one blow. Although with such a weapon there is nothing surprising, without it, he is nothing. It's a pity for the goddess of life, but we haven't finished the second phase yet. The activation of the creation of existing things. The old fool is reviving again. How tired she is. Luna wondered when he sucked on the vile tentacle of gluttony, what the goddess of life tasted like. It was better to do it with her lips. At the gaming headquarters of the Chronolife Corporation, they watched two fighting players who were equal in strength. Soon one of them would fall. But it's not too late to contact the players. Why just watch the carnage here? The assistant just wanted to ask not to watch the ending, because the rate of content consumption is too high, and it is no different than stopping them from playing. But recently, Chronolife has released content for 10 years in advance. But they don't have the next content, and won't have it for several more years. Will the director of the most popular gaming company really allow the set to end like this, and stop supporting his brainchild? And why the hell did users overtake the content that all the idiots in this building are paid money? The favorite cigar was crushed in the hands of Fall. But in general, it's all because of that user with the BATON, which Director Fall personally returned to this idiot. Hence all the problems. The moron simply rips off all the content single-handedly, which is why they initially talked about confiscation. But the director considered it dust from under his boot. The director was furious. Why the hell was the assistant blaming everything on him? Even though it was true, maybe he would also reprimand his boss. Cole Fall did not sit idle all this time and hired twice as many developers. And now they will be able to put out the fire that is flaring up. The number of developers has doubled, which means huge losses. But the gaming company has earned enough, remaining the most popular game. The gaming corporation received all these funds thanks to users who follow the game, so they should continue to enjoy the game. But after all other users feel deprived because of one player. Wouldn't it be the right decision to take away his baton? For the sake of all these users, take it away right now, or pay this idiot whatever you need, and this will be the right decision. Cole Fall offered to introduce the assistant that he had a restaurant, but one visitor began to eat his food with a huge appetite. Spoon by spoon, enjoying and smacking his lips, tasting each dish, rolling his eyes with pleasure. He could then take the spoon away. Just like that, the stupid cretin. He himself would not be able to take the spoon from his fictitious admirer. But he reproaches his director. The goddess of life pointed her hand at the loser's body. His body shattered before his eyes. This is a unique skill of the goddess of life that he sees for the first time. Mischief can give or take life. She has already demonstrated her ability in the Heavenly Kingdom, but the main character is unlikely to have seen it. Just a little damage to our guy, a healing factor, full recovery. I'm so tired, I'll have to kill her first. No matter how much the loser would like to, he will have to deal with this first. The main boss was standing behind the updates. His attack will be very painful. A vile green fiery flame burst out from the eye of the divine monster and fell with all its power on our main character. The hero, who burst into the history of his favorite VR game, clenched his teeth. The green rays of the monster's poisonous energy pierced every cell of his body. Our player was thrown aside by a painful shockwave. His whole body felt sharp, painful impulses, and they did not end. The number of his lives was significantly reduced and did not return to the original figure. Sid narrowed his eyes angrily, not understanding anything about what was happening. A satisfied goddess flew up to the young man, shackled in pain. How bad he must be now. The moon watched with pleasure his confusion. What does it feel like to have the healing factor that has always saved a great warrior been forcibly suppressed, when the skill no longer numbs the pain? Healing factor is a cheat skill, but it is not invincible, and not without vulnerabilities. There are ways to attack such a skill. Such counteraction is similar to the skill of the dead bard Seraph song during the legendary battle of the hero in shorts with the greatest Malachi. Then the evil little spirit of Urus was extremely outraged by such a fraudulent skill. The healing factor was supposed to protect Sid, but did not work with the Seraph song. Since this skill does not inflict a status on the user but directly hits its target, the healing factor becomes useless with it. The attack unleashed on the great warrior by the creator in his true form is also capable of suppressing his healing factor, because this horned, healthy freak had just used the special ability of a god during his combat skill. Therefore, full immunity to status effects and guaranteed immediate healing after any damage have been deactivated. The loser drew a parallel between the special skill of the god and the skill of creating the existing moon. The goddess of life nodded approvingly. The warrior begins to understand. The key ability of the creator with horns and hellish flesh, of course, is destruction. Hence the skills that smash other people's skills to smithereens. The eyes of our main player narrowed, his brows furrowed. The guy was only now beginning to realize that his enemy was not so monotonous. The goddess of life beamed, noticing the inspiration that had visited the loser. The game is becoming more and more interesting, and the outcome is becoming more and more unpredictable. How wonderful. The hippie guy with long blonde hair and a stupid t-shirt and flip-flops who calls Sid a friend is the god of destruction. In his true monstrous form of stinking flesh, the god of destruction's abilities are limitless and unbearably painful. In the virtual open universe, green poisonous explosions were heard between interdimensional galactic chains. Sticky sweat ran down the face of our youth. His eyes exuded fear of a potential wave of pain. Now the great warrior was vulnerable. The loser's cries for help were heard throughout parallel virtual reality. Sid ran away from the green flames, activating the speed of light skill. The god of destruction did not allow the main player to rest from the outbreaks of his attacks for a minute. His giant eye endlessly threw out a new wave of energy poison at Sid. The great warrior of the fantasy world was infuriated by such an imbalance of forces and skills. What the hell, he's under continuous fire. This is pure cheating. It was hard for the poor loser to restrain his hellish anger. He would have smashed his ugly face against the pixels. But if he caught even one more blow, he would be finished. So the warrior will have to dodge and wait until he gets a chance to deliver a deadly blow. The goddess of life appeared on the player's path and blocked his path. The girl asked where the little loser was in such a hurry. The game had just begun, and he was already leaving. Luna put her palm forward in front of her. Then, reveling in the great warrior's anxiety and vulnerability, the goddess of life clenched her hand into a fist, giggling mischievously and enjoying the show. The loser's body began to disintegrate into molecules. The moon took his life and could not stop laughing. The main player did not immediately understand that all that was left of his nondescript body was a stupid head. What the hell was this fool doing? Why did she get in again? Behind the lone head floating in the air, another green poisonous flame of the god of destruction was already forming. Its target had been discovered. The pupils of the main character shrank. There was nothing to run away from the hellish, painful wave at the speed of light. And so the end of the great warrior chrono life came. A second, and the face of the great defender of the fantasy world was struck by a flash of destruction stinging with green tongues. The pain was unbearable. It was the end. This is how the final battle of its main hero and main villain, a loser against a god, took place in the parallel universe of chrono life. Meanwhile, in the frontal village, a frantic girlish squeal was heard, which great warrior prefers to rest, and which Smelly likes. Where Rila will go with Sid on their honeymoon, The crazy sister of the former heavenly ruler has already planned everything before the wedding. It's time to think about what they should do with their darling after their wonderful wedding in the kingdom of heaven. Of course, it will be good for both of them. But the human world can also turn out to be unexpectedly romantic. There are no unnecessary eyes and ears. Boss Love and Mr. Riot looked at Riol's obsession with stone faces. Cold sweat was running down his older brother's face. His cheeks were flushed. What is his heavenly sister talking about? She doesn't even know what a honeymoon means. The crazy sister proudly replied that this was the newlywed couple's first trip together after their wedding, which should be romantic. And the first night after the betrothal of two loving hearts is called the wedding night. Then the older brother could not stand it and yelled at the whole village. The older brother's jaw dropped. He looked like a nutcracker. Riot bellowed not to be told anything he didn't ask himself. The stony-faced demoness could hardly suppress the desire to strangle the impudent angel. The sudden crisis between angels and demons was activated. Mr. Riot imperiously told the stupid and unstable sister to stop all this nonsense about the wedding. The idiot with the club never even said that he liked her. But the possessed Riola did not need the words of the great warrior, because the look of her betrothed is always filled with love when he looks at her. This is a look. How much hidden warmth and desire there was in it. Constantly watching the object of his adoration, as if there was no one else around except the two of them. What a blind fool the angelic beauty was. She did not understand anything in his signals. His glances filled with fiery love. The elder brother summed up the current situation. The great warrior hit his sister hard on the head with his club, the side effects in all its glory. The warrior in shorts carefully put his chosen one to rest in order to help her brother without causing much harm. What a caring hubby. Quite appropriately, the girl with a halo over her head decided to clarify. Since everything is developing so rapidly and obviously, Riot, the eldest of them, knows more. If little sister Riole gives birth to a child from a great warrior, their child will be human or angelic in nature. I wonder which gene will be dominant. The elder brother was pierced by a combo. Lightning of shame, disgust, and shock. His eyes were clouded. His mouth was numb. His sister's last words burned in his mind. Riole thought about who she would like more, a boy or a girl or maybe two, a girl like her mother, a son like a great warrior. And her older brother will become the best uncle for her children with Mr. Loser. He will babysit them, educate them, and pick them up on weekends. Mr. Riot's eyes rolled back. Consciousness confidently left his body. The elder angel's torso became cotton. The greatest emperor fell to the ground unconscious. Cringe overdose unconsciousness activated. The former lord of the skies lay with his eyes rolled back and drool flowing from his mouth right in the middle of the street. The little sister was worriedly running around Riot unconscious. Boss Love dreamed of losing consciousness a few minutes ago and not hearing the obsessive nonsense of the panty fan. Suddenly, a shining star jumped out from behind the demon queen. The girl smiled widely and appreciated Love's future rival. The girl scared the bright warrior. You can't sneak up like that, and even at such a time, little Miss is walking around the streets without adults. Boss Love told the little girl to stay inside. It's very dangerous now. But the guys didn't return after the noise died down, and the starlet decided to check it herself. Cold sweat was running down the face of the most popular idol. She was worried about the defenseless baby. Then there was a sniffle and a tearful sob. In the arms of a shining star, the evil little spirit of the main boss of the fantasy world was heartbreakingly sniffling and sniffling with his cute little nose. Boss Love looked skeptically at the ruler of the Dead Valley. Why did the proud dragon suddenly decide to roar, and even in front of living witnesses? The baby found the poor dragon all alone in the corner. Urus cried pitifully. The warrior was surprised what happened. Where were the panties? Through his tears, the spirit of the dragon, sobbing bitterly, mumbled indistinctly that his master was now fighting all alone in the world of the gods in another dimension. The star translated the incomprehensible sob of Urus. The great warrior fought with the enemy, and then suddenly disappeared into another world. He is in another dimension, so the spirit could not follow him. Urus nodded, so the dragon was left completely alone in this world, but the dragon is the soul of the ego, the sword, and can move to the owner. But at the moment, the whining Urus is materialized, so it cannot move to another dimension without the consent of the owner. It cannot go into a state of soul. Dracotia nods in agreement, sniffling. Boss Love is surprised at how well the little girl understands Urus, an amazing ability. The purple boss of the fantasy world, one of the four emperors, the lord of the Dead Valley, burst into sobs even more. Urus was worried about his master. The loser was all alone there. His Syl was there alone with the main danger of chrono life, knowing nothing about his opponent. The demoness opened her eyes. Wow, how the winged assistant got attached to the panties, and this is the boss, whom Sid cut off one of the heads. The girls began to reassure the adorable plush hornet about what might happen to their loser. but Love's heart was also restless. Meanwhile, in another dimension, the goddess of life admired the mesmerizing battle. What a show these two put on for her. Near her feet lay the scorched head of our great warrior. Her eyes and hair were completely burned. She looked like a dried prune. But even after such an attack, the loser still had a bit of life left. And now the nickname Bad Guy rightfully goes to him for such vitality. Luna heard the sounds of some kind of movement. The burnt hand of the loser was reaching for his favorite wooden club, barely moving his fingers. The burnt, withered hand of the main character of Chrono Life, in a few movements of the fingers, reached the treasured weapon and squeezed it. The goddess of life burst into a roaring laugh. The hand of the great warrior moves without his body. What an insignificant and weak sight. The loser wants to live so badly. How low he's willing to fall for this opportunity. Luna was counting on a more impressive sight worthy of her attention. Is this really all that the vaunted great hero in underpants, the legendary loser, whose club is unrivaled in strength and lethality, is capable of? How many times did the goddess of life invite him to unite, to become part of a single whole? The pathetic fool so pitifully spent all his potential. How can he just lie here in a decomposed state? He has such a responsibility. So much is at stake. An arrogant, empty idiot with a club at the most necessary moment took and ruined absolutely everything that anyone could think of. But everyone was sure that the creator himself, the most terrible god of destruction, the death of the entire fantasy world, would fall at the hands of the great loser. And what happens is that the entertainment is over before it even begins, from the first rounds and immediately knocked out without the possibility of recovery. The girl's cheeks flushed red. How dare he? The idiotic loser should immediately get up and continue the fight of the century, which will go down in history. Loser is a great warrior who must save everyone, the protector of all those in need, the defender of all humanity. Chrono Life. Why the hell is he lying down here? Tears poured down the girl's face. Is this really all that a loser can do? He had to save the whole world. He had to save her herself. Will he really just leave like that? Leaving everything to her? Leaving Luna herself alone? Then the regeneration process began to take place. A new episode of body horror. The goddess of life froze in agonizing anticipation of the development of events. She really wanted this bastard to immediately return and continue the battle. The main character's hand had already completely restored its skin and was no longer burnt. His hand confidently grabbed his baton. The healing factor of the healing skill was activated. The body of the great warrior was subject to immediate restoration. In front of the goddess of life, as if from clay, the image of a man was being formed, looking more and more like a loser with every second. All parts of the great warrior's body were already in place and taking on their natural shape. The white legendary underpants were also already in place. A new episode of body horror was launched. Thick veins pulsated disgustingly on a piece of bodily flesh. A toothless and eyeless skull was overgrown with skin. And literally a few moments later, a great warrior in shorts appeared before the stupid mischief in his splendor, and with a full supply of lives. Stunned by the loser's healing, Luna could not squeeze out a word. What kind of nonsense? Her eyes were clearly failing her, and her consciousness played a cruel joke. The healing factor of the healing skill could not work. The resolution abilities of the horned god should have completely suppressed it. The loser with a satisfied grin called the lady a complete fool. She still didn't understand anything. The defender attacked himself. Before dying from the scorching gaze of the Cyclops, his beam contains a special power of destruction after it hits. Regeneration really does not work. Therefore, the boy in shorts decided to attack himself proactively, committing virtual suicide, since there is no destruction in his attack. Harm was beside itself. Destruction destroys everything without exception, even if you start healing after suicide. Lives lost during destruction cannot be restored. In Chrono Life, priority is given to calculating damage, and according to the developer's form, strength has a much higher priority than skill. But even the current result is based on an unknown variable, which contradicts the dynamic structure of the apparent programming paradox. Although he axiomatically details the result of the attacker's betrayal, the loser was simply incredible. Our player sent the lady away. Sid noticed that the mischief was very embarrassed and confused. The player heard how she tearfully begged him to return to life. The goddess of life became furious. And who cares what the formula of the gaming company's developers is? It becomes completely uninteresting to play. Doesn't the goddess of life think so? You should enjoy the game and build your own out of virtual reality. Luna was beside herself with indignation. Having difficulty overcoming her anger, she again put on a mask of arrogance. How similar it is to a stupid loser. Not like everyone else. An error in the code, a bug, a miscalculation, an exception to the rules who, if not he, will enjoy freedom in the game, because he justifies each of these words. The goddess of life decided to cross the line. The girl spoke as if the main player was using some third-party program to hack the game. An evil light lit up in the girl's eyes. She clearly accepted the warrior's challenge. The Covenant is not so terrible. It is easy to destroy. But Sid is different. Master of all stats with a full set of panoramic mirrors. Ego, sword and ego. Cowards with 2 imprisoned bosses of the fantasy world. With a hidden healing factor skill that fully restores damage and protects against impacts. At the speed of light, which no one can keep up with the help of which the great warrior becomes inaccessible to his enemies. The hidden skill of the Titan Spirit is worth a lot. And all these skills, unique abilities and skills supposedly do not upset the balance of this game. And of course, the legendary and ill-fated wooden club of level 99, without which absolutely no one is a loser. The entire existence and stay of an insignificant idiot in the game reality is a code error. He is simply a worthless error. But in general, according to the respected founder and director of the gaming company Chrono Life, Sid is an ordinary player. Here a huge shockwave is heard. Our great warrior came here not to talk but to destroy and punish his enemies. If the fool has run out of arguments and whining about the imbalance, then it's time to beat the annoying lady to the fullest for everything she dared to do. The player had been waiting for this moment since their first meeting. How much the mischief infuriated him. How he wanted to smash her head with its moronic bangs. The overhead strike was activated. The boy unleashed a huge and crushing stream of fiery flames on this annoying leech. The fiery attack of the great defender of the fantasy world was already flying towards the goddess of life. The girl with bangs stood calmly and at ease, without moving from her place. A second, and a stunning explosion was heard across the entire dimension, alien to the boy, and a gigantic dome of fire rose. Our main character was floating in the air and watching the special effects in the parallel world. They are much cooler, because the young man did not restrain himself at all. A familiar, annoying voice predictably rang out behind the boy. The mischief agreed with Sid. He really is an ordinary player. It's just that the girl with bangs was overwhelmed by emotions for a moment, and she went too far. Her loser didn't do anything prohibited and didn't use the bug. No matter how idiotic and bad the character of the fool in shorts may be, the gaming law cannot find fault with him. The warrior clenched his teeth. The mischief maker infuriated Sid immensely, and he just wants to knock on her stupid head, but some people do not agree that the warrior is not a guilty little bird. Even if the entire gaming company with its developers and hackers believe in the innocence of the hero in underpants, Mom does not agree with their opinion. The loser patted his eyes. What kind of mother is this? For the first time, the player hears that the mischief turns out to be not without relatives. She has a mother. Stop, the loading of understanding the words is completed. The character's eyes widened. He had already heard this, but from another guy. Esta 389, that long-haired hippie in flip-flops, said something similar in pixel space. A young man with a club then destroyed the entire planet of Chrono Life in order to spoil the goddess of life. And she turned out to be God's favorite planet. And his mother was very fond of the most beautiful planet in the 4th universe. The hippie had definitely already told the great warrior about it. The goddess of life giggled disgustingly. Mom naturally recognized a threat and a bug in the loser, so it is logical that she introduced a vaccine to destroy the microbe. The vile goddess of life put her palm in front of her face. The skill of creating things was activated. Luna enjoyed the spectacle of her skill every time. The great player's head shattered into pieces again. How Sid hates this, what an idiotic cheating skill, and how sick of this rubbish he is. The healing factor was launched. Immediate recovery was activated. The hero's head in shorts returned to its former form in a matter of seconds. And this pathetic mischief will consider people to be microbes, a worthless and useless obsessive fool with an imaginary sense of power and desirability. The warrior, enraged by the disgust of the idiot with bangs, quickly flew in her direction, and with his peripheral vision the guy noticed a green light. The god of destruction activated his cheating, poisonous, and stinging skill. Flashes of green flame illuminated the parallel dimension. The great warrior realized that another wave of unbearable pain awaited him. How did this horned one get to the main character? Why would he not die peacefully? The infernal creature with the soul of a god focused its energy of destruction into one large crushing stream of flame skill. The great warrior floated in the air without moving. The attack of destruction was inevitable anyway. He would have to experience the corroding hellish tide again. The main player did not make a single sound, courageously withstanding the attack of the horned creator. His life was noticeably reduced, because the monster has big eyes. The young man was simultaneously attacked by 2 divine beings with a rotten soul. How infuriating these complete, offended freaks are. The boy in shorts was called out by a disgusting, ugly woman with bangs. She was wondering what the evil one would do now. He had never encountered such power before. In this situation, the loser can do nothing except lick the shoes of the great goddess of life, and then maybe she will take pity on the microbe. Sid's face was distorted by a grimace of manic desire to destroy, an insignificant piece that would never become needed. It was better to let him think about his empty head. Our guy loomed menacingly behind the bad guy's back, because no one needed her, and no one would come to the aid of such a vile fool. Luna was stunned by the loser's super-rapid movement. Even at the speed of light, he couldn't be behind her in an instant. A predatory smile appeared on the face of the great warrior in shorts, and this was not the speed of light at all. The mischief slowly turned his gaze from the loser to the other loser. What kind of nonsense is this? What the hell is going on here? What is this crazy guy doing? Sticky sweat flowed down the face of the goddess of life. A whole crowd of losers in shorts, and with a wooden club in their hand, had accumulated around the girl, and that was the end of the other dimension. Even the giant eye of the hellish Cyclops with the soul of the Creator blinked, not believing what he saw. At whom should God now fire his attacks of destruction? These robed warriors were everywhere. Their numbers were uncountable. The word locusts consuming a giant cornfield. Millions of losers. The mischief was overcome by the terrifying realization that the loser used the hidden skill of the photocopy of the King of Mirrors Hebek. The target is copied completely. All the user's skills and abilities are also accurately copied, and his appearance is reflected in a mirror. The great warrior tightly squeezed the mischief from behind his back. The girl's cheeks lit up with a blush. Sid is so close to her, she feels his breath on her neck. Has the loser finally realized that she is not the best? The calm expression on the face of the great player was replaced by a look obsessed with revenge and the upcoming pain of the goddess. Showtime begins. While one loser had a death grip on the vile trash, the second loser, with all possible pleasure, hit him on the head with a club. The face of the girl with a rotten soul was distorted by a grimace of physical and moral pain. It was humiliating for her, how a loser could do this to her. Our main character was already going into a rage, activating one after another non-killing blows, just as Sid had long dreamed of splitting the scoundrel's skull. The rest of the losers, unable to contain their immense desire to get even with the idiot, also began to hit her on the stupid head with their clubs. Then another circle of humiliation and unbearable pain. There was no point in being such a creature. No one loves such people, and they do not live long. A wave of endless, non-killing blows with a wooden club swept over the head with the ugly bangs. Luna was clearly counting on a different kind of communication with the loser. The legion of great heroes continued to beat on the head of the evil that had gotten everyone, as if on a drum. What ecstasy each of them was now experiencing. The pitiful weakling, pretending to be proud and brave, begged the loser to stop the non-killing blows. She had had enough. It was better to kill her. But our young man did not want to ease the suffering of a creature that did not deserve mercy, since it could simply be reborn after death. The warrior in shorts did not at all want to see the vile grin on the face of the mischief again. He reveled in her suffering, pain. Revenge is a wonderful thing. The girl's eyes widened. She was sure that the loser admired her, followed her will, idolized the girl as he was supposed to, but no. In the gaze of each photocopy, one could read contempt for her and endless pleasure from causing her pain. The guys gripped their clubs tightly and swung. Now the vile pest will be in great pain, but the great warriors will be blissfully pleased. The moon begged not to do this. Let the losers stop. She can no longer endure all this cyclical pain. Also at the hands of the guy she hung herself on as best she could. At that moment, Sid realized that the non-killing blow was created precisely for this blissful moment. No one cared about the squeak of the vile pest. The guy's cheeks were flushed, his eyes rolled back in unbridled pleasure. The young man experienced undisguised euphoria. The boy in shorts was floating in the air, elegantly spinning his baton for a new blow, ahead of a new wave of all-consuming delight. Salty tears flowed down the face of the goddess of life. She never expected such humiliation. How did it happen? Is the loser really not admiring her? The floating executioner easily swung his club and hit the crap thoroughly on the head, while pulling up his toes like a ballerina in a dance. Dark blood flowed from the girl's nose and mouth. As much as they could beat and torture her, she could no longer bear it all. Let her stop. But Sid had been waiting for this moment since the beginning of their acquaintance. This became his goal and mission. The boy in a baseball uniform professionally swung his baton. The baseball player in shorts accurately hit his shot with both hands. The target was hit instantly. Baseball is definitely the best game. This time the blow landed right in the face of the infuriating mischief. Her nose was smashed to pieces. Her teeth flew out of her jaw. A 3-point blow. All around, enthusiastic spectators in shorts rejoiced from their seats. What an accurate blow. What aim. How many teeth flew out of this fool. Sid did not want to kill her. The young man wanted to knock on her stupid head. The entire parallel space drowned in the insane scream of the goddess of life. Verdina wanted to improve her well-being at the expense of others and remain inviolable. But now she gets everything in full. No one cared. This fool herself launched the punitive machine, suddenly deciding that she was better than others, although in fact, she herself was scraping the bottom and desperately drawing attention to her emptiness. How many humiliations her rotten mouth spewed. How many things the deprived lady spoiled. How many she sacrificed for her own sake. How many bright and naive users were vilely and pathetically deceived, trying to steal their lives. How many knives were stuck in the back. And all because the petty and empty parasite desperately needed recognition, attention, so she wanted to become better and superior to everyone else. Previously, the young man was still able to regain control of the situation when he crashed the planet Chronolife, but did not receive due satisfaction. It wasn't enough to teach the scoundrel a lesson that she needs to be prepared for retaliatory humiliation. There will always be someone who will be stronger. The main character stuck out his tongue from the pleasure he received. What a thrill was now spreading throughout his entire body with a pleasant warmth. His pupils constricted. His face became manic and obsessed with revenge again. His time has come. The game ends where it began. Luna was accustomed to impunity. She took so many other people's resources so as not to worry about her safety, and could not even think that someone would dare. The depressed trash lowered her head. Realizing that resistance was useless, she had never been so humiliatingly ashamed and hurt. Another blow hit her head. The girl was just waiting for Sid to get tired of the new entertainment and for her worst nightmare to end. But the blows with the wooden club continued to crush her face, knock out her teeth, and break her nose. She brought too much pain with her rotten insides. Losers in shorts continued their game of whack-a-mole with a hammer and received long-awaited satisfaction and pleasure. Sid folded his hands in front of him. They had almost dealt with this fool. He was starting to like the evening. He liked this ending. All that remains is to smash the horned, hellish Cyclops into the matter of an alien universe and deal with its green, crushing attack. The giant demon with the soul of the creator was surrounded by countless rows of losers in shorts. The main threat of the fantasy world was preparing to attack. The monster focused its energy and activated a murderous destruction skill, a stinging stream gushing out from its eye across the crowd of warriors. But after the attack dried up, new ones were already floating in place of the previous photocopies of the main character. The vile demon's eye widened. The creator clearly did not expect such an outcome. His attack was supposed to destroy the enemies. No matter how much the god of destruction exterminates losers and cowards, no matter how many he kills with his attack, all attempts will be in vain, because the boy, with the help of the panoramic mirrors of the water god, can make his clones countless times. The god of destruction opened his central eye and began to retreat, sensing the growing danger. Our main character smiled predatorily. Now the game has begun. Time to give all the freaks what they deserve. The great warrior activated the speed of light and attacked the horned enemy with all his stunning power. The hellish destroyer of the fantasy world was thrown upward by the shockwave of a non-killing attack. Unbridled rage sparkled in the eyes of the young warrior. Sid felt in a familiar environment when the enemy had no chance in front of his club. The loser in shorts activated his low blow skill, sending a crushing wave of fire into his jaw for the horned opponent. The creator with the hellish shell was weakening before his eyes. Just a couple of blows with the baton, and the giant was already staggering and disoriented. The time has come for the Control legendary joint strike, which will go down in the history of the game. All photocopies rushed towards the enemy. In another dimension, there was an explosion of unprecedented scale, which the virtual universe of Chronolife had never known. The photocopies looked contentedly at the festive fireworks that completed the stormy celebration. Sid activated the photocopies' shutdown. A moment later, the great warrior was floating in a parallel dimension in splendid isolation, and the horned one fell in front of his club. In front of the young man lay a torn piece of the torso of the strongest of his opponents and the antagonist in the entire history of the game, the end of the second phase. And what will the pathetic cockroach do now? The satisfied loser turned towards the snake that got what it deserved. Here's the sweet moment of victory, with a tart aftertaste of satisfaction and a feeling of completeness. Not far from the main character sat a whining Luna, hugging herself by the shoulders. For the first time, the scoundrel was rebuffed, and it turned out to be very unpleasant. The goddess of life again decided to use feigned confidence and control over the situation in general. This happened because she wanted it. Luna knew from the very beginning that the fight would end this way. The girl was surprised why Sid even had difficulties in the middle of their battle. The loser is still so incompetent. Even the most powerful weapon in the fantasy world does not always take out his stupidity. The main character looked at the cockroach with a stone face. Well, as much as you can piss him off, no one believes in Luna's imaginary self-esteem anymore. Our guy threw his wooden club behind his head and prepared to activate a non-killing blow. The feignedly powerful and proud goddess instantly turned into a frightened, shaking, wrinkled creature.
Let the fool choose her expressions, otherwise she will hit her stupid head again. Sid loomed over her menacingly.
Behind the main player, the green, poisonous light of the unkillable horned enemy shone again. Is it really necessary to mess with him again? Torn apart by the explosion of the attack of a non-killing blow, the torso of the creator in the guise of a demon began to emit green light. It was clearly transformed. Luna folded her hands in front of her. The process began. The most desired spectacle of this battle was finally launched. The goddess of life chirped in fascination that the third and main phase had finally begun. How long she had been waiting for it. Sid turned to the mischief. What was she saying there again? What was happening to her owner? Then something happened that our guy never expected. All the parts of the monster's body with the soul of a god gathered into a single green stream and rushed towards the curtain between dimensions. The main character could not understand why his enemy was passing through the interspatial border, while Sid was in his world. Literally a second, and all the energy of the creator was thrown through the curtain of his world, leaving only the warrior and the mischief in the alien dimension. Here, finally, our young man began to realize the terrible essence of what had happened. His eyes widened, and he turned in confusion to the moon. Sticky mouth was dripping down the boy's forehead. This can't be happening. The god of destruction just up and disappeared after the second phase. The goddess of life nodded her head. Everything is correct, as it should be, since the human world will be the arena for the third phase of destruction. Open world fantasy. Chrono life. In the frontline village, there was already a deep, dark night, which will be fatal for all users. Boss Love opened her mouth in surprise. The girl, fascinated by horror, looked up at the starry sky. She could not squeeze out a word. The rest of the players followed her example. Hundreds of users froze in a cordon. The Star and Urus were scared. Mr. Riot, sensing the threat with all his being, immediately came to his senses and looked at the approaching threat. His sister Riole froze in anticipation of what she was so afraid of together with her older brother. Their end had come. The crowd of residents and newly arrived travelers of the frontline village was covered with the shadow of a mortal threat. Everyone froze, awaiting the outcome. A vile, stinking giant cocoon floated in the light of the night moon. Its shell looked strong. Huge veins pulsated throughout it. The greatest emperor gritted his teeth. Even Mr. Riot hoped that it would not reach this stage. But the creator came. The former ruler of heaven was confident that the Great War would be able to defeat the main threat to the fantasy world, but no, he failed. The shell of the huge sphere began to pulsate and twitch. Something was clearly trying to break out of it into the human world. Mr. Riot opened his eyes in horror. Is this really what he is thinking about? The former Heavenly Lord roared for users to immediately flee from here. After the deafening scream of the angel in human flesh, a gigantic, terrifying cocoon fell towards the southern continent at great speed. An instant, and the hellish creation collapsed with all its might onto the earth of the human world. The blow was crushing. Everything around was absorbed by the shock wave from the head-on collision. Users were blown off their feet, thrown into buildings, and maimed. Thus, the most popular planet was swallowed up by clouds of dust rising from the fall of a hellish meteorite into a pile of stones. Our great warrior angrily and strongly grabbed the goddess of life by her shoulders. The guy shook the fool with all his might. Why is she doing such a thing? She crossed the line. Let the immediate open the curtain from this dimension to the human one. Users need to be saved. The planet needs to be saved. The mischief's cheeks were burning. She couldn't do anything. The girl couldn't break the interdimensional curtain. What kind of nonsense is this idiot talking about again? Luna, right before the guy's eyes, opened a portal to the dimension of the gods when she summoned this very monster. The goddess of life then waved her staff and the curtain between the worlds opened up, and the vile claw of the creator's body crawled out. The mischief burned with shame. She was not at all as powerful as she showed everyone. She simply established the coordinates for the power of God. The delusion between the world of people and the world of gods can only be created by the creator himself. Sid roared that the fool was just a useless piece of garbage. All her impressive skills were mere tricks of another participant, and she herself is worthless. The guy pushed the idiot away from him with all his strength. Nobody needs dirt. A pathetic dreamer. How dare she waste so much time? How dare she interfere with a great warrior? Sid was overcome by horror and fear for his guys. The young man immediately activated the skill of the omnipresent flame to see what was happening. The great warrior ordered the flames to show the frontline village, and the huge vile shell of the creator appeared in the tongues of fire. What the hell is this? Some kind of giant mutating cocoon? There are no guys, no god of destruction, no other players. The main character told the omnipresent flame to show the frontline village, and what is it all about? Behind the player, the squeaky voice of the mischief was heard. She had warned the loser. The third phase of the god of destruction had begun. The continent of the fantasy world, Chrono Life, must enter into the decisive and most brutal war without a great war. Meanwhile, the shockwave continued to destroy everything around. Mr. Riot covered the shining star with himself and activated the protective dome. The baby with Urus in her arms watched her savior in horror. This unbridled force was destroying him. Riot could hardly stand on his feet anymore. He was no longer a heavenly lord and a sin of laziness. He became significantly weaker. Blood gushed from his mouth. At the same time, the former angel managed to activate the protective barrier to save the star, which comes at an exorbitant cost to him. If an angel owes his life to someone, then he undertakes to pay for it until the end of his days. Not long ago, a radiant girl with a sweet potato saved the life of an angel who had fallen from heaven. Hanging by a thread, Riot owes it to her. But Mr. Riot's current capabilities cannot be compared with his previous limitless capabilities as a heavenly ruler. If the former angel had abandoned the girl with Urus, he would have been able to dodge the attack. He is already weak now. There is no point in sacrificing himself like that. The little girl was worried about the Master of Heaven. He could have survived if not for her. And now he is again on the verge of death. When the smoke cleared, only Riot and the star with Urus remained. The protective barrier saved them. The corpses of the remaining users littered the front village. Tears appeared in the little girl's eyes. The girl loved people so much. She spent every day helping them and making them happier. And now they are all lying unconscious, crippled on the ground, having died a painful death. And in their last minutes of life, they experienced animal fear. Mr. Riot tried to come to his senses and regain his breathing. He did not think that God could come so soon. The angel was too careless. In front of the children, frightened by the bloody picture, the vile shell of the Creator began to stir. Something terrible was approaching them. The spherical substance began to hold on and break away from the common huge shell, trying to separate. The girl and Urus froze in horror. Oh, what is this? This disgusting thing has just moved. What is it trying to achieve? Then the vile slimy ball tore away the giant shell and fell to the ground at the epicenter of the tortured corpses. The guys froze, afraid to make an unnecessary sound. What the hell was going on? What kind of abomination this was? And why was it even moving? Was it really alive? The angel from the royal family did not immediately understand what appeared before him. The boy menacingly roared at the girl to get out of here immediately, but it was too late. A healthy, deadly claw pierced with lightning speed and pierced the body of the little star. She didn't even have time to understand anything. Tears and horror froze in the little girl's eyes. Her body went limp and dangled from the claw of the hellish creature. The girl breathed her last breath, and with her the bright shining light itself went out. The lifeless body of the little girl collapsed like a heavy sack next to Mr. Riot with a huge hole in the heart area. The hellish slimy creature pulled out its predatory toothy maw from its cocoon and let out its first roar, heralding the end of a chapter for the fantasy world. Our guy watched the death of his younger sister, the brightest and purest soul in this dark world, in a parallel dimension. Never before had his heart experienced such uncontrollable painful rage. The warrior would tear everyone apart with his teeth for an asterisk. Everyone involved would suffer unbearably. Meanwhile, Rania broadcast live from the scene of hostilities and the development of the latest events, greeting her viewers. The girl decided to tell a little about herself. She was the winner of the royal tournament, as well as a diagnostician. Rania is a fairly well-known ranker, often works in tandem with a physiotherapist, and is famous as a PvP user. The girl is good in battles, or sparring carried out only between players. She showed herself well during the battle with the Heavenly Kingdom. Chrono Life has been very interesting lately. Apocalypses are coming one after another, a constant threat to humanity and the struggle for survival. Immediately after the battle with the angels, a huge eye appeared in the sky, and behind it, the monster itself broke through the gap between dimensions and ended up in the human world. Later it turned out that the monster was the creator of the fantasy world, and the last quest is to protect the world from the self-proclaimed god. What a passage. But if this is the last quest for users, it means the last task, that is, even if people win, Chrono Life will no longer be serviced. It is unlikely that the most popular game in the world will suddenly be deactivated. The loser must again break all the rules and save the game. When the hellish creature appeared in the human dimension, Panties threw him back with a wild cry and expression on his face and disappeared with him. Everyone thought that the great warrior would win, as always. But something happened that no one could imagine. The monster had to be defeated by players without a warrior. And everyone nearby was at Vita's, crushed or severely damaged by the shockwave of the fall of the nasty shell. The guys who were at a sufficient distance managed to hide and avoid the blast wave, but the majority will not be able to take part in the battle. And from the disgusting hellish meteorite with pulsating veins, some equally disgusting rubbish, a sparrow's egg, fell off. What the hell is going on? Users have so many questions, no less than the viewers in front of the screens. A physiotherapist appears on the air. A healthy bald guy with tied fists soldered the victims with a restoration potion and ordered the girl to help him instead of chatting. Then a bald, brutal doctor with a cigarette in his mouth shouted for the little star to immediately run away from there. But it was too late. No one had time to save the shining baby from the ill-fated infernal claw of the vile creature. The body of the brightest and kindest girl on the continent of the fantasy world was mercilessly pierced through in an instant. An angelic face froze in front of the surviving users with bleisha in its eyes and blood gushing from its mouth. The insect-like creature roared across the entire southern continent that the end was near, and the girl was just the irrevocable beginning. The claw, painted with the blood of the purest and brightest baby, was already warming up after hatching from the egg. Riot froze in silent, painful shock. The angel's eyes flashed with a furious red flame. There was a dead emptiness, suffocating pain and silent rage in them. The baby, whom every user knew, whose light infected with its radiance, warmed and made happy, lay lifelessly on the ground. An angel from the heavenly kingdom has never experienced such a strong and uncontrollable feeling in its entire long history of existence. Mr. Riot recalled after the shared seconds with the star. The angel had to protect her, save her. The ruler was obliged to her. This girl saved him even when he himself gave up. The little girl fought for him to the last and came out. She is the light and soul of chrono-life. The angel's entire body was pierced with righteous anger. How did this creature dare to touch the shining light? The greatest emperor would punish everyone. A growing sense of loss and guilt spread like a burning wave through the angel's body. The earth shook. His body radiated unprecedented power. An attempt to forcibly unlock the sealed angelic power has been activated. The process is dangerous to the life of the fallen. A shimmering light appeared above the head of the fallen angel, who was doomed to exist in a human body after being killed by the moon. From a shining flash, a golden, sparkling heavenly halo appeared. Riot, independently transformed into an angelic form, something the history of chrono-life had never seen before. The angel's power has been unlocked. At the epicenter of the last battle, the newly created angel itself has been reborn. The great emperor is ready to punish. The entire southern continent of the fantasy world was illuminated by a wave of angelic light emanating from the young body of the heavenly lord. The big-eyed, insect-like monster closed his eyes, unable to endure the dazzling angelic radiance. Mr. Rawit will not forgive the creator for the cruel murder of the shining star. The death of anyone, but not her, he was ready to contemplate. And now it's time for reckoning. The body of the soul and heart of the fantasy world lay on the ground without feelings. The little girl did so much for people that the imaginary god had not done in his entire worthless existence. And this self-proclaimed freak dared to touch her. The heavenly ruler would flatten his hellish womb. An asterisk appeared next to the angel out of nowhere. The baby was reborn after death, and asked why Riot endlessly repeated her name. The heavenly lord jumped on the spot in surprise. The unlocking of the sealed angelic power was cancelled. The shining halo above the young angel's head disappeared, and Riot returned to his previous appearance. But how could it be? The shining star died such a painful death. The angel began to shake his head in search of her dead body. The little girl beamed. This is a virtual gaming reality. After her death, the girl simply reconnected to the gameplay. Mr. Riot froze with a stone face. They are really in game reality. It turned out awkward. In another dimension, the goddess of life burst into laughter. How funny it was with the angel. If you immerse yourself deeply, you can completely forget that you are just playing in virtual spaces. The loser does not forget about this. Our great warrior shook his head and smiled. Sometimes for him, the fantasy world is much more real than his ordinary life. The general relief from the resurrection of the shining star was interrupted by the chirping roar of the vile insect-like reptile. The hellish creature with the soul of the creator was already rapidly rushing towards Mr. Riot and the little girl, snapping its claws predatorily. The fallen angel grabbed the star by the waist and clenched his teeth. Without his former strength, it would be hard, but he must fight for the sake of the girl. A giant vile creature attacked the guys. But a second before the fatal collision, the angel soared up along with the star. The fallen Riot held the shining star tightly with one hand, put the other in front of her, and activated the lightning spear skill. The skill was launched, and a crushing pillar of angelic lightning attack flew towards the vile creature. The giant insect was pierced by 100 lightning bolts. Every cell of its disgusting body was burning with hellish flames. The girl was delighted. She saw the highest electric magic for the first time. Mr. Riot is incredibly strong. At that time, the fallen angel himself thought that in his current state this was the limit of his capabilities, and he was simply pitiful. He needed to take the star away. If only the lightning spear skill would at least slow down this creature and give him and the star some time to get to cover. But the fallen angel was absolutely right. Compared to his former power and strength, the lightning spear was nothing, which only disoriented the enemy for a moment. Horror froze on Riot's face. A green flash of the creator's poisonous attack of destruction was already flying towards them. The fallen angel, without hesitation, covered the shining star. The pillar of destructive energy touched Mr. Riot's shoulder. The Lord of the Heavenly Realm gritted his teeth in pain. The poisonous green ray was already corroding the cells of his body from the inside, muffling the healing factor. The shining star was terribly afraid for the fallen angel. Unbearable torment was reflected on his young face. The hellish creature did not give the guys a break and was already concentrating the next attack, its giant eyes shining with a green stream again. The deadly skill of the destruction skill was activated. A poisonous pillar was formed and directed towards the young couple floating in the air. The fallen angel was exhausted and mortally wounded. His energy was not enough for a protective barrier. He tightly clutched the shining star. Seeing the torment of Mr. Riot, the girl understood that a painful death awaited her and clung tightly to her savior. A second before colliding with the oncoming death ray, a cool whirlwind of Rania's magical diagnostician rushed through. At the last second, the Ranker girl managed to use wind magic to repel the deadly stream and direct it in the other direction from the guys. The fallen angel and the girl with ponytails warily opened their eyes to assess the situation and understand why they were not yet writhing in agony. The guys realized that in order to be saved and were no longer in the range of the divine skill of destruction, Riot landed them on the ground. Meanwhile, the savior with turquoise hair decided to take the blow on herself. The diagnostician was glad that she managed to save the star from another death. The popular winner of the royal tournament swung her giant sword with all her strength and struck the big-eyed creature. But nothing special happened. Cold sweat ran down the girl's face. How strong this insect turned out to be. The vile insect-like creature stared arrogantly at the diagnostician with its only eye, not understanding why the girl was poking it with her toothpick. The god of destruction had a busy schedule and a lot of tasks, so there was no time to waste time. The predatory claw was already rapidly flying towards Rania. The famous diagnostician managed to dodge the blow of the claws of the hellish creation in time. Rania floated in the air, realizing that she would not bring much benefit in a fight with him. The defense of this vile thing in the shell was abnormally high, or the monster was simply not susceptible to physical attacks. Either way, this was the end for Rania. The main type of damage of the character, Diagnosis, was physical. The girl uses magic only as an addition, and not as a main attack. Realizing the doom of her situation, Rania ordered the fallen angel and the shining star to leave immediately. She could only delay this insect for a short time. Behind the girl, the familiar booming laughter of the brutal physiotherapist was heard. He came to the aid of the Ranker, and she wanted to have fun without him. How ugly. From the high top of a steep rock, a muscular healer with bound fists and a healing skill watched the action taking place. Uncle Physio has arrived. The guys can exhale. The bald man stretched out in a wide smile, not letting go of his cigarette from his teeth. A dissatisfied Rania shouted, "What the hell?" The physiotherapist took so long, he should have immediately followed the girl. The bald man roared with loud laughter. The uncle made the youth wait for him, but this is his profession. The doctor always has work. The physiotherapist was obliged to patch up the injured users, but there were many more injured after the explosion than it seemed at first glance. The brutal healer with a cigarette looked around the battlefield. There were also a lot of players in need of his healing. The sanctuary skill was activated. The sacred place skill is launched. The physiotherapist skill restores all lives of all targets within a certain range. The effect of the sanctuary was launched. The health and lives of all targets were restored. Users began to come to life before our eyes, and their bodies began to regenerate. A crowd of resurrected players surrounded the vile creature. How dare this insect-like rat attack users when they were not ready for it? Poisonous saliva flowed from the monster's toothy mouth. The giant eye did not have time to immediately cover all the users, of whom there were countless numbers. The eyes of the users who had restored their lives glowed with rage. This larva crossed the line and made the most unforgivable mistake in the fantasy world. In the chrono-life dimension, there are things that are prohibited to absolutely no one in virtual reality. It doesn't matter who this larva is, a god or an insect. It doesn't matter what mission or game raid he has. Any creature in the fantasy world of absolutely any rank is prohibited from touching the soul and heart of this virtual universe. Now the vile larva will know that this baby cannot be touched. The insect has gone beyond all limits and scraped its paws along the bottom. Anyone in this dimension will tear for a shining star. The girl became a light for hundreds of players, made them happy, cared, so the big-eyed freak will get his ass kicked. Before the god of destruction stood an entire army of uncontrollably enraged and totally devoted fans of the good little girl. Within a second, the entire legion of Avengers rushed to punish the hellish larva. How dare it touch the shining star? The giant insect closed its eyes. Now it would hurt. The larva only managed to buzz deafeningly. From the omnipresent flames came the sounds of blows, and the painful squeak of a hellish insect, like music to the ears of a great warrior. The proud older brother blushed. Here she is, his little girl whom everyone loves without exception, and the hellish creature will be forced. The goddess of life chirped quite happily, which was very timely. And by the way, the shining star was killed a little earlier with a blow to the stomach. This helped to unite all the players. The great warrior said that perhaps this is so, but no one is allowed to talk about the death of a shining star with such a smile. The deactivation of the omnipresent flame was completed. The main character's face suddenly became serious, and his eyes radiated righteous anger. The neck of the goddess of life was grabbed with lightning speed by the powerful hand of the main player of Chrono Life. Luna pulled out her eyes, not at all expecting such an outcome. And now, to hell with empty talk. Does the fool with bangs really think that if a loser smiles, he has come to terms with his position and with the vile company of a mischief maker? The hand on the girl's neck squeezed more and more. Every muscle and vein on it was unshakable. The moon felt with all its nature the rejection of the young man. The loser in shorts really wasn't happy with her company, didn't appreciate her efforts, and generally didn't really submit to the goddess's charm. The player's eyes flashed with rage. Stop dragging your feet before the guy breaks the neck of an insignificant microbe. Let him tell the miracle how a warrior can get out of this dimension. The girl's throat began to turn red from suffocation. The goddess of life let out muffled and hoarse sighs. There was practically no air flowing. Undisguised pleasure appeared in the girl's eyes. There was no way for the loser to get out of here. Even if the boy dies and enters the game again, he will still be reborn here with her. In a parallel dimension, separated by an interspatial curtain, only the two of them were left. There is no one else, and there never will be. Isn't it ideal? This world of the gods is, by the way, called the Garden of Eden. The great warrior is Adam, and the goddess of life will be Eve, as the loser might have already guessed. And until death separates two kindred souls, a pair of young people will live happily ever after in their own world. The goddess of life obsessively clung to the great warrior, throwing her claws on his neck. Everything was just as she dreamed. He was only hers. Two loving hearts, united by fate itself, will forever enjoy each other, and not share with anyone else. The annoying stalker reached out with her mouth to the lips of the main player in the fantasy world. This kiss will be the beginning of a wonderful story. But the fantasies of the obsessed bastard were interrupted by reality. The great warrior grabbed her neck and squeezed her throat even more tightly. How did she get him? This fool listened to him. The guy warned him that he would break her throat if she tried to drag her feet and waste his time in vain. A second, a light pressure, and the neck of the goddess of life snapped. The moon died at the hands of her chosen one. Well, sometimes love does not come immediately. A second later, the vile pest was already reborn behind the back of the most popular player, which the loser is not so embarrassed about. Let him admit that he is, in fact, incredibly happy, because he is incredibly lucky to become the chosen one of such a beauty like her. The great warrior was even more enraged. The stalker went completely crazy. There is no need to stretch your fantasies to reality. It was only caused by disgust in the young man. Is the boy really not at all interested in the girl? A dream, many people dream about her. Even she would eat herself. If a loser suddenly starts dating her, Luna will give him all of herself without reserve. The boy will become the happiest owner of the most beautiful girl in the world. The goddess of life will become the one who cannot live without the great warrior. The young man will become her heir, her meaning. Everything will revolve around him. This idiot never gets it. The great warrior looked at her point blank. How he wants to smash the face of this parasite. When will she live in reality? Sid grabbed his head. Why couldn't he just get rid of the parasite once and for all? How much time would it take for the idiot to finally understand the truth? Our main character went behind the back of the goddess of life and sharply grabbed her with his hands, pressing her body to himself in order to deprive her of the opportunity to resist. Luna looked fearfully over her shoulder at her chosen one. He wasn't serious. Hang back and calm down. The skill of panoramic mirrors of the god of water. The skill of photocopying is activated, since this fool does not understand otherwise. Then Sid will hammer the essence into her. The target is completely copied. The appearance is mirrored. The target's skills and abilities are copied. The action begins. The great warrior in shorts began to stretch his hands and make test smells. It seemed that the lady could only understand the language of his wooden club. The main player smiled predatorily. The non-killing strike skill is activated. The show begins. Here comes the first crushing blow of the loser's baton on the stupid head of the goddess of life. The guy could do this forever. The goddess of life let out a painful cry. Her body began to collapse before her eyes. The girl was dying from a powerful blow from the player. This time the bad guy died too quickly. What the hell is going on here? She's usually much tougher. The main character activated a non-killing blow. Then why did the annoying stalker eventually die from one blow of his baton? The creation of existence was activated, the reconstruction of the destroyed body was launched, and the moon appeared behind the great warrior. The goddess of life quite summed up that a non-killing blow would no longer work on her. But the loser did not think that such a simple trick would work forever. The main character rolled his eyes. Even if the non-killing blow no longer works, the player still gets enormous pleasure. The body of the girl with bangs began to disintegrate into particles again and turn into dust. What a bore. This time, the great warrior took special care and monitored the force of his blow. He could not lead her to death. The moon returned again. Although no one was expecting her, the girl understood from the boy's eyes that it was beginning to dawn on him how she managed to defeat his non-killing blow. Our character was a little surprised that there was a way to overcome his special killing blow. Who would have thought? The girl grabbed her head. His skill was very painful. The skill became an unbearable headache for the stalker, and in general she now has a bump. But in virtual reality, there are no ideal skills. Just as in real reality, there are no ideal solutions. You can always find a loophole in any situation. The killing blow is simply disgusting. This skill only causes pain to the enemy, just a dream for any sadist. But even if a great warrior skillfully controls the force of his blow, his wooden club will still inflict at least 1 point of damage. Come on, the guys have already gotten to the heart of the matter. The loser with the club should already be starting to understand the solution that the goddess of life found. The boy shook his head. The mischief correctly understood the essence of his killing blow, causing pain and causing damage. The goddess of life has set her maximum life limit to 1, so she dies after the first hit and is revived every time. Meanwhile, in the wild thicket of the forest, not far from the frontline village, the queen of the demonic race lay unconscious in an empty clearing. Boss Love opened her eyes with difficulty. The girl began to come to her senses after being stunned and thrown back by a stunning blast wave. Remembering the last events of the day, the girl jumped up sharply, somewhere on what happened to the others. Where were the panties? What if she was the only one who survived, and everyone else was destroyed by that big nasty thing, or the guys needed help? Terrible images of tortured bodies, bloody torture, moral and physical torment began to run before the demoness's eyes. Someone's footsteps were heard behind Boss Love. Was the girl really not alone here? And what if it was that hellish monster? The warrior immediately turned around towards the sound. In the light of the night, Moon stood the angelic representative of the royal family of the Heavenly Kingdom, the younger sister of Mr. Riot. Riole did not become polite. Now the world is still under the threat of the apocalypse, and the girls are 3 kilometers from the frontline village. The girl roared throughout the forest, how it was 3 kilometers from the central city, how she got here, and where everyone else was. Due to the recent sudden attack on the southern continent, the girls were thrown here, as they were closest to the epicenter of the attack. The lady in angelic form flapped her little wings and soared up into the night sky. Riole asked why the demon queen suddenly froze. They need to immediately return to the village and help the other players. If the ladies are late, then everyone can die in terrible agony. But what's wrong with the warrior? She was shell-shocked or something. Below, the demon lord stood spellbound and could not move from her place. She looked only at the tiny cute wings of the angel. What a pleasant rustling sound these baby wings make. They look incredibly cute. How you want to touch them. They probably feel like the fluffy soft belly of a kitten. The warrior was torn with emotion. Love wanted to bury her face in them, rub her nose against them. What angel wings smell like, and what they are made of, maybe microfiber. Boss Love's jaw dropped, her eyes were clouded. She looked like she was possessed. Riot's little sister was already feeling uneasy. What's wrong with this lady? She understands the angel speech. She was hit hard. She looks like she's crazy. Her whole brain was loosened up during the blow. The demoness, without taking her eyes off the tiny doll's wings, chirped that she was completely fine. They should rather fly to the village together. The Demon Queen Essence launch has been activated. The synchronization has started. The synchronization error is equal to the permissible level of 1.3%. Demon King Essence Hidden Skill, a unique skill inherited from previous Demon Lords. Riley embarrassedly waved her wings. They chirped incredibly cutely. Boss Love decided to fly after her in order to touch them unnoticed. Meanwhile, the recovered users explained to the stupid larva what mistake it had made by touching everyone's favorite. The hellish insect was bombarded with various types of attacks from all sides: cat spirit claw, wave attack, flame battle magic. Missiles from magicians of different ranks fell one after another on the infernal insect. The monster roared in pain. The shining star never ceased to be amazed. All the players were so cool, their skills were stunning, and how impressive it looked from the outside. If users continue to attack the larva with such alacrity, then the hellish insect will surely come to an end. The insect-like enemy was blazing in flames. The users continued to activate their combat skills. The baby and Riot awaited the outcome. The girl with ponytails was confident in the victory of her beloved villagers and newcomers after all. The fallen angel also believed that the larvae were finished. But Mr. Riot, who lived 100 years and witnessed legendary battles, understood everything. He was much more worried about his condition. The Heavenly Sovereign was very bad. His young body was burning, the poisonous wound did not heal, but on the contrary, affected his cells and developed. The angel did not frighten or upset the girl and found the strength to respond. All the players' attacks are meaningless. They do absolutely no damage to the monster. Because this vile embryo in the shell is a particle of God, all combat skills are powerless against it. The shining star opened her eyes. What a divine particle is. The girl had never heard of it. In the tongues of omnipresent flames, our main character watched the conversation of two children. So far, he could not offer anything more. The young man sat in the lotus position and remembered where he could have heard these words. It was as if someone had spoken to the loser about the divine particle. Where it was, and who stuttered about this particle. No, the young man remembers exactly. The answer is spinning in his thoughts, but he can't cling to it. The goddess of life called out to the loser, trying to get his attention, which is why Sid suddenly scattered here in the midst of the war. Loser and Luna actually fought here. The boy rolled his eyes. He was not interested in continuing the conversation with her. They couldn't even kill each other. What was the point? In general, why does the omnipresent flame still work? Doesn't it need to be recharged for 24 hours? If the goal is the same, then the flame does not need to be charged. Just recently, the young man looked at the frontline village, now at Riot, by the way. The goddess of life should know exactly what a divine particle is. Luna reminded that the loser had recently heard about her. Let him think carefully. The answer is already in his head. Sid began to sort through the chaos of his memories. A new Lamborghini. Fried legs of a lizard. The idol confesses his feelings to him. Finally, the necessary memory surfaced before his consciousness. It was Habak. That day the reptile kidnapped Boss Love on his feathered griffin. And it was on that day that the god of water mentioned the divine particle. It remains to remember why this was said. Divine class silence brass knuckles, which the young man gave to his boss. That is, it was mythical level gear. Habak collected particles of God to earn extra money. Then Love did not understand why such difficulties. Why it was necessary to meet with Riot. Why can't they just put the goods up for auction? Then the god of water abruptly interrupted the guys, because they were talking about a particle of God, about some mythical weapon. The goddess of life nodded with the businesslike air of a scientist. That's all right. To be precise, a mythical level weapon is called a particle of God. The main player's ideas and guesses have formed a single puzzle, and now many things are beginning to become clearer. But then these nasty larvae and shells are also divine particles and weapons of a mythical level. That's hilarious. The moon wearily confirmed the great warrior's new guess. He understood everything correctly. It doesn't matter that the particles have different shapes. Their essence is the same. Sid was amazed by the confirmation of his words. The boy just blurted out some nonsense, but it turned out to be true. That is, the mythical level divine brass knuckles of silence that Boss Love wears without taking them off are a divine particle. The disgusting larvae that crawled out of the ugly sphere are also divine particles, and Love can easily attack with them. The goddess of life sighed. An interesting thought. The battle in the arena of the human dimension was doomed from the very beginning. Users with normal abilities and weapons cannot win, because only a God particle can damage a God particle. The heavenly ruler repeated the words of the moon about the particle of God word for word. All players are doomed. They need a divine particle to win. As the fallen angel said, the larva only shook off the clouds of dust and did not suffer the slightest damage. After all, it was a particle of God. The poor, knowledgeless users rejoiced. Now this dirty trick will know who to open its claws at. Literally in a second, a whole legion of players was struck by an unbearably painful green flash. Their bodies were torn apart. Their limbs were cut off. Blood flowed like a river and soaked the ground. Body parts of users were randomly lying everywhere. Everything turned into a hellish massacre. The vile larva creaked its claws contentedly. The next wave of destruction attack had already intensified. The surviving players were shocked by the sight of their enemy. What the hell? This insect remained unharmed and intact, but it was attacked by more than 100 people. The larva is not even wounded. What a curse. Suddenly it is immune to physical attack. Their affairs are bad. Rania returned to her original thoughts when she first stabbed the hellbug's eye with her sword, and then nothing happened. That is, either this vile entity has incredibly high anomalous defense, or he is resistant to physical attacks, and they cannot reach him. But it will be too much if this creature is immune to both physical and magical attacks. Then how can it be defeated at all? Hanging over the surviving victim was a divine particle in the form of a disgusting insect with a giant eye. Part of the arm of the wounded girl was torn off. The old woman's tears rolled down her cheeks, and quiet and cold horror froze in the eyes of the poor thing. The huge predatory poisonous jaws finished off the warrior in an instant so that she would no longer be in the way. Before them is the cruelest end of the world. What should they do? The angel did not count on the fact that the monster would go so far and end up here. The girl was confused. Most Chronolife users had weapons of a unique class, while only a few had weapons of the mythical class. In addition, the little girl heard from the great warrior that all the weapons of the mythical class were monopolized by some one merchant. The legendary merchant is named Riot, and he is the main economic force in this virtual fantasy world. Then it dawned on the little star that the greatest and most famous merchant in history of the gaming company really was the fallen angel Riot. Mr. Riot did not understand the girl's surprise. He was the same merchant who had actually been buying mythical weapons all this time. And all his actions were aimed at winning today's battle, all for the sake of one significant day. The vile insect's eye glowed green again, the poisonous flash of another charge of battle magic ready. The pillar of the skill of destruction erupted with renewed vigor. Destruction punished everyone indiscriminately. Cries for help were heard from everywhere. The users' bodies were pierced by terrible and unbearable pain. Their body parts were torn out. Their bodies were cut into several parts. Baby and Riot were at a safe enough distance that they were not hit by the attack, only a residual wind wave. The shining star looked at the fallen angel. What is he waiting for? The players are obviously losing. They cannot hold back the onslaught of the larva. It's time to get and sell mythical weapons, otherwise everyone here will soon die. But the greatest Mr. Riot just shook his head negatively. The girl was shocked. People need saving. The fallen Heaven Lord replied that it was not yet time to activate the mythical weapon. Then, out of nowhere, a heavenly whip appeared to his little sister, the blow of which echoed throughout the village with a whistle. The first breach appeared in the incredibly strong and protected shell of the divine larva, and Riole managed to deliver a significant blow. The hellish creature roared in pain, which it may not have experienced before. Blood poured out of its body. Frozen in their places, users could not believe what they had just captured. The larva was still vulnerable. The monster has weak points. The combat attack of the heavenly whip worked. This was the first time that tangible harm was caused to this creature. The star was bursting with growing delight. The players now had every chance. There was salvation, which means the fantasy world would live on. Mr. Riot clarified why his sister was poking around in an unknown place for so long. Well, finally, the little sister arrived at the site of the final battle, which she had been fussing about for so long. Crushing blows from the heavenly whip rained down, and the monster roared in pain. Ryole's unique weapon was a sacred weapon of the sky called the Enchanting Whip. The whip belonged to the mythical class. The attack worked. Here, the queen of the demonic race stepped onto the field. The girl tightly clenched her fists with the divine brass knuckles of silence. The demoness ran up and delivered a blow of crushing force directly to the body of the hellish creature. Blood gushed from the larva's mouth. Boss Love clenched her teeth. How dare this insect-like monster touch her girl? How dare he attack the frontline village? The battle attacks of the divine brass knuckles of silence were no less effective than the Riole heavenly whip. The shining star was furiously delighted. Her girls were able to attack this monster. Mr. Riot smiled contentedly. Behind the young couple of guys, the familiar voice of the evil little lord of the Dead Valley was heard. Of course, the demoness is able to attack the insect, because her brass knuckles of divine-level silence, Sid personally gave them to Miss Love. The baby immediately asked for her beloved dragon, and began to spin him around. She was so worried about him, where he even was. Urus again vomited the rainbow. The girl tapped on his back. The spirit was thrown far away after he died, attacked by a vile larva. While Riot was vomiting behind him, the fallen angel watched a legendary battle scene that the fantasy world had never seen before. The current ruler of the heavenly realm, his little sister and a member of the angelic royal family, mercilessly attacked the monster. Fighting side by side with the angel was the queen of the demonic race, the current ruler of the underground kingdom of the undead. Mr. Riot was struck by the poison of the hellish beast. He was completely bad, but this could not deprive him of the pleasure of what he saw. From above, the heavenly mistress struck the shell of the hellish creature with a divine whip. Its armor broke and crumbled under the pressure of the blows. From below, the monster was attacked by the underground mistress. Her blows were swift and crushing. The insect squirmed in pain. A couple of moments, and the hellish creation with the soul of its creator fell to the top with its paws dead on the ground. The girls destroyed the little bastard. Black and white alliance of heaven and hell, the ruler of the angelic tribe and the queen of the demonic race. Who would have thought that they would become a wonderful duo? Through the fiery tongues of the omnipresent flame, our main character observed the victorious union of heaven and hell. The great warrior and the goddess of life were surprised by such a historical tandem. The fantasy world of Chrono Life truly opened up a world of freedom. The boy came to the conclusion that there is nothing special about these divine particles. They just sound cool in words. The larvae will soon come to an end. Luna chuckled sarcastically. She had already told the stupid loser that nothing would be easy in the final battle. Ordinary users were doomed. The annoying germ with bangs was always talking about the end of the world, about the destruction of humanity, but people are still here, so Sid bets on them. Meanwhile, in a frontline village at the very epicenter of the apocalypse, a vile, huge cocoon began to move after the death of its larva. Interested players began to come closer to the corpse of the hellish monster, and to the cocoon itself with pulsating veins. Something was approaching again. Small gray cocoons began to separate from the solid hellish sphere, the same as the cocoon of the first insect-like monster. The players froze in fear, anticipating a bad outcome. The giant cocoon was torn into pieces. There were countless small spheres. A few moments passed. Sticky, slimy projectiles from hundreds of monstrous cocoons were flying at Chronolife users. The cocoons crashed to the ground, and hellish larvae with giant eyes hatched from them. The smell of sulfur and imminent death emanated from them. There were too many monstrous insects. They surrounded local residents and travelers and encircled the players. Pleased with the development of affairs with the god of destruction, the goddess of life smiled. The girl told the loser that the creator himself cannot be compared with simple bosses of the fantasy world. The god of destruction could not be underestimated. The guy has no idea who the miserable world of humans is trying to fight with, and what their enemy is capable of. Even if the alliance of heaven and hell stands on the continent, their strength will not be enough for so many creatures. There are too many of them. And the great warrior is locked in another dimension with the goddess of life and cannot help them in any way, so the last episode will have a bad ending. But our main player burst out laughing. The boy was counting on something truly impressive and terrifying from God and his servant, and they were counting on quantity. The great warrior was pleased with this state of affairs. The young man smiled and began to yell in the empty space of someone else's dimension, checking his connection with his own. Checking the microphone, a reception, as a hero in shorts can be heard. The Urus must answer its owner, a reception to the world of people, a call from another dimension. At the same time, in a parallel world, through the interdimensional curtain, the voice of his master could be heard to the proud spirit of the dragon Urus. The little dragon began to shake his head around in search of the source of the sound. Urus looked for the great warrior, but did not see him anywhere. This cannot be a hallucination. The evil spirit definitely hears Sid. The warrior continued that he was stuck in another dimension and could not get out. Urus asked if his owner was injured. The satisfied loser replied that the fool was only worried about him. The situation in the human world smacks of hopelessness. Therefore, it's time for the great warrior to intervene. Their souls are connected to Urus. So the fact that the guys are in different worlds, the hero can send his mana to his spirit. The main character decided to send all his mana to the main boss of Chronolife. The dragon will have to transform into its true appearance. Urus should become the former strongest boss of the fantasy world, the ruler of the Dead Valley, the two-headed legendary dragon. The little spirit's eyes widened. Such a responsibility is entrusted to him. Urus cannot fail his master. Our young man entrusts his guardian and the soul of his ego, a club with the same power to kill all the hellish larvae and protect people. The eyes of the strongest dragon narrowed, one of the four emperors. The great Urus is ready to fulfill his mission. He will do it together with his master. Among the thick bowl of wild forest above the Rocky Mountain peaks, a deafening booming explosion was heard and clouds of dust rose. Movement began at the sight of the explosion, and a huge purple body with wings became visible. The evil little spirit reached the size of a titan, absorbing part of its master's mana, the dragon's eyes glowing with purple flames. The strongest dragon, Chronolife, frowned and let out his menacing roar. The great Urus returned. The ruler of the Dead Valley came to this world to destroy. The giant plush dragon, despite its fighting spirit and impressive roar, looked incredibly cute. Through the interdimensional curtain of another dimension, the goddess of life laughed. What a funny and cute Pokemon. The warrior shushed her contemptuously, spoiling the whole atmosphere. Sid was sure that his great and strongest dragon would not be able to remain the same cutie when he absorbed all the mana of the great warrior. The evil spirit of Urus again took the form of the soul of the ego. A club for further transformation. The shining star watched the process in fascination. Blue light began to emanate from the small, fluffy body of the strongest dragon, and everything around was blinded by an energetic radiance. The legendary Urus has reached the required amount of mana to take on the true form of his soul. The launch of materialization and transformation into the pristine true form of the two-headed dragon is activated. The process of changing the body has begun. Everything around was illuminated with a blue glow. The users watching the process began to close their eyes, and only the physiotherapist in sunglasses continued to watch. Numerous legions of vile, big-eyed insects in shells also froze, awaiting the outcome and further actions of the enemy. The materialization and transformation into the original form of the Urus dragon is completed. The final phase of body change is taking place. In a matter of seconds, the beloved plush soft dragon turned into the strongest and most terrifying boss of Chronolife. In another dimension, the owner of Urus could not contain his smile. How glad the great warrior was to see the evil face of his guardian again. More precisely, two evil faces of a two-headed dragon. Now a truly spectacular and epic action will begin. Curious players still could not open their eyes. They were immediately blinded by flashes of blue materialization of the Urus. However, each of the users present froze at the bone-chilling, deafening wild animal roar. At the epicenter of the fighting in the final episode stood the former strongest boss of Chrono Life, the legendary and terrible ruler of the Dead Valley. The vile creatures scraped their paws, their eyes began to fill with green hellfire. The larvae were preparing to attack. Numerous insects chirped anxiously and moved their paws. And a giant two-headed dragon loomed in front of him as a tangible threat. The flickering blue light disappeared, allowing users to open their eyes and see what happened during this time. The players stepped back. The human race will now be defended by the strongest of its enemies, the deadly ruler of the dead. In the past, the left head of the great Urus was destroyed by a loser when the great warrior reached the Valley of the Dead and decided to bring at least some benefit. However, later the goddess of life collected the remains of the left head and transformed, resurrecting its remains, into the sin of gluttony Hurricane. Then the poor left head of the two-headed boss was also unlucky she could not exist for long in a material body. Because the resurrected head and sin of gluttony, Hurricane was consumed by the great warrior during his attack on the boss love. Therefore, now the legendary Urus was able to appear before all Chrono Life players as an ideal two-headed dragon. All users froze in silent shock and consuming fear. Not a single player moved or uttered a single sound. The players faced the greatest fear of them all. Every seasoned warrior or newly arrived newcomer was afraid of the most terrible boss of the fantasy world. In addition to the terrifying appearance of the two-headed dragon and its incredible strength, its lair was located very close to the frontline village. Such accessibility increased their fear. From the central city and the starting point of all new arrivals, you can reach the Urus Valley of the Dead in a matter of moments, even with the first level. Therefore, almost every user of the most popular fantasy game has visited the lair of the strongest boss at least once. After all, absolutely everyone was interested in seeing with their own eyes the main fear of virtual reality, the invincible boss. And on the day when the brave traveler went to the Valley of the Dead, true animal fear settled in his heart forever. In the lair of the two-headed dragon, terrifying power, painful and bloody reprisals, and a feeling of doom awaited them. Endless cries of despair and pleas for mercy. How many players died in the Valley of the Dead? How many skulls lay at the paws of the Urus? This is how the strongest dragon, Chrono Life, became the main fear of every user. His name alone made people's knees shake. And then, out of nowhere, unsuspecting users came face to face with their most caustic and great fear. None of the people were ready to overcome the dominant feeling of fear. Everyone simply froze and looked at the giant dragon. A little girl with ponytails made her way through a large crowd of terribly scared people and went out into the very center so that Urus would notice her. The baby loved the purple dragon and became very attached to it, while Urus will help humanity protect itself from hellish insects. The shining star breathed into her gaze all the hope and faith that was in her heart and looked expectantly at the giant dragon. The most terrible Urus froze and held his breath. His pupils narrowed, his eyes lit up with a violet flame. The gaze of the strongest boss of Chrono Life met the gaze of the breath and heart of this continent. Mortals living their short life. How many wars took their lives? But history repeats itself over and over again every time. If pathetic and weak people value their worthless lives, they should immediately flee from here. Users were surrounded by hellish insects whose poisonous attacks caused unbearable attacks of pain, but they were not afraid of them at all. Without exception, every small and insignificant pest must flee without looking back. This battle will not spare any of them. The two-headed deadly lord of the Dead Valley roared furiously so that the little people would come to their senses. It didn't take long to persuade the users. The entire large crowd fled in horror, throwing their weapons onto the battlefield. At the epicenter of the final battle of the last episode of Chrono Life, only a shining star remained. The little girl remembered her first meeting with the purple dragon, how she immediately fell in love with his soul. Urus became truly dear to the girl. And now he growled imperiously for the little girl herself to run away from here, as far as possible from the upcoming massacre. But the star did not want to leave her purple friend alone. He had to fight for the world of people who would help him. Very soon the most brutal and terrifying battle will begin here. The girl should not see it and become its victim. But the strongest of all the bosses, one of the four emperors, was adamant. Urus could not vouch for everyone, but at least the dragon would protect the star. The baby opened her eyes wide. This is still her Urus. The dragon called her by name for the first time. She did not want to leave him. Then suddenly Mr. Riot took the hand of the shining star with his own, realizing that she herself would not budge. The baby faced the fallen angel. Riot was deeply understanding and respectful of her feelings, but it was time for them to leave. The guys will only interfere with Urus and become a living target, because he will have to be distracted and protect them as well. Hot tears rolled down the little girl's cheeks. If only the great dragon survived this battle, she would be waiting for him. Mr. Riot quickly led the sleeping star away from the battlefield. The girl turned around and cast a last glance at her dragon. The little girl asked the two-headed Urus to be careful. He is the strongest. The dragon will succeed. She is with him with all her heart and soul. The eyes of the Lord of the Dead Valley flashed. Pitiful little people who needed to be protected in safety. The little star was taken away by Mr. Riot. And now only nasty little larvae remain on the stage. It's time to start disinfecting microbes. The ugly, big-eyed insects gnashed disgustingly, preparing to strike back at the giant dragon. The two-headed dragon roared imperiously at the entire frontline village. Why did these unreasonable creatures get up? Let them attack. There is no point in wasting precious time. Are the pathetic bugs really afraid when they see the strongest of them? Urus achieved what he wanted. The provocation worked, and a whole wave of poisonous green streams was already flying at the proud dragon. With crushing power, green pillars of destruction fell on the majestic dragon. Urus did not make a sound. He needed to assess the strength of the enemy. The strongest dragon was not injured, and quickly came to his senses. It was his turn to take the blow. A violet flame was already ripening in Urus's chest. The strongest ruler of the kingdom of the dead soared into the heights. Flames of stunning power erupted from his two predatory heads. Everything around was consumed by the purple fire of the two-headed dragon. Nothing and no one was visible. Users who fled a sufficiently long distance could not stand on their feet. The ground shook, and the vibrations from the shockwave were extremely strong. The little girl also could not keep her balance and rushed to Mr. Riot. She was very scared for Urus and for the fate of humanity. The fallen angel hugged the girl closer to him. Finally, the great battle had begun. They could only wait for its outcome. The simple breath of Urus has such unprecedented power and such enormous strength that even the planet shook under its yoke. 2 seven sinners, pride and gluttony. Their attack was deadly and fatal to the divine particle. In addition to powerful mythical weapons capable of effective attacks, there are also 7 sinners who rejected God. The strength of each of them is enough to cause fatal damage to divine particles. A whole legion of vile larvae were wiped out from the face of the fantasy world. The insects gnashed angrily and fearfully. The larvae emitted a thin chirping squeak, calling each other to attack, and launched their predatory claws into the body of the great dragon. As soon as they angered the two-headed Urus, the dragon growled furiously and began smearing vile microbes on the ground with its powerful left paw. The shelled bodies of the larvae scattered within seconds, their torsos torn, shattered, and crushed. The strongest boss smiled predatorily. Did the pathetic insects really think that they could inflict damage on him with such an attack? A deep breath, followed by an incredible volley of violet flame from the dragon's mouth. There was no mercy for anyone. The deadly and fatal violet breath of the dragon spread through the ranks of the enemy, the echo carried into the distance by a plaintive squeak. The Urus used its giant pointed tail, which also crushed more than a dozen larvae at a time. Thus, a particle of God could not become a rival for the family of the sinner Urus. No one could have imagined this. Neither the self-proclaimed creator nor the game system. No one expected such a preponderance of power. Except for the only man in shorts who was watching the battle from another dimension. The main player burst out laughing. His favorite guardian was clearly on a roll today. Where had he been hiding such power all this time? Who would have thought that his companion fought so well? Their fight was fast and boring. What a passage. The obsessive mischief clung to the shoulder of the great warrior. As if nothing had happened, Luna pretended that she expected such an outcome, because Urus was the strongest of all the bosses of Chrono Life. Even the goddess of life cannot defeat him. And to be fair and straightforward, even if all the 7 sinners gathered and opposed Urus, they would not be able to defeat him. The two-headed dragon is so strong, unfortunately. Urus was unlucky to meet with the club of the great warrior, so he became a cute dragon. A talisman. When the vile microbe managed to cling to Sid, Luna had been sitting like that for about 7 minutes, and still there was no one here. So there is no point for the main character to sit still, let him pat her on the head, but in general, they were never alone in the Garden of Eden. Loser wanted to report this from the very beginning of his imprisonment. The head of the polar dragon Aventador crawled out of his white ego cowards. The leader of the beastmen glanced contemptuously at the leech with bangs. Let him get away from the great warrior. Even he was already sick of her pathetic obsession. The goddess of life froze. A stone mine appeared on her face, as if all this time this horned one had been warming himself in the panties of the great warrior. Meanwhile, in the frontal village, purple flashes of Urus's deadly flames were flying everywhere. The entire area was engulfed in smoke, the heart-rending squeaks of vile larvae, and a shockwave from the incredible flame of the two-headed dragon. The strongest monster in the fantasy world, Chrono-Life, the Dark Lord of the Dead Valley and the army of dead monsters. The two-headed dragon Urus, the seven sinner of pride and gluttony, even other mortal sins recognized his unshakable power and superiority. The most dangerous sins of this virtual universe recognized Urus as the strongest, and feared that there was no power equal to him. Therefore, the divine particles were doomed to an inevitable terrible death. They were crushed, torn apart, and painfully killed. Seeing all the immense power of the great dragon, Mr. Riot realized that the seven sinner had not shown his true strength during all this time. The earth shook with just his breath, and the strongest divine particles scattered into pieces from one blow of his paw or tail. As if to confirm the fallen angel's guesses, the two-headed dragon roared loudly, standing on its hind legs. The entire earth was strewn with the torn, bloody corpses of vile larvae. There was an unimaginable number of them. Urus had never fought at full strength before this moment. Mr. Riot was right, because before his opponents were much weaker. This is how all the particles of God were destroyed by the strongest and greatest boss of Chrono-Life, the proud seven-sinner Urus. The total number of targets hit was 3,890 units. No one was able to repeat this. And on top of the huge number of corpses of disgusting insects with a particle of God, only one powerful creature sat. With terrifying powers that went beyond even the gaming system, Urus could only be described in one word: it was power. A piercing girlish squeal was heard throughout the entire epicenter of the fighting. The shining star rejoiced. Urus is the best and strongest. The baby immediately ran to the savior of all humanity. She knew that the dragon would cope with how he destroyed them all, the strongest of all. The girl was already running up to the great two-headed dragon to congratulate him, shower him with compliments, and cuddle him. Boss Love and the fallen angel's younger sister froze, as if feeling that this was not the end, that something was coming ahead. The rest of the users were also confused. They were incredibly happy about the victory of the strongest boss, but they were still frantically afraid of him. The strongest of all, the dragon roared imperiously so that the shining star would freeze and not move. The girl immediately obeyed Urus. The two-headed dragon only destroyed all the divine particles in these larvae, so the battle is not over yet. The main enemy of the human world is still alive and is right here in front of the girl. This vile cocoon is the main problem. The holy sticky sphere seemed to hear the words about itself and began to move as confirmation. The shining star's face instantly changed. She perfectly remembered the piercing pain she experienced when she was pierced by the larva's claw. The little girl with a ponytail turned around with lightning speed, wished good luck to Mr. Urus, and immediately ran away to her hideout. The gigantic, powerful body of the strongest seven sinner tensed. The dragon spread its rolling wings and began to gain height. A windy squall immediately hit the area. Nothing was visible. A strong typhoon dominated everywhere. Running to a safe zone, the little girl could not stay on her feet. The girl was too light, and she was lifted into the air. She screamed piercingly. The two-headed dragon gained the height it needed and froze in front of its target, continuing to flap its huge, sharp wings. The strongest boss took in more air into his lungs, and a violet flame of immense power formed in his chest. The great and proud dragon began this battle. He will finish it, after which a pillar of fire, unprecedented in the history of the game of power, fell on the vile cocoon. The main enemy was pierced by the deadly rays of the main seven sinner. Who would have thought that the end point in this battle would be set by a two-headed dragon? The violet breath of the Urus became fatal for the main culprit of chaos. His strong, sticky cocoon began to crumble before our eyes. After the powerful flame dried up and the smoke settled, a huge trace remained on the ground from the cocoon that flew off under the pressure of the fire. The strongest of them all, the purple dragon, took a blue breath and put out a new wave of firepower. Urus dealt with the cocoon. Boss Love began to peer into what was left of the disgusting circle. This thing is incredibly tenacious. The shell of the vile creature, killed alive, lay on the ground, smoke and the smell of burnt flesh emanating from it. Then the burned flesh turned into a liquid gray mess and began to gurgle and twitch strangely. A cold sweat ran down the face of the queen of the demonic race. Could this disgusting thing still be alive? Could it really have managed to survive the attack from Urus? The gray sticky liquid began to bubble even more, resembling a hot spring, and a green light began to shine around it. Then there was a blinding explosion. The boiling, vile mess exploded and scattered in the form of 1,000 green cubes. These little cubes glowed bright green. They floated in the air and generally looked safe. The two-headed dragon floating in the air froze, carefully studying the further process of transformation of the culprit of the apocalypse. The rest of the users also froze. The players did not understand what to expect. The danger had passed, or a new wave was waiting for them. Popular rankers began to look at a couple of cubes in more detail. what kind of green pixels they were, and the physiotherapist suggested that they were Minecraft. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the green cube in the girl's hands began to emit a bright green light. Then this floating cube from outside itself, a pillar of green light into the sky. The surprised users did not understand anything what was happening here. Other cubes floating in the air, following the first one, blinded the players with green rays of light. What the hell is going on here? Green energy rays were spreading everywhere, which clearly did not foretell anything good and pleasant. One green flash followed another, and it was no longer possible to see what was happening there. Our guide tried to see at least something through the omnipresent flame, but the green light made it impossible to see anything. What a pixelated show. What the hell? The disgusting sticky freak shattered into cute green cubes. And what the hell is this parasite with bangs still doing on the main character's shoulder? Let him immediately back off and explain what will happen next. But the girl only contentedly rubbed herself against the great warrior's shoulder. How long she had been waiting for this happy moment of solitude. How she wanted to touch and feel the loser. The cheeks of the moon goddess were burning. The main player is only hers. No rubbish will interfere with her anymore. He will be hers forever. They will have a fabulous time together. Kindred spirits, two loving hearts. One can only dream of this, but the girl already has it. Sid got tired of the overly pleased look of the stupid mischief. The main character sank his teeth into the head of the goddess of life. The girl roared in pain. Once the great warrior dared to bite an innocent girl, it was too much. The main character told Luna to shut up and explain herself.